The world, once his oyster, now shimmered with an entirely new kind of luxury. He was Shen Yuan, a young tycoon whose very presence on campus was a testament to his effortless charm and staggering wealth. Every new supercar he unveiled only heightened the murmurs of awe and envy that followed his every step. The women who accompanied him seemed to materialize from a dream, each as graceful and coveted as the last. They were the epitome of elegance, embodying the lavish lifestyle he so casually commanded. The male students couldn't help but seethe with frustration, watching him effortlessly capture the hearts of the university's most sought-after beauties. They lamented how his status and fortune granted him an almost unfair monopoly on affection, leaving them to wonder if they even stood a chance. His campus strolls were a display of unburdened contentment, his arm around a woman who seemed to embody his very success. Even other aspiring admirers wrestled with their insecurity, questioning if anyone could truly compete with Shen Yuan's allure. He merely offered a confident, almost arrogant smile, utterly oblivious to the quiet desperation he left in his wake. Unfortunately, the lavish, spendthrift life he so effortlessly led was destined to crumble during his junior year. A devastating financial disaster had not only annihilated his family's 3 travel agencies but also plunged them into a crushing million-yuan debt. His former friends, once eager companions, now recoiled from him, their faces hardening with thinly veiled contempt at his fallen status. Alone on a desolate rooftop, Shen Yuan grappled with the brutal reality of his family's ruin, the loss of his friends a bitter echo of his changed circumstances. His spirit, once so carefree, now felt like a ghostly reflection, haunted by the specter of a future devoid of freedom and comfort. It was in this moment of profound vulnerability that a new chapter, unforeseen and transformative, began to unfold. Zhou Wanting, his current girlfriend, coldly severed their 3-year connection, dismissing their shared history with a cutting indifference. The sudden, dismissive breakup struck Shen Yuan with the force of a physical blow, leaving him gasping in disbelief. He desperately pleaded with her, his voice raw with hurt, unable to comprehend such a heartless end to their long relationship. Zhou Wanting, however, merely sneered, mocking his appeal to sentimentality as if their love had always been a transactional farce. As she prepared to leave, Zhou Wanting twisted the knife, declaring his old nickname for her outdated, and wishing for their paths never to cross again. Her final words were a stark, unequivocal dismissal, leaving no room for doubt about her desire to erase him from her life. Shen Yuan closed his eyes, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features, perhaps a calculated stillness before the storm. As Zhou Wanting reached for the car door, he intercepted her, his hand grasping her wrist, halting her escape. With a chillingly polite smile, Shen Yuan asked her to return the designer bags he had bought her, a demand that visibly rattled her composure. Zhou Wanting exploded in a fury of tears and indignation, accusing him of lacking dignity and belittling their entire relationship over petty material possessions. He casually dismissed the value of the bags, then provocatively hinted at something deeper, igniting a fresh wave of rage in her. An older man, emerging from a luxury car, suavely intervened, offering Zhou Wanting solace and condescendingly questioning Shen Yuan's situation. Shen Yuan privately scorned Zhou Wanting's hypocrisy regarding his use of her nickname, then coolly declined the older man's offer of a ride, claiming his destination was near. The older man, undeterred, continued his patronizing display, feigning concern for Shen Yuan's emotional well-being with a smug, insincere smile. A steely resolve settled over Shen Yuan, he would not be humiliated further and internally vowed to stand his ground. He countered the older man's taunts with a polite but firm insistence that his place was indeed close by, effectively dismissing his false concern. Then, with a subtle, cutting remark, Shen Yuan suggested the older man take good care of Zhou Wanting, implicitly handing over his former responsibilities. Zhou Wanting, nestled comfortably in the car, smirked, proudly declaring herself to be in good hands. Shen Yuan, with a sly, confident smirk, publicly divulged intimate and embarrassing details about Zhou Wanting's private preferences to the older man. The older man's face contorted in a mask of shocked rage and utter disbelief at Shen Yuan's brazen revelations. The luxury car screeched away, its departure a swift escape from the explosive embarrassment. As the car vanished, Shen Yuan muttered a final, taunting farewell to Zhou Wanting, contemplating whether her choice had truly led her to a perfect life. He declared the matter no longer his concern, hoping her path led to happiness, just as a mysterious click heralded the arrival of something profound above him. Shen Yuan watched in stunned awe as a radiant, golden interface materialized before him, announcing the initiation of a perfect life system. He stared at his own stats, projected holographically, wondering if he was losing his mind or somehow hallucinating this impossible reality. Even as the system fully loaded, outlining its peculiar financial and romantic objectives, Shen Yuan dismissed it all as an illusion, just as his counselor Li Xiao called his name. Counselor Li Xiao, ever the practical mentor, advised him to embrace the breakup with strength and dignity. She offered a universally accepted adage for moving on, earning a soft, reflective acknowledgement from Shen Yuan. A shimmering, ethereal display above Professor Li's head revealed her name and an affinity level of 65, catching Shen Yuan's eye. Shen Yuan's eyes widened in a sudden, heart-stopping realization: the system, the numbers, the affinity levels, none of it was a hallucination, it was undeniably real. Counselor Li Xiao smiled kindly, winking as she offered words of sincere encouragement. He returned her smile, feigning casualness, but inwardly, Shen Yuan reveled in the secret advantage he now possessed. Professor Li then reminded him of a scholarship opportunity, urging him to apply as a way for her to offer practical support. Shen Yuan gracefully declined the scholarship, claiming his family's debt was too vast for such a small amount, and suggested the funds be given to someone more in need. Professor Li, with a warm and genuine smile, assured him of her continued support for any future troubles, even personal ones. As she walked away, Professor Li reiterated her unwavering availability, leaving Shen Yuan to ponder her kindness. Shen Yuan's thoughts raced, dissecting the system's requirements and Professor Li's suitability, wondering if he could truly achieve a multiplied refund by spending on her. A mischievous glint in his eye, he decided there was only one way to know for sure, impulsively reaching out to grasp Professor Li's wrist. He insisted on buying her milk tea, pulling her along, much to her flustered surprise and blushing protests. With a charming smile, Shen Yuan presented Professor Li with a cup of milk tea. Professor Li, still flustered, shyly accepted the drink, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. His phone vibrated with a bank notification, confirming the system's promise: the 6 yuan he spent on milk tea had returned as 18, validating the incredible refund mechanism. A thrilling realization washed over Shen Yuan: as long as Professor Li's affinity remained high, he could continue to spend on her and receive endless multiplied refunds. Determination surged through him as he walked, understanding this system was his golden ticket to erase his family's debt and propel them to unprecedented wealth. Shen Yuan's face broke into a broad, ambitious smile, his eyes gleaming with the certainty that he would not only regain his former status but surpass it entirely. Yet, his current capital of merely 99 yuan was a stark reminder of his humble beginnings, necessitating a strategic plan to acquire more startup funds and find suitable women to target. He meticulously calculated his available capital, a paltry sum of just under 50,000 yuan, cobbled together from gold bars, loans, and his existing balance. His eyes narrowed in a calculating gaze, plotting how to present an expensive gift to Professor Li without revealing his true intentions, given her perception of his financial plight. An hour later, discarded packaging hinted at the preparations Shen Yuan had made. Holding a designer handbag, he affirmed his strategy: he would present it as a knockoff, ensuring Professor Li would accept it without suspicion. As he knocked on Professor Li's door, a thought lingered in his mind, wondering if she had a partner. Professor Li, spatula in hand, opened her door with a surprised gasp, questioning his unexpected visit. Shen Yuan apologized for interrupting her cooking, while Professor Li, still holding her spatula, inquired about his needs. With a sincere smile, Shen Yuan expressed profound gratitude for her past support, presenting the handbag as a heartfelt token she simply had to accept. Professor Li, clearly alarmed by the expensive-looking gift, vehemently refused, internally citing her professional duty and fair treatment of all students as reasons. Shen Yuan insisted, downplaying the bag's value as a mere 200 yuan knockoff and appealing to her sense of compassion, emphasizing his genuine desire to thank her despite his financial struggles. Professor Li, recognizing that further refusal would seem like a personal slight, reluctantly accepted the bag, promising to reciprocate the gesture on a future occasion. The door swiftly closed behind him. Inside, Professor Li panicked, realizing her stir-fry was burning, leaving Shen Yuan standing in her apartment. From the kitchen, Professor Li invited Shen Yuan to stay for dinner, her smile warm and inviting. Shen Yuan inwardly smirked, hoping Professor Li was single, for staying meant closer proximity, higher affinity, and more system refunds. His phone chimed with an electrifying notification, confirming a massive deposit, causing Shen Yuan to exclaim in elation that the money had arrived. Standing triumphantly amidst a shower of glittering particles, Shen Yuan celebrated his ingenious success, marveling at how he had effortlessly earned nearly 80,000 yuan, a victory sweeter than any inherited wealth. Professor Li beckoned him to the table, curious about his distraction, prompting Shen Yuan to ask, with feigned surprise, about her non-existent boyfriend. Startled by his bluntness, Professor Li turned to deny having a boyfriend, while Shen Yuan mischievously suggested they let it all out. Shen Yuan, seizing the moment, offered to assist Professor Li with her apron. Despite her startled protests, Shen Yuan wrapped his arms around her from behind, attempting to untie her apron strings with a playful smile. He gently reassured her, his hands deftly working at the knot, promising a quick resolution. Suddenly, Li Meng, Professor Li's younger sister, burst into the apartment, her face contorted in furious disbelief at the scene before her. Shen Yuan offered an innocent smile and a quick denial, while Professor Li nervously tried to diffuse the tension by inviting her sister to eat. Professor Li, with a nervous smile, formally introduced her stern-looking younger sister, Li Meng, to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan offered a hesitant greeting, which Li Meng met with a cold, cutting dismissal. Embarrassed by Li Meng's coldness, Shen Yuan quickly made an excuse about having already eaten and bid a hasty retreat back to campus. Professor Li, puzzled, questioned his sudden change of heart, recalling his earlier readiness to dine. Li Meng voiced her deep suspicion of Shen Yuan's intentions, but Professor Li defensively dismissed it as a simple student-teacher interaction. In a humorous chibi-style confrontation, Li Meng angrily accused Professor Li of being naive, while Professor Li tried to brush off her sister's exaggerated concern. As he walked alone beneath the night sky, Shen Yuan pondered his next move, realizing the complexities of Professor Li as a target and a distinct difference from his ex-girlfriend. A sharp whack landed on Lao Huang's back. Shen Yuan looked at his roommate, noticing his obvious distress, and asked what was wrong. Lao Huang's trembling hands betrayed his profound agitation and heartbreak. His roommate, Lao Huang, tearfully confessed that his crush, Fang Minhui, had gone to the movies with another man, clutching Shen Yuan's hand in his despair. Shen Yuan recognized Fang Minhui as the unattainable flower of their year, Lao Huang's crush with whom he had never even spoken, and casually asked if that was truly the extent of his friend's problem. Lao Huang, confused by Shen Yuan's detached reaction, questioned his look, prompting Shen Yuan to point out Fang Minhui as she walked by. Shen Yuan's eyes sparkled with renewed interest as he watched Fang Minhui and another attractive female student pass by. Lao Huang, a glimmer of desperate hope in his eyes, expressed relief that Fang Minhui had only gone to the movies, clinging to the belief that he still had a chance. Shen Yuan, observing his roommate's pathetic optimism, inwardly smirked, doubting that Lao Huang's self-debasement would lead to any favorable outcome. Lao Huang's confusion was palpable, while the system subtly revealed Fang Minhui's impressive affinity level of 72, hinting at a new, intriguing possibility. On the bustling campus, the casual cruelty of gossip took hold, painting a new, unfortunate picture of Shen Yuan for those who had once admired him. As female student 2 clicked her tongue in a show of feigned sympathy, Minhui could only absorb the public's swift, dispassionate judgment of Shen Yuan. A male student regretted ever encouraging Minhui's past kindness toward Shen Yuan, now seeing it as a potential misstep. With a dismissive wave, female student 2 solidified the prevailing opinion, relieved Minhui had narrowly escaped a potentially wasted youth with someone so cocky even in ruin. As Shen Yuan watched the numbers that quantified affection inexplicably dwindle above Minhui's head, a surge of concern mixed with determination reminded him he couldn't afford to just stand by. Shen Yuan, seizing the moment, turned to Lao Huang and directly confronted him with a question that challenged the very nature of their friendship: would he object if Shen Yuan pursued Fang Minhui? Lao Huang, momentarily flustered, dismissed Shen Yuan's chances given his changed circumstances, yet admitted with a blush that he wouldn't truly mind as long as it wasn't his rival, Li Zhanpeng. With a confident smile, Shen Yuan accepted Lao Huang's surprising concession as a green light, leaving his friend utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in his resolve. Shen Yuan's voice cut through the campus chatter, startling Minhui, who turned to face him with a flicker of apprehension. Her friend, female student 2, immediately stepped forward, demanding to know Shen Yuan's intentions with Minhui. Shen Yuan, a blush creeping up his neck, shyly extended an invitation, hoping to share an intimate dinner at Xing Sushi with Minhui. Minhui pondered the unexpected invitation, her thoughts racing, while female student 2's skeptical query about Shen Yuan's ability to afford such an expensive establishment hung in the air. With a charming smile and a touch of calculated vulnerability, Shen Yuan sweetened the invitation, suggesting Minhui's help picking out a gift for his sister after dinner. Shen Yuan offered a final, confident wave, leaving Minhui to consider his bold proposal while Lao Huang watched in stunned disbelief from the background. Minhui wrestled with the sudden moral quandary of dating two different men in quick succession, but her friend's pragmatic enthusiasm for expensive Japanese food quickly overrode her reservations. Female student 2 argued passionately for Shen Yuan's underlying potential, touting his enduring handsomeness over Li Zhanpeng's mere wealth, and predicting his return to glory. With a reassuring arm around Minhui, female student 2 sealed the deal, promising to manage the reply and casually dismissing the outing as a harmless, casual affair. As dusk settled the next day, Shen Yuan and Minhui walked casually into the warm, elegant interior of the upscale Japanese restaurant. A server knelt gracefully, presenting a tray of exquisite Japanese dishes, marking the start of what promised to be an elegant, if somewhat tense, evening. Minhui's concern for Shen Yuan's financial well-being was evident in her gentle protest about the expense, but Shen Yuan quickly moved to reassure her, eager to praise the quality of the meal. Shen Yuan, undeterred by her worries, insisted that the incredible flavor of the food made the cost entirely worthwhile. As Minhui's demeanor shifted, Shen Yuan internally struggled to maintain his composure, the unexpected change in her attitude hitting him harder than he anticipated. Minhui, her suspicion barely concealed, questioned the true motive behind Shen Yuan's sudden invitation, to which he smoothly replied with a practiced romantic sincerity. A soft, contemplative, ah, escaped Min Hui's lips, as the subtle, flickering numbers above her head indicated a slight, disheartening dip in her favorability towards him. Shen Yuan's frustration mounted as he observed the further decline in Min Hui's affinity, internally questioning the effectiveness of his carefully crafted response. With a knowing smile, Shen Yuan skillfully steered the conversation toward their shared past, reminding Min Hui of their early interactions during basic training. Min Hui's eyes widened in surprised delight, a blush spreading across her cheeks as Shen Yuan's memory of their small, forgotten moments sent a ripple of increased affinity through her. Shen Yuan, with a confident gesture to his temple, assured Min Hui he could never forget her, and the gentle rise in her affinity proved the comforting power of his words. Even as Min Hui's favorability continued its slow, steady ascent, Shen Yuan fought to keep his inner turmoil in check, urging himself to remain calm under the pressure. 40 minutes later, the meal had concluded. The server confirmed the final bill, which Shen Yuan promptly paid, offering a polite thank you as he settled the substantial amount. Min Hui was stunned by Shen Yuan's extravagant generosity, starkly contrasting it with Li Zhanpeng's stinginess and feeling a significant surge of respect and admiration for Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan's phone vibrated, displaying 2 rapid bank notifications that confirmed a substantial increase in his account balance. A system notification illuminated, detailing a new time-limited task: spend on an opposite-sex individual with an affinity level over 60 to earn triple the amount back, with further doubling for every 3-point increase. Shen Yuan watched Min Hui's affinity level climb, a wave of profound satisfaction washing over him as he mentally calculated the incredible profit generated from their single dinner. A wry smile touched Shen Yuan's lips as he mused on Min Hui's enhanced appeal, attributing his rising fondness to the sheer, undeniable power of money. Min Hui, her hand gently intertwined with Shen Yuan's, pulled him forward, reminding him of their next destination and his sister's impending gift. A familiar older man, his voice laced with surprise, called out to Zhou Wanting, who, equally stunned, identified Shen Yuan in the mall. Zhou Wanting fumed, baffled by Shen Yuan's new companion so soon after their breakup, while the older man bristled with indignation at the sight of a poor student in such a luxurious setting. The older man's thoughts raged, comparing his own costly efforts to win Zhou Wanting with Shen Yuan's effortless charm, even amidst his financial ruin, finding it utterly infuriating. To avoid an immediate confrontation, Shen Yuan smoothly suggested they explore other stores first, and Min Hui quietly agreed. The older man's taunting suggestion of window shopping was instantly overshadowed by Zhou Wanting's angry confrontation, demanding answers about Min Hui's identity. Shen Yuan met their aggression with calm, explaining his presence as a simple shopping trip for his sister's gift. The older man's smirk widened as he pointed a finger, publicly mocking Shen Yuan's ability to afford anything beyond a toy wholesale market. The distinct sound of footsteps marked an uncomfortable pause in the escalating tension between the groups. Zhou Wanting, ignoring Shen Yuan, turned directly to Min Hui, issuing a stern warning not to be deceived by him. Shen Yuan, his demeanor hardening, challenged Zhou Wanting's veiled accusations, the unspoken history between them hanging heavy in the air. The older man stepped in, lecturing Shen Yuan on proper conduct and reminding him of his bankrupt status, adding a stinging dose of public humiliation. Shen Yuan's face contorted with barely contained rage, his jaw clenching as a dark aura shimmered around him, fueled by the couple's audacity. A new task materialized before Shen Yuan, urging him to convert others' scorn into profit by raising negative emotions, a challenge perfectly suited to his current predicament. Shen Yuan, his expression hardening with resolve, discarded his initial thoughts of restraint, embracing the system's new task as a mandate to act without hesitation. With a determined grip, Shen Yuan took Min Hui's hand and confidently led her into the luxury store. A sales associate, having just finished her snack, scoffed at the idea of serving a bankrupt ex-rich, recounting a negative experience and pushing the unwelcome task onto her colleague. The first sales associate's glare left no room for argument, compelling her colleague to reluctantly obey the order. Zhou Wanting, proudly displaying her chosen item, turned to the older man, prompting him to pay. The older man readily agreed, assuring Zhou Wanting of his prompt payment, while a disgruntled sales associate privately lamented the unfair distribution of high-spending and time-wasting customers. A male sales associate flattered Zhou Wanting's taste, then skillfully attempted to upsell her on expensive accessories, casually mentioning a combined price that soared to 100,000 yuan. The sales associate presented delicate, sparkling teddy bear ornaments, carefully nestled in a pink gift box. Shen Yuan, his eyes sparkling, encouraged Min Hui to set aside financial worries, pointing out 2 exquisite bags that he claimed would be perfect for his sister. The female sales associate interjected, stating the combined price of the 2 bags would exceed 50,000 yuan, emphasizing their considerable cost. The older man's mind reeled at the 100,000 yuan price tag, his shock quickly turning to frustration over Zhou Wanting's extravagant desires. Zhou Wanting leaned into the older man, publicly pressuring him to assert his boyfriend power by paying, while he silently panicked, realizing he didn't have that much on his card. With a confident smile, Shen Yuan declared his intention to purchase both bags and the additional accessories the other sales associate had recommended. Both Zhou Wanting and the older man were utterly stunned, their faces frozen in wide-eyed disbelief. Min Hui, equally taken aback, gasped softly, her hand flying to her mouth in a gesture of pure shock. A sales associate, her composure broken, pointed accusingly at Shen Yuan, questioning his rumored bankruptcy in the face of such lavish spending. As the sales associate announced the staggering total of 131,000 yuan, Shen Yuan inwardly mused on the uncanny timing, noting how the amount perfectly aligned with his recent system refund. With an air of confident ease, Shen Yuan extended his credit card to settle the hefty sum. The sales associates were overjoyed, tears of delight welling in one's eyes as they realized the incredible profit from Shen Yuan's surprisingly generous purchases, far exceeding his reputation. Zhou Wanting, her face contorted in anger, aggressively confronted Shen Yuan, demanding to know the source of his sudden wealth and accusing him of taking out loans. Shen Yuan dismissed Zhou Wanting's accusations with a confident smirk, while internally, he subtly prodded the older man, highlighting the ease with which he could acquire another expensive bag. The older man's jaw clenched in silent fury, realizing Shen Yuan was skillfully pushing him into an even deeper financial commitment. Zhou Wanting urged the older man to assert his power, unaware of his internal panic as Shen Yuan's words struck a painful chord about his own financial struggles. The older man, feigning an urgent call, awkwardly excused himself, leaving Zhou Wanting surprised and annoyed by his sudden departure. The older man continued his heated phone conversation as he stormed off, leaving a frustrated Zhou Wanting to shoot a final, angry glare at Shen Yuan before abandoning the scene. Shen Yuan, observing their angry retreat and seeing the numerical indicators of their negative emotions, smirked internally, acknowledging the successful completion of his task. Shen Yuan presented Min Hui with a shopping bag, but she was visibly surprised and hesitated, deeming the gift too expensive. Shen Yuan insisted Min Hui accept the bag as an apology for the rude comments, and she eventually relented, her smile radiating shy gratitude. Shen Yuan then offered her another large shopping bag, much to Min Hui's confusion, as she had believed the items were intended for his sister. With a playful smile, Shen Yuan confessed that these bags were always meant for Min Hui, revealing his true intention to secure the system's refund rather than genuinely gift them to his sister. Min Hui, overwhelmed by the sheer generosity, blurted out her concern about being perceived as a gold digger, her feet shifting restlessly as she tried to decline. Shen Yuan gently reached out, his fingers closing over Min Hui's hand, a silent gesture to halt her protest. Shen Yuan reassured Min Hui that this was merely the beginning, urging her to accept the gifts to spare him from feeling bad. System notifications flooded Shen Yuan's phone, congratulating him on completing the task and revealing a massive refund totaling 786,000 yuan, dramatically boosting his bank balance. Shen Yuan held Min Hui's hand, a warm gesture that belied the calculating thoughts racing through his mind about maintaining her favorability and his burgeoning money tree. He suggested they return, a practical move that masked his internal yearning to accelerate their connection, yet he knew better than to rush what should naturally unfold. Her cheeks warmed, a telltale blush spreading as his words registered, a silent testament to the emotions stirring within her. Back at the boys' dormitory, the buzz of Shen Yuan's date with Min Hui filled the air, with students contrasting him favorably against Li Zhanpeng, yet still hinting at their own desires. Their celebratory demands for an expensive dinner were clearly aimed at provoking him, a familiar challenge in the boisterous halls. Shen Yuan simply reached for his doorknob, preparing to leave the hallway chatter behind. Inside, the older man, headphones on, fumed over Li Zhanpeng's public display with Min Hui, perceiving it as a direct affront to their dorm's reputation. Shen Yuan offered a quiet reassurance that Min Hui would not truly align herself with Li Zhanpeng. The other student, however, pressed the issue, reminding Shen Yuan of Min Hui's movie outing with Li Zhanpeng and insinuating a deeper intimacy. His relentless needling continued, but Shen Yuan remained silent, the accusation hanging heavy in the air, stirring a complex mix of feelings. He checked his bank balance, the sudden influx of funds prompting a new thought, a visit home felt timely. Upon his return, Uncle Shen Yaoda's voice announced his arrival, marking the start of an unexpected family confrontation. After greeting his uncle, Shen Yuan's mother ushered him away, needing to discuss something with his uncle, who desperately pleaded for more time to repay a debt. Shen Yuan stood quietly by the door, the hushed tension of the adult conversation seeping through the wood. The uncle, with an uncomfortable smile, insisted on the full amount of his debt, claiming urgent expenses. Shen Yuan's mother angrily confronted him, her voice sharp with a bitter reminder of past generosity and his persistent demands. His father tried to mediate, but her frustration boiled over, exposing the uncle's lack of genuine need. The older man, shifting uneasily, attempted to leverage their family ties, implying his current approach was a kindness compared to what strangers would face. "Now you're going to collect violently," his mother's enraged voice pierced the room, accusing him of ungratefulness and lamenting her past kindness. Shen Yuan's father, attempting to soothe his wife, suggested selling her jewelry, but she adamantly insisted on settling the family's debts first. Just then, a system notification flashed before Shen Yuan, presenting a timely task to clear his family's debts with a staggering refund and an exclusive car fund, leaving him both surprised and deeply pleased. A resolute smile touched his lips as he affirmed his intention to alleviate his family's burden, regardless of the system's prompt. His mother, holding a wooden box, prepared to sell her cherished jewelry, a testament to her determination despite the pain. Leaning against the door, a wave of remorse washed over Shen Yuan as he recognized the missing gold rings, a painful memory of his past self selling them for Zhou wanting. Stepping forward, Shen Yuan eagerly announced to his parents that he had money. His parents, stern and skeptical, dismissed his claim as a joke, urging him to be practical and use any money for his own cafeteria card. Blushing but confident, Shen Yuan insisted he truly had funds, directing his father's attention to the telltale sound of a transfer notification. A wave of shock washed over his parents as they saw the 200,000 yuan transfer, their voices rising in bewildered questions about its origin. Shen Yuan, feigning nonchalance, concocted a plausible story about cryptocurrency investments, rubbing his neck to ease his inner tension. His parents beamed with relief, his father giving a proud thumbs up, as they joyfully planned to clear their debt and eliminate the burdensome problem. His mother's voice hardened as she informed the older man his debt was cleared, then angrily ordered him to leave and to sever all future contact. The older man, flustered and shocked, struggled for a response, caught completely off guard by her fierce words. Her enraged scream cut through the air, leaving no room for argument. He was to get out. The older man scurried away from the house, his departure marked by a sharp thud. As he walked, the older man pondered his cousin's swift repayment, surprised by the unexpected turn of events and wondering if prosperity had returned to the family. A series of quick footsteps echoed as the older man walked away, filled with regret, realizing the irreparable damage he had inflicted on their relationship. Shen Yuan smiled down at his phone, the glowing system messages confirming his rewards, a significant financial boost and a car fund, had turned a family crisis into a personal triumph. Despite his success, a thoughtful expression crossed his face as he acknowledged the long road ahead to completely settle all his family's debts. He strategized, realizing that giving all his current funds to his father wouldn't be enough, concluding that a strategic 200,000 yuan would be his best move to generate more wealth. He gently offered his father an additional 200,000 yuan, probing whether there was an urgent need for the remaining, unwithdrawn funds. His father suggested they save it for later, only for his mother to interject with a surprised cry of, "Wait." With a sheepish blush, Shen Yuan's father requested 50,000 yuan for himself. A knowing smile played on Shen Yuan's lips, recognizing a familiar pattern in his father's sudden request. Shen Yuan mused on the striking irony, seeing his father's current behavior mirroring his own past requests for money, attributing it to the fascinating nature of genetics. Back at school, Shen Yuan descended the stairs, asking Min Hui about a teacher, to which she calmly replied that classes were over. He invited her to dinner, a warm gesture to reciprocate her past kindness, his smile softening the air between them. A blush, accompanied by a subtle sparkle, spread across Min Hui's face, her surprise evident as she processed his invitation. Suddenly, Li Meng appeared, her face contorted in an enraged glare, her presence immediately shifting the atmosphere. Shen Yuan internally expressed a strong, stressed apprehension towards Li Meng, recognizing her as his nemesis. Min Hui looked on with concern as Li Meng's enraged gaze fixed on her, creating a palpable tension. Panicked, Shen Yuan invented an excuse about school obligations and quickly fled, calling out that he would postpone dinner. Li Meng, still angry, chided Min Hui about Shen Yuan's intentions, but Min Hui thoughtfully defended him, clarifying that she would not accept any untoward advances. Shen Yuan felt an overwhelming heat, his body betraying the stress and exertion of his hasty escape. A memory of a comfortable car ride with Zhou wanting, the AC cooling them, brought a fleeting sense of relaxation, a stark contrast to his current stress. Realizing his car fund was meant to be used, Shen Yuan spontaneously texted Min Hui, inviting her to look at cars that afternoon, and she readily agreed, having no classes. Back at the dorm, a grinning female student teased Min Hui about her car shopping date, jokingly implying they would spend the night together. Min Hui, her face flushed with embarrassment, quickly denied being in a relationship with Shen Yuan, her flustered words failing to convince her friend. Another female student continued the playful teasing, praising Shen Yuan's qualities and hinting at the inevitable future between him and Min Hui. Min Hui, surrounded by a bright glow of her friend's teasing, expressed her exasperation with an annoyed sigh. An hour later, as they walked into the gleaming 4S dealership, a sales associate greeted them, asking about their interest. To Min Hui's surprise, one of the sales associates recognized her, his face flushing with an unexpected reaction. Min Hui recognized him as Senior Qin Yang, her high school pursuer, and a worried expression flitted across her face as she wondered at the coincidence. Shen Yuan, sensing the sudden tension, turned to Min Hui and asked about the man's identity. Min Hui introduced Shen Yuan as her classmate, a simple explanation for his presence. The sales associate, regaining his composure, directed them to the cars, and Shen Yuan confidently specified his interest in the M9. The sales associate smugly directed them to the display car, internally judging Shen Yuan's plain attire and assuming he was merely showing off without the means to purchase such an expensive vehicle. He gazed at Min Hui, a blush creeping up his neck as he reminisced about her past beauty, still captivated by her presence. Inside his thoughts, the sales associate swelled with pride, boasting of his elite status and financial success, convinced he was now the ideal catch for any realistic woman. He extended an invitation to Min Hui to catch up, but she politely declined, her discomfort evident as she turned away. From inside the M9, Shen Yuan looked up at the sales associate, his voice cutting through the tension as he asked for a test drive. The sales associate seated internally at Shen Yuan's interruption, convinced he was wasting his time, while another associate offered a flimsy excuse about the test car being unavailable. Shen Yuan's voice was firm and confident as he asserted his knowledge of the available M9 test car and demanded a competent salesperson if the current one couldn't manage. Annoyed by the lack of service, Shen Yuan loudly called for the receptionist, demanding another salesperson to arrange his test drive. From off-panel, a woman's smiling lips appeared, signaling her entrance. Chen Na, a sales consultant, introduced herself with confident poise, holding a folder and offering her assistance with a warm smile. Shen Yuan reacted with a hint of surprise and a subtle blush, a bead of sweat forming, as he took in the new consultant. The male sales associate questioned Qin Yang, wondering why he had let Chen Na handle a client he'd previously dismissed as a mere student interested in an M9 test drive. Qin Yang scoffed at the idea of the student buying such a car, certain he was merely a poor guy showing off for a beautiful girl, a common occurrence he had grown accustomed to dismissing. Undeterred, Chen Na professionally highlighted the M9's sophisticated features, detailing its fully autonomous driving capabilities and advanced radar system. While silently acknowledging Shen Yuan's professional demeanor and attractive appearance, Chen Na's thoughts turned cynical, reflecting on the questionable tactics some sales associates employed in the industry. Her mind drifted to the lurid rumors of saleswomen compromising themselves to meet targets, a stark contrast to her own professional standards. When Chen Na probed about his budget, Shen Yuan cut directly to the chase, asserting his desire to purchase the car immediately. Chen Na reeled in disbelief, questioning how a client would commit to such a high-value purchase after a single test drive without asking the price, making her wonder why Qin Yang had dismissed him. After a quick call revealed a cancelled order for a unit at another branch, Shen Yuan, decisive and unwavering, readily agreed to place the order that very day. Chen Na marveled internally at Shen Yuan's immediate commitment to a car costing over 600,000 yuan, wondering if he was an angel client or if there were other intentions, then smoothly guided him to finalize the deposit. As Chen Na walked through the cubicles, a male colleague casually inquired about the client's intentions, unaware of the significant development. Chen Na delivered the news plainly: the client had bought the car, a revelation that left the male sales associate utterly astonished by the unexpected speed of the transaction. Qin Yang stubbornly clung to his skepticism, convinced Shen Yuan would vanish when payment was due, while the male sales associate acknowledged the client's unusual determination. Chen Na delivered the crushing news to Qin Yang: Shen Yuan had not only purchased the car but intended to pay for it entirely in cash, leaving him stunned and cursing. Qin Yang exploded in a fit of rage, bemoaning the enormous commission he had foolishly allowed to slip through his fingers, while his colleague stood beside him, visibly crestfallen. Chen Na, her professional demeanor intact, offered Shen Yuan her continued support and a ride, her words tinged with a warmth that extended beyond mere sales. Shen Yuan gently declined the offer, his arms still around Min Hui, indicating their preference for privacy. Chen Na chastised herself for getting too enthusiastic and possibly annoying Min Hui, who, feeling a flush of discomfort, subtly distanced herself from the interaction. As they walked, Shen Yuan gently broke the silence, asking Min Hui if she was ready to eat, and she softly agreed. Shen Yuan, sensing a shift in her mood, playfully teased her about being jealous, a notion she quickly but unconvincingly denied, a blush already betraying her. With a tender smile, Shen Yuan called out her bluff, gently reminding her that his interaction with Chen Na was purely professional, hoping to soothe her unspoken fears. Min Hui, still unconvinced, confessed her lingering unease, recalling the easy camaraderie she had observed between him and the saleswoman, a detail that had clearly bothered her. Shen Yuan laughed, explaining his social media habit, but Min Hui, still feeling a trace of annoyance, firmly requested he refrain from doing it again. Min Hui was surprised by her own unexpected jealousy, recognizing how Shen Yuan's lavish spending attracted other women, and a fierce determination ignited within her to secure him for herself. Min Hui vowed that such a situation wouldn't happen again, while Shen Yuan, outwardly cheerful and suggesting a shopping trip, privately smirked, already planning to continue his strategic interactions. Min Hui, blushing, reminded him of the 2 expensive bags he had already bought her, a quiet concern stirring within her that she might appear materialistic. Shen Yuan waved away her concerns with an easy smile, insisting that a girl having multiple bags was simply a matter of daily fashion. He smiled to himself, knowing that every lavish purchase came with a triple refund from his system, making every expenditure a profitable investment. Seated across from her, Shen Yuan, with a thoughtful smile, asked Min Hui if she preferred a cold or hot drink. A blush crept across Min Hui's face as she misinterpreted his innocent question, her thoughts racing to a more intimate meaning before she managed to request a cold drink. Shen Yuan, utterly perplexed by Min Hui's sudden expression, wondered where her mind had gone, his own thoughts drifting to his untouched system funds and the need for more spending after 2 months of abstinence, while Min Hui, savoring the misunderstanding, decided to intensify the moment. 3 hours later, the shopping spree had transformed Min Hui, now adorned with new luxuries, as they walked hand in hand under the night lights, her favorability rating now at 81. Min Hui was completely overwhelmed, realizing Shen Yuan had lavished over 80,000 yuan on her that day alone, bringing the total to an astonishing 140,000 in just 2 days. A triumphant notification on his phone confirmed a massive 252,000 yuan refund, assuring Shen Yuan that the double refund system never failed and left him with over 1.6 million yuan still poised for future spending. With a sly smile, Shen Yuan turned to Min Hui, his words carrying a subtle invitation to extend their night beyond the dorm walls. Min Hui responded with a soft, almost imperceptible murmur, a quiet acknowledgement that hinted at her willing, if nervous, consent. Half an hour later, in room 808 of the Grand Magnate Hotel, Shen Yuan stepped into the shower, the rushing water a soft prelude to the night ahead. Min Hui lay on the bed, a blush spreading across her face as she agonized over how to explain her absence to Chen Ling, the truth feeling far too embarrassing to share. Emerging from the bathroom, Shen Yuan, with a towel casually wrapped around his waist, gently asked Min Hui if she was ready, his eyes twinkling with a soft invitation. Min Hui thought of her friend, a flicker of guilt crossing her face, yet she couldn't deny how Shen Yuan's overwhelming generosity had swayed her decisions. Her fingers typed quickly across the screen, crafting a plausible excuse for Chen Ling, a small lie to shield the burgeoning reality of her night. Min Hui voiced a hesitant concern about not having showered, but Shen Yuan, drawing closer, tenderly dismissed it, assuring her he adored her natural scent. Her voice was a soft whisper, a melodic sigh that carried his name in the intimate quiet of the room. His voice was a low, passionate rumble as he declared his affection, his words weaving a web of desire around her. She pleaded for his gentleness, her soft moan dissolving into a gasp as she uttered his name, lost in the unfolding moment. Their lips met in a passionate embrace, sealing their unspoken desires in the soft glow of the room. Half an hour later, Min Hui lay content beside him, a soft smile on her lips as she realized the experience hadn't been nearly as daunting as her friend Chen Ling had described. Shen Yuan, utterly exhausted but content, inwardly groaned about his own stamina, realizing 2 months without such activity had left him surprisingly weak. Min Hui, with a playful glint in her eyes, leaned in and softly suggested they be intimate once more. A bead of sweat formed on Shen Yuan's temple as he stammered a plea for more rest, clearly caught off guard by her sudden, insistent request. Min Hui's eyes held a determined glint as she defiantly asserted her immediate desire, leaving no room for negotiation. The next morning, Shen Yuan returned to his dorm, feeling a profound sense of renewal as he realized the system allowed him to clear all 52,000 yuan of his lingering debts. As notifications of new funds poured into his account, Shen Yuan remembered the 100,000 yuan he owed Li Yuhang, recalling a time when, unlike his other friends, Li Yuhang had helped him without hesitation. His dorm mate, annoyed, demanded to know Shen Yuan's whereabouts from the previous night, but Shen Yuan deftly steered the conversation towards the class dinner messages. Reading class group chat messages about a classmate's new 600,000 yuan car and an impromptu dinner, Shen Yuan was disgusted by the obvious showboating but conflicted about losing his 200 yuan class fee if he didn't attend. As his dorm mate dismissed the dinner as a show-off event, a new system task materialized before Shen Yuan, offering 1,000,000 yuan exclusively for investments to build a solid business foundation. Shen Yuan's smile widened as he realized this business-related task was the perfect solution for his growing funds, and he immediately considered investing in Li Yuhang's bar renovation. Responding to Li Yuhang's invitation, Shen Yuan playfully declared he would join the fun, asserting a confident, almost paternal tone. Inside the opulent Dragon Lounge, Lin Guanyao, with a woman draped across him, impatiently demanded to know who else they were waiting for, declaring his hunger. Xia Haijia and Zhao Jinggang casually agreed that the truly important guests never arrived late, implying a subtle judgment of those yet to come. Li Yuhang tried to mollify the impatient guests by announcing Shen Yuan's imminent arrival, only for one former friend to sharply question why he would invite someone whose bankrupt family no longer belonged in their circle. Li Yuhang curtly reminded the complaining guest that he was covering the bill, emphatically stating that Shen Yuan was a lifelong friend, deserving of his special consideration. Lin Guanyao conceded to Li Yuhang's request, smiling as a woman flirtatiously complained about his constant touching, just as his cousin inquired about his girlfriend's delayed arrival. Xia Haijia simply explained his girlfriend was delayed in traffic and would arrive in about 10 minutes. Lin Guanyao, with a displeased frown, mentally scoffed at his cousin's family's dependence on him, wondering how his undeserving relative managed to secure such an attractive girlfriend. He leered inwardly, his thoughts turning predatory as he imagined the woman's alluring attire, calculating that since his cousin wasn't married, he might just have a chance with her. Shen Yuan finally arrived, offering an apology for the delay, only for Li Yuhang to impatiently demand an explanation for his lateness. Shen Yuan blamed heavy traffic and a Didi driver for his tardiness, prompting Li Yuhang to angrily suggest reporting such an unethical person. Lin Guanyao's voice dripped with sarcasm as he questioned Shen Yuan's choice of a Didi, subtly mocking his perceived lack of a luxury car and his personal driver. Then, the woman arrived, looking slightly flustered, offering the same excuse of rush hour traffic for her lateness. Xia Haijia proudly introduced his girlfriend, Chen Na, as a sales representative at a 4S dealership, smugly thinking that while he might not have as much money, his girlfriend was certainly prettier than anyone else's. The woman, Chen Na, recognized Shen Yuan as the man who had picked up his new car yesterday but decided to pretend it was their first meeting since he hadn't acknowledged her. Chen Na casually approached Xia Haijia, who greeted her with an outstretched hand, while Shen Yuan and Li Yuhang watched the scene unfold from a distance. 40 minutes later, the gathering settled into a new phase. Li Yuhang, now standing, eagerly presented his plan to upgrade his bar, inviting his friends to invest 700,000 yuan for a 30% share, hoping for their support in growing the business. With a blush of hopeful anticipation, Li Yuhang looked around, seeking immediate feedback from his friends. Lin Guanyao, utterly unimpressed, coldly surmised that Li Yuhang's proposal stemmed from a string of failed investments and his father's refusal to fund him further. Zhao Jinggang inwardly calculated that 700,000 yuan was 2 years' savings, while Xia Haijia silently dismissed the proposal, believing they were there for pleasure, not business. A silent consensus settled among the students, it was wiser to remain quiet in such a precarious situation. Li Yuhang's gaze swept over his silent friends, a bitter realization dawning that they were quick to accept his generosity and ask for money, but utterly unresponsive when he or Shen Yuan faced a real struggle. With a heavy sigh of a tired heart, Li Yuhang broke the suffocating silence, pleading for someone, anyone, to offer a word. Lin Guanyao, with a feigned smile, suggested that if it were merely a liquidity issue, they could all chip in small amounts as a loan, rather than genuinely investing. Zhao Jinggang quickly agreed, feigning concern for Li Yuhang's fairness, while secretly, everyone present recalled Li Yuhang's disastrous investment track record and saw this new venture as simply throwing more money away. The students inwardly lamented their reliance on family allowances, recognizing they barely had enough pocket money, let alone 700,000 yuan to invest. Li Yuhang, looking downcast, realized the bitter truth, his friends, especially Lin Guanyao, had twisted his earnest offer of partnership into a mere loan, proving his misjudgment of their loyalty. With a heavy heart, Li Yuhang conceded that if no one was genuinely interested in investing, he would simply drop the whole matter. Lin Guanyao, with a smug smile, raised his wine glass, readily agreeing that they should abandon all talk of investments and return to the carefree pleasures of eating and drinking. Disgusted by their parasitic nature, Shen Yuan angrily declared his departure, unable to bear Li Yuhang's misplaced hopes in such superficial friends. Then, with a sudden, determined glint in his eyes, Shen Yuan surprised everyone by proposing to invest the 700,000 yuan himself. A collective gasp of disbelief rippled through the room, stunning everyone, including Li Yuhang. Lin Guanyao burst into derisive laughter, telling Shen Yuan not to joke about such things, while another student scoffed that showing off was pointless. Zhao Jinggang condescendingly patted Shen Yuan's shoulder, telling him to wash his face and clear his head, as Li Yuhang was in no mood for such nonsense. Xia Haijia leaned back, advising Shen Yuan with a smug air that he should act within his means and capabilities, instead of speaking without substance. Lin Guanyao smirked, feigning a sigh, and cruelly offered to pay for Shen Yuan's round-trip taxi fare, rubbing in his perceived financial downfall. Chen Na, looking thoughtful, found herself questioning why everyone dismissed Shen Yuan's 700,000 yuan investment as showing off, especially after he had just purchased a 600,000 yuan car the day before. Wringing her hands in concern, Chen Na debated whether to intervene and defend Shen Yuan, knowing her outsider status might only complicate matters. With an unnervingly calm demeanor, Shen Yuan declared that he had already transferred the 700,000 yuan and instructed Li Yuhang to check his account. Li Yuhang stared, wide-eyed and stunned, holding his phone as he processed Shen Yuan's statement, unable to complete his sentence. The undeniable notification on the smartphone screen confirmed the transfer, 700,000 yuan had indeed arrived in Li Yuhang's account. A confused Lin Guanyao asked what had happened, but Li Yuhang, still dazed, could only gesture for him to look at the phone himself. Lin Guanyao's face contorted in disbelief as he counted the zeros on the screen, finally confirming the shocking 700,000 yuan transfer, his wine glass tilting precariously in his enraged hand. Observing the sudden commotion, Chen Na wondered if the entire dynamic of the situation had dramatically shifted. Lin Guanyao, agitated by a message on his phone, abruptly announced he had pressing matters at home, cutting short the social gathering. His cousin, Xie Haijie, questioned the sudden departure, but Lin Guanyao merely dismissed him, claiming their uncle and aunt were looking for him too. Inside his own mind, Xie Haijie was utterly bewildered, knowing full well his relatives had not called him. Lin Guanyao seethed with internal resentment, feeling Shen Yuan had deliberately stolen his spotlight and found his cousin utterly tactless. Another male guest, observing the strange shift in Lin Guanyao's demeanor, hesitantly asked Li Yuhang what the mysterious message contained. Following Lin Guanyao's lead, the male guest quickly made his own excuses, announcing his departure from the increasingly awkward scene. As more guests started to trickle out, a wave of unease swept through the remaining partygoers. The women left behind watched in confusion as their companions departed, eventually deciding to follow suit. As they walked away, Xie Haijie confronted a woman, demanding to know how she knew about Shen Yuan's actions, only to learn that Shen Yuan had purchased an expensive car the previous day. Shocked by the revelation, Xie Haijie gripped her arm, but the woman, annoyed, assured him she had the purchase contract as proof. Xie Haijie, with a newfound sense of self-importance, began to scold her, claiming she should have informed him sooner about Shen Yuan's true financial standing. The woman, infuriated by his condescending attitude, abruptly pulled away from him, declaring she never wanted to speak with him again, leaving Xie Haijie stunned. Back in the bar, Li Yuhang leaned into Shen Yuan, playfully regretting the wasted effort on their superficial friends, while Shen Yuan calmly asserted that such people were never truly reliable. Li Yuhang, now fully invested, eagerly asked Shen Yuan to detail his vision for the bar, wanting to be deeply involved in its planning. For the next half hour, Shen Yuan passionately outlined his business plans to Li Yuhang, who was genuinely impressed by his commercial talent, agreeing they would need a capable manager to oversee operations. An hour later, Shen Yuan received a message confirming his reserved car was ready for pickup, but he replied, subtly arranging an in-person meeting with the sales associate under the guise of specific questions. Elsewhere, the sales associate, Min Hui, looked at her phone in curiosity, wondering what specific questions Mr. Shen could possibly have. Shen Yuan, strolling through a brightly lit mall, mused on his strategy, recognizing the need to expand his network beyond Min Hui to fully leverage the system, and mused on Min Hui's appealing qualities. The next day, Min Hui found herself alone at a bright, modern restaurant, waiting patiently. Min Hui glanced around, a hint of concern in her eyes, wondering if she had arrived too early for her meeting with Shen Yuan. Meanwhile, Lin Guanyao spotted Min Hui in the restaurant, recognizing her as Chen Na, and saw an opportunity to finally flirt with the beauty he had never managed to approach in the store. Min Hui's boss, the older man, dismissed his colleagues, implying he had other plans and instructing them to eat elsewhere. As they walked away, two of his colleagues speculated about whether Min Hui would agree to the older man's advances, one expressing doubt about her character. The first man slyly countered, questioning why a woman would dine alone in such a place, hinting at a hidden agenda. They continued to gossip, suggesting Min Hui might have deliberately staged her solo meal to attract the older man's attention, expressing surprise at her perceived shift in character. The older man approached Min Hui's table, feigning surprise and asking to join her, but Min Hui politely declined, stating she already had a date. Undeterred, the older man grinned, dismissing her rejection and using his position as her superior to insist they eat together. Min Hui, her expression hardening, firmly reminded him of his family and urged him to maintain a respectful distance. The older man, with an unsettling smirk, flippantly offered to divorce his wife, implying it was a minor obstacle. Meanwhile, Xie Haijie, consumed by a furious sense of inadequacy, fumed about Min Hui potentially choosing another man, boasting about his own wealth and possessions. Xie Haijie watched through the glass, consumed by rage, wondering if he had truly lost Min Hui's attention to the man he contemptuously thought of as a fat pig. Bursting into the restaurant, Xie Haijie loudly accused the older man and Min Hui of having a clandestine affair. Min Hui and the older man reacted with shocked confusion to Xie Haijie's wild accusations, while Xie Haijie internally demanded to know the older man's identity. In a fit of uncontrolled rage, Xie Haijie landed a forceful punch directly on the older man's face. Reeling from the blow, the older man erupted in fury, demanding to know who Xie Haijie was and why he dared to attack him. Shen Yuan arrived, his thoughts a mix of confusion and concern, witnessing Xie Haijie caught in a violent confrontation. Shen Yuan, sweating with a hidden sense of relief, realized he had narrowly avoided being embroiled in an infidelity accusation himself, thankful the older man had become the unwitting scapegoat. Amidst the chaos, Shen Yuan gently took Min Hui's hand in his, offering a quiet anchor in the escalating scene. With a reassuring smile, Shen Yuan led a surprised Min Hui away from the unfolding drama, urging her to leave the commotion behind. In the car, Min Hui confessed the brief, unpleasant history of her relationship with Xie Haijie, and Shen Yuan reassured her that discovering his true character early was a blessing. Min Hui then voiced her anxieties about the repercussions from her boss, Mr. Zheng Xianyong, after the assault, but Shen Yuan steadfastly advised her to find a new job. Min Hui expressed her deep concern about the difficulty of finding new employment, particularly the prospect of losing her established client base in sales. As their conversation continued, the car drove past a vibrant flower shop, a fleeting glimpse of another world. Min Hui, her voice filled with wistful longing, described her dream of opening a small cafe, lamenting the substantial financial hurdle that stood in her way. Shen Yuan, seizing the opportunity, offered to invest in her cafe dream, revealing his substantial new funds from Li Yuhang and additional investments. Min Hui, though outwardly calm, felt a surge of excitement, internally deciding to resign and work for him, even as she sensed he might not be entirely serious. With a sudden, earnest expression, Shen Yuan looked at Min Hui and seriously declared his intention to invest 300,000 yuan in her cafe, solidifying his offer. Min Hui's hand, resting casually, suddenly paused mid-gesture, her mind processing the weight of his unexpected proposal. Min Hui gasped in utter astonishment, her eyes wide as she realized the true potential of Shen Yuan's offer. Shen Yuan, a sly smile playing on his lips, inwardly celebrated his successful cultivation of a new money tree. Min Hui's voice caught, a sharp disbelieving question tearing through the quiet intimacy of the car as she grappled with the sincerity of Shen Yuan's unexpected offer. Shen Yuan, unyielding in his confidence, laid out a future for Min Hui that promised far more than just a job, a cafe, a generous salary, and even a new car, painting a picture of financial freedom and unwavering support. Min Hui's mind raced, quickly calculating the astounding implications: no sales pressure, a new car, and an annual income that would soar beyond her wildest dreams. A chilling thought began to form in Min Hui's mind, picturing herself as a miniature figure ensnared in a gilded cage, wondering if Shen Yuan's generosity was merely a prelude to ownership. Blushing, Min Hui hesitantly voiced her concerns, fearing that even the most tempting conditions might transform her into a caged canary, or worse, a mere third wheel in his life. Shen Yuan, however, dismissed her worries with a relaxed smile, insisting his plans were purely entrepreneurial, envisioning a chain of cafes and a strictly professional boss-employee dynamic. A blush still on her cheeks, Min Hui agreed to consider his proposal, her thoughts momentarily interrupted by the chime of Shen Yuan's phone, revealing an all-too-familiar name and a flirty invitation. Shen Yuan stared at the message, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he mused over Fang Huimin's seemingly endless reserves of energy. After a lukewarm reply to Fang Huimin, Shen Yuan abruptly dismissed Min Hui, stating he had other commitments and urging her to make her decision quickly. He arrived at room 808 of the Grand Magnate Hotel, the muted hallway lights casting long shadows as he opened the door. Inside, Min Hui rushed into his arms, her heartfelt greeting met with an equally warm embrace from Shen Yuan, who returned her affection with a smile. But the intimate moment was abruptly shattered as Min Hui recoiled, her senses betraying a scent that spoke of another woman, leaving Shen Yuan scrambling for an explanation. Her anger flaring, Min Hui pushed him away, demanding to know if he had been unfaithful behind her back. Shen Yuan quickly pulled her back into an embrace, passionately denying any infidelity and weaving a plausible tale about visiting a car dealership where salesgirls heavily perfumed the environment. Min Hui, appeased but still stern, warned Shen Yuan to inform her about future outings with other women and to maintain a proper distance, to which he readily agreed. A sly smirk played on Shen Yuan's lips as he inwardly acknowledged the true complexity of his system's demands, knowing that faithfulness to one money tree was not an option. When Min Hui suggested showering, Shen Yuan pulled her closer, his smile suggesting a different kind of intimacy was on his mind. As he held her close, Shen Yuan mused internally, his thoughts drifting to the primal allure of not showering, signaling his intentions for their night. Min Hui's clothing lay carelessly discarded on the floor, a soft testament to the swift escalation of their passion. A seductive smirk played on Shen Yuan's face as he whispered his preference for the raw, intimate scent that clung to them. Min Hui, sitting up in bed, met his gaze with a reciprocal flirtation, acknowledging their mutual desire as Shen Yuan began to shed his own clothes. Shen Yuan's words ignited a fire in his heart as he passionately kissed Min Hui, whose soft moan was all the reply he needed. Their bodies intertwined, a tangle of limbs and unspoken desires, as their intimate encounter continued. In the throes of passion, Min Hui confessed her deep affection for Shen Yuan, her words a raw testament to her feelings. 2 hours later, Min Hui's desire for more was met with Shen Yuan's utter exhaustion, who, sticky with sweat, yearned only for a shower. Utterly drained, Shen Yuan leaned against the wall, contemplating Min Hui's seemingly boundless energy compared to other women he knew. He gazed at Min Hui, a smile of contentment on her face, baffled by how their physical intimacy so rapidly boosted her affinity, propelling it to an astonishing 90 after just 2 rounds. Suddenly, system notifications shimmered into existence, congratulating Shen Yuan on completing an affinity task and showering him with incredible rewards, a 1 million yuan lottery ticket, a spending voucher, and a new skill named Ruthless Times Power. Shen Yuan's eyes glowed with fierce excitement, realizing the lottery ticket could be the perfect cover for his growing wealth and a means to erase his family's lingering debts, while the new skill promised a compelling transformation. A primal energy coursed through Shen Yuan as he contemplated the implications of his ruthless X power skill, declaring his newfound intention to dominate rather than be controlled by Manhwa. A soft sound escaped Shen Yuan as he reached for the glowing system interface, ready to activate his new power. A powerful surge of energy erupted within Shen Yuan, making him glow with newfound strength as he realized the incredible potency of achieving a 90 affinity level. Shen Yuan concluded the system tailored its rewards to his needs, but he knew reaching such high affinity levels with other women, though tempting, would be a challenging and drawn-out process. While he acknowledged other women like Chen Na had also reached significant affinity, Shen Yuan decided to prioritize testing his new ruthless X power skill, leaving future rewards and new conquests for another time. Shen Yuan called out to Manhwa, who, surprised, questioned why he hadn't yet gone to shower. He gazed intently at Manhwa, taking her hand as he simply stated he had changed his mind about showering, implying their night was far from over. With a forceful movement, Shen Yuan pressed Manhwa back onto the bed, his instruction for her to get dressed an ironic prelude to further intimacy. Manhwa gasped, her eyes wide with surprise as she felt Shen Yuan's glowing hand on her leg, a sudden, powerful shift in his demeanor prompting her to question his change. Meanwhile, in another bedroom, Manhwa confided in her friend, Qian, about Shen Yuan's incredibly generous offer, her voice tinged with suspicion about his motives. Her friend, shocked, immediately questioned if Manhwa had perhaps fallen victim to a scam. Manhwa quickly reassured her, explaining she knew him from a previous car sale, prompting her friend to inquire about his age. Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as Manhwa revealed Shen Yuan was only 21, then pressed for details about his appearance. Manhwa reluctantly admitted Shen Yuan was a little handsome, which her friend exuberantly declared was the perfect combination with his wealth and generosity. Manhwa voiced her concern about their age difference, but her friend swiftly dismissed it, reframing the gap as a fortunate advantage for her. Manhwa's hesitant confession about Shen Yuan having a girlfriend was met with a cynical, manipulative dismissal from her friend, who brazenly encouraged her to claim him regardless of the cost. Manhwa reacted with a sharp, incredulous gasp, genuinely shocked by her friend's brazen suggestion. Qian, undeterred, boldly offered to take Shen Yuan if Manhwa was too indecisive, leading Manhwa to remind her friend about her own boyfriend. Qian scoffed, declaring she would abandon her current relationship in an instant for such a man, but Manhwa refused to concur before their call abruptly ended as Qian's boyfriend arrived. Manhwa stood by her window, lost in thought about Shen Yuan, until his charming reflection shimmered beside hers in the glass, a persistent presence in her mind. 40 minutes later, Manhwa, still catching her breath, found herself asking Shen Yuan about the palpable difference in his intensity, prompting him to playfully question if she meant his renewed strength. A soft murmur escaped Manhwa as the realization settled in, a quiet wonder at how twice they had found each other's embrace in such a short span. Leaning in with a knowing smirk, Shen Yuan pressed his inquiry, his whispered question about her pleasure a prelude to suggesting they lose themselves in passion yet again. Manhwa, now emboldened enough to question his seemingly endless desire, was met with a mischievous grin as Shen Yuan instead challenged her to take the lead, recalling her dancer's grace. A wave of deep embarrassment washed over Manhwa at the suggestion, her hesitant words betraying a genuine uncertainty about taking such an intimate control. Shen Yuan held her closer, his voice a warm persuasion as he dismissed her doubts, reminding her that true connection was something discovered through shared experience, to which she could only softly agree. In the haze of his embrace, a single, conflicted thought echoed in Manhwa's mind: he was utterly evil. The soft light seemed to caress her, the lingering warmth of the moment a gentle echo against her skin. The next day, after Manhwa had returned to school, Shen Yuan stretched lazily in bed, savoring the morning's quiet promise of no classes and a little more rest. A sudden realization struck him, and Shen Yuan sat up, his attention turning with determination to the lottery ticket the system had inexplicably provided. His eyes scanned the numbers, then darted to his phone, a growing disbelief blooming into an explosive realization that every single digit matched, confirming a staggering 6.8 million yuan win. The enormity of the jackpot washed over Shen Yuan, his first thought immediately turning to his struggling parents, a burning need to share this life-changing news after their long fight since the bankruptcy. Bursting into the humble entryway, Shen Yuan's excited shout echoed through the small home, announcing his arrival to his mother. His mother, always mindful of their neighbors, mildly chided his booming entrance, but Shen Yuan, consumed by his news, eagerly pressed her to summon his father for an urgent revelation. His father's first thought was of trouble, a familiar worry etched on his face, but Shen Yuan quickly dismissed the fear, gently urging him to sit and prepare for truly good news. With a triumphant gesture and a beaming smile, Shen Yuan finally unleashed the words that would change everything, declaring their newfound wealth from his incredible 6 million yuan win. His parents, their faces etched with concern, quickly dismissed his fantastic claim as a byproduct of school pressure, urging him instead to focus on his studies while they continued to bear the burden of their debts. His father, still unconvinced, gently instructed Shen Yuan to carefully examine the ticket again, unknowingly challenging him to prove the impossible. As his father slowly read each number aloud, a profound shock settled over his features, his voice catching before erupting into an incredulous cry of pure joy. They had truly won the jackpot. His mother's gasp of disbelief was met by his father's emphatic confirmation, the staggering sum of 6.8 million yuan finally sinking in for them both. Shen Yuan calmly laid out the financial reality, detailing how the remaining millions would erase their debts and transform their lives, prompting his mother to declare a joyful family celebration in his honor. With the immediate crisis averted, Shen Yuan shifted his thoughts to the future, confiding his nascent ambition to launch his own business after graduation, seeking experience and independence. His father, though acknowledging the harsh realities of business, fully embraced Shen Yuan's entrepreneurial spirit, offering his blessing while sagely advising him to secure a portion of the winnings as a safety net. With a reassuring smile, Shen Yuan made a selfless offer, stating he would only take $1 million for his venture, leaving the vast majority of the winnings to his parents for their own needs. Both parents, their hearts swelling with pride, readily agreed, affirming their complete trust and unwavering support for Shen Yuan's future endeavors. The older man, his voice sharp with accusation, confronted Chen Na with the damage wrought by her man, implying her complicity in the problem. Chen Na, unyielding, coolly informed her boss that her past relationship was long over, and any grievances he held should be directed squarely at her ex-boyfriend, not at her. The older man, unwilling to accept her dismissal, attempted to guilt-trip Chen Na, portraying himself as a victim, all while secretly plotting to use the situation as leverage to manipulate her. Annoyed, Chen Na snapped back, challenging his irrational blame and reminding him that his presence yesterday, despite her prior engagement, was entirely his own insistent choice. His face shadowed with a cruel satisfaction, the older man declared his punishment, a month-long suspension from customer service duties for her supposed insubordination, a clear attempt to force her submission. Chen Na's voice, tinged with disbelief, questioned the arbitrary punishment, reminding him that she had explicitly sought permission for her absence the day before. A smug laugh escaped the older man as he condescendingly explained the true reason, his undisputed authority as general manager, where his word was law. A furious gasp caught in Chen Na's throat as the devastating financial implications of his suspension crashed over her, realizing a mere base salary wouldn't even cover her rent. The stifling unfairness finally ignited a fierce resolve within Chen Na, her internal defiance hardening into a clear decision: she would quit this trivial job if it meant preserving her dignity. As Chen Na turned to leave, the older man's voice strained with a sudden, uncharacteristic desperation, urging her to reconsider her hasty decision. As Chen Na walked away, the narrative shifted, reflecting on Shen Yuan's distinct and calm approach, suggesting that working for him, regardless of his ambitions, was an opportunity unlike any other. Her decision solidified, Chen Na felt no need for further deliberation, she was resolute in her choice to quit. Half an hour later, Chen Na messaged Shen Yuan, confirming her readiness to quit and asking if his offer still stood. He instantly congratulated her escape and tasked her with finding a suitable locale, mentally noting it fulfilled his remaining investment task. Shen Yuan stepped into the room, announcing his presence to Professor Li with a note of unexpected curiosity. Min Hui, now revealed as Professor Li, expressed her regret for troubling him, explaining her predicament, an office full of heavy items she couldn't move alone, made worse by the monitor's unexpected absence. Shen Yuan quickly reassured her of his availability, dismissing any thought of inconvenience as he surveyed the daunting task of moving all the office's contents. Min Hui explained the sheer weight of the desk and filing cabinet made the task impossible for her alone, despite her capability with lighter items. Min Hui, straining to reach the high shelf, instructed Shen Yuan to first remove the books from the top of the filing cabinet, preventing any potential mishaps during the move. The soft creak of shoes on the floor marked the slight adjustment in position. Two hands extended upwards, their paths converging toward the same objective. With a soft, teasing tone, Shen Yuan leaned close behind Min Hui, his arm extending to reach the books she struggled with. The subtle shift brought his body intimately close to hers, a sudden, warm presence. Min Hui's breath caught in her throat, her stammered words accompanied by the frantic, echoing thumps of her own heart in her chest. In that close embrace, Min Hui's mind reeled, reflecting on the startling intimacy of the moment, a question forming in her heart: could Shen Yuan truly harbor feelings for her? Counselor Li Zhao's voice, laced with surprise and a rising flush, questioned if their shared moment had already ended. Shen Yuan's calm confirmation seemed to deepen Counselor Li Zhao's blush, a subtle note of triumph in his voice as he stood close behind her. The romantic tension was abruptly shattered as two male students burst in, loudly proclaiming their readiness to assist. The innocent query from one student about Counselor Li Zhao's flushed face only amplified the sudden, palpable awkwardness in the room. As Shen Yuan quickly redirected the students to the task at hand, Counselor Li Zhao slipped away, eager to escape their lingering, curious gazes. A wave of mortification washed over Counselor Li Zhao, her thoughts racing with relief that the students hadn't seen more, yet a vexed frustration at Shen Yuan's increasingly audacious advances. Yet, amidst her indignation, a forbidden spark of excitement flickered within her, which she quickly extinguished, reminding herself that Shen Yuan was her student, and such feelings were utterly impossible. As Counselor Li Xiao retreated, Shen Yuan's system alerted him to a surprising surge in her affection level, leaving him to wonder if their recent intimate proximity had been the catalyst. A smug grin spread across Shen Yuan's face as he mused on the professor's alluring figure and the unexpected boost in her affection, deciding then to strategically deepen their relationship. The story shifted to Saturday, 800 meters from the school's south gate, a new locale for new developments. At a cafe, a female student expressed overt admiration for Zhang Feng's expensive new car, highlighting the financial success that set him apart from his peers. Lin Guanyao, nursing a bruised ego from a recent rejection, sneered internally at the thought of those who claimed to be above the allure of luxury cars, believing his own status should have been enough. The two female students reacted with disbelief and judgment, unable to fathom anyone who wouldn't prioritize the status and luxury of such an expensive vehicle. Suddenly, Lin Guanyao's cynical thoughts vanished, replaced by a shock of pure infatuation as he caught sight of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Unseen observers found themselves mesmerized by the elegant woman, Chen Na, whose beauty seemed almost unfair in its perfection. A student's impressed gasp drew attention to the sleek, advanced self-driving car parked prominently, its design hinting at significant wealth. From inside the cafe, female student 2 knowledgeably identified the impressive vehicle as the Yao Yao leading M9, a detail not lost on her curious companions. Shen Yuan's expression held a flicker of surprise, a serious awareness dawning on him. Disbelief rippled through the students as they recognized the luxury car, unable to reconcile its owner, Shen Yuan, with his rumored family bankruptcy. Chen Na's enthusiastic call cut through the cafe's chatter, drawing Shen Yuan towards her table, much to Lin Guanyao's utter astonishment. A wave of frustrated shock washed over Lin Guanyao as he realized the stunning woman he had just admired was, in fact, waiting for Shen Yuan. Chen Na casually informed Shen Yuan of the cafe owner's impending arrival, while he, equally relaxed, inquired about the new car's performance. Shen Yuan took a leisurely sip of his drink, his understated, "not bad," conveying a quiet satisfaction with the advanced vehicle. The students continued to dissect Shen Yuan's sudden good fortune, their whispers fueled by envy and the scandalous rumor that he had already moved on to a new beauty after his recent breakup. An elegant hand, adorned with a delicate ring and a jade bangle, rested poised on the table, a subtle signal of quiet dignity. Cafe owner Lin Yuchang, her smile apologetic, greeted Chen Na, explaining her slight delay had been due to picking up her son. Cafe owner Lin Yuchang complimented Shen Yuan's youthful appearance, which he smoothly deflected by inviting her to sit down and move their discussion towards business. Cafe owner Lin Yuchang concisely explained the personal hardships, particularly caring for her son, that compelled her to sell her otherwise decent business, setting the transfer price at 300,000 yuan. After a quick internal calculation of his available capital, Shen Yuan presented a firm, non-negotiable offer of 250,000 yuan up front for the cafe. Cafe owner Lin Yuchang, after a moment of internal deliberation, conceded to Shen Yuan's offer, pragmatically deciding a swift deal was better than risking a prolonged search for a higher price, and asked to finalize everything that day. With an assuring smile, Shen Yuan confirmed his immediate payment once the agreement was formally signed, displaying his characteristic efficiency. Cafe owner Lin Yuchang officially introduced Shen Yuan as the new owner to her waitress, Xiao Qiu, instructing her to provide him with an overview of the cafe's operations. Xiao Qiu, momentarily startled, quickly composed herself and offered Shen Yuan a respectful greeting, addressing him as the new boss. Shen Yuan quickly clarified his intentions, instructing Xiao Qiu to instead familiarize Chen Na with the cafe, as she would be handling all business matters in his frequent absence. The two female students reacted with shocked whispers and judgmental glances, speculating that Shen Yuan's swift, $250,000 cafe acquisition was solely motivated by the beautiful woman at his side. Lin Guanyao remained silently fuming, his expression a mask of intense frustration and barely concealed jealousy. A sudden ring broke the cafe's ambience, drawing Chen Na's attention to a phone vibrating on the table. Cafe owner Lin Yuchang politely excused herself from the table, indicating the necessity of taking an incoming call. As cafe owner Lin Yuchang spoke privately on her phone, Shen Yuan had a sudden, startling realization: she was the wife of Zheng Xianyong, his former boss at the car dealership, the same man embroiled in a financial center dispute with Xie Haijie. Shen Yuan remarked on the unexpected coincidence, his thoughts quickly turning to outrage at Zheng Xianyong's despicable harassment of employees. Even with such a beautiful wife at home, he vowed he would not tolerate it. Chen Na revealed she still held chat records of Zheng Xianyong's harassment, admitting her initial intent to expose him, but now she hesitated, asking Shen Yuan if telling Mrs. Lin was right, fearing the pain it would cause her. Shen Yuan, with a subtle shake of his head, deemed informing Mrs. Lin inappropriate, prompting Chen Na to press him for his reasoning. Shen Yuan explained the potential danger of publicly exposing Zheng Xianyong, fearing the desperate actions of an unemployed man with a family. He promised Chen Na he would handle it, ensuring her safety. A wave of profound gratitude washed over Chen Na as she offered Shen Yuan a soft, heartfelt thank you for his protective promise. Shen Yuan casually informed Chen Na that he had transferred the 250,000 yuan to Mrs. Lin and, surprisingly, an additional 50,000 yuan to her, detailing its allocation for her salary and the cafe's seed capital. Shen Yuan reacted with surprised intrigue as his system unveiled a new investment task, offering a 10% return on 10,000 yuan, a daily income, and the tantalizing promise of a mysterious industry upon completion. Cafe owner Lin Yuchan confirmed receipt of the payment, expressing her pleasure in their interaction before bidding Shen Yuan a polite farewell. As Shen Yuan shook Mrs. Lin's hand, he mused internally on its surprising softness and plumpness, speculating whether such a delicate touch was a unique charm possessed by married women. In a flash of intimate connection, their hands intertwined, a tender embrace suggesting a deeper, unspoken bond. With a knowing smile, Shen Yuan assured Mrs. Lin they would certainly meet again, his words carrying a subtle promise of future encounters. Half an hour later, Chen Na expressed her surprise at the restaurant's expense, but Shen Yuan insisted it was the perfect place to celebrate their new partnership, drawing out her name with a hint of expectation. As Chen Na sat bashfully, Shen Yuan's thoughts confirmed his intense attraction, believing any man would find her irresistible. Shen Yuan, with a knowing smirk, invited Chen Na to sit closer, eliciting a soft, surprised "oh" from her. He urged her closer, his arm an insistent invitation, even as his mind tallied the financial returns he expected from his investment in her cafe. Chen Na's blush deepened as she questioned his true motives, wondering if his interest was purely commercial, especially when even Lin Yuchang had conceded that breaking even was an achievement for the cafe. Internally, a wave of resignation washed over her as she concluded that her body might be her only offering in this transactional world. Chen Na attempted to resist, citing the approaching waiter, but Shen Yuan playfully dismissed her concerns, his arm already around her. With soft protests, Chen Na covered her face, overwhelmed by the intimacy Shen Yuan initiated. 10 minutes later, a server's distant announcement of dishes being prepared sent a fresh wave of panic through Chen Na, who clung to Shen Yuan, her composure dissolving. Undeterred by her disheveled state, Shen Yuan merely offered a confident "go-ahead" to the approaching server, while Chen Na discreetly tried to regain her dignity. He leaned in, offering her a bite of the house specialty with his chopsticks, a romantic gesture that brought a fresh flush to Chen Na's cheeks. Chen Na, head resting on his shoulder, found herself admitting to his undeniable handsomeness, though she internally labeled him a mischievous rogue, aware of his reputation with other women. A pang of regret lingered as she mused on his recently independent status, realizing how much had changed. 40 minutes later, time had slipped by. At the checkout counter, the sales associate informed Shen Yuan that the total for their meal came to 2,652 yuan, presenting the QR code for payment. As he settled the bill, Shen Yuan internally celebrated his financial prowess, noting that the system's triple refund meant this single meal yielded him 5,304 yuan, making spending money feel as trivial as pocket change. Chen Na, determined, voiced her plan to head to the cafe to discuss matters with Xiao Qiu and prepare for her start tomorrow, but Shen Yuan gently advised her to rest, warning that a late visit would only earn Xiao Qiu's disapproval. With a soft smile and a blush, Chen Na accepted his suggestion, then subtly asked him to take her home, a request he readily agreed to. Chen Na bid him goodbye, promising a report after work the next day, but Shen Yuan, with a sly smirk, feigned thirst and suggested he come upstairs for a glass of water. Chen Na's blush deepened as she internally questioned the appropriateness of his suggestion, feeling the intimacy of the restaurant earlier had already pushed her boundaries. Shen Yuan, feigning surprise, provocatively asked if there was another man at her place. Shocked, Chen Na quickly clarified her single status, asserting her breakup with Xie Haijie, which Shen Yuan instantly countered by declaring there was then no problem with him simply getting water. Skeptical, Chen Na pressed him on his intentions, to which Shen Yuan playfully responded that he would indeed just have water, unless, of course, she wanted him to stay. Chen Na's face flushed crimson as she vehemently rejected the idea. But then, his hand found her waist, a bold and intimate gesture. A surprised gasp escaped Chen Na as Shen Yuan pressed her against a nearby wall. Pinned, she challenged him on his earlier promise of only water, but he merely smirked, delivering a suggestive double entendre about the kind of water he truly sought. A soft murmur escaped Chen Na, her eyes closing as the moment intensified. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xie Haijie agonized over winning Chen Na back, believing she had quit her job because of him and resolving to earn her forgiveness, even if it meant starting as just friends. Noticing her apartment lights were off, Xie Haijie decided to leave a bouquet of roses, firmly believing the sentiment of eternal love would communicate his unchanged feelings, certain she would know they were from him. But then, intimate sounds echoed from within, causing Xie Haijie's expression to contort in rage as he mistakenly assumed Chen Na was with Zheng Xianyong. Enraged, Xie Haijie bellowed for Zheng Xianyong to come out, his fist clenched around the roses. Upstairs, Shen Yuan recognized Xie Haijia's voice, annoyance flashing across his face as he wondered why the man, having already broken up with Chen Na, was interfering. Chen Na, hearing the commotion, nervously questioned if someone was knocking, but Shen Yuan dismissed it, assuring her the sound was merely from a neighboring room. His hand on her back, Shen Yuan guided her deeper into the apartment. As Shen Yuan carried her into another room, Chen Na, flustered, confessed she wasn't ready and pleaded with him to be gentle, to which he softly agreed. Downstairs, the bouquet of red roses, now scattered with petals, lay abandoned on the tiled floor. Kneeling in utter defeat, Xie Haijie silently mourned the loss of Chen Na, believing she had been devoured, his final thought a heartbroken reminder to himself for her protection. An hour later, Chen Na lay in bed, her body pleasantly exhausted, acknowledging the intensity of the pleasure. Her surprised question about his actions was met by Shen Yuan's playful instruction to lie down, promising it would conserve her energy. Shen Yuan, leaning over her, thought about his system given endless energy, amused by Chen Na's unexpected reservedness beneath her outgoing facade, which only intensified his attraction as she made a soft sound. The next day, Shen Yuan woke in bed, the delightful aroma of toasted bread and fried eggs drawing him from his sleep. In the bright kitchen, Chen Na was already at work, preparing breakfast. Shen Yuan, still reflecting on the previous night, contrasted Chen Na's considerate domestic warmth with the transactional vibe he felt from Manhwa in hotels, recognizing this feeling as uniquely home. Suddenly, system messages appeared, presenting Shen Yuan with a new time-limited task to acquire a luxury villa of at least 5,000 square meters, promising affection points, a bonus property, and additional bachelor experience rewards. He instantly felt confident the system would provide something spectacular. Shen Yuan then pictured a grand mansion, ideal for the women he would meet in the future, realizing this new task was an opportunity to expand his romantic pursuits and earn more surprises. From the kitchen, Chen Na turned, smiling, and announced that breakfast would be ready in 2 minutes. Shen Yuan, his mind already calculating potential rewards for Chen Na reaching a 90 affection level, then jokingly asked if breakfast was the only thing on the menu today. Chen Na, startled and blushing as Shen Yuan embraced her from behind, questioned if he was still not satisfied after the night's events, pointing out it was daytime, to which he suggestively replied they could have separate breakfasts. The spatula clattered to the counter, dropped from Chen Na's hand in utter surprise. Cuddling her close, Shen Yuan casually offered to buy her a house if she had nothing planned for the morning, a proposal that left Chen Na completely speechless. Manhwa wrestled with an internal conflict, bewildered by Shen Yuan's lavish offer of a house after he had already spent so much, questioning his motives and her worth after their intimate night. He pulled her closer, surprised by her reticence, as Manhwa confessed the sheer value of his offer overwhelmed her. Money simply didn't grow on trees, she reasoned, her heart still racing. Shen Yuan, fueled by an inner exuberance, then revealed his secret, a system that promised a 5-fold return on his spending, turning every transaction into a fountain of wealth. He pulled her into a warm embrace, dismissing her worries with a desire to lavish her with the best, choosing a home grand enough to reflect his feelings, leaving Manhwa only able to utter his name in awe. With a teasing flick to her nose, Shen Yuan playfully shifted the blame for their loud night onto her, suggesting a new house was now a necessity, while Manhwa, blushing deeply, protested her innocence. He admitted a sliver of responsibility, but insisted her joyful cries had been particularly resonant, drawing a playful, exasperated sigh from Manhwa who still held his face tenderly. Then, a sudden jolt of memory, Manhwa recalled her morning plans to meet friends, proposing they visit houses only after. Shen Yuan patiently explained the gravitas of a house purchase, a process far more intricate than picking groceries, and Manhwa conceded, promising to adjust her schedule. On a phone screen, a sudden message from Nana cancelled a coffee date, much to Qianqian's surprise, who was already en route with Menglu. Qianqian relayed the unexpected news that Nana had an urgent matter, leaving Menglu waiting. Menglu, a personal trainer and friend to Manhwa, probed for details, sensing there was more to Nana's sudden cancellation. Menglu voiced her sharp skepticism, doubting Nana's tale of extravagant spending and the notion of a man so easily swayed to part with 300,000 yuan. A cunning glint entered Menglu's eyes as she realized the true potential of the situation, determining she absolutely had to meet this young, rich, and handsome man, surprised Nana had found him first. Qianqian, sensing the shift in her friend's demeanor, agreed to press Nana for more details. Qianqian's gasp of disbelief echoed through the car as Nana's next message revealed the man was buying her a house, and her foot instinctively slammed on the accelerator. The car lurched forward, mirroring Qianqian's utter shock. Menglu's reflection in the rearview mirror showed wide-eyed astonishment, her mind reeling at the immense sum of money the man was prepared to spend on Nana for a house, far beyond simple gifts. Her resolve hardened, Menglu decided she would absolutely meet this mysterious benefactor, confident in her own allure and convinced such a man would never be content with just one woman. Menglu, her intentions now crystal clear, instructed Qianqian to find out the location, framing their intervention as sisterly support, a thinly veiled excuse to insert themselves into Nana's luxurious new life. Qian, now fully complicit, nodded her agreement to make the inquiry. 40 minutes later, arriving at the opulent Songhu Tiandi sales center, Menglu's thoughts raced, stunned that anyone would spend $1 million on a mistress, while Qian longed for such staggering wealth herself. Qian, feigning genuine enthusiasm, waved excitedly at Min Hui, adopting her nickname, Nana, for the occasion. While Qian offered a warm, if slightly theatrical, greeting to Min Hui, Menglu's true objective shone through as she eagerly demanded an introduction to the handsome man beside her. Min Hui, with a touch of pride, introduced Shen Yuan to her circle, Menglu, the sharp personal trainer, and Ho Qian, the savvy Ferrari salesperson. Min Hui made the formal introduction, naming Shen Yuan for her friends. Menglu wasted no time, openly complimenting Shen Yuan's physique and extending an invitation to her gym, while a storm of envy and surprise raged within her at his striking youth, wealth, and good looks. Shen Yuan returned her gaze with a knowing smirk, implying her presence would be too distracting for any workout. Menglu, ever the opportunist, interpreted Shen Yuan's unprotesting acceptance of her flirtation as a clear signal that his relationship with Nana was far from exclusive. Her sharp gaze fell upon Min Hui's slightly swollen knees, and Menglu's mind immediately raced to a salacious conclusion, connecting an intense night to the house Shen Yuan was now buying. Qian, in turn, offered her professional services, extending an invitation to Shen Yuan to consider a Ferrari when he was ready for a new car, which he amiably accepted. Shen Yuan observed the rapidly rising affection levels from both women with a smirk, a cynical amusement brewing as he wondered about Min Hui's definition of good friends. He knew, however, that this sudden surge of interest only benefited him, transforming every rise in affection into a burgeoning money tree within his system. The group moved deeper into the grand sales center, their individual agendas subtly clashing beneath a veneer of polite interaction. Menglu, with a dismissive HMPF, openly questioned Shen Yuan's audacity in bringing 3 women to such a significant purchase, drawing curious glances from onlookers. A sales associate, eager and professional, greeted them by the intricate model, offering a tour of available units within their luxurious buildings. Shen Yuan, with an air of complete confidence, cut straight to the chase, declaring his 3 million budget and asking only for suitable recommendations. The sales associate, visibly impressed, immediately escorted them to a private negotiation room, promising specialized recommendations for such an esteemed client. Menglu and Qian exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly stunned by Shen Yuan's casual disclosure of a 3 million yuan budget, a figure that spoke of unbelievable wealth. As they walked, Menglu's resolve solidified, utterly convinced that Shen Yuan was a sponsor of unparalleled value, a man she absolutely had to secure for herself. In the negotiation room, the associate presented a spacious, south-facing unit, noting its discounted price of nearly 3 million yuan. Min Hui, ever practical, gently tugged at Shen Yuan's shirt, whispering her concern over the exorbitant price. Shen Yuan, undeterred, reassured her not to fret over costs, insisting on the superior comfort a larger home would provide. Qian and Menglu were utterly mesmerized by Shen Yuan's unwavering generosity, recognizing him as a legendary benefactor, a rare find who insisted on giving the best, even when his partner tried to save him money. Shen Yuan, unwilling to be perceived as a fool, decided to engage in some playful negotiation, confident the associate could find more room for discounts. When the associate offered an immediate, deeper discount, Shen Yuan shrewdly countered, opting instead for the equivalent value in 2 valuable parking spaces. Menglu watched his sharp negotiation, her resolve hardening. This was a man she absolutely had to win over. Across the room, Min Hui's gaze sharpened, a knot of suspicion tightening in her stomach as she watched Menglu. Shen Yuan, despite himself, found his eyes drawn to Menglu's provocative pose, internally acknowledging her undeniable and impressive attractiveness. A powerful, tantalizing thought flashed through Shen Yuan's mind, imagining the unimaginable sensations of intimacy with Menglu, a visceral struggle against temptation. As Menglu continued her subtle allure, Shen Yuan fought an internal battle, forcing himself to push aside the potent distraction and refocus on the immediate task of securing the house deal. Half an hour later, the sales associate confirmed all discounts, bringing the total price for the house to 2.98 million yuan, which Shen Yuan calmly agreed to sign. Qian could only gasp in stunned disbelief, while Menglu's thoughts burned with acute envy, realizing Shen Yuan had effortlessly secured a 3 million yuan house solely in Chen Na's name, leaving her to wonder if she would ever find such immense fortune. A triumphant smile spread across Shen Yuan's face as his phone confirmed a staggering 14.9 million yuan deposit, bringing his total balance over 15 million, a sum his family never saw even in their prime, proving the system's incredible power and solidifying his conviction to pursue more female NPCs for wealth. The system delivered its second incredible reward, a villa in Qingzhou Lake Green City, sparking a cry of astonishment from Shen Yuan as he realized he had just obtained one of Star City's 10 super mansions. With the contract signed, the female sales associate couldn't help but inwardly marvel at Shen Yuan's generosity, wishing for such a contact, before smoothly suggesting they exchange WeChat details for any future purchasing needs. Shen Yuan, radiating confidence, casually agreed, presenting his phone for her to scan. A surge of possessive jealousy ignited within Lu Menglu as she watched the sales associate engage Shen Yuan, mentally branding her a vixen, encroaching on what she now perceived as hers. Rising smoothly from her seat, the sales associate then subtly angled for more interaction, expressing a desire for Shen Yuan's advice on a small apartment purchase. She then offered a suggestive training to him, a hint of something more unspoken, which Shen Yuan accepted with effortless confidence. Shen Yuan, with a casual arm around Shen Na, informed her he had other engagements, subtly encouraging her and her friends to go on without him, a decision Shen Na simply accepted. Lu Menglu watched him leave with a pang of bewildered frustration, internally lamenting the sudden departure and the unacknowledged offerings she had prepared for him. Qianshan suggested they find a place to eat and then grab coffee, to which Lu Menglu playfully declared they would make Chen Na spend generously, feigning death by envy at her new 3 million yuan worth. Chen Na offered only a vague, smiling assent to her friend's playful demands, seemingly unburdened by her sudden wealth. Half an hour later, back in the bustling school cafeteria, Shen Yuan noticed his advisor, Min Hui, sitting alone, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. The air in the cafeteria filled with the low hum of whispers, punctuated by the insistent ring of Min Hui's phone as she sat, seemingly lost in thought. On her phone, Min Hui assured her caller she would prepare the materials and have a report ready by tomorrow, before firmly declining an evening meeting due to other plans, her voice carrying a note of underlying stress. Min Hui concluded her call with Secretary Lu with sincere apologies, insisting she had an unavoidable prior engagement, just as Shen Yuan walked past, tray in hand. Approaching her with a warm smile, Shen Yuan asked about her troubles, and Min Hui explained the school's ambitious plan to establish a startup base for students, a project she was deeply involved with. Shen Yuan's surprise was clear, his voice tinged with unexpected interest as he echoed her words, a startup base. Min Hui outlined the school's vision to support entrepreneurial students with funds, space, and guidance, but her tone grew heavy as she revealed the critical lack of funding and the urgent need for outside partnerships. Shen Yuan then probed for what the school could offer these potential partners, and Min Hui stated the stark truth: primarily, they could only offer talent, securing contracts to provide high-quality graduates. Shen Yuan acutely observed the school's disadvantage, noting their graduates couldn't compete with elite universities, a truth Min Hui reluctantly confirmed, stating that without compelling offerings, companies would naturally withhold investment. A wave of profound frustration washed over Min Hui as she inwardly recoiled from the thought of Secretary Lu's expectation that she, a university lecturer, should entertain company directors with drinking outings. As Min Hui continued to fret over the project's low profitability and the slim chance of students reaching a 33% success rate, Shen Yuan's expression remained subtly detached, his mind elsewhere. Min Hui hesitantly asked if he was interested, unaware that while she assumed he might want to start a business, Shen Yuan was secretly planning to become the project's true sponsor, answering with a calculated, a little, but not a lot. Min Hui offered a small, encouraging smile, yet tempered it with the pragmatic warning that, given the project hadn't yet launched, any early involvement would likely be difficult. A holographic system interface materialized, outlining a new mission: to earn prestige points by investing in university projects, a crucial step for a perfect life that required influence beyond mere wealth, promising attribute points and special skills as rewards. Shen Yuan's mind clicked, realizing the startup base was a perfect mission trigger, as he could use his system-provided investment funds without concern for profitability, simultaneously earning prestige and solving Min Hui's urgent problem. With newfound certainty, Shen Yuan declared his investor status, asserting his right to decide who and how much to invest, while his mind danced with the exhilarating prospect of funding female classmate startups, imagining a cascade of affinity points and endless wealth. Shen Yuan then pragmatically questioned Min Hui about the investment evaluation process, seeking clarity on whether the investor or the school held the final say, determined to avoid any future complications. Min Hui explained that, while the school theoretically evaluated students, the current lack of investors meant significant room for negotiation, prompting her to question his sudden, intense interest. Shen Yuan then asserted his desire to invest, but only under the condition that he alone would evaluate the students for funding, a declaration that left Min Hui utterly stunned, recalling his family's bankruptcy and his financial aid applications. With a confident flourish, Shen Yuan presented his phone to Min Hui, inviting her to count the zeros in his bank account, explaining that he now needed to openly display his wealth to gain prestige. Min Hui's jaw dropped, her hand flying to her mouth in utter disbelief as she counted the digits, a staggering 9, confirming a balance of over 15 million yuan. Min Hui, still reeling, demanded an explanation for his sudden fortune, to which Shen Yuan calmly attributed it to his past investments in cryptocurrency and currency exchange, claiming he earned it all himself. Min Hui remained dumbfounded, struggling to process the surreal revelation that her student was a multimillionaire, before Shen Yuan interrupted her thoughts, beginning a suggestive proposal that left her utterly curious. With an enticing smile, Shen Yuan made a bold, romantic proposition, inviting Min Hui to abandon her current life and travel the world with him, promising a future steeped in luxury. For a fleeting moment, an idyllic vision of their future together flashed through Min Hui's mind, a sun-drenched beach where they ran hand in hand, free from all earthly concerns. Min Hui's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she dismissed his romantic fancy, quickly steering the conversation back to the startup project with a practical warning about its unlikelihood of profit and the significant amount of money involved. Shen Yuan, with an earnest smile, asserted that the profitability didn't matter, his primary goal being to contribute to his alma mater's development, a sincerity that profoundly struck Min Hui. A more provocative thought then surfaced in Min Hui's mind, making her wonder if Shen Yuan's earlier romantic invitation had also been made with the same profound seriousness. Flustered and deeply embarrassed, Min Hui internally scolded herself, reminding herself of her professional boundaries and the impropriety of her thoughts toward her student. With a knowing smile, Shen Yuan took his leave, promising to speak with Secretary Lu later and playfully reminding Min Hui to eat and drink well, leaving her with a lingering sense of intrigue and a measurable increase in her affinity for him. Later, Shen Yuan exchanged flirtatious messages with the female sales associate, joking about training her in coffee-making while subtly complimenting her tempting outfit, indicating a blossoming connection beyond business. On campus, female student 1 gossiped to her friend, disdainfully remarking on Shen Yuan's alleged financial ruin and speculating he was now reduced to working part-time to afford tuition. Female student 2 playfully teased her friend about dating Shen Yuan's roommate, prompting female student 1 to defensively claim repeated rejections, yet eagerly invited her friends to join for the free meals Huang Haibao provided. Female student 2 then offered a stark, cynical warning, associating with Shen Yuan would only lead to financial losses, urging her friend to reconsider any lingering attachment to him. Suddenly, female student 1 hushed her friend, pointing out Shen Yuan's approach, a wave of excited anticipation washing over them. Female student 2's voice held a note of self-satisfaction as she observed Shen Yuan walking, confidently deducing he was heading to a part-time job, perfectly aligned with her earlier predictions of his financial struggles. Female student 1 mischievously suggested they follow Shen Yuan to discover his supposed workplace, offering to ask if her friend was too shy, a proposition female student 2 found rather inappropriate for classmates. With a condescending air, female student 1 approached Shen Yuan, inquiring about his absence and his supposed part-time job, her offer of support dripping with thinly veiled mockery. Internally amused by their assumption of his financial hardship, Shen Yuan decided to play along, confirming he worked at a coffee shop and inviting them to visit, even offering to personally make them coffee. Inside the bright, welcoming coffee shop, 2 alluring women, one in an apron and the other fashionably dressed, greeted them with radiant smiles from behind the counter. Female student 2's mind reeled in stunned admiration, overwhelmed by the almost unreal beauty of the 2 women, their figures so stunning they seemed to have leapt directly from a manga. Chen Na, her voice laced with outrage, suddenly confronted Shen Yuan, demanding an explanation for his presence with 3 classmates when he had claimed to have other, more pressing engagements. Shen Yuan, with an effortless smile, welcomed the women he'd just encountered on the street, casually offering them coffee and drawing them into the cafe's inviting warmth. He instructed cafe owner Eileen Yuchang, addressing her as Xiao Qiu, to tend to the beautiful newcomers, making it clear their drinks were on him. Cafe owner Eileen Yuchang, ever efficient, directed the trio to a table, explaining the digital ordering system with practiced ease. A wave of stunned disbelief washed over the women as they finally registered cafe owner Eileen Yuchang's casual address of Shen Yuan as boss, obliterating their assumptions about his financial struggles. Their previous mockery of his supposed part-time job now turned to deep-seated embarrassment, making them quietly agree not to order anything from their host. The full weight of his perceived deception settled on them, transforming their embarrassment into indignation at Shen Yuan's gall in owning a coffee shop, employing a beautiful woman, and yet feigning financial hardship. A woman he had been talking to, Lu Menglu, casually inquired about his colleague's sudden departure, to which Shen Yuan playfully suggested they'd been intimidated by the presence of 2 stunning fairies. Lu Menglu, with a knowing smile, affirmed their beauty while gently chiding Shen Yuan not to get lost in daydreams, leaving him momentarily speechless. Cafe owner Eileen Yuchang, holding out his coffee, wondered if her half-sweet blend was to his liking, prompting Shen Yuan to respond with a cheesy, yet effective, compliment about anything she made being sweet enough. Lu Menglu stifled a chuckle, a private thought mocking the antiquated nature of his pickup lines, yet finding them undeniably charming. She concluded that the very same cheesy lines somehow landed differently, more effectively, when delivered by a man as handsome and rich as Shen Yuan. Lu Menglu playfully inquired about his height and weight, claiming she wanted to calculate his BMI, and Shen Yuan readily shared his measurements, adding a casual note about recent weight loss. Her eyebrows shot up in genuine surprise, a flash of concern crossing her features as she pressed him on the reason for his weight loss. Shen Yuan, with a sly grin, attributed his recent weight loss to energy expenditure, causing cafe owner Eileen Yuchang to blush furiously and gently chide him for such suggestive talk in front of others. Lu Menglu's smile widened as she registered the implication, a knowing, "Oh, that's why," confirming her understanding. Lu Menglu then, with a professional air, advised him to focus on muscle gain, leading Shen Yuan to immediately realize her playful inquiry was a prelude to a gym membership pitch. Lu Menlu playfully admitted her motivation was purely for her monthly targets, and Shen Yuan, amused, promised to consider her proposition. She then noted the late hour, announcing her need to depart for class and bidding cafe owner Ailin Yuchang farewell. As she departed, Lu Menlu threw a playful wink over her shoulder, prompting Shen Yuan to respond with a bold promise that he would, eventually, catch his ferry. Turning his attention back to cafe owner Ailin Yuchang, Shen Yuan suggested they head to the second floor for a workout, a coy invitation that left her playfully questioning his intent. He leaned in, insisting her work skills needed intensive, extra training upstairs, a suggestion cafe owner Ailin Yuchang feebly countered by reminding him of Xiao Qiu's continued presence. As their lips met, a subtle groan escaped her, and the narrator wryly noted that such protests often served only to ignite a man's desire further. Meanwhile, a staff member named Xiao Qiu, alerted by the soft sounds drifting from above, looked up with a growing sense of confusion. Her face burned crimson, and a soft "boss" escaped cafe owner Ailin Yuchang's lips, as she registered the intimate sounds and the risk of being discovered. Still flushed with embarrassment, cafe owner Ailin Yuchang moved to close the cafe doors, a silent attempt to reclaim some privacy for the unfolding scene. Just as cafe owner Ailin Yuchang secured the doors, Lu Menlu appeared, asking why she had closed up so soon and demanding entry to retrieve her forgotten bag, catching Lin Yuchang off guard. Lu Menlu's annoyance grew as she insisted cafe owner Ailin Yuchang open the door, prompting a delayed realization from the embarrassed employee. As she waited, Lu Menlu suddenly caught intimate murmurs, clearly hearing Shen Yuan's name amidst them, and a thought flashed through her mind about the brazenness of such a lively scene in broad daylight. 10 minutes later, a soft moan still echoing, Lu Menlu found herself contemplating Shen Yuan's unexpected strength, musing on how such a slim physique could possess such power. A suggestive lick of her lips followed, her thoughts lingering provocatively on Shen Yuan and his surprising intensity. With a deliberately loud announcement meant to be heard by cafe owner Ailin Yuchang upstairs, Lu Menlu bid her farewell, ensuring her departure was noted. Lost in a deep kiss, cafe owner Ailin Yuchang found herself overwhelmed, a thought flashing through her mind about the astounding scene she was witnessing. Even amidst their intense embrace, Shen Yuan's mind humorously registered Lu Menlu's prolonged eavesdropping downstairs, musing that such an authentic training session deserved an audience, and perhaps, a future charge. In a formal office, Secretary Lu, his demeanor one of surprised caution, questioned the female secretary about the news that a student named Shen Yuan intended to invest in the university's startup base. The secretary confirmed Shen Yuan's interest, which immediately led Secretary Lu to probe further, concerned about the student's actual capacity and the verification of his funds. The secretary confessed her initial disbelief, but confirmed she had personally witnessed Shen Yuan's bank balance, a staggering 10 million. Secretary Lu's eyes widened in utter shock, the mention of 10 million prompting him to demand confirmation that the substantial sum was indeed Shen Yuan's own, to use without parental ties. Upon the secretary's assurance that the funds were entirely Shen Yuan's, Secretary Lu's demeanor instantly shifted, delightedly noting that they would no longer need to seek cooperation from external companies. Secretary Lu imperiously demanded Shen Yuan appear in his office to deliver a report in person, while the secretary, more attuned to the situation, gently suggested a friendlier approach for a potential investor. Secretary Lu, with a cunning smile, dismissed her reservations, declaring his intention to keep Shen Yuan, a student from their own institution, humble and firmly in his place. As he shared an intimate moment with cafe owner Ailin Yuchang, Shen Yuan's phone rang, and he calmly answered, identifying the caller as Professor Li. Shen Yuan's brow furrowed in confusion, questioning the professor's words before his expression sharpened in acknowledgement. His thoughts quickly turned to the school's manipulative approach, realizing their attempt at control, and he decisively instructed the professor to put Secretary Lu on speakerphone. Through the phone, Shen Yuan coolly informed the bewildered secretary that he was too busy with other evaluations to meet immediately, promising to have Professor Li provide his number later before abruptly terminating the call, leaving her sputtering in disbelief. The secretary, still holding the now-dead phone, found herself unexpectedly impressed by Shen Yuan's audacious act of hanging up on Secretary Lu, marveling at his surprising backbone. A sharp electronic chime cut through the office, leaving Secretary Lu stunned and leaning against his desk, the secretary observing his disbelief. Secretary Lu's voice thundered with indignant fury, his face etched with disbelief that anyone would dare hang up on him, fearing the wrath of Secretary Kong if this urgent project faltered. Despite his simmering anger, Secretary Lu quickly pivoted, instructing the secretary to extend a dinner invitation to Shen Yuan now that the student seemed eager to invest. A faint blush touched the secretary's cheeks as she confirmed, a subtle warmth betraying her growing intrigue toward Shen Yuan. While gently embracing Nana, Shen Yuan's thoughts were miles away, strategizing how to leverage his newfound advantage to secure total control, deciding to make Secretary Lu wait. Nana, ever considerate, suggested Shen Yuan leave if his schedule was pressing, her posture a tender invitation for his return. A warm wave of affection washed over Shen Yuan as he silently praised Nana's thoughtful nature, charmed by her gentle grace. His phone chimed, pulling Shen Yuan from his reverie as Min Hui's voice floated through the receiver, questioning his availability for a simple walk. Shen Yuan playfully implied a desire for something more intimate than just a walk, only for Min Hui to candidly explain her current physical state. A knowing thought crossed Shen Yuan's mind, understanding Min Hui's recent absence, even as she hinted that a meeting was not entirely out of the question. He insisted on her health above all, promising to collect her from her dorm, his words a comforting reassurance. Embracing Min Hui tightly, Shen Yuan's tone softened with genuine care, urging her to prioritize her well-being above all else. Overwhelmed by his tender concern, Min Hui leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to his cheek and declaring him truly sweet. Her gaze earnest, Min Hui pressed for clarity, her heart aching for the commitment their intimate moments had hinted at, revealing every woman's deep-seated desire for security. Shen Yuan internally acknowledged the delicate tightrope he walked, yet outwardly, a confident smile spread across his face as he declared them an undeniable couple. Min Hui's hopeful question hung in the air, a breath of anticipation, until Shen Yuan's tender kiss sealed their understanding, affirming their connection. As Min Hui's lips brushed his cheek, she voiced a hopeful query about her exclusive status, receiving only a non-committal hum in return. Inside his mind, a playful justification danced for Shen Yuan, differentiating between mere girlfriends and the various terms of endearment he reserved for his other companions. Min Hui, pleased by his attention, playfully promised him a future reward, which Shen Yuan promptly countered with an offer of astonishing generosity, a car or even a house. Her eyes wide with disbelief, Min Hui stammered at the sheer extravagance of his offer, but Shen Yuan gently dismissed her protests, suggesting they start with a house for practicality. Min Hui enthusiastically agreed to his grand proposal, and Shen Yuan, still playing the role of a caring partner, escorted her back to her dorm, his mind already calculating his next property acquisition. The dawn of a new day broke over the bustling city. Through his car's screen, a woman's teasing voice asked if he was ready for the gym, prompting Shen Yuan to playfully question both her barb and the suggestive nature of her video. The woman on the phone, Zhou Wanting, challenged him with a knowing smile, implying only a man with impure thoughts would question her video's appropriateness. Zhou Wanting's smile turned subtly provocative in the gym, enjoying their playful dynamic as she hinted at their escalating emotional entanglement. Stepping into the gym, Zhou Wanting's cheerful greeting to Coach Lu was met with an equally warm welcome. Coach Lu, sensing Zhou Wanting's unusual cheer, inquired about her happiness, which Zhou Wanting attributed to a humorous anecdote about a friend. Settling in, Zhou Wanting finally divulged the amusing tale, revealing her friend had acquired a lavish 3 million apartment from a generous sugar daddy. Coach Lu gasped at the staggering sum, her disbelief echoing Zhou Wanting's own envy at such a casual display of wealth. While Coach Lu speculated about the sugar daddy's age, Zhou Wanting's thought cynically assessed the transactional nature of relationships, longing for a more generous partner than her current one. Zhou Wanting corrected Coach Lu, revealing the generous benefactor was surprisingly young, prompting Coach Lu to immediately inquire about his looks. 31, Zhou Wanting described him as handsome and tall, piquing Coach Lu's intense curiosity about the friend who could attract such a prize. Narration transition. In Coach Lu's mind, the image of an exquisitely beautiful woman, captivating and seductive, crystallized as the only explanation for such a conquest. Zhou Wanting, pleased by the turn of conversation, subtly hinted at her own comparable charm, a sentiment Coach Lu eagerly affirmed with a flattering compliment. A flurry of texts between Zhou Wanting and Min Hui revealed Zhou Wanting's upcoming trip to Qingzhou Lake, prompting Min Hui to offer her company and request a pickup. Zhou Wanting probed Coach Lu about her sudden exuberance, only for Coach Lu to excitedly apologize for canceling their session, revealing she was also going to Qingzhou Lake with the very sugar daddy they had just discussed. The mention of Qingzhou Lake sent a jolt of recognition through Zhou Wanting, whose shock quickly turned to angry confusion at the coach's brazen betrayal of her friend. A wave of cynical understanding washed over Zhou Wanting, while she condemned Coach Lu's betrayal, a part of her admitted she would likely do the same for a man of such immense wealth. Trainer Han Lihai, catching sight of Lu Menlu, casually questioned her departure, reminding her of her upcoming class. Lu Menlu responded with a pointed glare, her annoyance palpable without a single word. Trainer Han Lihai expressed his disbelief that a man with a mere M9 could capture Menlu's attention, when even a G-class couldn't secure her loyalty. His thoughts turned to the true measure of wealth, realizing the man who bought a $3 million apartment without a second thought was likely the key. Trainer Han Lihai reeled at the mention of 3 million, a sum that represented years of work, while the woman beside him voiced a growing sense of eerie familiarity. Shen Yuan emerged casually from a sleek white car, just as Lu Menlu approached from behind. Lu Menlu's voice, laced with surprise, called out Shen Yuan's name. The woman's eyes widened in utter shock as the realization hit her, the handsome, wealthy young man Coach Lu had been describing was none other than Shen Yuan. The crushing weight of irony settled upon her as Lu Menlu processed the unthinkable, her ex-boyfriend, the one she had cast aside, had somehow become a millionaire. A wave of profound despair washed over Lu Menlu as the bitter truth sank in. She had foolishly ended their relationship just 2 weeks before his astonishing transformation. Min Hui's mind reeled, consumed by the agonizing realization that she had foolishly squandered a precious chance with Shen Yuan for someone else. A fury Huang Mingbo innocently broke through by asking why she was so mad. Huang Mingbo's text, offering information, before casually inviting her to his place that night, only intensified Min Hui's internal fury, fueling her belief that he saw her as cheap and easily swayed. Min Hui unleashed a stream of furious insults, declaring he should screw himself and blocking him instantly, leaving Huang Mingbo bewildered by the sudden, decisive rejection. Huang Mingbo stared at his phone, his mind reeling in bewildered disbelief as he realized Min Hui had actually blocked him. Min Hui walked through the gym, a profound wave of self-doubt washing over her as she contemplated her chances with Shen Yuan, acknowledging the formidable competition from Coach Lu, the university girls, and his bestie. Min Hui's mind conjured a dazzling vision of Shen Yuan, a magnetic figure surrounded by beautiful women, and she silently wondered if her own attempt to join his world would simply be too much. Lu Menlu's admiring words about Shen Yuan's massive car, and her playful suggestion of off-road camping, immediately sent his thoughts spiraling to more intimate possibilities with such an alluring passenger beside him. Shen Yuan, a knowing smile playing on his lips, agreed that off-road adventures sounded nice for another time, a subtle promise lingering in the air. Lu Menlu, her gaze sharp, observed that Shen Yuan truly didn't play by the rules, and he met her challenge with an intrigued query for clarification. Lu Menlu paused, a finger thoughtfully pressed to her chin, before Shen Yuan decided to cut through the ambiguity, proposing to rephrase his intentions more directly. A knowing, confident smile played on Shen Yuan's lips as he leaned closer, making his intentions clear with a suggestive invitation to play ball. Lu Menlu's delighted laughter filled the car, a playful accusation of teasing on her lips, revealing her shared amusement in their game. 30 minutes later, Shen Yuan and Lu Menlu stepped out of the car, arriving before a grand, elegant building that exuded quiet opulence. The real estate agent, Guan Shufang, greeted Shen Yuan warmly, ready to finalize the house contract and deferring to his preference for reviewing the paperwork or seeing the property first. Shen Yuan, with an air of complete nonchalance, instructed Guan Shufang to sign the contract directly, proposing to view the house only after the papers were settled, a suggestion the agent readily accepted. After the contract was finalized, Guan Shufang found herself observing Shen Yuan and Lu Menlu in the car, a flicker of suspicion forming that they weren't a couple, yet she begrudgingly acknowledged the striking unfairness of Lu Menlu's captivating figure. Lu Menlu gazed out the car window, her thoughts a private world amidst the passing scenery. Guan Shufang's internal monologue deepened into bitter envy, consumed by the stark injustice that some women needed only their captivating looks to make men willingly purchase them houses, a privilege she knew was denied to ordinary girls like herself. They finally approached the mansion, a breathtaking edifice surrounded by ornate driveways, lush gardens, and sparkling fountains, an undeniable monument to immense wealth. Lu Menlu gasped, her voice filled with genuine awe as she admired the mansion, declaring it absolutely gorgeous to Shen Yuan. As they walked, Lu Menlu's internal thoughts starkly revealed her true ambition. The dreamlike luxury of this life was her ultimate goal, and she solidified her resolve to lock Shen Yuan down, to achieve it. Guan Shufang meticulously detailed the villa's immense scale, noting its 610 square meters expanded to 2,000 with the gardens, and how Shen Yuan could freely design its bare interiors, further astounding Lu Menlu with its sheer hugeness. As the system's ethereal notifications sparkled around him, Shen Yuan was congratulated on his new home and immediately granted a staggering 70 million in exclusive renovation funds, leaving him bewildered by the system's immense generosity for a house worth just over 10 million. A delighted smile broke across Shen Yuan's face as he playfully surrendered to the system's extravagant demands, knowing he could only obey such generous commands. Shen Yuan promptly inquired if Guan Shufang knew any reputable renovation companies, and she assured him she would send the contact information for several top firms in Star City. Shen Yuan dismissed the need for further viewing, remarking that a bare house held little to see, a sentiment that allowed Lu Menlu to seize the moment and ask if she could record a video for her quick sound account. Shen Yuan granted permission for the video, adding the sole condition that his face remain unseen, prompting Lu Menlu to playfully retort that other influencers would surely be posting edited pictures of him online regardless. Shen Yuan inquired about her quick sound follower count, and Lu Menlu, with a hint of pride, stated she had a little over 50,000. Shen Yuan probed further, asking about her local fanbase, which prompted Lu Menlu to playfully tease him about trying to sneak a peek at her videos, calling him Mr. Wu. Shen Yuan playfully countered that his viewing wouldn't matter if 50,000 other men had already seen her videos, prompting Lu Menlu to lean in closer, promising that while they only got the regular version, he, on the other hand, would receive the premium custom edition. Shen Yuan then invited Lu Menlu to collaborate on an upcoming bar review video, asking her to send him her quick sound account, a prospect she eagerly accepted, delighted to learn he also had a review channel. Lu Menlu asked if they were heading back to the gym now, and Shen Yuan, a knowing smile on his face, playfully countered by asking if she had something else in mind. Shen Yuan playfully reiterated his desire to play ball, but Lu Menlu's playful mood instantly evaporated, her voice sharp with accusation as she reminded him of his audacious flirtation with her bestie yesterday. The car screeched to a sudden, abrupt halt, the raw sound echoing the sudden tension that now filled the air. Unfazed by the car's sudden jolt and the abrupt squealing of tires, Lu Menlu met Shen Yuan's gaze and offered a playful, knowing wink. Lu Menlu challenged Shen Yuan not to dare bring up yesterday, a bold warning he met with an even bolder, provocative suggestion: if she cared so much, why didn't she just take her best friend's place? Lu Menlu met his gaze with a defiant smile, her playful, "you wish," a clear refusal to surrender so easily. Lu Menlu's internal monologue laid bare her cynical calculation: a woman who yielded too quickly would be deemed cheap and untreasured, so the harder she made it for Shen Yuan, the more fiercely he would desire and invest in her. Her internal strategy continued, now manifested in a fantastical vision of Shen Yuan kneeling before her, as she affirmed her plan to string him along with tantalizing glimpses until his arduous pursuit ensured his complete submission and devotion. With a casual wave and a lingering invitation for him to drop by the gym sometime, Lu Menlu bid Shen Yuan goodbye, maintaining her calculated distance. Shen Yuan returned her farewell with a playful suggestion to shoot hoops sometime, his smiling reflection visible in the rearview mirror, signaling his continued engagement in their game. From behind the door, Lu Menlu discreetly peeked out, a subtle, knowing smile gracing her lips, confirming her satisfaction with the calculated interaction. Gym manager Huang Mingbo confronted Lu Menlu, his tone serious as he questioned her for skipping a private client session and reminded her that it constituted a violation of contract. Lu Menlu calmly explained that a last-minute personal matter had called her away, but she had already informed Miss Zhou and promised a double refund for the missed session. Huang Mingbo informed her that despite the agreed-upon double refund, Miss Zhou had still lodged a formal complaint, but he had already taken care of it on her behalf. Lu Menlu's thoughts turned suspicious, questioning Miss Zhou's sudden complaint before dismissing Huang Mingbo's performance, first as a scolding manager, then as a wise advisor, as a clumsy attempt to win her over, sneering internally that he was certainly not the type of man who could ever conquer her. Lu Menlu curtly thanked manager Huang and attempted to leave, but he persisted, casually inviting her to eat together since it was almost noon and she had no further sessions. Lu Menlu sharply rejected his lunch invitation, stating she had brought her own and pointedly adding that she didn't consume things with too much exposure, a cutting dismissal of his advances. As her mind conjured a luxurious vision of Shen Yuan holding her, Lu Menlu scoffed at Huang Mingbo's clumsy attempts to pressure her, secure in her own professional competence and unyielding resolve. Lu Menlu walked away with defiant confidence, internally declaring herself a woman destined for luxury mansions and fiercely refusing to let any trash stand in her ambitious path. The school committee, through Secretary Kong and a colleague, questioned the rationale for Shen Yuan's direct admission to the entrepreneurship base, noting he hadn't yet submitted the required application materials. Secretary Kong stressed the need for meticulous detail before making any decision, acknowledging his colleague's offer to contact Shen Yuan but hinting at a deeper strategy. Yet, Secretary Kong decided against alerting Shen Yuan, opting instead for a preliminary meeting that afternoon, intending to involve his teacher. His colleague's wide-eyed surprise revealed the true significance of Secretary Kong's personal involvement, far outweighing his own or the academic dean's presence. Later that evening, a dorm mate pressed Shen Yuan for advice on wooing a girl, completely oblivious to Shen Yuan's annoyance. Shen Yuan scrolled through a barrage of messages, a testament to someone's unwavering persistence over 3 years, yet he felt no progress had been made in their connection. His dorm mate, male student 1, brimmed with confidence, interpreting a girl's recent replies as a significant leap in his romantic pursuit. Shen Yuan offered a sarcastic reply, suggesting his dorm mate seek advice from someone else if he truly believed such minor interactions signified progress. Male student 1 dismissed the idea, asserting Shen Yuan's superior experience in romance before nervously checking if he had caused any offense. When male student 1 pressed him for validation, claiming a weekend date showed the girl was warming up, Shen Yuan offered a quick, agreeable, but unenthusiastic, affirmation. Male student 1 erupted in exaggerated celebration over Shen Yuan's empty encouragement, but Shen Yuan's mind was elsewhere, contemplating the terrifying power of higher-ups. A sudden knocking sounded, and male student 1, taken aback, found Secretary Kong, Secretary Lu, and the counselor standing at their dorm door. One of the school officials inquired about Shen Yuan's presence, their unexpected arrival creating a ripple of anticipation. Male student 1, utterly bewildered, invited the high-ranking officials inside, wondering what immense transgression could warrant such a high-level visit for Shen Yuan. Meanwhile, students in the hallway openly speculated, convinced Shen Yuan's sudden wealth after his family's bankruptcy could only stem from illegal activities. Li Zhanpeng, the smug student, confidently asserted that the school leaders were merely detaining Shen Yuan until the police arrived, solidifying the rumors of ill-gotten money. Another student vehemently confronted Li Zhanpeng about his baseless accusations, but the smug student simply smirked, unwavering in his conviction. Inside, Counselor Li Xiao formally introduced Secretary Kong and Secretary Lu to Shen Yuan, setting a more serious tone. Secretary Kong extended a formal invitation to Shen Yuan for dinner, seeking to engage him further. Shen Yuan accepted the dinner invitation, and Secretary Kong, pleased, confirmed they would discuss the entrepreneurship base properly during the meal. And so, Kong Zongping and the others left with Shen Yuan. As Shen Yuan walked out with the officials, his arm casually around Counselor Li Xiao, the students in the hallway debated whether it was an investigation or a deferential visit, their theories clashing. Inside, male student 2 playfully mocked his doormate's earlier assumptions, highlighting the unexpected clout of Shen Yuan being invited to dinner by 2 secretaries. The students were utterly dumbfounded, their astonishment turning to a hint of fear as they realized Shen Yuan's true influence, now far beyond their own understanding. At the elegant Nanjing restaurant, Secretary Kong invited Shen Yuan to articulate his vision for the entrepreneurship base, eager to fully grasp his ambitions. Shen Yuan confidently stated his investment came with conditions, assuring the secretary the school would not suffer any loss, and was encouraged to speak freely. He laid out his primary condition, complete autonomy over all investment decisions for the entrepreneurship base, with no interference from the school. Secretary Liu reacted with outrage to Shen Yuan's demand for autonomy, but Secretary Kong calmly intervened, explaining the intricate complexities of university entrepreneurship programs and the many stakeholders involved. Shen Yuan countered that without his funding, discussions of success rates were meaningless, arguing his investment inherently aligned their goals for the students' financial prosperity. A satisfied expression settled on Shen Yuan's face as he took a slow sip of wine. In his mind, Shen Yuan outlined his grand plan, leveraged the system to build new industries and a reputation as a tycoon, ultimately cultivating a core team from this very entrepreneurship base. More importantly, his system needed a vast number of female participants, and the exceptional quality of girls at their university presented an unparalleled strategic advantage. Secretary Kong promised to consider Shen Yuan's request after consulting with the Education Bureau leaders, to which Shen Yuan respectfully agreed. After a long dinner, Secretary Kong instructed Counselor Li Xiao to drive Shen Yuan and Secretary Liu back, noting Shen Yuan had been drinking. In the car, Counselor Li Xiao commented on the impressive spaciousness of Shen Yuan's new vehicle. Shen Yuan explained his preference for an SUV after growing tired of sedans, just as his phone began to ring. Counselor Li Xiao spoke on the phone, reassuring a concerned Li Meng that her moving arrangements were handled, hinting at a personal matter needing her attention. Shen Yuan, sensing an opportunity, inquired about her moving plans, to which Counselor Li Xiao confirmed her upcoming relocation. He immediately offered his assistance, but Counselor Li Xiao hesitated, citing his new car as an inconvenient reason to decline. Shen Yuan persisted, emphasizing that his car was merely a tool and that helping his counselor move was a small act of student support, despite her flustered attempts to deflect. Counselor Li Xiao, blushing, finally relented, as a narrator noted Shen Yuan's sharp features and underlying charm. In a rush of realization, Counselor Li Xiao mentally connected Shen Yuan's offer to help with earlier signs, concluding he harbored romantic feelings and re-evaluating the authenticity of a bag he once gave her. She then subtly broached the topic of the bag he had gifted her before, and Shen Yuan confirmed he remembered it. Counselor Li Xiao reminded him he had claimed it was a replica, allowing her thoughts to drift into speculation about its true value and his romantic intentions. Shen Yuan quickly interjected, waving away the romantic implication and insisting the bag was merely a respectful gift for a teacher. Counselor Li Xiao's thoughts raced, acknowledging his implied feelings but wrestling with the impropriety of their age and professional relationship before softly calling his name. With a playful shush, Shen Yuan declared his resolve, asserting that he would not give up on his offer to help, regardless of her protests. At their destination, Counselor Li Xiao inquired about his sleeping arrangements, and Shen Yuan confirmed he was returning to the dorm. She then offered him the car keys, suggesting he pick up the vehicle the following day. Shen Yuan accepted the keys, then leaned in for a kiss, which Counselor Li Xiao openly reciprocated. The woman's breath hitched as Shen Yuan's boldness escalated, her mind racing from their dinner to the office, to this audacious kiss, a whirlwind of emotion she grappled with. Flustered, the woman scolded Shen Yuan for his audacious behavior as she playfully fled, leaving him with a satisfied smirk. Moments later, Shen Yuan received a call, agreeing to open the cafe for Lin Yuchang, who had forgotten something, as others were too far to help. Cafe owner Lin Yuchang, her smile a little apologetic, explained that she had forgotten her child's toys inside. Shen Yuan gently reassured her that it was no trouble at all, holding the door open for her. He watched as she stepped into the cafe's warm embrace. Lin Yuchang gestured to the scattered toys, explaining they were all her child's, left behind from their play visits. Shen Yuan, unhurried, encouraged her to take her time searching, then subtly inquired about her child's age. Lin Yuchang revealed her son was 3 and quite cheeky, but Shen Yuan's attention was drawn to the wine in her bag, making him wonder if she often drank alone in the cafe. As she declared her task finished, Shen Yuan playfully teased her, sensing a reluctance to leave the familiar space. Lin Yuchang confessed it wasn't the cafe itself she struggled to leave, but the poignant memories of the days and nights it had been her solitary companion. Shen Yuan mused on the sudden surge of emotion, realizing it must be linked to Zhang Xianyong and the unspoken sadness that led her to drink alone, then offered a gentle invitation for her to visit the cafe often. When Lin Yuchang declared she might not return, Shen Yuan, seizing the moment, boldly suggested they share a couple of drinks together if she didn't mind. Her flustered question about the appropriateness of his invitation was met with Shen Yuan's unflinching assertion that there was nothing inappropriate about it at all. As he poured their drinks, Shen Yuan directly addressed her sadness, pinpointing its family origins with an insight that visibly startled her. Shen Yuan then revealed his knowledge of her husband, Zhang Xianyong, and the disturbing details of his misconduct, including the resignation of his employee Chen Na due to harassment. Lin Yuchang stammered in shock, her mind reeling as she tried to piece together the implications of his revelation about Ms. Chen. Shen Yuan quickly clarified that it was harassment, not an affair, that drove Chen Na to resign, and Lin Yuchang, still shaken, expressed a morbid relief that his crimes hadn't escalated further. With a newfound resolve, Lin Yuchang revealed her secret plan to divorce him, detailing the extensive evidence she had gathered regarding his infidelity and his history of threatening subordinates. Her voice heavy with disillusionment, Lin Yuchang spoke of her 5-year marriage and the bitter discovery of her husband's true nature, confessing her profound hesitation to divorce due to fears for her child's emotional well-being. With an empathetic gaze, Shen Yuan firmly advised her that cutting ties, though difficult, was sometimes essential, explaining that prolonged exposure to such a situation would ultimately cause greater harm to her child. Lin Yuchang acknowledged his wisdom, her thoughts drifting to his surprising maturity and unique charm, qualities she realized her husband, Zhang Xianyong, sorely lacked. Shen Yuan, a confident smile playing on his lips, mused that while appearances shouldn't define a man, the simple presence of an attractive one could undoubtedly uplift a woman's spirits. Just as he wondered why she was apologizing, Lin Yuchang leaned in and unexpectedly pressed a soft kiss to his cheek, leaving Shen Yuan wide-eyed in surprised silence. As Lin Yuchang walked away, Shen Yuan pondered the meaning of her sudden kiss, inwardly wishing their encounter had escalated beyond such a chaste farewell. Outside, Lin Yuchang's cheeks burned as she convinced herself her impulsive kiss was merely the wine, yet she couldn't deny the surprising satisfaction of finally fulfilling long-suppressed needs that her husband, Zhang Xianyong, had consistently failed to meet. With flushed cheeks, Shen Yuan called Nana, fabricating a story about a locked dorm and insisting he only wanted a hug for the night, feigning innocence. 20 minutes later, Nana gasped in surprise and concern at the sight of Shen Yuan, clearly intoxicated. Shen Yuan, leaning against the doorframe with a mischievous blush, explained his state as an unavoidable consequence of a school leader's dinner gathering. Nana gently supported him, instructing him to rest for 10 minutes before showering while she prepared a sobering tea. He immediately pulled her into a hug from behind, insisting that the hug come first, to which Nana responded with a sigh of resigned silence. Shen Yuan, with a knowing smirk, attempted to reassure her that he was just hugging, but as his hand slipped to her waist, Nana wryly questioned his definition of a mere embrace. As Shen Yuan embraced her in bed, Nana's mind raced through previous encounters, lamenting how she had once rationalized his advances as drinking water or training, finding this latest excuse of just hugging particularly clumsy and transparent. A chibi representation of Nana appeared, arms crossed, sarcastically questioning if Shen Yuan even possessed any character left at all. Shen Yuan, feigning an innocent look, appealed to their mutual trust, cleverly suggesting they could share the same bed with separate quilts, just for hugging. Lying beside Nana, Shen Yuan mused on her surprising conservatism, despite his previous half-hearted attempts, and decided that this long night offered many creative ways to bridge the gap between them. Shen Yuan feigned a sneeze, dramatically shivering under his quilt, prompting a concerned Nana to sit up and ask what was wrong. He lamented the cold air conditioning, and Nana, ever helpful, instinctively moved to adjust it for him. But Shen Yuan, a smirk now playing on his lips, halted her by gently gripping her arm. There was no need to adjust the temperature, he declared, as he pulled her close under a single quilt, eliciting a soft, flustered murmur of his name from Nana. Contentedly, Shen Yuan held Nana tightly, observing that the chill had vanished, as she responded with soft, flustered sounds within his embrace. The next day, Shen Yuan found a thoughtful note from Lin Yuchang. She had gone to the cafe, washed his clothes, bought him new ones, and left breakfast, prompting him to declare he must reward such a good woman with a car. A new woman, smiling playfully from a phone screen, teased Shen Yuan about his delayed arrival at the gym, where she eagerly awaited him. Shen Yuan, annoyed by her suggestive morning antics, pulled the covers higher, reminding himself that this was Nana's best friend and he should definitely not look. The woman on the phone, her voice dripping with playful seduction, taunted him for pulling his phone away, asking if he was truly afraid she would devour him. Shen Yuan's eyes narrowed in exasperation, his mind railing against the woman's utterly blatant attempts to seduce him. Shen Yuan's morning peace was shattered by the insistent ring of his phone, the caller's familiar name flashing across the screen with a hint of unsettling concern. He quickly dismissed the call, his words carrying a note of polite urgency, as Lu Menlu's voice, full of playful lingering, acknowledged his busy schedule. The counselor confirmed the school's approval of his grand proposal, detailing the imminent steps, but Shen Yuan's focus was already elsewhere, asking an unexpectedly provocative question about applicants' physical attributes. He defended his unusual criteria with unwavering confidence, asserting that true entrepreneurial discipline could be seen in one's physique, his standards surprisingly exacting. Counselor Li Xiao, though taken aback by his peculiar request, conceded to his demands, her internal reservations clashing with the weight of his influence. With the call concluded, Shen Yuan sat up, a subtle sense of satisfaction settling over him as he prepared for the day ahead. A friendly invitation from Counselor Li Xiao to help her move sparked a flicker of opportunity in Shen Yuan, his acceptance eager and immediate. Moments later, just as he was about to head out, Lu Menlu's persistent calls broke through his concentration again, stirring a fresh wave of mild irritation. Her impatience was palpable, yet Shen Yuan calmly explained his packed morning, describing meetings with interior design companies for his villa's layout. Lu Menlu, undeterred, offered herself up with a suggestive playfulness, hinting at her desire to join him. He feigned reluctance, agreeing only after a calculated internal debate, deciding that her presence might, in fact, be a charming asset in his business discussions. With a confident instruction, Lu Menlu directed him to her location, and Shen Yuan, ever compliant, accepted her terms. As Shen Yuan exited his car, an older man's casual query about him waiting for a girl intruded on his thoughts. The man's smug display of his own luxury car was a thinly veiled boast, a condescending challenge to Shen Yuan's status and choice of vehicle. Shen Yuan's response was a noncommittal glance, his mind already having dismissed the man's superficial posturing. Just then, Lu Menlu appeared, her confident stride and radiant smile announcing her arrival with an undeniable allure. The older man, his face alight with eagerness, immediately approached Lu Menlu, extending an invitation for lunch. With polite grace, Lu Menlu declined, her thoughts revealing a shrewd assessment of the older man's inherited wealth against Shen Yuan's self-made fortune. Undeterred, the older man pressed on, attempting to force his way into their plans under the guise of treating them. Shen Yuan intervened with a cutting remark, making it clear that his presence was unwanted and delivering a pointed jab at the older man's prized G-Wagon. Lu Menlu, now comfortably seated in Shen Yuan's car, eagerly urged him to leave, leaving the older man frozen in disbelief. The older man stood dumbfounded, his ego bruised by Lu Menlu's choice, unable to reconcile her preference for Shen Yuan's car over his own expensive vehicle. Inside the car, Lu Menlu subtly revealed the older man's persistent pursuit and her unwavering rejections, assessing Shen Yuan's calm reaction. She noticed his unusual quietness, a subtle observation that hinted at her close attention to his moods. Shen Yuan deflected her concern with a question of his own, leaving her to ponder his uncharacteristic subduedness. Recognizing her subtle ploy to elicit jealousy, Shen Yuan playfully countered with a suggestive remark about when men truly show their liveliness. Lu Menlu's reaction was immediate and dramatic, her face flushing as she indignantly branded him a pervert. Her anger lingered as she accused him, but Shen Yuan quickly tried to backtrack, feigning innocence and clarifying his suggestive comment. Lu Menlu, however, pressed on, dredging up a past incident at the cafe, leaving Shen Yuan to realize she remembered every detail of their complicated history. Changing the subject, Lu Menlu probed his availability, and Shen Yuan subtly indicated the sacrifices he had made to spend time with her. Her playful demand for meals as compensation for his sacrifice was met with a teasing acceptance from Shen Yuan. His continued flirtation brought another flush to her cheeks and an exasperated huff, prompting Shen Yuan to finally relent and steer their conversation back to their meetings. Later that afternoon, Shen Yuan met chief designer Fu Jingmei of Guantang, immediately setting a decisive, business-like tone for their design review. Fu Jingmei efficiently presented 3 distinct design styles, highlighting her team's readiness to customize based on Shen Yuan's preferences. Lu Menlu expressed genuine admiration for the presented designs, then, with a calculated casualness, inquired about Shen Yuan's budget. His casual reply of 20 million left Lu Menlu utterly stunned, her eyes widening in profound shock. Her internal monologue raced, calculating the staggering implications of his renovation budget and the true scale of his immense wealth. A surge of determination pulsed through Lu Menlu as she realized her profound underestimation of Shen Yuan's financial power, resolving to intensify her efforts to secure him. Shen Yuan made his choice, opting for the new Chinese style, but shrewdly informed the designer he would compare proposals before committing, prompting Fu Jingmei to extend a dinner invitation from her general manager. After a brief hesitation and the designer's sincere reassurance, Shen Yuan agreed to the dinner, solidifying the professional connection with a WeChat exchange. As Shen Yuan and Lu Menlu departed, Fu Jingmei was left in a daze, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of his renovation project and the immense value of such a client. Back in the office, Fu Jingmei reported the successful dinner arrangement to GM Wan. GM Wan, the general manager of Guangdong, immediately grasped the strategic importance of the dinner, his focus shifting to securing the lucrative deal and subtly probing into Shen Yuan's companion. Driven by his commercial ambitions, GM1 instructed Fu Jingmei to deploy their ace player, Su Xuewei, to entertain the VIP client that evening. Lu Menlu complained about the escalating heat in the car, tugging at her top in a gesture of flushed discomfort. Shen Yuan calmly stated his lack of discomfort, prompting Lu Menlu to pivot the conversation, asking about their next plans. He playfully challenged her intention to stay, to which Lu Menlu responded with a confident declaration, embracing the role of his devoted little shadow for the day. Shen Yuan, with a smirk, set his own playfully suggestive condition for her companionship, implying a commitment that extended beyond just the daytime. The suggestive banter materialized into a sudden, intimate closeness as Shen Yuan leaned over Lu Menlu, whose face flushed with surprise on the bed. Lu Menlu, though flustered and indignant at his bold suggestion, firmly declared her unwavering resolve to remain by his side, refusing to leave. Lu Menlu casually inquired about Qianqian's day, who replied she was in a car. Lu Menlu pressed, wondering if Qianqian was with the wealthy, fan guy, secretly assessing how his generosity compared to Shen Yuan's. But Qianqian's casual reveal that she was in Shen Yuan's car sent a jolt of disbelief through Lu Menlu, who demanded to know when they had become involved. Qianqian quickly clarified that she was merely assisting Shen Yuan with renovation plans for a villa he had purchased for over 10 million yuan, with an additional 20 million allocated for its overhaul. A gasp escaped Lu Menlu's lips as the sheer, staggering sums left her reeling, questioning how Shen Yuan could be spending such an astronomical fortune. Lu Menlu's thoughts spiraled to Chen Na's incredible fortune, realizing her friend had effortlessly ascended to the top, then a new resolve ignited within her, she too would secure her place on this luxury cruise. The burning envy intensified, not just from one friend's success, but now another's, making Lu Menlu wonder if her own perceived shortcomings were why she was being left behind. Later that evening, at the Nanjiang restaurant, Lin Guanyao unexpectedly encountered President Wan, who explained he was awaiting a client. Lin Guanyao promised to toast him later, his mind already spinning with the implication that President Wan's personal presence signaled a truly important client. Lin Guanyao then noticed a stunning woman nearby, an inappropriate desire sparking within him, immediately suppressed by the knowledge that President Wan was his future father-in-law. An off-panel voice announced Shen Yuan's arrival to President Wan, who immediately offered a warm greeting, complimenting the young man's impressive success. Shen Yuan returned the greeting, but President Wan's next question, implying Lu Menlu was his girlfriend, hung in the air with an uncomfortable weight. Shen Yuan quickly clarified their relationship, waving off the assumption and introducing her as merely Miss Lu, a casual dismissal that made Lu Menlu tremble subtly. President Wan then offered a polite greeting to Miss Lu, which she returned with equal formality. Internally, Lu Menlu fumed at Shen Yuan for his unnecessary public clarification, finding his awkwardness intensely annoying, even as President Wan invited them upstairs, and Shen Yuan deferentially agreed. Inside the opulent private dining room, President Wan introduced Shen Yuan to Su Xuewei, their company's design assistant, who politely greeted him. As Shen Yuan returned her greeting, his mind immediately noted Su Xuewei's soft touch and undeniable air of untouched purity, a stark contrast to any woman he had met before. President Wan, observing Shen Yuan's subtle interest, felt a quiet satisfaction, then declared the evening would be purely social and offered the first toast. Impatient, Lu Menlu snapped, urging Su Xuewei to offer her toast to Shen Yuan immediately. Su Xuewei, blushing, timidly raised her glass and offered a toast to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan readily accepted, just as President Wan suggested they all drink together, a subtle current of jealousy rippling through the room. Shen Yuan gently placed his hand over Lu Menlu's, advising her not to drink and asking who else would drive them later. Lu Menlu readily agreed, a wave of warmth washing over her as she savored the comforting sense of togetherness Shen Yuan's playful concern evoked. Su Xuewei, undeterred, offered Shen Yuan yet another toast. Shen Yuan, however, gently insisted she stick to tea, eliciting only a hesitant, from Su Xuewei. President Wan interjected, instructing Su Xuewei to heed Shen Yuan's advice, then subtly pushed them together, mentioning her university status and encouraging them to get to know each other. President Wan then explicitly told Su Xuewei to add Shen Yuan on WeChat, emphasizing the strategic advantage of knowing a man of his stature. Lu Menlu, observing the blatant maneuver, seethed internally, judging President Wan's actions as thinly veiled manipulation, barely distinguishable from pimping a seemingly pure young woman. Just then, Lin Guanyao arrived, interrupting the conversation to offer a toast to President Wan, who acknowledged his thoughtfulness. President Wan then introduced Lin Guanyao as his nephew. President Wan then encouraged Lin Guanyao to toast Shen Yuan, suggesting they were of similar age and should get acquainted, which Lin Guanyao readily accepted. Lin Guanyao's thoughts swelled with pride, convinced that President Wan's introduction was a testament to his own value, seeing the encounter as a future bragging right more than a present opportunity. Lin Guanyao began his confident greeting to Mr. Sh-, only for his words to catch in his throat as he recognized Shen Yuan, his mind screaming in disbelief. Shen Yuan, utterly composed, simply raised his glass and offered Lin Guanyao a drink. Lin Guanyao's mouth twitched with barely suppressed fury, his mind raging at the humiliation of being expected to toast Shen Yuan, a man he despised, a thought he dismissed with internal homophobic disgust. Noticing the charged atmosphere, President Wan asked if Shen Yuan and Lin Guanyao were already acquainted. Shen Yuan casually confirmed their acquaintance, prompting President Wan to excitedly reveal to Lin Guanyao that his friend had just bought a villa in Green City Bamboo Lake and was pouring another 20 million into its renovation. Lin Guanyao's jaw dropped, uttering a disbelieving, "What?" as his mind raced to comprehend how this bumpkin could afford a villa and such extravagant renovations, wildly speculating if Shen Yuan's family had struck a diamond mine in Africa. His internal world depicted a giant, triumphant Shen Yuan towering over his own tiny, defeated form, as Lin Guanyao bitterly resented the effortless rise of a man he once disdained. Swallowing his pride, Lin Guanyao reluctantly decided to follow President Wan's lead, offering Shen Yuan an awkward, forced congratulations, his hollow laughter betraying his inner turmoil. 3 hours later, the dinner concluded. As dinner concluded, President Wan invited Shen Yuan to continue the evening at a bar or karaoke, implicitly including his companions in the invitation. Lu Menlu hesitated, a silent struggle playing out within her as she considered abandoning her lifelong discipline for an evening of potential excess. Noticing her hesitation, Shen Yuan, with a gentle concern, advised her against going, suggesting an early night would be healthier. But a surge of panic gripped Lu Menlu. If she didn't go, she feared Shen Yuan would be snatched by another woman, reducing her own claim on him. Her thoughts spiraled into a paranoid fantasy, picturing President Wan getting Shen Yuan drunk and then strategically pairing him off with Su Xuewei for the night. The panic intensified, fueled by her conviction that Shen Yuan was undeniably drawn to Su Xuewei, and alcohol would surely dissolve his self-control. In her mind, she saw a distressed Su Xuewei weakly protesting as Shen Yuan pressed closer. Her imagined scenario climaxed with Shen Yuan murmuring Su Xuewei's name and declaring he would take responsibility for her, a development Su Xuewei desperately resisted. A cold certainty settled in Lu Menlu's enraged mind. If her imagined future came to pass, she would be irrevocably out of the game. Driven by her anxieties and a fierce resolve, Lu Menlu emphatically declared that she would, indeed, be coming to the after-party. The karaoke bar pulsed with a lively energy as Shen Yuan was brought in by manager Wan, setting the stage for an evening that promised more than just casual entertainment. In the purple and sparkly glow of the karaoke booth, a woman in white, her cheeks flushed, seemed poised to offer a toast, her hopes clearly centered on Shen Yuan. When the woman expressed her reluctance to drink further, Shen Yuan, with a gentle grip on her hand, advised her not to force herself in uncomfortable situations, acknowledging that for some, this was merely a work obligation. A soft, grateful smile touched her lips as she quietly thanked Shen Yuan, her relief palpable. Shen Yuan, with a knowing smirk, reflected on Su Xuewei's helplessness, understanding the immense pressure for a girl from an ordinary background to secure an internship at a company like Guantang, making it difficult for her to simply walk away. Lu Menlu, her annoyance barely contained, confronted Shen Yuan about his apparent indifference, only for him to dismiss her with a sarcastic remark about other admirers and the endless fish in the sea. With a frustrated huff, Lu Menlu dismissed Shen Yuan's comments as irrelevant, yet inside, a bead of sweat forming on her temple, she was forced to concede that her conventional methods were failing, leaving her caught in a trap of her own making. The woman in white leaned closer, her voice soft as she asked Shen Yuan to pick a song, while he, with a casual smirk, simply suggested she choose whatever she liked. Lu Menlu, a playful smile on her face, accused Shen Yuan of causing distress to the other woman with his actions, only for him to turn her words back on her, suggesting her own gaze held a similar, stressed intensity. Her cheeks flushed, Lu Menlu defiantly corrected him, declaring that her gaze contained only desire, a stark contrast to mere affection. Shen Yuan, his smirk deepening, remarked on her inherent advantage, suggesting that regardless of the woman, the result of male attraction was always the same, prompting Lu Menlu, her curiosity piqued, to ask him to elaborate. With a low whisper near her ear, Shen Yuan offered his crude, intimate answer, leaving Lu Menlu utterly speechless and burning with a deep blush. A blush still hot on her face, Lu Menlu seethed internally, resentful that Shen Yuan consistently cornered her with his raw honesty, a stark difference from other men who masked their lust as affection. A startled gasp escaped Lu Menlu as she protested Shen Yuan's intimate touch, reminding him of their public surroundings, even as his hand lingered on her leg. The older man, microphone in hand, jovially encouraged Shen Yuan to sing the song Su Xuewei had chosen, and the lively karaoke session stretched on until 11 o'clock. Shaking Shen Yuan's hand outside the karaoke bar, the older man expressed his delight in their newfound friendship, eagerly suggesting more meetups in the future. The older man, now serious, pressed his advantage by touting Guantang's renovation services, promising to personally oversee arrangements, to which Shen Yuan, with a polite smile, affirmed he would consider them first among the few companies he had reviewed. As the older man prepared to leave, Shen Yuan's concern surfaced in a quiet question about the woman in white dress, now being led away. The other woman smiled, assuring Shen Yuan that she would safely escort her apprentice, the now drunk Su Xuewei, back home. Shen Yuan offered to hail a cab for Lu Menlu, but she countered, her question lingering, about his own plans for the night. Shen Yuan casually stated his intention to simply get a room for the night, a revelation that prompted Lu Menlu, her expression surprised, to question why he wouldn't go somewhere more suitable. With a suggestive smirk, Shen Yuan leaned in, asking if she would take him home instead, leaving Lu Menlu speechless and blushing furiously. Lu Menlu's mind raced, a worried bead of sweat on her temple. She hadn't planned to yield so easily, but her intuition screamed that if she didn't act now, Shen Yuan, this monk meat, would be claimed by someone else. Still blushing, Lu Menlu vehemently pushed Shen Yuan away slightly, declaring she was a prim and proper girl who wouldn't easily bring a man home, even as her favorability towards him notably increased. Shen Yuan, a bead of sweat on his temple, pondered Lu Menlu's abrupt change in demeanor, genuinely surprised by her sudden favorability despite his minimal efforts. When Shen Yuan offered again to hail a cab, Lu Menlu clung to his arm, defiantly declaring that she didn't want to go back home. In a playful, exaggerated moment, Chibi Shen Yuan questioned where Lu Menlu would sleep if not at home, while Chibi Lu Menlu angrily accused him of being mean, despite all her obvious initiative. With a decisive smile, Shen Yuan suggested they find a different hotel, gently guiding a blushing Lu Menlu toward the waiting car. Lu Menlu sat nervously in the car, her gaze downcast, contemplating Shen Yuan's intentions and silently hoping he would be gentle, unlike the aggression she'd heard he displayed towards Nana at the cafe. The older man, reflected in the rearview mirror, his eyes wide with surprise, openly admired Lu Menlu's striking figure, an envious thought about the power of money flashing through his mind. At the Grand Hyatt, Star City's most luxurious hotel, Shen Yuan confidently requested an executive suite for an entire month, a booking that amounted to over 110,000, which the hotel staff promptly confirmed. Lu Menlu's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice barely a whisper, as she repeated Shen Yuan's request for a month-long stay. Handing his card over, Shen Yuan casually dismissed the 110,000 cost for the 52nd floor suite, his mind already calculating the massive profit from Lu Menlu's favorability exceeding 80, which triggered triple cashback. Lu Menlu's surprise deepened, her hands gesturing in awe, realizing Shen Yuan's intimate knowledge of the hotel, right down to the specific room on the 52nd floor. Standing by the immense window, Lu Menlu gazed at the stunning city lights, her voice full of wonder as she called Shen Yuan to join her in admiring the beautiful view. Kneeling nervously on the bed, Lu Menlu felt a pang of guilt, a sense of betraying Nana, even as she clung to the sincere hope that her night with Shen Yuan would mark a good beginning for them. In a flush of passion, Lu Menlu pulled Shen Yuan closer, asking if they could start practicing already, only to hesitate, blushing, suggesting she needed to freshen up first. Shen Yuan, impatient, dismissed her idea of showering, continuing his advances by gently pulling up her skirt. Her face flushing crimson, Lu Menlu's eyes darted towards the large window, a surprised gasp escaping her lips as she reminded Shen Yuan about the curtains. Shen Yuan, a confident smirk on his face, reassured Lu Menlu that they were safe behind one-way glass on the 52nd floor, adding playfully that even if someone could see, there was no harm in putting on a show. Lu Menlu, blushing and feigning annoyance, weakly called Shen Yuan mean as his embrace tightened, her words trailing off into a breathless sigh. Her face flushed, Lu Menlu's hand reached out as their intimate encounter intensified, transcending all words. Shen Yuan and Lu Menlu were lost in their intimate embrace, their desires finally realized. And so, in the luxurious suite, Shen Yuan and Lu Menlu spent the night entwined, lost in each other's company. Shen Yuan stirred awake in the bright room, feeling the lingering heat as he checked his phone, realizing he had slept blissfully until midday. Gazing at the sleeping Lu Menlu beside him, Shen Yuan thought with a knowing smile about her unexpectedly sensitive body, almost worried she might have been dehydrated from their passionate night. Shen Yuan's hand rested gently, intimately, on Lu Menlu's thigh beneath the sheets, a silent testament to their shared night. Lu Menlu, her face a mix of annoyance and blush, jokingly scolded Shen Yuan for his early morning eagerness, then inwardly vowed to intensify her fitness training, shocked that a thin stack like him could have outlasted a coach like her. Shen Yuan wrapped an arm around Lu Menlu, playfully assuring her of his care, claiming he held back just for her, prompting her to praise his strength, ask for more sleep, and then insist he avoid calling her Lulu to escape Nana's fate. Shen Yuan, with a gentle touch to her nose, playfully conceded, promising that since she behaved so well the previous night, he would let her sleep longer, and then buy her any car up to 3 million when she awoke. Lu Menlu abruptly sat up in bed, her eyes wide and mouth agape, utterly shocked by Shen Yuan's casual promise, and frantically asked him to repeat what he had just said. Their intimate embrace deepened, each lost in the intoxicating promise of a future shaped by desire and lavish generosity, Lu Menlu's heart soaring at the thought of any car under 3 million. As Lu Menlu nestled close, Shen Yuan's thoughts, though content, drifted to the delicate balance of his affections, pondering how Nana might perceive a car more lavish than her own house. A playful light danced in Lu Menlu's eyes as she suggested a Porsche, nearly 2 million, and Shen Yuan, with an easy smile, assured her it was more than okay. Lu Menlu idly mentioned a past conversation with Nana, revealing her preference for Maseratis, an observation that held more weight than she knew. Shen Yuan's surprise at Nana's preference hung in the air, quickly met by Lu Menlu's direct query about his intentions for Nana. With a confident smile, Shen Yuan admitted his contemplation of extending the same lavish generosity to Nana. A flicker of envy crossed Lu Menlu's mind as she tallied Nana's fortunes, but she swiftly silenced it, reminding herself to savor her own nascent connection with Shen Yuan. Lu Menlu, with a coy smile, spun a tale to her friend, implying she was reluctantly swept away to the Grand Hyatt by Shen Yuan, her heart having softened. Min Hui, reading the messages, scoffed at Lu Menlu's dramatic retelling, knowing full well her friend's penchant for playing the victim and suspecting she was the instigator. A chibi Min Hui, consumed by indignant self-pity, railed against her perceived cosmic injustice, suspecting her other friends had also fallen under Shen Yuan's spell while she remained unlucky in love. As he dressed, Shen Yuan breezily instructed Lu Menlu to simply choose her dream car, promising a direct transfer of funds, sealing his generous offer. Lu Menlu, her cheeks flushed with burgeoning affection, agreed softly, her heart index now glowing at an impressive 86. Observing Lu Menlu's affection score rise to 86, Shen Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing the coveted 90-point reward was now within reach. As he drove, Shen Yuan's phone rang, Nana's eager voice inviting him to sample her newly mastered coffee creations. Busy that day, Shen Yuan casually dropped the news to Nana that he planned to buy her a car, urging her to begin her search. Nana, surprised and genuinely concerned, expressed her worry that Shen Yuan was wasting money, insisting a new car was unnecessary after the house he had just bought her. Shen Yuan dismissed her concerns with a warm smile, asserting his pleasure in providing for his woman and gently asking for her car preference. Nana's modest request for a simple car was playfully overridden by Shen Yuan, who insisted on a luxurious one, framing the extravagant gift as an early birthday present from her rich man. Shen Yuan, grappling with his conscience, decided it was better to be upfront, asking Nana a difficult, hypothetical question about his involvement with Lu Menlu. Nana's voice, heavy with a quiet sorrow, admitted her hurt, yet she acknowledged her inability to change him, asking him to spare her future pain by keeping such indiscretions to himself. Shen Yuan earnestly reassured Nana that her place in his heart was irreplaceable, prompting her to ask, with a hopeful tremble, if he had ever spoken those words to anyone else. With unwavering conviction, Shen Yuan declared that such profound sentiments were reserved for her alone, never uttered to another soul. Nana, believing his words, revealed her simple desires, just his presence once a week for coffee, or a shared meal at home, proving her gentle, undemanding affection. A wave of genuine admiration washed over Shen Yuan, recognizing Nana as a rare gem who always put his well-being and finances first. Shen Yuan promised to make it up to her that night, and when she playfully questioned his proper intentions, he confidently asserted his character. A soft laugh escaped Nana as she teased him about his character, before affectionately ending the call to return to her work. A wry thought crossed Shen Yuan's mind about the unexpected difficulty of his lifestyle, wondering how others managed to juggle multiple relationships without ever being found out. Counselor Li Xiao strained under the surprising weight of the stacked cardboard boxes. As Shen Yuan arrived, Counselor Li Xiao greeted him with a touch of relief, and he immediately offered his assistance. Shen Yuan eagerly took the boxes from Counselor Li Xiao, insisting he handle the task himself. As he carried the boxes, a cascade of delicate undergarments unexpectedly tumbled from the top. A look of alarm flashed across Shen Yuan's face as he recognized the intimate nature of the fallen items. The remaining boxes gave way, scattering their personal contents down the stairs in a chaotic, embarrassing display. Despite the awkwardness, Shen Yuan's mind, momentarily detached, conjured a suggestive fantasy of Counselor Li Xiao in a vibrant pink bikini, causing a blush to creep across his face. His whimsical fantasy continued, picturing her in white, then perhaps a delicate celadone. Just as Shen Yuan wished his fantasy were real, Counselor Li Xiao, a faint blush on her cheeks, decisively took charge, sending him to collect the remaining items while she handled the scattered undergarments. Counselor Li Xiao quickly bent down, her fingers deftly retrieving a piece of lingerie from the ground. Anticipating the need for multiple trips, Counselor Li Xiao instructed them to begin moving the remaining items. Shen Yuan agreed, oblivious to Min Hui's annoyed gaze from outside the car. Counselor Li Xiao directed him to Dongxing Community, and Shen Yuan, with a cheerful assent, began to drive. Counselor Li Xiao apologized for her sister's cool demeanor, but Shen Yuan, with an unexpected insight, observed that she felt warmer than before. Counselor Li Xiao began to unravel her sister's past, revealing a college romance with a handsome, refined young man. She recounted the devastating Christmas when Li Meng, visiting her long-distance boyfriend, caught him entering a hotel with another woman, his hand intimately on her waist. Devastated by the betrayal, Li Meng had completely given up on men, her heart hardened by the experience. Shen Yuan reacted with an almost performative outrage, condemning the ex-boyfriend as nothing short of human trash. Counselor Li Xiao, with a mischievous wink, playfully turned the accusation back on him, questioning if he himself was a scumbag. Shen Yuan boldly declared himself the purest kind of man, then directly inquired about Counselor Li Xiao's own feelings towards men, to which she calmly stated her neutrality, spared from her sister's traumatic past. With a direct and suggestive smile, Shen Yuan leaned in, asking for her honest opinion of him. A telling blush crept across Counselor Li Xiao's face, accompanied by a soft, almost imperceptible scoff, as she avoided his gaze. Counselor Li Xiao, her cheeks flushed with a sudden, unexpected heat, demanded Shen Yuan clarify his words, her surprise evident. Shen Yuan, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, casually dismissed his previous provocative statement as a mere jest, subtly teasing her about her heightened reaction. A wave of relief washed over Counselor Li Xiao as she realized his words were just a joke, though a flicker of uncertainty remained about how she would truly feel if he had been serious. At her new rental apartment, Counselor Li Xiao offered to treat Shen Yuan to a meal as thanks for his help, but he suggested a different form of gratitude, loaded with unspoken meaning. Her blush deepened, and Counselor Li Xiao, flustered by his implication, could only manage a soft, hesitant question about what he truly desired. In that intimate moment, Shen Yuan closed the distance between them, sealing his intentions with a passionate kiss. Counselor Li Xiao's protest was a mere whisper against his lips, her gasps of pleasure betraying the true depth of her response. The sudden, insistent knocking at the door shattered the moment, as Li Meng's enraged voice cut through the air, demanding entry. Still held in Shen Yuan's embrace, Counselor Li Xiao managed a strained reply to her sister, the sudden intrusion a sharp jolt back to reality. Blushing deeply, Counselor Li Xiao expressed her sudden hesitation, but Shen Yuan, holding her close, quickly reassured her that he would help. Li Meng's gaze was sharp and questioning, her innocent query about her sister's flushed face carrying an undercurrent of suspicion. With a forced smile, Counselor Li Xiao tried to dismiss her crimson cheeks, claiming she simply needed a moment to rest. Counselor Li Xiao mentally chided Shen Yuan for his audaciousness, a flash of relief hitting her that Li Meng hadn't suspected anything, before swiftly shifting to professional matters, detailing his new assistant and office arrangements. Agreeing to the new arrangements, Shen Yuan announced his departure, his internal thoughts colored with regret that Li Meng's presence prevented further intimate moments with Counselor Li Xiao. The directness of Li Meng's question about her true feelings for Shen Yuan caught Counselor Li Xiao completely by surprise, leaving her flustered. Li Meng bluntly accused her sister of being inappropriately close to Shen Yuan, asserting that his intentions were obvious, which only deepened Counselor Li Xiao's existing confusion. Li Meng, her expression stern, declared that her sister was simply falling for Shen Yuan, warning that despite his good qualities, she didn't find him entirely trustworthy. A fragile spark of hope ignited in Counselor Li Xiao's eyes, her blush intensifying as she hesitantly asked if Li Meng was not truly against their potential connection. Li Meng, placing a reassuring arm around her sister, affirmed she wouldn't interfere but cautioned her to be vigilant, urging her to discern Shen Yuan's true worth. Shen Yuan's name echoed in Counselor Li Xiao's thoughts, her heart a tangled mix of intense, conflicted emotions. An hour later, the bustling energy of the school cafeteria provided a new backdrop for Shen Yuan's day. Fu Yingzi, the head of the radio station at the school news center, eagerly waved Shen Yuan over, her voice ringing with cheerful invitation. Shen Yuan inquired if she had been waiting long, to which Fu Yingzi casually replied she had just arrived. After Shen Yuan noted her voice sounded different from her radio persona, Fu Yingzi explained her professional vocal technique, quickly transitioning to the practical matter of assigning staff to help him with his office. Shen Yuan, seizing the opportunity, asked Fu Yingzi for her assistance with additional tasks beyond his committee duties, to which she readily agreed. With a sly smirk, Shen Yuan began to detail the specific ways he required her help, only to be abruptly interrupted. A new voice cut through the cafeteria din as Feng Zigui, holding her favorite, whispering oolong, enthusiastically announced his presence. Feng Zigui, his face contorted in a comical display of annoyance, demanded to know Shen Yuan's identity. Shen Yuan noted Feng Zigui's venomous glare, internally deducing with a touch of mocking amusement that he was already perceived as a love rival. Fu Yingzi politely but firmly refused the drink, citing her new sugar restrictions, while Feng Zigui pleaded desperately, emphasizing his long trek and wait. Their voices rising in a tense exchange, Feng Zigui continued to insist she accept his gift, only to be met with Fu Yingzi's increasingly frustrated and adamant refusal. As Feng Zigui directly challenged Shen Yuan, the surrounding students erupted in a flurry of gossip, excitedly speculating about a scandalous love triangle. Manhwa reacted with disbelief at the sight of Shen Yuan and Fu Yingzi, as a woman beside her bitterly observed that others were clearly drawn to his recently restored wealth. With a scornful huff, Manhwa marched forward, determined to witness just how far Fu Yingzi would debase herself in pursuit of Shen Yuan. Manhwa made her presence known with a dramatic embrace from behind, drawing all eyes to them as Shen Yuan greeted her with surprised affection. Manhwa, leaning close, playfully questioned if he was attending class, to which Shen Yuan explained his meeting with Fu Yingzi was strictly committee business. Manhwa leaned in provocatively, her body pressing against his, as she playfully teased him about his recent truancy. Fu Yingzi silently acknowledged Manhwa's possessive display, deciding it was not her business, before politely excusing herself to attend to matters at the radio station. Shen Yuan waved a casual goodbye to Fu Yingzi as she departed, their glances crossing with Manhwa's, a palpable tension lingering in the air. A chorus of student voices erupted in dramatic speculation, marveling at the major drama unfolding between two goddesses and questioning the identity of the mysterious, badass senior at its center. Manhwa questioned Shen Yuan about his conversation with Fu Yingzi, her sweet tone belying the fierce possessiveness and jealousy brewing in her thoughts. Shen Yuan calmly explained his discussion with Fu Yingzi was solely about the school's entrepreneurship center, though he silently marveled at Manhwa's intense possessiveness and its potential disruption to his public relations efforts. Manhwa, feigning understanding, expressed her regret at leaving him so soon, citing her upcoming class as an unavoidable necessity. With a final, suggestive whisper, Manhwa leaned in close to share a playful desire before her departure. Manhwa waved her final goodbye, and as Shen Yuan watched her go, he couldn't help but inwardly acknowledge her as an insatiable cutie. Shen Yuan answered a call from Coach Lu, swiftly confirming the 2.52 million price of a car and instructing her to send the dealership's account for immediate transfer. Coach Lu's voice, brimming with affection, reminded him of their evening plans and hinted at revealing some new outfits she knew he would adore. Shen Yuan feigned innocent ignorance about her hint, enjoying her playful retort that he would discover all when he arrived. His evening suddenly presented a delightful, yet complex, dilemma as Shen Yuan weighed his prior commitments, Nana, Hui's playful suggestion, or Coach Lu's eager invitation. What initially seemed like an impossibly tough decision among three enticing options quickly resolved into a single, audacious plan for Shen Yuan. Why choose, when he could have them all? The warm, domestic setting saw Counselor Li Xiao inquire about dinner, prompting Li Meng to agree to grocery shop, though a deeper thought suggested inviting Shen Yuan as a thank you for his help. A blush rose to Li Meng's cheeks, a subtle admission of surprise at the implications of her own suggestion. With a confident smile, Li Meng quickly insisted they invite Shen Yuan over, framing the invitation as a straightforward thank you for his help. Counselor Li Xiao's mind immediately went to suspicion, but the very thought of his bad boy, smug look ignited a surprising, almost forbidden desire within her. In her mind's eye, the image of Shen Yuan's arms around her, startling her into a moment of unexpected intimacy, was almost too vivid. With a confident stance, Li Meng asserted she was merely helping her sister test him out, leaving Counselor Li Xiao with little choice but to hesitantly agree to call Shen Yuan. As Counselor Li Xiao extended the dinner invitation, Shen Yuan found himself internally grappling with a peach blossom disaster, his mind reeling from so many women vying for his attention that he resolved to politely turn down Hui and Coach Lu. A warm blush colored Counselor Li Xiao's cheeks as she welcomed Shen Yuan, suggesting he get comfortable while dinner was still being prepared. Shen Yuan confidently declared he would treat her home as his own, his easy demeanor marked by a quiet, observant glance as he stepped inside. As he strolled further into the apartment, Shen Yuan mused on Counselor Li Xiao's remarkable ability to create such a cozy space, before asking after Li Meng. Counselor Li Xiao calmly informed him that Li Meng was showering, a piece of information Shen Yuan acknowledged with a quiet "oh." A flustered Counselor Li Xiao desperately tried to block his path, but Shen Yuan, smiling innocently, merely insisted he was only trying to help. No, she insisted, the food was almost done, and he should relax in the living room. Unfazed, Shen Yuan insisted he would keep her company right there, leaving Counselor Li Xiao flustered and exasperated by his persistent proximity. Shen Yuan playfully highlighted the remaining half-meter between them, but his words only intensified Counselor Li Xiao's nervous query about his intentions. Shen Yuan simply dismissed her concern, pulling her into an embrace, causing Counselor Li Xiao to stammer a desperate reminder of her sister's presence. He dismissed her concerns with a suggestive certainty, believing Li Meng would be engrossed in her shower for ages, as his lips found the sensitive skin of her neck. Her protests dissolved into desperate, fragmented pleas, lost in the overwhelming rush of sensation. All earlier resistance melted away as Shen Yuan and Counselor Li Xiao succumbed to a passionate kiss, their eyes closing in the shared intimacy. Li Meng's sudden entrance and innocent query about dinner violently pushed the door of intimacy open, catching Shen Yuan and Counselor Li Xiao in a blush-inducing embrace, though he swiftly tried to calm her panic. Embarrassed and flustered, Counselor Li Xiao tried to set a boundary, warning Shen Yuan against repeating such actions, but he simply met her gaze with an unwavering declaration of his feelings for her. Shen Yuan lavished praise on Counselor Li Xiao's cooking, only for Li Meng to cut through the flattery, declaring her intention to interrogate him. Shen Yuan readily agreed to her questions, and Li Meng wasted no time in probing his romantic history, asking about his past girlfriends. Shen Yuan confidently stated he had only 2 past girlfriends, though his inner thoughts revealed a far more extensive, and carefully concealed, dating history. Li Meng observed that his dating record seemed pretty full, a comment that triggered her internal worry about her sister's inexperience being exploited. Shen Yuan's internal monologue scoffed at Li Meng's perception of his limited dating history, certain she would cough up blood if she knew about his other companions. The interrogation continued as Li Meng methodically asked about his siblings, to which Shen Yuan readily revealed his younger sister was in her senior year of high school. 10 minutes later, Shen Yuan noted the interrogation finally concluded, shrewdly realizing that Li Meng's inquisitive nature meant Counselor Li Xiao must have shared details about him. Shen Yuan inwardly relished Li Meng's slow warming to him, a positive sign he subtly acknowledged with a bold, unspoken gesture towards Counselor Li Xiao under the table. A quiet nudge from his foot brushed against Counselor Li Xiao's, an intimate gesture hidden from plain sight. Counselor Li Xiao's mind reeled in a silent scream of outrage, utterly bewildered by Shen Yuan's incredible nerve to pull such a stunt right under Li Meng's observant eyes. A flustered Counselor Li Xiao abruptly rushed away under the guise of washing fruit, desperate to escape her sister's notice, prompting Shen Yuan to graciously offer to leave after dinner, sensing her need for space. Li Meng, a keen observer, noted her sister's unusual quietness with suspicion, questioning why a girl wouldn't be happy with the guy she liked, before offering Shen Yuan the chance to stay longer. Shen Yuan declined the offer to stay, his internal thoughts prioritizing not annoying Counselor Li Xiao further, and instead, he mentally prepared for the next battlefield of romance. Once Shen Yuan had left, Li Meng, feeling satisfied with her efforts, recounted her thorough interrogation to Counselor Li Xiao, advising her to test him even further. Counselor Li Xiao conceded Shen Yuan was more mature than most, but his audacious moves, despite their undefined relationship, left her flustered and utterly exasperated. As he walked through Chen Na's apartment, Shen Yuan playfully questioned why she hadn't yet offered him coffee, then subtly inquired if she still possessed her gray business suit and black stockings. Chen Na's confusion was met with Shen Yuan's playful retort to guess, leading to a suggestive banter about their make-up session and his outrageous promise of several $100 million in compensation, much to her bewilderment. Dressed as he requested, Chen Na posed a rhetorical question, her words coy and her gesture subtly pulling at her skirt, wondering at the persistent nature of men. Leaning in close, Shen Yuan offered a knowing smile, his voice a quiet promise that she would understand men's desires someday. Their unspoken desires ignited into a passionate kiss, Shen Yuan embracing her tightly as their lips met. An hour and a half later, the intimate aftermath saw Shen Yuan shirtless and smiling contentedly, while Chen Na appeared beautifully disheveled. Chen Na's affection level soared past 90, confirming Shen Yuan's internal musing that this particular exercise was undeniably effective at boosting sentiment. A sudden system notification heralded the completion of his affection mission and an incoming reward, prompting Shen Yuan to eagerly anticipate what crazy prize awaited him. The system interface materialized, presenting 3 astonishing reward options: a length increase, 5 million in car shopping credit, and an exclusive skill pack voucher. Shen Yuan reacted with a shocked laugh at the absurd length increase reward, his curiosity piqued to explore this legendary man-only weapon, as he playfully warned Nana to brace herself for the night. Chen Na's voice quivered with shock, demanding to know the source of the strange, blinding light emanating from Shen Yuan. Amidst the powerful energy burst, Shen Yuan teasingly offered his glowing transformation as the answer to her earlier question about men's strange actions, leaving Chen Na screaming in utter shock. Chen Na, lingering in the aftermath, felt an unexpected void within her, wondering at Shen Yuan's newfound intensity. Shen Yuan gently probed for what felt different, and Chen Na offered a soft, knowing response that held more meaning than words. With a soft promise of future wonders, Shen Yuan watched Chen Na drift into a contented sleep, a gentle murmur escaping her lips. Shen Yuan reveled in the thought of Chen Na's satisfaction, a quiet triumph that fueled his curiosity about the exclusive skill package the system had granted him. Confronted by a holographic menu of absurd skill options, Shen Yuan's disbelief mounted, especially at the bewildering prospect of hairdressing. He considered the practical advantage of a combat skill, reasoning that with growing wealth and influence, unforeseen threats might emerge. Yet, his thoughts drifted to a more intimate strategy: a broken appliance might just be the perfect excuse to bridge the distance with the tutor. In his vivid imagination, the grateful tutor, eyes sparkling, offered to dry his brow after a successful repair, hinting at something more. Her words, "I'll dry your whole body," hung heavy in the imagined air, a sensual invitation lingering in her touch. A triumphant smirk spread across Shen Yuan's face as he realized the true, romantic potential of the repair skill, confident he had cracked the system's generous pattern. Relaxed and content, Shen Yuan pondered who the next woman to capture his attention, and system favor, would be. The serene morning shattered as Chen Na's phone call brought urgent news, her voice laced with growing alarm over a dire situation. With a final plea for updates, Chen Na ended the call, the city lights reflecting the heavy weight of her unspoken worry. Shen Yuan's concerned query opened a floodgate of emotion as Chen Na tearfully confessed her father's sudden stroke, fueled by his long-standing battle with drink. Consumed by guilt, Chen Na blamed herself, believing her absence had driven her father to drink, but Shen Yuan immediately offered to drive her home. While Chen Na decided to delay their departure until morning, Shen Yuan's quiet presence promised unwavering support, ready to accompany her. Despite his kindness, Chen Na grappled with the awkwardness of their undefined relationship, deciding it was best to face her family's crisis alone. Shen Yuan's steadfast offer of financial and practical aid deeply moved Chen Na, her quiet gratitude speaking volumes about his genuine care. The next day, finding a thoughtful note from Chen Na, Shen Yuan reflected on her exceptional character, seeing her as truly peerless among the women he knew. His quiet morning was interrupted by an unexpected early call from Fu Yingzi, leaving Shen Yuan curious about her urgent intentions. Fu Yingzi's video call confirmed her meticulous progress on the new office, and Shen Yuan, trusting her judgment, deferred all aesthetic decisions to her. As Fu Yingzi ended the call, Shen Yuan couldn't help but admire her proactive spirit, a quality he found increasingly appealing. Fu Yingzi's annoyance flared as she sharply rebuffed the man clinging to her, demanding he cease his persistent interference. Despite his earnest pleas to help, Fu Yingzi coldly dismissed him, emphasizing his irrelevance to her work and threatening anger if he continued his pursuit. He stood defeated, a bitter realization dawning that 3 years of devotion couldn't compete with the wealth and charm of someone she had just met. Fu Yingzi, walking with newfound purpose, shrewdly estimated Shen Yuan's vast fortune, while the man, oblivious to her ambition, desperately called out her name. In her ambition-fueled vision, Shen Yuan's hand lingered suggestively near her leg in an intimate, professional setting. Fu Yingzi's thoughts sharpened with resolve, plotting to secure a permanent place by Shen Yuan's side, whether as subordinate or secretary, through sheer capability and other undefined strengths. In her hometown, Chen Na's urgency to reach the hospital was met with her mother's insistent delay, a frustrating pause in their traditional home. The shocking truth emerged: her father's stroke was a cruel fabrication, a desperate ruse by her mother to force her into a blind date and secure a future husband. With a forced cheerfulness, Chen Na's mother introduced Dong Qitao, a man meticulously chosen to fulfill her matrimonial expectations. Her mother's enthusiastic recounting of Dong Qitao's achievements and wealth prompted Chen Na to ask a telling question about his car model. Dong Qitao offered a perfectly modest smile, declaring his car was just a Series 5. While her mother beamed with approval at the car's perceived status, Chen Na privately acknowledged only its superficial appeal. A velvet box sprang open in his hands, revealing a glinting, gold ring, a silent testament to his generosity. Dong Qitao presented a lavish gold gift to Chen Na's mother, casually downplaying its cost, much to her delighted shock. Chen Na's mother, thoroughly charmed by Dong Qitao's display, loudly envisioned him as the ideal son-in-law, her sentiments echoed by an approving relative. Ignoring her mother's plea to socialize, Chen Na, firm and resolute, pulled her aside, demanding a private conversation away from the prying eyes. As her mother chided her for rudeness, Chen Na's pent-up frustration erupted, confronting them about the hurtful deception they had woven. Her mother's worried comparisons only deepened Chen Na's exasperation, leading her to abruptly withdraw from the painful conversation. As Chen Na fumed over her parents' trickery, Shen Yuan's casual text, that he was already on his way, sent a jolt of shock and bewilderment through her. Chen Na nervously announced a friend's imminent arrival, which her mother met with an immediate, probing question about their gender. As Chen Na skillfully dodged her mother's questions, her mother continued to enthusiastically champion Dong Qitao to the toasting guests, solidifying her choice. Just 15 minutes later, Shen Yuan made a dramatic entrance, laden with shopping bags, his calm declaration of formality doing little to hide the surprise on Chen Na and her mother's faces. With an effortless smile, Shen Yuan introduced himself as Chen Na's boyfriend, casually dismissing the lavish gifts as mere trifles. Dong Qitao froze mid-sip, and Chen Na's mother, reeling from the sudden revelation, turned a bewildered gaze to her daughter. Utter disbelief contorted Chen Na's mother's face, mirrored by the older man's shock, as they grappled with the unexpected truth. Her initial shock quickly giving way to avarice, Chen Na's mother marveled at the sheer volume of his gifts, her voice dripping with newfound gratitude. Shen Yuan's smile remained unwavering as he firmly reiterated his relationship with Chen Na, declaring their future as family. A stunned silence fell as Chen Na's mother and the older man stared at the lavish gifts, their minds racing to grasp the staggering cost. With an air of absolute nonchalance, Shen Yuan casually stated the gifts amounted to just about 300,000. The room erupted in collective disbelief as Chen Na's mother and the others recoiled, utterly aghast at Shen Yuan's casual dismissal of such an astronomical sum. A general murmur rippled through the room as an off-panel voice questioned the sudden appearance of Nana's boyfriend, and Dong Qitao, barely hiding his resentment, expressed his own disbelief to Chen Na's mother. Dong Qitao's thoughts raced, bruised pride stinging at the idea of being so utterly overshadowed by a first impression that cost over 300,000 yuan. His suspicion mounting, Dong Qitao asked Chen Na's mother if the boyfriend might be fake, prompting her to internally calculate the outrageous cost of such an elaborate act before deciding she would test his background. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan and Chen Na stood together, a quiet strength emanating from their shared presence amidst the family's scrutiny. Chen Na's mother approached Shen Yuan, her tone laced with veiled curiosity as she inquired about his age, to which Shen Yuan responded, composed, that he was 21. The revelation of his age, 6 years younger than Chen Na, brought a gasp of surprise from her mother and a silent, knowing confirmation from Dong Qitao that this relationship must surely be an elaborate act. A silent, concerned glance passed between the older couple, their worry etched deeply onto their faces as the situation grew increasingly complex. With a confident smile and an arm gently around Chen Na, Shen Yuan smoothly countered their age-related doubts, explaining his significant ventures in finance and industry. Chen Na's mother, inwardly convinced he was bluffing, then challenged him directly about owning a house if he planned to marry Chen Na, to which Shen Yuan confidently asserted they owned 2 homes in Xinjiang. Dong Qitao, convinced Shen Yuan was outright lying, glared furiously as Chen Na's mother slyly reassured him with a look that she would surely expose the young man. Chen Na's mother then adopted a condescending tone, lecturing Shen Yuan on honesty and expressing her disbelief that he would truly buy Chen Na a million-yuan home before marriage. The older couple watched the escalating confrontation with wide-eyed concern, their surprise evident as the argument unfolded. Chen Na stepped forward with fierce loyalty, refuting her mother's accusations and brandishing her phone as proof of the house purchase, complete with contract photos and an invoice. While the older couple looked at the phone with stunned disbelief, Chen Na's mother, ever skeptical, silently convinced herself the contracts were merely elaborate fakes. Shen Yuan, understanding their lingering doubts, casually announced he would transfer 1 million yuan to Chen Na for decoration, adding that he could provide more if needed, his intention to properly reassure them clear in his mind. Chen Na, momentarily startled by the immense sum, barely had time to voice her surprise before a definitive ding from her phone confirmed the transfer of 1 million yuan. The older woman, counting the zeros in utter astonishment, then declared, along with the older man, that it was indeed 1 million yuan. Chen Na's mother snatched the phone, her mind reeling as she confirmed the legitimacy of the transfer, immediately regretting her earlier, foolish skepticism. The thought of his immense wealth swirled in Chen Na's mother's mind, yet Shen Yuan merely dismissed the colossal sum as pocket change, offering the rest as extra spending money. Dong Qitao mentally conceded his defeat, his thoughts turning to whether he could discreetly reclaim the expensive liquor and cigarettes he had brought, humiliated by the outcome. However, a new, opportunistic thought emerged: Shen Yuan might be a useful contact, prompting Dong Qitao to pivot his approach and ask about the cost of his houses. Shen Yuan, deciding to maintain his impressive facade, admitted to himself he couldn't back down now, then casually revealed that Chen Na's house cost 3 million, while his own villa was worth around 10 million. Chen Na's mother reeled from the staggering numbers, feeling her own house was worthless in comparison, yet she still suspected Shen Yuan was merely flattering them. Her internal monologue shifted to seizing the opportunity, and Chen Na's mother, suddenly flustered, profusely apologized to Shen Yuan, now addressing him as President Shen. With an effortless smile, Shen Yuan graciously accepted her apology, reaffirming their burgeoning family connection. Chen Na's mother, now completely won over, urged Shen Yuan to be less formal, while the older man warmly praised his thoughtfulness. The atmosphere lightened with a joyful announcement from Chen Na as her younger sister, Chen Xinyu, bounded into the room, delighted to be home. Chen Na, beaming, introduced Shen Yuan to her sister, who immediately offered a respectful greeting as brother-in-law. Shen Yuan subtly noted the family resemblance in Chen Xinyu, wondering internally about the family dynamics, before Chen Na cheerfully announced that dinner was ready. Raising his glass, Shen Yuan proposed a toast, expressing deep gratitude to Chen Na's parents for raising her, then casually invited everyone to visit the new house and car after dinner. Chen Na's mother's eyes widened in utter disbelief, her mind racing as she realized Shen Yuan's generosity extended to the entire family, truly making him a dream son-in-law. Both the older man and woman exchanged looks of profound, speechless shock, utterly overwhelmed by Shen Yuan's grand pronouncement. The older man, still grappling with the scale of Shen Yuan's generosity, questioned the need for such an expensive car and a massive 280 square meter house, but Chen Na gently defended Shen Yuan's actions as expressions of love and respect. Chen Na promised her mother she would visit home more often, prompting the older woman to playfully scold her about her past complaints before affectionately telling her to prepare dinner for Shen Yuan. Later that night, a grateful Chen Na leaned into Shen Yuan's embrace, but he, pulling her closer, interrupted her thanks with a playful question of his own. Chen Na asked what he meant, to which Shen Yuan, a mischievous glint in his eye, questioned whether her parents would approve of them sharing a room. Blushing deeply, Chen Na confessed that he would indeed sleep in the guest room, but promised she would sneak over after her parents were asleep. At 11 p.m., Chen Na stealthily crawled onto the bed, her hushed whisper inquiring if Shen Yuan was still awake. Shen Yuan, already smiling, captured her hand in his, playfully admitting he couldn't possibly sleep without properly talking to her first. With a knowing grin, Shen Yuan made a suggestive comment about her attire, acknowledging their unspoken understanding. Chen Na's face flushed crimson, her hands flying to cover her mouth in a sudden wave of intense embarrassment. Overcome with shyness, Chen Na buried her face, while Shen Yuan gazed at her with tender amusement. Meanwhile, Chen Xinyu, half asleep in her nightgown, rubbed her eyes, stirring in the quiet of the night. A soft, questioning hum escaped Chen Xinyu's lips as she turned her head, drawn by an indistinct sound. A deep blush spread across Chen Xinyu's face as she leaned closer to a door, discreetly listening to the sounds emanating from within. Chen Xinyu's eyes widened in mortified shock, the intimate sounds from behind the door starkly real compared to the videos she had seen with classmates. Still blushing and a little stunned, Chen Xinyu whispered to herself, acknowledging her sister's brother-in-law's impressive strength. Her hand subtly adjusted the hem, a quiet gesture revealing a flicker of apprehension. A deep flush crept across Chen Xinyu's cheeks as she nervously adjusted her dress, her throat tightening with a silent swallow. Chen Na turned away from the doorway, the unspoken seemed too much to bear as she internally declared she could not keep watching. An hour and a half later, Chen Na returned to her sister's room, gently pulling the blanket up around Chen Xinyu, a silent act of care. She embraced her sister, her voice soft with concern as she asked why Chen Xinyu was still awake. Chen Xinyu looked up, her voice small and vulnerable as she confessed her desire to sleep wrapped in her sister's embrace. With a tender smile, Chen Na pulled her closer, reassuring her to sleep well in her arms. As she held her sister close, Chen Na felt a pang of bittersweet nostalgia, realizing how much Chen Xinyu had truly grown up. The next day at noon, back at school, Fu Yingzi sought Shen Yuan's opinion on an arrangement, eager for his direction. Shen Yuan found everything perfectly acceptable, his thoughts confirming Fu Yingzi's impressive efficiency and suitability as a potential secretary. Fu Yingzi presented him with the first batch of over a dozen entrepreneurship applications and business plans collected from the Youth League Committee, ready for his review. Shen Yuan reached out, ready to scrutinize the collected proposals. He frowned, annoyed by a heavily retouched ID photo that he inwardly criticized for its obvious artificiality. Dismissing the superficial, Shen Yuan moved directly to the business plans, his voice tinged with mild skepticism as he read proposals for coffee shops, pet stores, and internet cafes. His eyes widened in outrage as he saw a proposal for a sexy lingerie store on campus, internally questioning the sanity of such a socially disastrous idea. Frustration etched on his face, Shen Yuan resolved not to squander the system's funds on such low-quality proposals, declaring his serious intent to build a legitimate enterprise, not merely play games. A vivid, almost unsettling vision flashed through his mind, an 80-year-old Shen Yuan still on a beach, desperate to please some young woman, making him question the superficiality of his current path. He vehemently rejected the idea of ending his life as a mere flirt, instead resolving that both the campus incubator and Chen Na's cafe would become crucial foundations for accumulating real business experience. He saw himself launching into the ruthless business world, confidently transforming a modest company into an industry giant when the time was right. He yearned to transcend the image of a mere playboy, to forge his own industry into a multinational conglomerate and become a legendary figure who profoundly contributed to society. Shen Yuan sternly informed Fu Yingzi that he had overestimated the students, dismissing all the unrealistic proposals and ordering a complete replanning of the project. Fu Yingzi, thoughtful, suggested the poor quality might simply stem from too small a sample size. Shen Yuan considered her point, then asked if the school and youth league committee could increase their promotional efforts to attract more applicants. Fu Yingzi, already prepared, confirmed Secretary Lu's full support and detailed a comprehensive promotional strategy, including radio ads and multi-platform social media campaigns. A confident smile touched Shen Yuan's lips as he approved the plan, then further instructed her to prepare a rigorous second-round exam covering all essential business disciplines. As Fu Yingzi affirmed her understanding, Shen Yuan thanked her, his thoughts turning to a new realization: money didn't just buy possessions, but also the subtle, satisfying power of directing others. His eyes glinted with newfound determination. He understood that acquiring practical talents like Fu Yingzi would be the true cornerstone of his future success. He now understood his path required a dual approach, nurturing favorability with the opposite sex, but also, critically, assembling a team of capable subordinates without delay. At the fitness center, trainer Han Lihai's voice boomed with outrage, confronting Lu Menglu about her late arrival and accusing her of lacking commitment. Lu Menglu, unperturbed, calmly explained that she had requested the day off and ensured all her clients were informed. Trainer Han Lihai scoffed, his anger flaring as he demanded to know if he had ever actually approved her day off. He then revealed his inappropriate condition for her leave, a lunch date, which Lu Menglu met with a look of barely concealed annoyance, asking if he could not try a different tactic. Trainer Han Lihai sputtered in a rage, stubbornly dismissing her explanation and declaring her absence as unforgivable absenteeism. When he threatened to deduct her pay, Lu Menglu reached her breaking point, defiantly telling him to deduct whatever he wished as she declared she was quitting. Another male employee, concerned, asked trainer Han Lihai if Lu Menglu had truly quit, worrying aloud about how she would make a living without her established clients. The same employee then pointed out the window, asking if the manager had noticed what car Lu Menglu had arrived in. Trainer Han Lihai gasped in shock at the sight of a 911, immediately concluding with a sneer that Lu Menglu must have found a sugar daddy. Safely in her car, Lu Menglu called Shen Yuan, playfully lamenting her job loss and teasingly asking if he would come to comfort her. Shen Yuan, a smile playing on his lips, enthusiastically proposed that her sudden unemployment was the perfect opportunity for her to become his exclusive personal trainer. On his phone screen, Lu Menglu coyly inquired about rewards, and Shen Yuan, reciprocating her flirtation, promised to pick her up for training and offer her a few dozen mini-goals to enjoy. Winking and forming a heart with her hands, Lu Menglu assured him she would be eagerly waiting in the executive suite, her words dripping with affection and anticipation. At 8:30 p.m., Shen Yuan stood in the doorway, playfully challenging Lu Menglu on her late arrival, questioning if she still expected to be let in. Internally deeming her a playful tease, Shen Yuan turned the tables, threatening to leave if she wasn't going to let him in, escalating their game of push and pull. Lu Menglu, a sudden, playful panic in her voice, reached out, desperately pleading with him not to go. Grabbing his arm, Lu Menglu admitted she had only been trying to set the mood, begging him to stay as Shen Yuan teasingly reminded her of her earlier resistance. Shen Yuan's eyes glinted with a mischievous smirk as he challenged her to beg, eager to gauge the sincerity of her desire. A deep blush spread across Lu Menglu's cheeks as she playfully questioned how her eager attitude could possibly be insincere. With a satisfied smile, Shen Yuan finally acknowledged he felt a hint of sincerity from her. He pulled her into a warm embrace, burying his face in her chest and playfully declaring he wouldn't leave, a statement layered with suggestive meaning for the two of them. Lu Menglu, her voice a warm caress after a night of intimacy, playfully wondered if Shen Yuan would punish her for her naughtiness. Shen Yuan leaned closer, a smile playing on his lips as he demanded she repeat the endearing term, wanting to savor the intimacy. Her voice, a soft, drawn-out whisper, affirmed the endearment, a tender confession between them. Pleased by her words, Shen Yuan vowed to increase the intensity of their connection, as Lu Menglu's murmurs of surrender filled the warm air. As if swept into a dream, they continued their passionate dance for another hour, lost in their own world. Lying flushed and breathless, Lu Menglu knew that even without his wealth, Shen Yuan possessed an undeniable allure that drew her in completely. Shen Yuan, brimming with renewed energy, playfully challenged Lu Menglu, reminding her of her role as his exclusive trainer and urging her not to give up. Lu Menglu stared up at him in utter disbelief, her voice laced with exhaustion as she questioned how he could possibly be ready for another round so soon. Another hour passed in a haze of passion, leaving Lu Menglu utterly spent, playfully accusing Shen Yuan of abandoning his promised gentleness. Shen Yuan's assertion of gentleness, claiming only 50% of his full strength, was met with Lu Menglu's exasperated retort and an internal thought that he had clearly intended 120%, a stark difference from last time. Shen Yuan, internally praising his divine technique of infinite and tireless operation, suddenly felt a pang of concern, wondering if his body's energy was depleting and if he had lost weight. He summoned his attribute panel, only to be met with shocking numbers confirming a 2-kilo weight loss and a 3-point drop in health, a concerning revelation he knew he could not ignore. Shen Yuan, ever the provocateur, suggested morning exercise to Coach Lu, who immediately retorted with a playful double entendre, wondering if he was already planning tomorrow's routine. He feigned indignation, clarifying he meant actual exercise, then genuinely asked if she found him a bit thin, revealing his true concern for his physique. Lu Menglu playfully taunted him about his skinny physique, prompting Shen Yuan to respond with a mock threat, escalating their flirtatious banter. With a playful, blushing surrender, Lu Menglu apologized, prompting Shen Yuan to shift the conversation, instructing her to create a professional exercise plan. Lu Menglu, now focused and practical, outlined a comprehensive diet and exercise plan, emphasizing body fat percentage and combined training, to which Shen Yuan readily agreed to start tomorrow. Shen Yuan suggested they use the Junyue's gym, adding a thoughtful offer to buy Lu Menglu new workout outfits while retrieving his own clothes the next morning. A sudden surge of energy indicated the system had detected his intent to exercise, activating a fitness panel and presenting a time-limited mission to achieve a perfect physique within a month for a 2-year physical upgrade. Shen Yuan, surprised by the system's new feature, questioned the existence of a fitness panel, revealing his growing awareness of the system's capabilities. Reviewing his fitness stats, Shen Yuan determined to focus his training on weight and body fat, before a new, interactive button on the screen piqued his curiosity. He realized fitness was merely one segment of a much larger system, understanding that by meeting mission requirements, he could unlock a multitude of other skills and sections. A wave of confident excitement washed over him. With the father system, he felt he could master in a single month what others spent years acquiring. The next day, Lu Menglu arrived with a homemade fitness lunch, explaining she had foregone the hotel's caloric options and risen at 6:30 to prepare it for him. Shen Yuan, his cheeks tinged with a soft blush, expressed his genuine appreciation for the plentiful and well-prepared meal. Lu Menglu jokingly warned him not to torment her again after all her effort, but Shen Yuan, with a suggestive comeback, questioned if torment was all she felt. With a resigned smile, Lu Menglu conceded the playful argument, urging Shen Yuan to eat quickly so they could begin their training, to which he enthusiastically agreed. Clad in their workout gear, Shen Yuan and Lu Menlu entered the bustling gym with a confident, shared purpose. A man, captivated by Lu Menlu's stunning presence, was so surprised that he dropped his barbell, marveling at the gym's spectacular new trainer. Another man, consumed by admiration for her incredible physique, lost his footing and stumbled from the treadmill in his distraction. Lu Menlu demonstrated an exercise with focused precision, while Shen Yuan, seated nearby, was equally engaged in his own dedicated workout. Another gym-goer, feeling his self-control slipping, desperately tried to avert his gaze from Lu Menlu, struggling to suppress an inappropriate physical reaction. A man, observing Shen Yuan, scoffed internally at the perceived weakling, deeming him unworthy of such a perfect woman and arrogantly suggesting himself as a better partner. Lu Menlu gave Shen Yuan precise instructions, guiding him to improve his movement and technique, unaware of the older man observing them. The older man, recognizing Shen Yuan, immediately began to speculate with judgmental disdain about the fairy by his side, recalling another beauty he had seen him with at the mall. Lu Menlu offered gentle encouragement, noting Shen Yuan's quick fatigue but praising his first-day effort, advising him to train gradually, which he met with a hint of playful skepticism. Shen Yuan, still brimming with suggestive banter, asked when they would eat the hot tofu, eliciting a mock-annoyed response from Lu Menlu. A woman, consumed by jealous anger at Shen Yuan's new fling, seethed over her inability to contact Zhou Wanting, who had blocked her, leaving her frustrated and without answers for their breakup. The older man, now with a mischievous smirk, considered if Shen Yuan was dating multiple women, plotting to expose him and watch the ensuing dramatic confrontation. The older man, feigning surprise and friendliness, approached Shen Yuan and Lu Menlu, his greeting carrying a clear, unspoken agenda. Shen Yuan, sensing the forced pleasantries, coolly asked the older man his purpose, who replied with a disingenuous claim of merely saying hello to an acquaintance. Lu Menlu, her patience wearing thin, rudely dismissed the older man, demanding he leave them alone and stop bothering them. The older man, unfazed by Lu Menlu's dismissal, pressed his attack, hinting at another woman Shen Yuan had been with, clearly attempting to sow discord. He smirked internally, eagerly anticipating Lu Menlu's angry reaction to his revelation, relishing the thought of the dramatic scene he hoped to ignite. 20 seconds passed without a single reaction from Shen Yuan or Lu Menlu, leaving the older man utterly baffled by their composure and questioning the nature of their relationship. Still bewildered, the older man awkwardly tried to prompt Lu Menlu for a response, struggling to comprehend her lack of reaction. Shen Yuan, his voice firm with annoyance, finally confronted the older man, Ho Jun, questioning his inappropriate interference and the audacity of his questions. The older man's words dripped with a false sense of concern, warning the woman that Shen Yuan was playing a double game, yet his accusations only ignited her quiet irritation. Her defiant declaration stunned the older man, who could only bluster about Shen Yuan's lavish gifts to another, claiming his intentions were pure, yet she simply refused to listen. The woman's radiant smile softened, revealing an affection that transcended material things, her own joy inextricably linked to Shen Yuan's contentment. A secret smirk played on her lips as she inwardly dismissed his petty accusations, knowing Shen Yuan's true generosity far outstripped any imagined dalliance. Bewilderment washed over the older man, his mind reeling as he struggled to reconcile her joyous defiance with his own rigid assumptions about loyalty and relationships. Her irritation finally flared, cutting through his persistence as she demanded he remove his unwelcome presence from their space. As he retreated in baffled indignation, the older man muttered to himself, his worldview utterly upended by their unconventional bond. With a quiet certainty, Lu Menlu dismissed the interference, secure in her role and understanding with Shen Yuan, then gently urged him to continue their workout. 2 hours later, Lu Menlu praised Shen Yuan's progress and suggested increasing their workout intensity, to which he playfully wondered if it was a clever form of evening retribution. Lu Menlu, a flush rising on her cheeks, explained the logical progression of their training, but Shen Yuan, sensing the shift in atmosphere, simply suggested they return for a shower. The soft hiss of the shower signaled a deeper intimacy about to unfold. As his lips found her neck, Shen Yuan murmured about another lesson he needed to learn, a bold suggestion that caught Lu Menlu completely off guard. His embrace deepened, a silent answer that drew a soft moan of surrender from her lips. Later, Lu Menlu, seeking reassurance, asked if he would stay, but Shen Yuan gently instructed her to remain in the apartment as he had other plans for the night. Lu Menlu, feigning a small protest about the loneliness of the large apartment, found Shen Yuan's playful request for her to repeat her affectionate address almost irresistible. A breathy, seductive whisper answered him, the playful endearment carrying the weight of burgeoning affection. Shen Yuan silently reveled in the growing affection, his mind already anticipating the mysterious rewards his daddy system would bestow once the bond deepened further. From a distance, Shen Yuan silently seethed, annoyed by the persistent shadow that refused to leave Fu Yingzi's side. Fu Yingzi offered an immediate apology, explaining the other man's relentless pursuit, while he, oblivious, tried to justify his unwelcome presence as an offer of help. Shen Yuan's cool dismissal left no room for argument, his tone clearly stating the man was utterly useless to their efforts. The other man's forced smile barely masked the simmering frustration beneath his agitated demeanor. Outside, the other man's anxiety escalated, his thoughts racing as he imagined what could be happening behind the now closed door and drawn blinds. Within the room, Shen Yuan's embrace brought a blush to Fu Yingzi's face, while outside, the other man collapsed in utter despair, convinced his worst fears had come true. Shen Yuan, ever the strategist, inquired about the campaign's progress, and Fu Yingzi detailed her extensive efforts to generate buzz, admitting the new entrepreneurship plan required more time to mature. He then announced his intention to launch yet another publicity wave, determined to amplify their project's reach even further. Fu Yingzi, taken aback by his ambition, pressed for details, eager to understand his next steps and her role in them. Shen Yuan laid out his elaborate plan, instructing her to subtly hint at his significant investment in the entrepreneurship base, creating intrigue without revealing his identity. Fu Yingzi carefully rephrased his strategy for clarification, then internally resolved to execute his vision precisely, even if his ultimate motivations remained a mystery to her. He confirmed her understanding, explaining the campaign would attract more applicants and prestige, while internally acknowledging his true motives, boosting his standing, attracting specific female students, and earning a grand reward from his mysterious, daddy system. Shen Yuan emphasized the critical need for absolute secrecy early on, then challenged Fu Yingzi, asking if she truly believed the task was manageable. He quickly outlined the practical steps for execution, declaring the plan settled, before abruptly shifting their conversation to Fu Yingzi's own aspirations. His direct question caught Fu Yingzi completely off guard, her own desires suddenly laid bare before him. Fu Yingzi reeled from his unexpected bluntness, realizing her initial hopes for a romantic connection were unfounded, given his existing relationships and apparent disinterest. She confessed her fears about the difficulty of securing a good internship and future job after graduation, admitting her hope that working with him could lead to a significantly better salary than average. Shen Yuan commented on her university student pragmatism, musing on the path their relationship could have taken, before cutting directly to the heart of the matter: how much money did she truly want? With a slight tremor in her voice, she hesitantly proposed 8,000, quickly adding that it was already a significant leap from the average graduate's earnings. Shen Yuan confidently rounded her proposed salary up to 10,000, promising bonuses for excellent performance, and decisively declared her new allegiance. The staggering salary offer left Fu Yingzi breathless, her thoughts immediately questioning if his final words carried a deeper, more intimate meaning. The other man's frustrated banging echoed from outside, his patience completely worn thin by their prolonged discussion. Fu Yingzi, deeply frustrated by the man's continued presence, apologized and offered to go speak with him herself. But Shen Yuan stopped her, proposing a small sacrifice to definitively resolve the persistent nuisance, leaving Fu Yingzi utterly confused. His arms enveloped her from behind, a warm kiss tracing her neck, a calculated yet intimate gesture. Shen Yuan's lips lingered, leaving a visible mark on her skin as a bold statement. As they emerged, Shen Yuan quipped about needing a "no creeps allowed" sign, his words hitting the other man like a physical blow. The other man's world crumbled, his tearful plea demanding answers from Fu Yingzi, who now seemed utterly changed. With Shen Yuan's arm around her, Fu Yingzi delivered her final, firm rejection, asserting her new status and demanding he leave her alone. Disbelief contorted the man's face as he angrily challenged her, demanding to know when this unexpected relationship had begun. Fu Yingzi calmly declared their relationship official, stating it had begun just moments ago, and warned him to maintain his distance lest he upset both her and Shen Yuan. His last desperate cries echoed in the hall as the man sank to the floor, utterly defeated and broken by the undeniable truth. The defeated man walked away, leaving behind the undeniable truth of Shen Yuan's victory and Fu Yingzi's new allegiance. Shen Yuan's thoughts, sharp and unyielding, reinforced his belief in the undeniable power of wealth. Fu Yingzi, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, hesitantly questioned if their public display had gone far enough. Shen Yuan calmly reassured her that the nuisance was gone, then, with a casual release, announced his departure. As Shen Yuan walked away, Fu Yingzi's mind was a whirlwind of questions, his name echoing silently in her thoughts. Alone, Shen Yuan reflected on Fu Yingzi's potential, a stark contrast to his own perceived inadequacies in running a full company. He knew that without genuine skill, his wealth was a hollow facade, driving him to reach for the glowing knowledge modules of his system and truly level up. The system acknowledged his intent, laying out an ambitious one-month task: master foundational management for an EMBA-level knowledge integration, a challenge Shen Yuan knew would be anything but easy. A sudden thought sparked in Shen Yuan's mind: his counselor, Li Xiao, possessed a double degree, with business management as her primary major. As a text from Miss Lin popped up, inviting him for a drink, Shen Yuan's smirk deepened, knowing precisely where this overture was leading. Miss Lin's hopes deflated as Shen Yuan deferred her invitation to tomorrow night, leaving her to lament the long wait ahead. Just an hour later, Manhwa greeted Shen Yuan with a burst of eager affection, fishing for a compliment she knew he would deliver. Shen Yuan affirmed her with his characteristic charm, declaring that his Miss Hui was always stunning. As their lips met in a passionate embrace, Shen Yuan's thoughts, confident and unyielding, dismissed any other contenders for his attention. Min Hui lay in peaceful repose, her affection for Shen Yuan unmistakably soaring. Shen Yuan, bare-chested, coolly observed Min Hui, reflecting on the escalating challenge and rewarding nature of the affection system, much like a game's progression. Amidst their intimate embrace, Shen Yuan casually broached the topic of buying her a house, inviting her to look this weekend. Overjoyed, Min Hui clung to him, her heartfelt declaration of love echoing in the warm glow. The next morning on campus, as Min Hui departed, 2 female students were already immersed in hushed discussions about the new startup incubator's promotional materials. One student questioned the outlandish rumor of a fellow student investing 10 million, while the other scoffed, convinced the wealthy elite of their school were incapable of such a feat, all while Min Hui listened intently. Distraught by the burden of their secret, female student 1 yearned to reveal the truth, but Min Hui firmly reminded her of Shen Yuan's strict instructions to keep quiet. The animated thoughts of her friends questioned Shen Yuan's secrecy and envied Min Hui's fortune, with one even dreaming of becoming an assistant to escape the drudgery of hard work. The second student reacted with an incredulous gasp at the idea of a live-in maid, while the first dismissed her own chances with a resigned sigh. One friend playfully jabbed at Min Hui about her lucky night, causing Min Hui to blush and protest against the good-natured teasing. The playful badgering continued, prompting a blushing Min Hui to respond with an exasperated, yet fond, protest. Another student, Yuping, dismissed the circulating post about the $10 million student investor, scoffing at the credulity of online gossip. The sheer scale of the rumored investment stunned one student, leading the other to casually confess her own willingness to pursue such a wealthy individual. With a dismissive smirk, the second student crushed any romantic notions, arguing that anyone truly that rich would be flaunting their wealth, making secrecy pointless. Their conversation quickly devolved into criticism of Shen Yuan, labeling him as arrogant and self-important, and recounting his perceived slights with open disdain. As campus gossip spread like wildfire, painting a distorted picture, Shen Yuan remained oblivious and undisturbed, steadily advancing his own hidden agenda. From his car, Shen Yuan called Counselor Li Xiao, requesting her help to seriously study management, a plea that immediately ignited her suspicion. Shen Yuan earnestly insisted on his genuine desire to learn, eventually wearing down Counselor Li Xiao, who finally conceded with a weary sigh. As Shen Yuan drove, he promised to be at her place soon, fielding Counselor Li Xiao's anxious questions and vehement reassurances that he had no ulterior motives. At her doorstep, Counselor Li Xiao, her cheeks flushed, demanded a promise from Shen Yuan that his visit wouldn't repeat past indiscretions, to which he readily agreed. Still unsure, Counselor Li Xiao questioned his sincerity, only for Shen Yuan to double down, promising 100% certainty. With a reluctant sigh, Counselor Li Xiao finally invited him in, handing him her old college textbook with the initial key points already marked. She advised him on how to tackle the material, emphasizing real-life application, to which Shen Yuan readily agreed, promising to begin memorizing immediately. After a diligent hour of studying, the initial focus began to wane, evident in Counselor Li Xiao's growing boredom. Counselor Li Xiao, kneeling, reprimanded him sharply, demanding to know why his gaze had shifted from his book to her. With a sly smirk, Shen Yuan declared his counselor far more captivating than any textbook. Blushing with exasperation, Counselor Li Xiao reminded him sharply of his broken promise, challenging his true intentions. Shen Yuan, unperturbed, boldly declared his serious intent to study was not at odds with his desire for her to be his girlfriend. Blushing furiously, Counselor Li Xiao stood abruptly, commanding him to stop his nonsense. Shen Yuan pressed his advantage, wrapping his arms around her from behind, causing her to protest weakly, reminding him of her sleeping sister nearby. He tightened his hold, cheekily suggesting they make their relationship official, despite her flustered protests that she had agreed to nothing. With an undeniable certainty, Shen Yuan closed the distance, sealing his declaration with a kiss. Caught in his embrace, Counselor Li Xiao's thoughts seethed with anger, his broken promise a sharp counterpoint to the insistent pressure of his lips. His hand held her arm in a firm, possessive grip, a silent assertion of his claim. Her protests turned urgent, a sudden, sharp denial erupting as Shen Yuan's hand moved to an undeniably intimate space. Min Hui emerged from the quiet bedroom, a retching sound escaping her as she rubbed her sleep-heavy eyes, a physical manifestation of discomfort. Chen Sinyu's eyes widened, her entire being seized by an immediate, profound shock at the scene unfolding before her. What the heck is going on here? Chen Sinyu's outraged cry filled the air, as she discovered Min Hui and Shen Yuan in a startlingly intimate position, her sister's audacity a shocking blow. A sudden sound echoed as Min Hui, caught off guard, flushed deeply beneath Shen Yuan's gaze, her surprise palpable. What are you doing? Min Hui demanded, her voice thick with embarrassment, the devastating realization that her little sister had witnessed everything settling upon her. Shen Yuan offered a nonchalant justification, believing it was better for her sister to know sooner rather than later, but Min Hui's exasperated, wrong. Ugh, Shen Yuan, cut through his attempt at levity. Her blush deepened with frustration as Min Hui lamented, I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend yet. The thought of explaining this complex situation to her sister was overwhelming. With a soft, lingering gaze, Shen Yuan pressed, Counselor, do you like me? His directness caught Min Hui off guard, leaving her to stammer in response. Min Hui, her gaze flickering away, hesitantly admitted, if I had to say, then yes, a little, but immediately countered with the formidable obstacle of their teacher-student relationship, even as her affection for him grew. Shen Yuan noted the slight rise in her affection, accepting that for Min Hui, a woman who valued sincerity over materialism, only time and genuine effort would prove his intentions. He resolved not to give up. Min Hui remained silent, a blush still staining her cheeks as she processed the whirlwind of emotions and Shen Yuan's unwavering persistence. I'll head out for now. See you next time, Shen Yuan said with a confident smile, leaving Min Hui in the wake of their intimate encounter. With Shen Yuan gone, Min Hui, still flustered but relieved, called out to her sister, you can come out of the room now. Is it over? Chen Xinyu asked as Min Hui confirmed it, bending down to pick something up, her embarrassment still evident. Chen Xinyu, with a playful glint, pressed her sister, Sis, are you and him together now? Should I start calling him brother-in-law? To which Min Hui nervously admitted they were not officially together. Not officially. Then how did you two end up doing that? Chen Xinyu questioned pointedly, as Min Hui, flustered, clarified that they hadn't gone all the way. When asked what she was thinking, Min Hui confessed, her voice tinged with confusion, that her mind was a complete mess. Inside her head, Chen Xinyu smugly mused that Min Hui was clearly falling for him, even if she hadn't realized it herself. Later that night, Shen Yuan stood observant in the warm, inviting glow of a cafe. A woman, Miss Lin, approached Shen Yuan, apologetically explaining her need to talk due to a deep mood, hoping she wasn't interrupting anything important. Shen Yuan, with genuine concern, assured her she wasn't interrupting and asked if she was alright, noting her unhappiness. Miss Lin confessed the source of her distress, revealing that her husband, Tang Xianyong, was openly unfaithful, no longer even attempting to hide his affairs. Miss Lin's reflection in her drink revealed a sad determination as she internally justified her own actions, feeling that if her husband was so brazen, she had every right to seek comfort, certain he wouldn't have the right to complain. Miss Lin then shifted the conversation, asking Shen Yuan if Chen Na was his girlfriend, to which he replied, sort of, with a slight ambiguity. When Miss Lin questioned if Chen Na knew about their meeting, Shen Yuan confidently asserted that she would not mind, even if she did. A wave of relief washed over Miss Lin as she internally concluded that she had no reason to feel guilty, assured that she wasn't interfering in anyone's relationship. Blushing, Miss Lin confessed her vulnerability, asking Shen Yuan, can you hug me? Just once. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan extended a calm invitation, come here. Her hand moved, a silent gesture of acceptance, as she responded to his implicit welcome. Seated intimately on his lap, Miss Lin, blushing, couldn't help but ask if her husband knew she was out drinking with Shen Yuan. Please, don't mention that asshole. Miss Lin began before suddenly kissing Shen Yuan, whose thoughts, even mid-kiss, were plagued by guilt over the situation unfolding at Anna Na's cafe with another woman. Shen Yuan continued the kiss, but his mind raced, questioning if he was truly becoming that guy and why he was overthinking it amidst the intoxicating moment. The scene blurred into a brilliant, soft light, momentarily obscuring the intimacy of the moment. I can't. Shen Yuan began, then, with a challenging gaze, asked Miss Lin if she was seriously asking him to behave now. Miss Lin, her eyes determined, leaned closer, promising Shen Yuan, I'll help you relax. Once more, a bright, soft glow enveloped the scene, hinting at deepening intimacy. Nope, tonight I'm going all in, Shen Yuan declared, a soft, intimate sound escaping Miss Lin as their encounter intensified. A profound sense of bliss washed over Miss Lin, a fleeting, dreamlike sensation as if she had ascended to heaven. Half an hour later, Miss Lin lay flushed and disheveled, her breath still catching from the intensity of their time together. Help me clean up, please, Shen Yuan requested, his voice gentle after their shared intimacy. Miss Lin's face glowed with a satisfied flush, her eyes softly closed in contentment. Shen Yuan, too, wore a serene smile, his eyes closed in quiet satisfaction. Miss Lin reflected on the common misconception that young men ignore older women, surprised that her affection level with Shen Yuan had surged after their intimate connection, not before. Shen Yuan was startled by a system notification, congratulating him on achieving 5 NPCs with high affection levels and unlocking a stage reward, surprised the system tracked such metrics. Let's see what goodies I get this time. Shen Yuan exclaimed, eager to claim his rewards, especially the high-efficiency study card that would help him quickly complete his time-limited task. With a sparkle in his eye, Shen Yuan expressed his excitement for the perfect life lucky draw, hoping for an extravagant prize from System Daddy. Miss Lin, her smile radiant, commented on Shen Yuan's happiness, confessing that she had never experienced such joy in her entire life. Shen Yuan met her gaze, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he absorbed her heartfelt confession. "Let's go, Shen Yuan. I should be heading home now," Miss Lin said, turning back with a suggestive smile over her shoulder. "So, next time, we'll continue?" Shen Yuan reacted with surprise, a thought balloon appearing above his head as he pondered her words. "Huh? Next time? Is she planning to keep this going?" Shen Yuan read through the online comments Fu Yingzi sent him, noting the widespread disbelief that anyone in their university could drive a G-class, a subtle foreshadowing of the stir his own actions would soon create. Fu Yingzi, ever strategic, advised him that online hate was a good sign, generating discussion and raising visibility, a notion Shen Yuan readily agreed with. Deciding to put his startup project aside for the moment, Shen Yuan focused his attention inward, eager to discover what unexpected advantages the system had in store. A digital voice then offered him 2 lottery chances, a promise of hidden potential that Shen Yuan eagerly accepted. His smile widened into pure delight as the system announced his prize, a 500 square meter storefront in Yinchi Elegant Garden, a truly luxurious asset that promised substantial rental income. With 1 draw remaining, Shen Yuan's excitement for the system's generosity only grew, his anticipation palpable. The next prize, 2 attribute adjustment points for fitness stats, immediately sparked a strategic thought in Shen Yuan as he envisioned how it could swiftly help him achieve his fitness goals. Recognizing his naturally slim build, Shen Yuan intently reviewed his fitness panel, deciding to allocate his points to increase his weight. A digital overlay spread across his vision as the system began applying the changes to his physical attributes, initiating a subtle, powerful transformation. Flexing with a satisfied smile, Shen Yuan noted the noticeable 5-kilogram muscle gain, a swift and impressive result that delighted him and proved the point's incredible efficacy. In a whimsical, stylized moment, a chibi woman reacted with exaggerated delight to a seemingly unimpressed chibi Shen Yuan, playfully hinting at the effects of his growing allure. Shen Yuan's strategic mind connected the dots, realizing the system rewarded both individual affection levels and a broader network of high-affection connections, solidifying his need to expand his romantic reach. He then decided to cleverly use a high-efficiency study card, not just for academics, but as a practical means to gain more topics for conversation with the counselor he planned to pursue. In the days that followed, Shen Yuan diligently dedicated himself to both physical and academic pursuits, showcasing his newfound commitment and drive. His generosity and growing wealth became evident as Shen Yuan acquired a Maserati MC20 for Chen Na and a Mercedes-Benz G63 for himself, a casual display of his luxurious lifestyle. At the job fair, students openly debated the rumors of a wealthy investor driving a G-class, their disbelief palpable that such an individual would attend their second-tier university. A female student approached male student 1, openly questioning his presence at the fair given his family's established wealth, implying it was beneath him. Male student 1, with a confident smile, articulated his belief that a good manager must continually evolve, portraying his attendance as a pursuit of growth. Drawn in by his apparent success, a female student nervously inquired if she could join his company should her internship search prove fruitless. Male student 1, ever so charming, readily agreed to assist her, asking for her resume and promising to put in a good word. The 2 female students, depicted in chibi form, reacted with an exaggerated surge of gratitude and excitement, their eyes turning into hearts at his offer. Male student 1 then extended his offer of internship opportunities to other junior students, leveraging his status to appear helpful and generous. However, some male students watched with thinly veiled annoyance, criticizing male student 1 for merely flexing and flirting, openly wishing for someone to humiliate him. The female students then openly disparaged Shen Yuan, contrasting him unfavorably with the capable and humble senior, dismissing him as lame and clueless for merely running a cafe and chasing older women. Female student 1's scorn for Shen Yuan was palpable, declaring her complete loss of respect for him and her refusal to discuss him further. With a confident smile, male student 1 invited female student 1 to dinner after the fair, and she, blushing, readily accepted. The gleaming wheel and side panel of a gray Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon then commanded attention, its luxurious presence undeniable. Female student 1 voiced her surprise at seeing a car on campus, questioning the presence of the forbidden luxury vehicle. Male student 1, along with the others, reacted with immediate surprise, recognizing the distinctive G-Class. Female student 1 quickly connected the luxurious vehicle to the circulating rumor of a wealthy student who had invested 10 million in a startup. The female student's priorities immediately shifted, with one declaring her willingness to abandon her date for a chance to meet the wealthy G-Wagon owner. Shen Yuan casually greeted his acquaintances, Old Huang and Old Chow, from the driver's seat of the G-Wagon, offering them a ride. Female student 2 and female student 1 stared in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with shock, as the G-Wagon driver was revealed to be none other than Shen Yuan. With dramatic timing, Shen Yuan appeared, driving the G-Wagon, prompting male student 1 to exclaim about his perfectly timed arrival. Male student 1 reacted with nervous shock, while female student 1, consumed by anger, turned her gaze away from the unfolding scene. In a state of denial, female student 1 pressed against the car window, desperately hoping Shen Yuan was merely the driver. Male student 1, clearly annoyed, confronted female student 1, accusing her of being sneaky and making her jump back in surprise. With a sly smile, male student 1 opened the G-Wagon's door, telling the surprised female student 1 to move out of their way. Female student 2, staring thoughtfully at the departing luxury vehicle, pondered how Shen Yuan had so skillfully concealed his immense wealth. Lost in thought, the two female students wondered with growing apprehension if an apology to Shen Yuan would even be enough for forgiveness. As news of Shen Yuan's wealth swept through campus, two women in their dorm room eagerly declared him their new goal, admiring his youth and handsome looks. From her bed, a woman excitedly declared her intent to pursue Shen Yuan after finding his WeChat contact. When questioned about her current boyfriend, the woman on the bed casually admitted she would instantly abandon him if Shen Yuan gave her a chance. A voice then called out to Sister Ingzi, introducing a new character, Long Jinghan. Long Jinghan turned, politely asking the woman what she needed. Long Jinghan asked for an introduction to Shen Yuan for his startup, prompting the woman to question her sudden entrepreneurial interest. Long Jinghan offered a coy smile and a subtle blush, citing the competitive job market as her reason. The woman's thoughts revealed her skepticism, almost having been swayed by the flimsy excuse. The woman, lost in a stylized thought, initially assessed Long Jinghan's perfect qualities as an ideal match for Shen Yuan, before abruptly catching herself. In a chibi moment of self-chastisement, the woman exclaimed at herself, realizing she sounded like she was selecting concubines for Shen Yuan. A torrent of unsolicited messages flooded in, each a bold attempt to connect with Shen Yuan, revealing a myriad of intentions and desires. His roommate, male student 1, observed the commotion with amusement, casually inquiring if Shen Yuan would attend to the incessant buzzing of his phone. Shen Yuan, with eyes still closed, dismissed the digital clamor as kinda gross, his indifference a stark contrast to the attention he was receiving. Male student 1, surprised by Shen Yuan's aversion, questioned if the popularity itself was sickening, only for Shen Yuan to clarify his annoyance stemmed from the unexpected male admirers. The overflow of Shen Yuan's popularity had become a burden on his roommate, male student 1, who expressed exasperation as girls now bypassed Shen Yuan to reach him instead. From his relaxed position, Shen Yuan nonchalantly advised his inconvenienced roommates to simply ignore the relentless messages. Male student 1's frustration erupted in a dramatic outcry, highlighting the bitter irony of Shen Yuan's celebrity status while he and male student 2 remained perpetually single. The system interface glowed, detailing that widespread admiration would yield reputation points for lucky draws, while Shen Yuan internally mused that true respect required tangible projects, not just fleeting attention. Shen Yuan observed his current reputation score, a modest 33, a quiet reminder of the path ahead. Decisively, Shen Yuan resolved to engage his secretary, Fu Yingzi, summoning her to the office with a casual, "Got it, boss," echoing from her phone. A different kind of warmth entered his voice as Shen Yuan answered a call from Lu Menglu, who, missing him, immediately requested his company on campus. With a determined expression, Shen Yuan instructed Lu Menglu to meet him at the office, strategizing internally to control any rumors that might arise from their public appearances. Shen Yuan announced his departure, advising his roommate, still engrossed in his computer, not to wait up for him. Shen Yuan offered a breezy, hopeful send-off to his brothers, only for male student 1 to respond with a deeply frustrated, almost despairing, retort about his enduring solitude. Lu Menglu greeted Shen Yuan with a joyful embrace, her affection palpable, but he gently steered them towards the privacy of the office to talk. With a playful pout, Lu Menglu teased Shen Yuan about his newfound campus fame, a claim he met with feigned surprise as they walked hand in hand. Lu Menglu, with a hint of concern, informed him that his private information had been leaked, a revelation Shen Yuan casually dismissed as mere boredom from others. Lu Menglu offered Shen Yuan a suggestive piece of advice, telling him that boys should know how to protect themselves as she provocatively walked away. Shen Yuan, feigning innocence, questioned the significance of Lu Menglu's gesture as she moved to close the window. With a blush and a seductive lift of her skirt, Lu Menglu directly asked Shen Yuan if he desired to do things with her right there. Shen Yuan, flustered, attempted to defer her advances by mentioning an upcoming meeting, but Lu Menglu, undeterred, urged him to stand up. Speechless, Shen Yuan could only utter a soft, as Lu Menglu leaned intimately against his chest. Lu Menglu, her gaze seductive, provocatively asked if he enjoyed the moment, eliciting a soft, yielding, "Yeah." From Shen Yuan. From the hallway, Fu Yingzi's ears perked at a distinct tapping sound, a sudden intuition telling her something was amiss. As the tapping intensified, a shocked blush spread across Fu Yingzi's face, her mortified realization confirming the sounds were anything but professional. Fu Yingzi wrestled with her internal conflict, accepting that her powerful boss was far from normal, and resolving to stand guard outside the office door to protect his privacy. After an entire class period, Fu Yingzi slumped in exhaustion, groaning about her numb legs and lamenting that her boss was still occupied. The office door emitted a soft creak as it slowly opened, revealing a tantalizing glimpse inside. Lu Menglu made her exit, passing a surprised Fu Yingzi, as Shen Yuan punctuated the awkward silence with a deliberate clearing of his throat. Lu Menglu, with a smug smirk, confronted Fu Yingzi, defiantly declaring her claim on Shen Yuan and demanding she back off. Fu Yingzi quickly shifted to business, asking Shen Yuan about their meeting, and he praised her for building campus hype. Crediting Shen Yuan's leadership for their momentum, Fu Yingzi listened as he instructed her to filter startup incubator applications for practicality and impact. Fu Yingzi, curious, inquired about the specific standards for filtering the upcoming applications. Shen Yuan, a subtle smile playing on his lips, explained they should select candidates reflecting the school's new image, noting their unique, unspoken advantage. Fu Yingzi, intrigued, pressed him to reveal this mysterious advantage. With a knowing smirk, Shen Yuan revealed his major advantage, the exceptional attractiveness of their female students. Fu Yingzi's mind reeled in shock, questioning if her boss was merely spending vast sums to find pretty girls, likening it to an emperor choosing concubines. Fu Yingzi, regaining her composure, directly challenged Shen Yuan, questioning if his selection criteria were truly appropriate. Shen Yuan calmly justified his approach, asserting that since they had so many applicants, they might as well choose those who were also aesthetically pleasing. Fu Yingzi nodded in understanding, agreeing to pre-filter the applicants, while internally marveling at her boss's unique ability to frame his desires as righteous. Shen Yuan transitioned to their next task, asking Fu Yingzi if the second-round evaluation test was complete, to which she confirmed its readiness. A sudden realization dawned on Fu Yingzi: the test was a strategic tool, designed to discreetly eliminate candidates without creating any unnecessary fuss. Fu Yingzi, leaning in conspiratorially, suggested leaking the answers to preferred candidates, a morally ambiguous proposal that Shen Yuan met with an approving smirk. In a stylized internal debate, Fu Yingzi grappled with the moral implications of her actions, questioning if she was betraying her education or merely facilitating a mutual choice. Her internal monologue continued, rationalizing her loyalty by acknowledging the generous salary and the reality that if candidates didn't apply, they wouldn't be considered anyway. Fu Yingzi confidently presented the first candidate, prompting Shen Yuan to immediately inquire about her age. Fu Yingzi, with a slight blush, offered a vague and slightly hesitant answer, suggesting the candidate was around her age, perhaps a bit older. Shen Yuan's annoyance flared as he demanded the candidate's exact, specific age. Fu Yingzi quickly offered an apologetic "oops, sorry." Fu Yingzi provided the candidate's precise details: 19 years old, second year, nicknamed Little Dragon Girl, sparking a suggestive thought in Shen Yuan's mind about becoming the Dragon Rider. Having made his decision, Shen Yuan instructed Fu Yingzi to send him the candidate, Long Jing'an's, WeChat contact, intending to befriend her first. Shen Yuan saw a familiar name on his screen, and a thought surfaced: this invitation, once promised for next time, had arrived sooner than expected. A knowing smirk played on Shen Yuan's lips, wondering if just a drink truly captured her intentions. Across town, a woman's breath hitched as Shen Yuan's instant reply ignited a blush that spread across her cheeks. Her thoughts drifted to their previous encounters, a warmth blooming in her chest as she realized she was experiencing the innocent flutter of first love once more. She wished the hours away, a deep desire for their meeting to arrive consuming her, her body alight with anticipation. Outside, Shen Yuan's car became a testament to his overwhelming popularity, plastered with heartfelt, and sometimes brazen, notes. Shen Yuan sighed, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as he read a note that left nothing to the imagination. Two women approached him with hopeful smiles, their voices sweet as they proposed a ride, or perhaps more. Shen Yuan politely declined, explaining he was already committed, but their interest remained, shifting quickly to his contact information. His final, surprising excuse left the women momentarily speechless, their hopeful expressions fading into stunned silence. From a distance, two men observed the scene, bitter envy coloring their words as they lamented the effortless charm and wealth Shen Yuan possessed. The sheer opulence of Shen Yuan's car became a symbol of a life they could only dream of, sparking a desperate, almost comedic, longing within them. The first scoffed at the idea of dignity when true financial freedom was on the line, declaring a surprising willingness to pledge loyalty for it. Yet, even as he feigned indignation, a blush crept onto his own chibi cheeks, betraying a secret thought: perhaps that wasn't such a bad idea after all. As the clock struck 9, the intimate glow of the cafe enveloped them, and the woman's gentle voice broke the quiet, probing for his hidden troubles. She leaned forward slightly, preparing to ask a question that held deeper meaning for her. Her cheeks flushed as she finally posed the question, her voice soft but earnest: did he believe in love? His answer was evasive, a paradox of belief and disbelief, yet his mind drifted back to high school, to a time when first love beneath the cherry blossoms felt undeniably real. Fleeting images of past relationships drifted through his mind, a beautiful yet hollow collection of faces. He acknowledged the void that remained after his first heartbreak, a feeling he had never found again with any other, even as her voice cut through his thoughts, demanding clarity. The tension of their conversation was abruptly broken by the ring of her phone, shifting her focus to the mundane task of an air conditioner repair. She confirmed her availability for the next day, concluding the practical arrangements for the repair. Shen Yuan thanked her for the call, then his attention turned to her broken air conditioner, a simple problem she had endured for days. With a confident smile, Shen Yuan declared he could have fixed it himself, a revelation that brought a look of utter surprise to her face. Internally, Shen Yuan resolved to use his last skill card, a glowing interface presenting a range of basic abilities before his eyes. Without hesitation, his finger tapped the Basic Appliance Repair option, sealing his choice. A flash of light confirmed the redemption, and Shen Yuan felt an immediate, subtle shift in his dexterity, a newfound confidence in his hands. He declared his newfound ability, then subtly probed, asking if her husband was home, a question that momentarily caught her off guard. In the quiet intimacy of her apartment, Shen Yuan effortlessly began to inspect the air conditioner, her gaze fixed on him. As he worked, explaining the simple fix, her thoughts wandered, questioning his intentions even as she watched him bring cold air back to life. Her blush deepened as she humorously doubted her own allure, a growing confusion about his true intentions swirling in her mind as they were left alone. Feeling a sudden need to clear her jumbled thoughts, she announced her intention to take a quick shower, leaving him to his task. A mere 15 minutes later, she emerged, freshly showered, a look of profound surprise already etched upon her face. A gasp of delight escaped her as the cold air enveloped her, and in her overwhelming gratitude, her hand instinctively found his. Shen Yuan's smile held a new, potent suggestion as he gently pulled her closer, his gaze inviting a different kind of repayment. Her thoughts flashed to her husband, Shen Yuan, an image that spurred a sudden, firm refusal from her lips. Despite her protest, he was already above her, his question a direct challenge to her resistance. His voice a seductive whisper, Shen Yuan promised to mend not just her broken things, but her heart and body too. With a soft gasp, her eyes fluttering closed, her lips breathed his name, a raw surrender to the moment. Her hand instinctively clutched the soft bed sheets, a silent testament to the intensity of the experience. In the throes of the moment, she rationalized her surrender, comparing this immersive sensation to past encounters and finding a new, profound intensity. Her hands, now trembling slightly, tightened their grip on the crumpled sheets. Embraced in the moment, she realized with a jolt that her past with Shen Yuan felt like a desolate waste of time compared to this. As her thoughts scorned her husband's perceived weakness, the man himself, Shen Yuan, fumed with disgust in a dimly lit elevator, his anger boiling. His anger, fueled by perceived slights and an unsettling sense of revulsion, continued to simmer as he stormed away. With a sharp click, his hand turned the doorknob, signaling an imminent, catastrophic return. Her eyes shot open in terror, the soft click of the door echoing like a thunderclap in her suddenly panicked mind. A wave of shared alarm washed over them as the horrifying realization hit, Shen Yuan had come home. The woman's mind raced with the terrifying possibility of ruin if Shen Yuan discovered their secret. Shen Yuan, unperturbed, moved to secure their illicit sanctuary, a quiet promise in his words. The woman watched him, a tremor of bewilderment passing through her at his unnerving composure in such a precarious moment. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan grumbled at the AC left running, his mind already calculating costs as he entered his empty home. His irritation festered into outright contempt, as he catalogued his wife's perceived failures with self-righteous fury. Shen Yuan's frustration mounted as the door resisted him, while on the other side, Shen Yuan's whispered words of illicit suggestion promised to heighten their forbidden intimacy. A silent gasp was stifled by her hand, caught between the thrill of the moment and the terror of discovery. His indignation grew, twisting his late arrival and social obligations into a grievance against his wife, whom he believed was simply holding a grudge. In the glow of their shared secret, she succumbed entirely to the intoxicating sensation, lost to the world beyond their embrace. Locked out, Shen Yuan dismissed the slight, selfishly consoling himself with the notion of extra energy for his own pursuits the next day. Even in sleep, his thoughts drifted only to his own pleasures, planning another night at the bar. Her breath hitched with frantic urgency, a desperate plea for quiet as she realized the thin wall was all that separated them from her sleeping husband. Shen Yuan's voice was a low, seductive assurance, finding perverse delight in the very danger that threatened to expose them. The husband's thunderous snores became a grotesque rhythm to Shen Yuan, adding a darkly humorous layer to their forbidden dance. A shared, knowing glance passed between them, rich with unspoken indulgence and burgeoning intimacy. Her mind wrestled with the desperate need for silence, even as an undeniable gasp of pure sensation escaped her, confirming Shen Yuan's intoxicating hold. The harsh light of morning found Shen Yuan nursing a throbbing head, blaming spurious alcohol for his discomfort, completely unaware of the true events of the night. The woman, surprisingly serene, moved about the kitchen, preparing breakfast as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Shen Yuan observed her with surprise, then dissolved into self-congratulatory fantasy, believing he had achieved the perfect, self-serving life. A casual question about the locked door masked a flicker of something unsettled in his mind. Her cheerful response carried an undertone of secret satisfaction, a subtle blush betraying the truth of her great sleep. Her uncharacteristic sweetness ignited a spark of paranoia within Shen Yuan, convincing him something was amiss. His mind began to race, searching for an explanation for her sudden change, a chilling question forming about her loyalty. He meticulously scoured the bed, a frantic search for any telltale sign of betrayal. The trash bin yielded no damning secrets, a momentary relief that only fueled his growing bewilderment. Unable to find concrete evidence, Shen Yuan dismissed his suspicions, just as the woman, with deceptive calm, invited him to eat. He recounted a fragmented dream of banging sounds, met by her serene denial and a pointed insistence on her peaceful night's rest. Satisfied with his own flawed conclusion, he shifted his attention, puzzled by the suddenly functional AC she had previously claimed was broken. A sly, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips as she coolly claimed a repairman had sorted the AC. With an almost blissful reverie, she mused on the repair not just of the AC, but of her very heart, by Shen Yuan. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a bustling cafe. Li Ying, Zhou Wanting's best friend, looked at her with deep concern, startled by her friend's evident exhaustion. Zhou Wanting's frustration boiled over, expressing profound despair at the realization of her ex-boyfriend's newfound luxurious life. Zhou Wanting, with a huff of exasperation, clarified that she spoke of Shen Yuan, sensitive to any implication of a long list of past lovers. Li Ying's disbelief was stark as Zhou Wanting furiously detailed Shen Yuan's lavish spending on other women, a stark contrast to his past struggles. Zhou Wanting's anger deepened as she provided irrefutable proof, showing the social media posts that flaunted Shen Yuan's extravagant gifts. A surge of bitter regret washed over Zhou Wanting, lamenting her cruel fate and the fortune she felt rightfully belonged to her. The full weight of her past decision crashed down on Zhou Wanting, the torment of Shen Yuan's lost wealth robbing her of sleep and peace. Li Ying offered a pragmatic solution, urging her friend to move past the regret and use her assets to secure a new, financially stable future. Zhou Wanting's voice was sharp with renewed determination, her demands for a partner now reaching an astronomical, unapologetic minimum. Li Ying was left utterly speechless, taken aback by the sheer audacity of her friend's revised expectations. A desperate, sudden realization sparked in Zhou Wanting's eyes, and she declared her unwavering resolve to win Shen Yuan back. But the harsh reality of Shen Yuan's cold shoulder struck, and Li Ying gently advised her friend to temper her expectations and accept the past. Yet Zhou Wanting refused to yield, her heart bleeding with a furious envy that the wealth Shen Yuan squandered on others was not hers. With a sudden, desperate grab, she seized Li Ying's hand. Zhou Wanting, propelled by a desperate, unwavering resolve, dragged her friend toward a pursuit of Shen Yuan. As she was pulled along, Li Ying's fingers flew across her phone, a silent plea for help. Li Ying's mind screamed for a mental hospital's number, convinced her friend was spiraling into an irreversible madness. The expansive city sprawled beneath her as a woman stood silhouetted against the bright, modern expanse of the Junyue Hotel, her thoughts mirroring the distant horizon. A warm voice, undeniably Shen Yuan's, broke through Coach Lu's reverie, pulling her gently from the river view with an affectionate question. Coach Lu voiced her bewilderment, noting Shen Yuan's progress defied all scientific plans, his body transforming at a pace far beyond ordinary expectations. Shen Yuan, with a knowing gaze, simply stated a truth he held close: he was not like other people. Within the quiet sanctuary of the shower, Shen Yuan reflected on the symbiotic nature of his physical and spiritual advancements, knowing that his system-fueled growth was quickly becoming an unstoppable habit. Now dressed and ready, Shen Yuan informed Coach Lu that his evening held other important plans, gently signaling her release for the night. Coach Lu readily agreed, her smile masking a deeper longing to forever remain an indispensable part of Shen Yuan's life, a wish born from the quiet satisfaction of daily care. As Shen Yuan navigated the city streets, his thoughts turned to Manhwa, acknowledging the deep debt of gratitude he felt towards her, a debt he now resolved to properly repay with a grand gesture. Meanwhile, at a warm and inviting Hunan restaurant near the university, Manhwa enjoyed a meal with her cousin and cousin-in-law, who expressed their appreciation for the place. Manhwa, with a bright smile, encouraged her cousin and cousin-in-law to eat their fill, sharing that she sometimes came to the vibrant restaurant with friends. Her cousin, Song Wan, shifted the conversation to her future, gently prodding Manhwa about career paths and internships as she entered her junior year. Manhwa admitted her lack of immediate job planning, which prompted her cousin to offer pointed advice about the need for early preparation, given her university's less-than-stellar reputation. As Manhwa absorbed the words, her cousin-in-law, Zhang Zhen, quickly pivoted to a more personal inquiry, stressing the importance of finding a boyfriend while still in college. Song Yuan amplified the pressure, proudly presenting his other cousin, a senior at a prestigious university, already thriving at a Fortune 500 company, as a highly suitable romantic prospect for Min Hui. Min Hui cut through their suggestions with a confident declaration. She already had a boyfriend, a classmate she had only been dating for a short time, explaining her silence to the stunned family. Song Yuan intensified his warnings, linking her choice of partner to her university's standing and future struggles, but Min Hui met his concern with an unwavering confidence that her life would be anything but hard. Song Yuan, rubbing his temple with a look of deep concern, pressed his point, painting a bleak picture of financial struggles for graduates from her university and contrasting it sharply with his other cousin's promising future. Zhang Zhen tried to defuse the situation, asserting Min Hui's autonomy, yet Song Yuan's mind was still consumed by the gnawing worry that Min Hui's choice of boyfriend might lead her down a path of hardship. Min Hui, with a reassuring smile, told them not to worry, her thoughts privately amused by their ignorance, knowing Shen Yuan's true stature would utterly traumatize them. Breaking the familial banter, Min Hui announced her need to leave, prompting Zhang Zhen to inquire about her afternoon plans. With a confident, almost beaming smile, Min Hui dropped a bombshell: her boyfriend was taking her to buy a house. The words hung in the air, leaving Song Yuan and Zhang Zhen utterly dumbfounded, as Song Yuan's mind raced to reconcile the announcement with the exorbitant cost of property and the sheer audacity of buying a house before marriage. Min Hui's voice rang with triumph as she gestured towards the street, declaring her boyfriend's personal wealth was undeniable, for he was already there. Shen Yuan's affectionate greeting to Min Hui confirmed their bond, a moment quickly followed by Min Hui's introduction of her still-reeling cousin and cousin-in-law. Shen Yuan smoothly apologized for his absence, citing his important house shopping appointment with Min Hui, and generously offered to cover their meal, an offer Song Yuan quickly and politely accepted. As Shen Yuan and Min Hui departed, leaving them in their wake, Zhang Zhen's thoughts seethed with realization, rebuking Song Yuan for his earlier, baseless judgments in the face of such undeniable wealth. A wave of profound embarrassment washed over Song Yuan, while Zhang Zhen's facepalm perfectly encapsulated the sting of their own misjudgment. With a flourish, Shen Yuan presented Min Hui with the documents confirming her new reality, a fully paid, lavish apartment and 2 parking spots, leaving her speechless with gratitude. A confident smile played on Shen Yuan's lips, his mind already calculating the substantial 6.04 million rebate that further swelled his liquid assets to an impressive 31.79 million. Shen Yuan, with a mischievous grin, turned the conversation to a more intimate subject, teasing Min Hui about her earlier loss for words and promising a rather unconventional form of instruction later. Min Hui's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her playful plea for him to stop betraying a heart that fluttered with affection. Shen Yuan's mind, ever analytical, registered Min Hui's favorability score inching upwards, prompting a strategic plan to further increase it that very night. Meanwhile, the story shifted to another part of the city. Lu Menglu, lying on her bed, scrolled through her unanswered messages to Shen Yuan, a growing confusion and frustration clouding her thoughts over his prolonged silence. A sigh escaped Lu Menglu as she grappled with the indignity of her own uncharacteristic pursuit, hating the role of someone begging for attention, yet finding herself utterly consumed by it. Lu Menglu's doormates, unaware of her inner turmoil, declared the futility of chasing Shen Yuan, encouraging each other to focus on academic pursuits rather than engaging in fierce romantic competition. From her perch on the bunk bed, Lu Menglu cut through their facade, implying their library trips were merely thinly veiled excuses for drafting yet another business plan. Lu Menglu, dangling her legs from the bunk, inwardly conceded the undeniable allure of a billionaire like Shen Yuan, acknowledging that her own desires were no different from anyone else's. With a renewed sense of purpose, Lu Menglu turned towards her desk, resolving to channel her ambition into her own business plan. In the soft glow of the bedroom, Shen Yuan gently probed Min Hui about her future aspirations, prompting her to consider a business incubator as a potential path. Shen Yuan, with a reassuring smile, offered to personally establish a venture for Min Hui, a promise that brought a burst of delight to her face. Shen Yuan, his mind already strategizing for greater operational freedom, humorously offered Min Hui a selection of foreign techniques instructors, ensuring her time would be delightfully occupied. Min Hui, blushing crimson, feigned shock at Shen Yuan's suggestive knowledge, to which he playfully pretended to have just discovered the names through a quick online search. Still blushing, Min Hui playfully surrendered to the game, deciding to choose her teacher with a blind, random pick. 20 minutes later, the scene shifted. In the soft, intimate glow, Min Hui whispered her question, seeking his pleasure, and Shen Yuan's fervent response affirmed his deep enjoyment, urging her not to stop. A blush still warm on her face, Min Hui marveled at her newfound skills, hoping this shared intimacy would only deepen Shen Yuan's desire for her. Even in slumber, Shen Yuan's thoughts playfully acknowledged Min Hui's extraordinary efforts, a mischievous part of him wishing for 10 more class beauties just as dedicated. The serene quiet of the bedroom was abruptly broken the next morning by the insistent ringing of a phone. Shen Yuan, roused from sleep by an urgent voice on the phone, recognized Li Yuhang and immediately pressed for the nature of the emergency. Li Yuhang's voice was sharp with urgency, cutting off any further questions as he commanded Shen Yuan to drop everything and immediately head to the shared location. Shen Yuan, still bewildered by the abrupt call, stared at his phone, a growing sense of apprehension settling over him. The sudden change in plans caught Shen Yuan off guard, his irritation sharp as the voice on the other end commanded him to a new location. The man offered weak excuses, but Shen Yuan cut him off, his demand to arrive within 30 minutes leaving no room for argument. A flicker of apprehension crossed Shen Yuan's mind as he realized his current location was uncomfortably close to his counselor's place. The man approached Shen Yuan with a suggestive grin, casually offering a service to pass the waiting time. Shen Yuan confidently dismissed the suggestion, implying his own preferred company was far superior. The man's surprise at Shen Yuan's new car was palpable, but Shen Yuan merely shrugged off the inquiry, stating he had simply acquired it. The man's admiration for the luxury vehicle was cut short as Shen Yuan, growing impatient, demanded to know the true purpose of their meeting. The man continued his persistent urgings, reminding Shen Yuan of his stake in the bar and subtly nudging him again towards a more intimate service. A woman's shocked voice cut through the street noise, pointing out Shen Yuan, and Counselor Li Zhao's calm confirmation sealed the unexpected encounter. The man's teasing words about Shen Yuan's supposed romantic pursuits were abruptly silenced by Shen Yuan's own horrified realization that his counselor had just appeared. Beside Counselor Li Zhao, the woman's face hardened, an angry glare forming as she processed the overheard comments. Shen Yuan forced an awkward greeting, bracing himself for the inevitable fallout as the man smirked knowingly and another woman inquired about the identities of the newcomers. Shen Yuan reached out, a desperate plea in his gesture, but Counselor Li Zhao and the woman continued their retreat, their clasped hands a silent, united front. Shen Yuan tried another angle, offering to help with dinner, unaware that his words only fueled the woman's growing anger while Counselor Li Zhao remained sadly silent. The woman, her voice sharp with indignation, confronted Shen Yuan, questioning his presence there and his concern for her sister. Shen Yuan quickly defended himself, insisting he was merely waiting for someone else. The woman scoffed at his flimsy excuse, her fury boiling over as she reminded him of Counselor Li Zhao's kindness and then brutally dismissed him as a creep. The angry woman pulled Counselor Li Zhao away, delivering a final, scathing insult that saw Shen Yuan's favorability plummet before his eyes. The man, utterly shocked by the turn of events, expressed his dismay, then mistakenly offered to clear things up for what he assumed was Shen Yuan's new girlfriend. Shen Yuan knew the man's explanation would only worsen things, a heavy wave of regret washing over him for having hurt Counselor Li Zhao's feelings. The man offered a sincere apology, admitting his oversight and finally inquiring about the identity of the woman who had caused such an unexpected scene. Shen Yuan calmly revealed the woman was his counselor, a truth that sent the man into exaggerated shock, demanding further details about his romantic entanglements. Resigning himself to mending fences with the counselor later, Shen Yuan suggested they find a quiet place to discuss their actual business. Cafe owner Lin Yuchang greeted Shen Yuan with a bright, welcoming smile, a familiar comfort in the bright space. Shen Yuan casually placed their order, his easy banter with cafe owner Lin Yuchang showcasing their comfortable familiarity. The man stared at cafe owner Lin Yuchang, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, but her identity remained just out of reach. Shen Yuan clarified the mystery, recalling their previous encounter at the Nanjing restaurant. The man gasped at the revelation, half-jokingly accusing Shen Yuan of stealing the saleswoman, but Shen Yuan merely smirked, implying a mutual attraction had guided their path. The man's awe was almost theatrical, marveling at Shen Yuan's uncanny ability to attract women from all walks of life. Shen Yuan shifted the conversation, announcing his abrupt withdrawal from the bar's management and entrusting the man with full control, a decision that left his friend surprised and full of doubt. Shen Yuan offered words of encouragement, explaining that his step back was a deliberate choice to safeguard their friendship from potential future conflicts. The man met Shen Yuan's gaze with newfound determination, promising he would not fail him. Cafe owner Lin Yuchang served their coffees, a warm smile on her face as the man playfully addressed her as sis-in-law. A soft blush touched cafe owner Lin Yuchang's cheeks, a silent acknowledgement of the affectionate title. Cafe owner Lin Yuchang noted a wrinkle on Shen Yuan's shirt with gentle concern, and he looked down, confused by her observation. With a soft touch, cafe owner Lin Yuchang smoothed Shen Yuan's shirt, an intimate gesture that left the man feeling a distinct pang of envy at their sweet affection. Later that night, cafe owner Lin Yuchang, her arm intertwined with Shen Yuan's, gently broached the topic of her sister Xinyu working at the cafe, and he readily agreed. With a flirtatious smile, cafe owner Lin Yuchang announced her plans to shower, implying a night of shared intimacy awaited. A nagging concern pulled at Shen Yuan, reminding him of his urgent need to call his counselor and offer an explanation. He clutched his phone, a bead of sweat forming as he tried to connect, the silence on the other end adding to his stress. His worry deepened as Counselor Li Zhao remained unreachable, her silence on both calls and messages leaving him to wonder how she was truly coping. At Counselor Li Zhao's place, the woman stood angrily, urging her sister to block Shen Yuan and prevent any further distress. The woman embraced a distraught Counselor Li Xiao, offering comfort while declaring Shen Yuan to be bad news, framing their painful discovery as a victory. Still reeling from the shock, Counselor Li Xiao voiced her raw confusion, wondering why men sought out such places. The woman, with an arm around her sister, explained with a touch of cynicism that most men succumb to their base urges in such environments. Counselor Li Xiao pressed for deeper understanding, and the woman bluntly elaborated on male urges and their pursuit of thrilling satisfaction, adding that the women there were adept at pleasing them. A painful memory flashed through Counselor Li Zhao's mind, a moment when Shen Yuan had reached for her, only to be pushed away. Deep in thought, Counselor Li Xiao began to wonder if her own past rejection had inadvertently driven Shen Yuan to seek comfort elsewhere, to act on urges she had perhaps suppressed. Counselor Li Zhao's self-blame intensified, leading her to believe it was all her fault, while her sister, shocked, couldn't comprehend such wild and love-fueled thoughts. Li Meng gripped her sister Lu Menlu's arm, her voice tight with a desperate plea to remember the pain of her past heartbreaks. Li Meng leaned in, her gaze unwavering, compelling Lu Menlu to truly absorb the weight of her words. A wave of realization washed over Lu Menlu, confirming Li Meng's harsh truth. She had to regain control of the volatile emotions stirring within her. Shen Yuan's phone buzzed incessantly, a testament to his newfound influence as former acquaintances suddenly sought his attention. Shen Yuan dismissed the sudden surge of self-serving messages from long-forgotten classmates, yet a surprising number of texts from Xiao Longnu caught his eye. Xiao Longnu's messages were a gentle stream of constant attention, carefully crafted to convey care and a subtle persistence. He noted her delicate beauty but immediately discerned the digital enhancements, deciding to observe this junior's potential more closely before granting her a spot in his emotional considerations. His terse reply was a calculated move, designed to foster a delicate balance of insecurity and hope in the junior who had so relentlessly pursued his attention. Lu Menlu's voice, a warm embrace, called out to Shen Yuan, her smile promising an intimate moment. Adjusting her glasses, Lu Menlu struck a bold pose, a delicate blush creeping across her cheeks as she awaited his reaction. "Do you like it?" she softly asked, and Shen Yuan's breathless response confessed she had utterly shattered his composure. With a soft twang, her stockings yielded to the impatient touch, signaling the rising intensity between them. "Should we go inside?" Lu Menlu whispered, her question met with Shen Yuan's immediate, impatient embrace, utterly captivated by her. Held close, Lu Menlu murmured that Shen Yuan felt different, a change she couldn't quite name, prompting his gentle query. She noted his newfound physique, a subtle shift he acknowledged before playfully suggesting they move to the sofa, amplifying the romantic anticipation. With a sly grin, Shen Yuan asked Lu Menlu if she knew how to ride a horse, a question that hung heavy with unspoken meaning. He leaned in, offering himself as her free equipment for a different kind of horseback riding, a double entendre Lu Menlu quickly recognized. With a sly, knowing glint in his eye, Shen Yuan dared her to discover for herself that his definition was precisely the same. His praise, thick with intimate meaning, sent a flush across Lu Menlu's cheeks as she demurely lowered her gaze. The next day, the quiet of the University Youth League Committee office was about to be broken. Counselor Li Xiao found herself utterly swamped, surrounded by a sudden, bewildering wave of students eager to submit startup proposals. Counselor Li Xiao's mind reeled amidst the pressing crowd, the sudden, overwhelming surge of female applicants for a grant that once drew few students left her utterly baffled. At the gym, a phone mounted on a treadmill console signaled an incoming call from Little Secretary. Puzzled, Shen Yuan wondered aloud about the identity of his Little Secretary, entirely oblivious to the blushing woman exercising intently beside him. Receiving an update on the deluge of startup applications, Shen Yuan's first, incisive question concerned the gender distribution. A subtle smile touched Shen Yuan's lips as he heard the heavily skewed male-to-female ratio, instructing his Little Secretary to screen the applicants with discerning precision. Counselor Li Xiao tried to bring order to the chaos, but her mind wrestled with a deeper question: did this mean she was meant to reject all the male applicants? Counselor Li Xiao, a slight pout on her lips, dutifully acknowledged Shen Yuan's clarification that male applicants with solid proposals were still to be considered. Shen Yuan mused on the necessity of cultivating real talent, knowing that an army of only beautiful women would leave him ill-equipped to command the future industries his system promised. The woman's lingering question betrayed her unspoken concerns, prompting Shen Yuan to playfully accuse her of jealousy, explaining his Little Secretary was merely a subordinate. Denying any hint of jealousy, she pressed a soft kiss to his hand, and Shen Yuan gently reassured her of his strictly professional relationship with his Little Secretary. A wave of energy washed over Shen Yuan as the system announced a major milestone: a third female had achieved a favorability of 90 or higher. Shen Yuan recognized that his simple reassurance to Lu Menlu had unexpectedly triggered a new reward, and his thoughts raced to anticipate its generosity. The system revealed its astonishing bounty: a diameter increase, a generous filial piety fund, and 2 exclusive skill pack exchange cards. Holy crap! Shen Yuan exclaimed, utterly astounded by the rewards, particularly the first, heaven-defying, item that promised to drive any man wild. Shen Yuan commanded the system to activate the first item, and a distinct warmth immediately bloomed in his lower abdomen. His eyes widened in sheer surprise and pleasure as the distinct sensation intensified, proving the item's immediate and potent effect. With a knowing smile, Shen Yuan urgently called Lu Menlu over, immediately piquing her curiosity. No time to explain, Shen Yuan urged, pulling a bewildered Lu Menlu upstairs, leaving her utterly confused by his sudden urgency. Amidst the steamy embrace, Lu Menlu gasped, a sudden, unsettling realization that something about Shen Yuan felt profoundly different. As Shen Yuan questioned her, Lu Menlu, blushing furiously, hesitantly wondered if she was imagining his palpable difference, perhaps a side effect of his recent workouts. With a sly smile, Shen Yuan suggested the change might, in fact, be within her, shifting the playful blame. Overwhelmed and blushing deeply, Lu Menlu pleaded for him to be gentler next time, confessing the intensity had become almost too much to bear. He promised to warm up next time, holding her close, while his thoughts privately affirmed the truly remarkable and undeniable effect of his new ability. Shen Yuan gently told Lu Menlu to rest, an urgent matter pulling him away from her side. As he quietly closed the door, Shen Yuan recognized that his potent new weapon would require a gentler approach with his other companions in the future. A day had passed and Counselor Li Xiao remained unreachable, deepening the misunderstanding, compelling Shen Yuan to visit her in person at home, desperate for a chance to explain. A firm knock echoed through the silence, signaling his arrival. "Who is it?" Counselor Li Xiao called out, and Shen Yuan, from the other side, fabricated a story about a leaking bathroom, eager to gain entry. Her eyes widened in a flush of anger and surprise as Counselor Li Xiao realized Shen Yuan had once again tricked his way to her door. With a serious gaze, Shen Yuan insisted on being let inside, determined to push past her resistance. Counselor Li Xiao defiantly stood her ground, demanding to know his true intentions, refusing to be easily swayed. Shen Yuan leaned into the doorway, desperately wanting to clear the air and convinced Counselor Li Xiao had gravely misunderstood the previous day's events. Counselor Li Xiao's voice cut through his attempts at reconciliation, demanding how he could claim misunderstanding after being seen at such a place. Despite his earnest denial, Counselor Li Xiao hardened her resolve, shutting down his excuses and instructing him to leave. Playing the victim, Shen Yuan meticulously explained that a last-minute change by a childhood friend was why he had been at the club, a coincidence he had tried to clear up all day. A flicker of surprise crossed Counselor Li Xiao's face, her teary eyes betraying a dawning realization as she asked if he had merely been waiting for someone there. Shen Yuan held up his phone, offering concrete proof from his chat history that the original meeting location had been a restaurant, only changed to the club at the last minute. He pressed further, offering to check security footage at the Shuiyun Jian building, his earnestness a desperate plea to erase her lingering doubts. Relieved, Counselor Li Xiao found Shen Yuan's narrative compelling, accepting his solid evidence as he feigned hurt, wondering how she could possibly have misunderstood him so deeply. A genuine apology softened Counselor Li Xiao's features, her words carrying the weight of her regret as his perceived favorability soared. Shen Yuan noted with satisfaction that Counselor Li Xiao's favorability had not only recovered but surpassed its previous level, now standing at a pleasing 72. With the misunderstanding cleared, Shen Yuan seized the moment, playfully requesting entry for a simple glass of water. A blush colored Counselor Li Xiao's cheeks as she instantly recognized his familiar tactic, remembering his 2 previous misdeeds all too well. He launched into a dramatic plea, claiming his throat was bone dry from rushing over and promising to leave immediately after just 1 glass of water. Counselor Li Xiao's skeptical, "Really?" was met with his confident, "Of course," a playful challenge in their unspoken game. Her hesitant instruction to wait a moment, accompanied by the slight closing of the door, left him momentarily in uncertainty. A soft sound of confusion escaped him as the door clicked shut. A few dozen seconds later, Counselor Li Xiao reappeared, not with an invitation inside, but a practical bottle of water to dismiss his plea. Holding the water, Shen Yuan's mind reeled, wondering if all trust had been lost and if his image in her eyes had truly devolved into that of a cunning wolf. He stood alone in the hallway, the closed door a stark reminder of the lingering emotional barrier between them. From a distance, an older woman, who had been watching the entire exchange, offered unsolicited advice that perfection could not be rushed. Shen Yuan, ever confident, shot back a clever retort, suggesting that only the impatient tasted success while the slow merely picked through leftovers. The older woman found his sharp tongue and good looks surprisingly attractive, inwardly musing that a high-quality, wolf dog, like him was a rare find, even inspiring thoughts of club visits with her friends. Reading an invitation to hang out, Shen Yuan reflected with satisfaction that the trip had been far from wasted, having not only cleared the air and boosted favorability but also nudged Counselor Li Xiao towards deepening their connection. As a video call invitation from Su Xuewei popped up, Shen Yuan received a message that the plumbing and electrical work was complete, and he decisively agreed to inspect it immediately. Half an hour later, a woman waited patiently, the passage of time marked by her quiet solitude. Shen Yuan finally arrived, his casual question about her weight hinting at the comfortable dynamic he aimed to establish. Her hurried denial, no, not at all, was contradicted by her visible fluster, prompting Shen Yuan to playfully tease her about his harmless intentions. With a simple gesture, Shen Yuan instructed her to begin the tour, taking charge of the professional engagement. Instantly poised in her area of expertise, she confidently offered to explain everything, prompting Shen Yuan to acknowledge her admirable professionalism. She efficiently detailed the completed waterproofing, plumbing, electrical, and underfloor heating, outlining the next step for him to choose the floor tile style. The courtyard design, too, met his specific requirements, eliciting a satisfied, very good, from Shen Yuan. Feeling at ease with her supervision, Shen Yuan extended a dinner invitation as it grew late, but she politely declined, citing other engagements. Surprised, Shen Yuan pressed for details, learning she needed to go home and cook for her mother and younger brother. Shen Yuan suddenly turned, and then registered her own surprise with a soft, huh. He unexpectedly pulled her into an embrace, a sly internal thought acknowledging her physical attributes as she blushed in surprise. Her voice trailed off in a flush of shocked embarrassment, overwhelmed by his sudden closeness. The pouring rain intensified the unexpected intimacy of their embrace, heightening the moment. With a knowing smile, Shen Yuan suggested they hurry inside to escape the downpour, to which she shyly agreed. He held her close, shielding her head and body from the relentless downpour, a protective gesture that stirred her. Her face flushed deeper as she frantically tried to cover herself, pleading for him not to look at her clinging wet clothes. He responded with a teasing smile, claiming her wet clothes were simply too conspicuous for him to ignore, further embarrassing her. Her only response was a crimson blush and a desperate attempt to cover herself, utterly speechless. Overwhelmed, she gasped, burying her face in her hands in comical embarrassment. He hugged her tightly from behind, claiming it was to keep her from getting cold, a sudden move that clearly caught her off guard. Her whole body tingled with unfamiliar sensations, creating an internal conflict between a desire to push him away and the fear of offending a powerful client. With a sly smile, Shen Yuan teased her, asking if her gaze lingered because she found him handsome. Her mind raced in flustered confusion, wondering if he was narcissistic or funny, and realizing her mentors had never prepared her for such a tricky question. Shen Yuan's internal thoughts confirmed her innocent nature, finding her almost too easily flustered by his teasing. Yet, her lingering blush told him she didn't truly dislike his teasing, leaving him confident that he had plenty of room to advance his playful intentions. Half an hour passed in the quiet aftermath of the rain. Shen Yuan suggested they leave now that the rain had stopped, offering to take her home, but she gently reminded him to release her first, acknowledging the prolonged intimacy of their embrace. He offered a soft, slightly awkward apology, feigning concern that she might have been cold. 40 minutes later, as he dropped her off, she thanked him for the ride and his generosity, only for Shen Yuan to boldly ask if he could come inside. Following her inside, Shen Yuan privately noted the stark reality of her family's difficult situation, a condition far worse than he had anticipated. She permitted him to enter but made it clear she would be occupied with her family's dinner, to which Shen Yuan agreed, promising to sit for a moment before leaving. Outside, neighbors quickly took notice of the expensive car, instantly recognizing the immense wealth it represented. They concluded he must be her new, wealthy boyfriend, eagerly anticipating a better life for her. But the conversation quickly turned cynical, as some doubted a rich man would truly be interested in a girl from such a disadvantaged family, burdened by a dead father, a crippled mother, and a freeloading sibling. The older man, disgusted by their harsh words, sharply told them to mind their own business. Inside, her younger brother, Su Jingjie, joyfully ran to greet her, and she immediately offered to cook dinner for him. Shen Yuan inquired about the boy, and she gently introduced him to her shy brother as a friend. She explained her brother's shyness, revealing the boy was Su Jingjie. Her mother, moving carefully with a cane, emerged and directly asked who their guest was. The woman introduced Shen Yuan as her friend, and he courteously greeted her mother. Her mother's mind raced, filled with a surprised speculation that Shen Yuan might be more than just a friend, given her daughter had never brought a boy home before. Thanking him for the many gifts he brought, her mother warmly invited him to sit and rest. She then instructed Shen Yuan to get comfortable and asked her brother to fetch him water while she began preparing dinner. 30 minutes later, she called out that dinner was ready, inviting everyone to eat. Her little brother enthusiastically praised her cooking, while their mother, feeling apologetic for the simple meal, promised to prepare a grander feast for Shen Yuan next time. Shen Yuan gently brushed aside her apologies, insisting he was delighted to taste her daughter's cooking, which only made her mother beam and urge him to eat more. He watched her, silently acknowledging the quiet strength that allowed her to be the unwavering pillar of her family at such a young age. After dinner, as Shen Yuan prepared to leave, the woman stopped him, intending to transfer money for the items he had bought. Shen Yuan unexpectedly asked to use her phone for a moment, catching her off guard. He waved goodbye and departed, leaving her to stare at her phone in confusion. A bank notification flashed across her screen, revealing a staggering 50,000 yuan deposited into her account by Shen Yuan. She called out to Shen Yuan from her window, but he continued to walk away, feigning ignorance of her pleas. As he walked toward his car, Shen Yuan considered the 50,000 yuan, knowing it could alleviate her family's immediate struggles, yet he mused on her lack of favorability points, wondering if she would even accept it. As he drove through the city, Shen Yuan felt a vague sense that something he had lost was beginning to return, just as his phone began to ring. He answered the call, casually addressing the speaker as "Little Secretary." The secretary updated him on filtered applications, confirming 11 female candidates had been selected, and Shen Yuan, pleased, promptly granted them a bonus. Shen Yuan then mused about buying a birthday gift for his father, and casually planned his evenings with several women, ensuring he treated them all equally. The man, still holding his fan, asked the woman's mother if Shen Yuan was her daughter's boyfriend, to which she admitted she didn't know. He pressed on, detailing the immense cost of Shen Yuan's car, leaving the woman's mother utterly stunned by the revelation of such wealth. The man suggested she persuade her daughter to pursue the rich suitor for their family's benefit, but the mother, looking troubled, refused to burden or force her daughter into an unhappy marriage. He grew agitated, insisting Shen Yuan's visit clearly signaled interest and that she must still persuade her daughter, regardless of her feelings. The neighbors continued their fervent debate, speculating that Shen Yuan's initial interest might have evaporated once he saw the family's humble living conditions. The woman's mother walked inside, visibly troubled by the cruel gossip she had just overheard. Approaching her daughter in the kitchen, her mother declared she needed to ask something important and demanded the absolute truth. As her daughter asked what was wrong, her mother immediately pressed her on the nature of her relationship with Shen Yuan. The woman explained Shen Yuan was merely a client who had given her a ride home during the rain, but her mother, unconvinced, directly asked if he was romantically interested in her. Her mother noted Shen Yuan's unusually forward behavior, causing the woman to recall a previous dinner where she had seen him with another beautiful woman, seemingly his girlfriend. Exasperated by her daughter's replies, her mother pressed again, asking directly what she truly thought of him. Blushing deeply, the woman tried to deflect the conversation once more, insisting he was merely a client. Her mother pulled her into a tender embrace, dismissing the neighbor's gossip and affirming that she never wanted her daughter to sacrifice her happiness by forcing herself into a marriage for their sake. In a silent, sorrowful embrace, mother and daughter found solace in each other's presence. He held her close, a tender intimacy blooming between them as she leaned into his embrace. They shared a soft, knowing smile, wrapped in a comforting aura of mutual affection. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes heavy with a profound and undeniable longing. Their bodies intertwined, consumed by the unspoken desires of the moment. Afterwards, they lay together, content in the warmth of their shared intimacy. Her body arched with exquisite sensation, lost in a wave of profound pleasure. An urgent call from Fu Jingmei pierced the quiet intimacy of the morning, pulling Shen Yuan from a warm slumber as she expressed relief. He finally answered. The mention of Su Xuewei's name immediately shifted Shen Yuan's focus, his concern evident as he quickly agreed to meet, sensing the urgency in Fu Jingmei's tone. Meeting with Fu Jingmei, Shen Yuan immediately inquired about Xuewei, only to be met with a surprising revelation about a 50,000 yuan transfer he had made, which Xuewei had attempted to refuse. Shen Yuan took a thoughtful sip of his latte, simply acknowledging the truth of the transfer without further explanation. Fu Jingmei's voice was earnest as she explained Xuewei's distress and fiercely defended her character, pleading with Shen Yuan to withdraw the money that had so unsettled her apprentice. Shen Yuan's skepticism was met with Fu Jingmei's firm advice: if he truly intended to pursue Xuewei, he would need to abandon monetary gestures and invest genuine effort, for she was not easily swayed by wealth. He clarified that his generous transfer had held no ulterior motive, an attempt to diffuse the tension. With a soft sigh, Shen Yuan accepted the return, a fleeting thought of Xuewei's stubbornness crossing his mind when he saw the extra 200 yuan, a clear repayment for a forgotten kindness. His concern for Xuewei was palpable as Shen Yuan asked about dinner parties, but Fu Jingmei quickly reassured him that Xuewei was safely focused on supervising his site. With a gracious smile, Shen Yuan thanked Fu Jingmei for her time, making his exit from the cafe. As Shen Yuan departed, Fu Jingmei fell into a pensive silence, wishing Xuewei could find a shortcut to happiness with a man like Shen Yuan, yet knowing her apprentice's principled heart would resist such an easy path. Later, a casual call from a woman about coffee quickly escalated when Shen Yuan provocatively suggested going to her place, a suggestion she met with a nervous mention of her husband's potential return. A mischievous glint in his eyes, Shen Yuan's bold reply implied the risk only heightened his interest, leaving the woman on the other end of the line speechless. Giving in, the woman invited him over, and Shen Yuan playfully hinted at needing sustenance for his air conditioner repairs, prompting her to offer to cook him dinner. As 6 p.m. arrived, Shen Yuan entered the woman's apartment and, removing his cap, asked what delicious meal she was preparing. With a soft blush, the woman revealed her culinary effort: kidney and yukamiya soup, a dish renowned for its invigorating properties. A knowing thought crossed Shen Yuan's mind, such specific ingredients, he mused, proved married women truly understood the nuances of male desire. His arm wrapped around her in a warm embrace, Shen Yuan's voice was a soft whisper as he playfully asked if she had ever prepared such a special soup for her husband. Her cheeks burned crimson as she confessed, her voice barely a murmur, that this was her first time making such a dish, having only just learned the recipe online. His gaze tender, Shen Yuan softly asked about her husband's usual return time, and she replied, the impending hour of 9 o'clock hanging subtly in the warm kitchen air. A playful smirk touched his lips as Shen Yuan calculated their remaining time, suggesting a shared anticipation for the moments before her husband's arrival. Her voice a hesitant whisper, the woman questioned the change in their dynamic, admitting this moment felt distinct from their last. As Shen Yuan's lips found her neck, he murmured a question, which she answered with a soft, pleased hum, her face flushed with emotion. An hour later, the woman beamed, delighted by her successful first attempt at the soup and eagerly offering to prepare it more often for Shen Yuan if he enjoyed it. Shen Yuan's gentle question about the inconvenience was met with a surprising revelation, the woman had decided to divorce her husband, bravely declaring her intent to pursue true happiness. While Shen Yuan praised Sister Lin's courage, he secretly wrestled with his own desires, acknowledging that her happiness ultimately overshadowed his thrill of playing the scoundrel. Beaming, Sister Lin thanked Shen Yuan, attributing her newfound resolve to him, her growing affection shining in her eyes as her favorability subtly dropped to 66. He playfully cupped her blushing face, denying responsibility for her divorce, a teasing gesture that made her protest, her fluctuating affection evident in the rapid changes of her heart icons. A subtle smirk played on Shen Yuan's lips as he calculated the advantages of her impending divorce, envisioning how easily Sister Lin's favorability would skyrocket with a bit more attention and a few more intimate visits. Driving home through the quiet night, the husband noticed a sleek G-Wagon, an unusual sight in the neighborhood, its flashy presence instantly raising his suspicions. A jolt of recognition ran through him, the driver of the G-Wagon looked strangely familiar, and he racked his brain, trying to place the face. Then it clicked. The G-Wagon belonged to Shen Yuan, the notorious rich sponsor of Chen Na, and the husband found his presence in their modest neighborhood utterly bizarre. Upon entering, the husband beamed, assuming the fragrant soup was a loving gesture prepared for him, praising his wife for her thoughtful cooking. With a sly, unrepentant smirk, Sister Lin coolly informed her husband that his assumption was mistaken, the soup, she stated, had not been made for him. The husband complained about the stifling heat, wondering why the air conditioning wasn't on, but Sister Lin simply dismissed his discomfort, coolly stating she felt no warmth. Her thoughts, however, were far from fear, instead, a cunning worry crossed her mind that the room might still carry the lingering scent of Shen Yuan. Oblivious to her hidden thoughts, the husband cheerfully announced his intention to wash up, anticipating a good time with his wife once he returned. 10 minutes later, bewildered and frustrated, the husband found the door locked, unable to open it, questioning if his shower had been too long or if the soup meant something entirely different. Seething with anger and rejection, the husband slumped onto the sofa, bitterly declaring he would seek out someone younger the next day. The bright, bustling hallways of a campus teemed with energy as a smiling woman held a folder, a crowd of female students gathering behind her. With confident composure, an organizer presented a revised 1 to 11 plan, crafted from Shen Yuan's feedback, proudly highlighting a roster of campus goddesses, including a tall, stunning senior from the flight attendant class. Among the standout figures was Aisha, a new girl already dubbed Little Doraba by everyone, radiating confidence in her white dress. Another featured talent was Zhang Man, a prominent figure in the Star City cosplay scene, whose My Shirani portrayal alone garnered her 200,000 followers on Douyin. Amidst the bright campus bustle, a student in her plain uniform felt a pang of self-consciousness, overwhelmed by the pressure of competing with such glamorous girls. Entron, Shen Yuan's class representative, had a dawning, horrified realization, this wasn't a startup pitch at all, but rather a blatant, harem plan featuring the school's top-tier beauties. The sting of betrayal washed over Entron as he cursed Shen Yuan's deceptive intentions, furious at being included in a harem plan and feeling like a pawn in a dirty game. A gentle smile graced her lips, her gaze holding a soft invitation as she looked slightly away. She offered a confident, radiant smile, her presence commanding attention. A playful smirk played on her lips, her eyes holding a knowing confidence as she met the viewer's gaze. Her expression was soft, contemplative, touched by a subtle hint of sadness or quiet concern. With a confident stance and a knife held poised, the organizer stood ready, awaiting the boss's next strategic move. Mo Zhenwang introduced himself to Shen Yuan, expressing a pleasant surprise at meeting a fellow countryman. Mo Zhenwang then explained his ambition, revealing that as someone from an ordinary family, he had to seize every opportunity to climb up, even surprising Shen Yuan with his drive. The recognition of Shen Yuan's presence sparked a wave of excitement through the hall as other women realized he had arrived. Shen Yuan casually tried to recall the young man's name, remembering only that it was Mo something. Mo Zhenwan quickly corrected him, and Shen Yuan elaborated on why their practical business plans, focused on students' daily needs, were the key to their preliminary approval. Shen Yuan recalled their specific ventures, a fried food shop and a fruit shop, and Mo eagerly confirmed his own was the fried food business. Shen Yuan, with a faint smile, outlined the lucrative potential of their ventures, particularly noting the strategic advantage of their location right below the girls' dormitory. Though Mo expressed excitement at being chosen, his inner thoughts revealed a sharp, cynical awareness that their projects were merely a convenient smokescreen to balance the hub's male-to-female ratio, a fact he didn't care about as long as he secured the investment. Shen Yuan then shifted the conversation, inquiring about Mo's past experience as a social network opinion leader, which Mo candidly simplified as being part of an internet water army. Shen Yuan's interest sharpened as he asked if Mo had his own team, to which Mo proudly confirmed he led a formidable group of 100 people who had worked together on many large-scale operations. Shen Yuan dismissed the two, stating he needed to interview the female students next, while secretly calculating how Mo's network could prove invaluable for his future industries and companies. 2 hours later, Shen Yuan praised his secretary for unearthing truly beautiful and intelligent gems, while she quietly affirmed her complete dedication to his work. His secretary looked up in surprise as Long Jinghan, clearly nervous, asked to speak with Shen Yuan about something important. When his secretary asked what to do, Shen Yuan simply instructed her to leave the room. As Shen Yuan invited her to speak, Long Jinghan, with palpable anxiety, immediately asked if she had been rejected. Her anxiety stemmed from the interview, where she felt Shen Yuan's attention had been entirely on the other two women, leaving her feeling unseen and overlooked. Shen Yuan explained that the final list would only be known after the review exam, prompting Long Jinghan to press him further, her voice laced with desperate hope, asking if she still had any chance. With a confident smile, Shen Yuan responded with a rhetorical question, implying he had already granted her an opportunity simply by allowing her back. Realizing Shen Yuan's gesture was indeed her chance, Long Jinghan immediately launched into a confident recitation of her impressive accounting certifications, assuring him she could handle all the financial duties for the startup hub despite her lack of practical experience. Shen Yuan, however, challenged her assertion, suggesting that such a position might be better suited for an experienced, older accountant. His question struck Long Jinghan speechless, her face flushing with surprise. She knew this was her moment, an opportunity that rarely came in life, to fully commit to capturing the big fish that was Shen Yuan, a prize far more significant than the endless line of lesser men who had previously pursued her. Long Jinghan boldly leaned in, kissing Shen Yuan's ear, her inner thoughts fueled by the confident realization that her youth and beauty surpassed any old accountant. Shen Yuan reciprocated her flirtation, agreeing that while accountants were common, pretty ones with good figures were indeed a rare find. As she unbuttoned her shirt, Long Jinghan provocatively asked for his thoughts, and Shen Yuan, clearly aroused, admitted her words made perfect sense. Long Jinghan passionately called his name as they embraced, lost in the heat of the moment. Their embrace deepened as they kissed, the intensity of their desire palpable. 40 minutes later, the intense moment had passed. Shen Yuan proposed she become his woman, promising she wouldn't lose out, while internally noting his surprise at discovering her virginity. He casually added a promise for a shopping trip that weekend, further solidifying their newfound understanding. Long Jinghan, with a shy smile and a subtle flutter in her heart, embraced the pragmatic truth that even a small place in Shen Yuan's heart was a significant step forward. Shen Yuan noted with satisfaction that Little Dragon Maiden's favorability had now explicitly appeared within his system. Another 10 minutes later, Long Jinghan walked away, wincing as she clutched her lower back in discomfort. Her friend, seeing her state, confronted her with a look of shock and profound concern, demanding to know why she had made such a choice. Long Jinghan dismissed her friend's worries with a sly smile, for in that moment, she felt a happiness more genuine and profound than she had ever known. Shen Yuan, on his phone, thoughtfully planned for his father's upcoming birthday, ensuring a lavish celebration with a new car and gold jewelry for his mother, unwilling to show favoritism. Shen Xian marveled at the impressive car for their father and playfully asked Shen Yuan for her own, a request he readily granted without hesitation. His mother, concerned, gently chided Shen Yuan for spoiling his sister so soon after her exams, reminding him of the long road ahead for her. Shen Yuan's father, however, easily dismissed his wife's concerns, urging everyone to get into the car as their relatives were likely waiting at the hotel. Shen Xian playfully lamented her mother's lack of indulgence, grateful for her brother's generosity, while her mother firmly reminded her to act appropriately in public and get into the car. Inside the luxurious living room, several family members and guests had already gathered, awaiting the hosts. One woman broke the quiet, voicing her annoyance that the hosts, who were meant to entertain them, had yet to arrive. Another woman joined the complaints, while an older woman seethed internally, recalling a past financial grievance and the perceived arrogance with which the host family had repaid their debt after their own previous troubles. The older woman then sheepishly admitted her own fault, confessing she had completely forgotten to pass on a message from Hongwan the previous day. The others, however, ignored her apology, instead doubling down on their criticism, indignant that only one family had been notified about the host's delay. One man, observing the escalating criticism, silently condemned his relatives as ungrateful wolves, quick to criticize the second brother's family now that they were bankrupt, despite having received help from them in the past. With simmering anger, another man declared that despite their financial state, the second brother still acted superior, promising that his birthday toast would not go smoothly. The older woman, with a sly smile, told third uncle that they would be counting on him, and he responded with a chilling chuckle. Another man, looking deeply concerned, inwardly braced himself for the ominous birthday dinner awaiting the second brother. Ah Yong's compliments were laced with an underlying curiosity about another man's success, who subtly revealed his acquisition of a new car was less about desire and more about maintaining outward appearances for his business. The offer for car maintenance was pointedly ignored as the off-panel complaints began to escalate, with one guest voicing a bitter indignation over Shen Yuan's family's late arrival and perceived arrogance, especially given their recent financial troubles. Ah Yong felt a surge of unease, recalling the long-standing animosity between his wife and Shen Yuan's mother, exacerbated by Shen Xian's academic achievements, which now gave his wife the perceived right to be openly disdainful of their struggling relatives. The prolonged wait prompted another guest to question the family's delay, while Shen Yaoda attempted to diffuse the growing impatience with a reminder that the birthday celebration revolved around Shen Yuan's father. A soft creak signaled the arrival that had been so impatiently awaited. Shen Yuan's father, the second brother, stepped in with a warm smile, immediately apologizing for their delay and offering to drink 3 penalty shots as a heartfelt gesture of amends. Yet, Shen Yaoda quickly countered that the wait hadn't been substantial, perhaps attempting to avoid further escalation or a display of excessive politeness. Ah Yong's wife, however, couldn't resist a passive-aggressive remark about the wait, prompting Ah Yong to sharply cut her off, clearly frustrated by her lack of discretion. Ah Yong, with a feigned generosity, offered to pick up Shen Yuan's family in the future, his mind seething with smug satisfaction at their presumed lack of a car and a long-awaited chance to feel superior. Shen Yuan met Ah Yong's passive aggression with a subtle, dismissive retort, hinting at a reversal of roles, before his father, too weary for further argument, urged everyone to be seated for dinner. Stung by Shen Yuan's veiled defiance, Ah Yong resolved to reclaim his perceived status, subtly preparing to flaunt his own prosperity. True to his word, Shen Yuan's father began to drink the penalty shots he had promised earlier. Ah Yong deliberately, almost imperceptibly, pulled a car key from his pocket. As Shen Yuan's father continued to drink, Yong loudly admonished him to slow down, while subtly letting his car key drop, a calculated move to draw attention to his display. In a humorous internal monologue, Yong fumed at Shen Yaoda for not playing along with his show-off attempt, while Shen Yaoda, equally amused, mentally scoffed at being expected to act as a free hype man. With a calculated air, Ah Yong lifted the car key and placed it conspicuously on the table. Unable to resist, Shen Yuan, with a playful smile, pointedly asked Ah Yong about his new car, almost mockingly holding up his own car key. Ah Yong, seizing the moment, explained his old Volvo was simply outdated, prompting Shen Yuan to inquire about the specific model of his new acquisition. Ah Yong proudly declared his new X7 wasn't expensive, a statement Shen Yuan met with thinly veiled sarcasm, highlighting the significant cost he knew it entailed. Ah Yong elaborated on his car's price before shifting to unsolicited business advice, a thinly veiled criticism of Shen Yuan's father's past ventures, designed to underscore his own perceived wisdom. Internally, Shen Yuan offered a sharp, ironic compliment to Ah Yong's self-important display. Ah Yong feigned extreme modesty, yet the narration revealed his immense satisfaction at the attention. Ah Yong's wife sharply interrupted his preening, cautioning against further flaunting for fear of financial requests, while Ah Yong, despite her annoyance, secretly longed for more dramatic confrontation. Shen Yuan, with a knowing smile, subtly prompted his father to reveal his own luxurious car, despite his father's blushing attempts to downplay its significance. The mention of a Maybach sent a ripple of disbelief through the room, as Ah Yong mentally calculated its exorbitant cost while Shen Yaoda questioned how a supposedly bankrupt family could afford such a luxury. Ah Yong, in utter disbelief, directly challenged Shen Yuan's father about the Maybach, only to have him proudly credit Shen Yuan for the lavish gift. Ah Yong's wife angrily dismissed the claim as a cruel joke, while other relatives pondered its impossibility, recalling Shen Yuan's reputation as a spendthrift university student. The man in white shirt and glasses, perplexed by the unexpected assertion, wondered if Shen Yuan's usually level-headed father had perhaps consumed too many drinks. Ah Yong, still unable to comprehend the revelation, openly challenged Shen Yuan's father, asking if he was seriously claiming Shen Yuan had bought him the Maybach. Shen Yuan, a subtle smile playing on his lips, internally noted his father's impressive patience in the face of Ah Yong's increasingly aggressive questioning. Shen Yuan's father feigned exasperation, claiming he had tried to dissuade his son from spending 3 million yuan on such an extravagant car, tapping the key as he spoke. The women at the table gasped, Ah Yong's wife articulating their collective shock at the staggering 3 million yuan price tag. The men, equally stunned, grappled with the impossible question of how Shen Yuan, a young man they considered bankrupt, could casually afford a 3 million yuan car. Just as the shock settled, a woman politely interrupted, asking Shen Yuan to move his silver G-Wagon, which was blocking another car, inadvertently revealing yet another expensive acquisition. The entire room was plunged into stunned silence, the guests utterly bewildered and speechless by the cascade of shocking revelations. Ah Yong's disbelief flared into an angry exclamation, realizing the combined value of two such luxury cars, while Shen Yaoda privately reeled from the sudden, undeniable proof of the second brother's family's astonishing wealth. Shen Yaoda, ever the opportunist, immediately pivoted, showering Shen Yuan's father with congratulations and brazenly attempting to sell him a car maintenance membership once more. Ah Yong's wife, however, was not so easily swayed, angrily reprimanding Shen Yaoda for his audacity, recalling his past relentless pursuit of their debts. Ah Yong, surrounded by plates of food, found himself reflecting on his second brother's understated success, a stark contrast that left his own earlier boasting feeling rather crude and nouveau riche. And so, the celebratory dinner slowly drew to a close, leaving behind a palpable atmosphere of tension and awkwardness. Shen Xian playfully praised her brother's performance, but Shen Yuan, with a knowing smile, dismissed her compliments, promising to take her home before attending to his own proper business. Shen Xian, sensing her brother's true intentions, playfully pressed him, leading Shen Yuan to admit he was heading to see his girlfriend, whom he affectionately referred to as her future sister-in-law. As they arrived, Shen Xian's eyes widened at a sleek car, prompting her to ask its price, which Shen Yuan readily revealed as 2.73 million. Shen Xian, shocked by the exorbitant cost, questioned how Shen Yuan knew the price, only for him to reveal that he was the one who had bought the car for his sister-in-law. The revelation left Shen Xian utterly dumbfounded, an explosive realization of her brother's immense generosity. Fu Wingzi's face lit up with a joyful smile as she greeted Shen Yuan, warmly inviting him inside. Fu Wingzi, noticing the young woman beside him, politely inquired about her identity, to which Shen Yuan proudly introduced his little sister, Shen Xian. Fu Wingzi's welcome extended to Shen Xian, whose resemblance to her brother she immediately noticed as she eagerly ushered them both inside. Long Jinghan, Fu Wingzi, and another woman immediately began to dote on Shen Xian, showering her with compliments and offerings of fruit and coffee. Internally, Shen Xian was utterly bewildered by the trio of beauties, sensing an almost eager desire to please her in their overwhelming enthusiasm. Overwhelmed by the unexpected attention, Shen Xian turned to her brother, her voice a plea for clarity as she asked him to identify her actual sister-in-law. Lu Menglu, with a knowing smile, explained that she and Qian had come specifically for Nana's housewarming, setting a warm, social tone for the gathering. With genuine warmth, Lu Menglu introduced herself to Shen Xian, urging her to use the familiar Sister Menglu, while Chen Na, the house owner, was introduced as Sister Nana. Shen Xian's voice held a note of stunned disbelief as she directed her question to the women, hoping to confirm her growing suspicion. A subtle smirk played on one woman's lips while the other blushed, both silently challenging Shen Yuan to explain the unexpected development to his sister. Shen Yuan's casual revelation that the other two ladies were also Shen Xian's sisters-in-law utterly shattered Shen Xian's composure, leaving her speechless. Shen Xian's mind reeled with disbelief, unable to reconcile her brother's audacious lifestyle with the harmonious scene unfolding before her. Two of the women exchanged confident smiles, projecting an air of playful dominance, while another stood apart, a flicker of annoyance barely concealed. With wide, disbelieving eyes, Shen Xian turned, pleading for confirmation that her brother's outrageous statement could possibly be true. One of the women, her smile warm and affectionate, confirmed the truth to Shen Xian, reinforcing the new, complex family dynamic with a tender nod. Shen Xian, her frustration boiling over, playfully labeled her brother a scumbag, but Shen Yuan simply chuckled, teasing her to adapt to his ever-expanding world. Extending a hand in genuine friendship, one of the women invited Shen Xian to explore the city's delights, eager to include her in their plans. Another woman spoke of her sister's shared experiences with Shen Xian, hoping for a natural connection, while Lu Menglu confidently promised that Shen Xian would soon open up under her influence. Lost in her own thoughts, Lu Menglu felt an unexpected pang of loneliness, realizing she was an outsider as Shen Xian effortlessly bonded with the others. In a memory, Qian expressed her bewilderment at the women's harmonious coexistence, to which Lu Menglu pragmatically explained her belief in the fluidity of relationships. Qian's frustration simmered as she vented about being used as a messenger, lamenting that she endured the hassle without any of the lavish gifts Shen Yuan bestowed upon her best friends. Her exasperation peaked as Qian, feeling betrayed, angrily denounced the women as fake besties. Shen Yuan, with a polite gesture, excused himself from the lively conversation, signaling his intention to retreat for some much-needed rest. As Shen Yuan departed, one woman proposed a shopping spree to Shen Xian, offering to upgrade her wardrobe, but Shen Xian, still a bit self-conscious, questioned if she could truly embody their sophisticated style. The woman warmly promised to share all her styling secrets, a generous offer that brought a genuine smile to Shen Xian's face. The group, full of anticipation, quickly made their way down to the garage, drawn by the promise of shopping and the sleek red sports car waiting there. Lu Menlu feigned forgetfulness, claiming she had left her purse upstairs, a strategic move that left Qian waiting patiently for her return. After a long 10 minutes, a notification chimed, revealing Lu Menlu's message to Qian, suggesting she take a taxi alone, as Lu Menlu had business to attend to. Qian's annoyance deepened into suspicion, as she speculated about Lu Menlu's true intentions and dreaded the task of fabricating an excuse for Nana. As Shen Yuan slept peacefully, Lu Menlu leaned in, her presence a soft, intimate pressure against him. Shen Yuan stirred from his sleep, a pleasant sensation on his face, stirring a question in his mind before a familiar warmth registered, "Coach Lu?" Startled, Shen Yuan demanded to know Lu Menlu's intentions, only for her to reveal, with a blush, that they were now deliciously alone in the house. Shen Yuan questioned why Lu Menlu hadn't gone shopping, and she confessed, her voice soft with desire, that her only wish was to stay and keep him company. A knowing smirk played on Shen Yuan's lips as he playfully accused Lu Menlu of a secret maneuver, seeing right through her pretense. Lu Menlu, feigning innocence with a coy smile, unbuttoned her shirt as she questioned his accusation, inviting him into her unspoken game. With a playful endearment, Lu Menlu called out, "Hubby," prompting Shen Yuan to challenge her choice of address, a familiar game between them. Lu Menlu playfully altered her address to "Daddy," her words a prelude to the passionate kiss she initiated, wrapping her arms intimately around him. Shen Yuan urged her on, demanding more, and Lu Menlu responded with a fervent shout, her voice filled with an intense devotion. 1.5 hours later, the afternoon faded into the evening, marked by the appearance of shopping bags, hinting at successful retail therapy. Shen Xian updated her brother over the phone, informing him of Qian's departure and their near-complete shopping spree, eager for his imminent arrival. From an unseen location, Shen Yuan confirmed his immediate departure, his words carried across the evening air as 3 students passed by a large gray SUV. A man behind a counter, observing the street from his window, spotted the impressive SUV, a spark of recognition igniting in his mind. The man behind the counter, a sense of familiarity nagging at him, struggled to recall the young man he saw beside the powerful vehicle. A sudden realization struck the man, he vividly remembered Shen Yuan, the kid who, just 3 months prior, had been forced to cash out all his credit. The memory unfolded, Shen Yuan, radiating a fragile happiness, had profusely thanked the man after buying a luxurious LV bag with his meager, cashed-out credit. Bewildered, the man questioned Shen Yuan's sudden, lavish wealth, his mind racing to illicit possibilities like the Golden Triangle or northern Myanmar. The man's gaze fell upon Shen Yuan, observing the women with their shopping bags, and cynically concluded that Shen Yuan was spending his sister-in-law's money. The man's thoughts shifted to a more palatable explanation, his face splitting into a knowing smirk as he attributed Shen Yuan's success to finding a rich older woman. In a vision of opulent submission, a woman's foot, clad in black, rested upon Shen Yuan's chin as he knelt before her in a lavish, golden room. The man's cynical fantasy concluded with the belief that a young, handsome man could achieve anything by simply catering to a rich older woman, a thought perfectly embodied by Shen Yuan's kneeling devotion. Shen Yuan, though content, playfully questioned the sheer volume of their purchases, but Lu Menlu playfully deflected, attributing the extravagance to his sisters-in-law's infectious enthusiasm. Lu Menlu sweetly explained her thoughtful choices for his sister and parents, a gesture Shen Yuan privately recognized as incredibly generous, given her usual reluctance to spend even a cent of her own pocket money. As the evening deepened, Lu Menlu excused herself to return to the cafe, where business was thriving, and Shen Yuan readily agreed to meet her later that night, a subtle promise hanging in the air. Inside the car, Shen Yuan, with a playful glint in his eye, teased Chen Xinyu about the extent of her sister-in-law's spending, and she, beaming, confirmed the lavish sum had exceeded 400,000. He playfully chastised his sister for her joy over such a sum, reminding her of her family's former wealth, but Chen Xinyu retorted that even in their prosperous past, their parents had never indulged quite so extravagantly. Shen Yuan cast a knowing glance at Chen Xinyu, confirming she understood what to say at home, to which she cheekily replied she'd simply tell their parents he had found her 2 new sisters-in-law, a playful wink sealing her mischievous intention. A playful stomp on an imaginary pedal sent a shiver of mock dread through Shen Yuan, who worried his mother, ever strict about matters of the heart, would break his legs, though his sister quickly reassured him it was a joke before demanding payment for her silence. He reminded her of the 400,000 yuan worth of gifts she had just received, but Chen Xinyu, undeterred, clarified those were from her sister-in-law, not him, playfully turning the conversation into a negotiation rather than blackmail. Shen Yuan, conceding with a fond sigh, promised to buy her anything she desired in the future, prompting a triumphant cheer from Chen Xinyu. Back home, Shen Yuan's mother, surrounded by open gift boxes, questioned why they had acquired so many items when they had only planned a simple stroll. Chen Xinyu, with an excited flourish, presented the gifts, delightedly informing her mother they were from her sister-in-law. The word sister-in-law hung in the air, stirring a flurry of surprised questions from Shen Yuan's mother about his new relationship and why he hadn't introduced them to the girl who had been so lavishly generous. Shen Yuan calmly explained their relationship had blossomed over time, and he had waited for the right moment, while Chen Xinyu, in her thoughts, praised his girlfriend's gentle and considerate nature. His parents, consumed by curiosity, immediately pulled Chen Xinyu aside, bombarding her with endless questions about Shen Yuan's new girlfriend. Shen Yuan watched the scene unfold, grateful for his sister's diversion, allowing his thoughts to drift to his packed schedule, picking up Chen Xinyu, meeting his counselor, spending money with his little dragon maiden, and the upcoming startup review that promised a mysterious industry reward. Later, Shen Yuan informed Lu Menglu he would be staying the night to pick up Chen Xinyu the next day, and she responded with a suggestive invitation, having just learned something new she wished to try. His sleepiness vanished instantly at Lu Menglu's intriguing words, and as he pulled her closer, she playfully asked him to wait a moment. On the countertop, 2 glasses stood, one holding ice water, the other emitting a delicate plume of steam from hot water. Shen Yuan's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the ice and hot water, a playful suspicion forming that Lu Menglu had no intention of letting him sleep that night. Kneeling, Lu Menglu sensed an unfamiliar presence, a shimmering energy that made her question its nature. With a blush, Lu Menglu asked Shen Yuan if he could feel it too, and he, overwhelmed, admitted it was far more than a mere sensation, confessing he had nearly lost control. Lu Menglu, her cheeks flushed, closed her eyes as an intense emotion washed over her, her hand rising to her mouth in a silent gasp. The next day, Shen Yuan's mother advised Chen Xinyu to help her sister, but Chen Xinyu, recalling her brother-in-law's plan for a nanny, confidently declared her sister wouldn't need much assistance. Chen Xinyu's mother dismissed the idea of a nanny as an unnecessary expense, urging her daughter to be more sensible, but Shen Yuan's mother interjected, reassuring her that Xinyu would be well cared for and safe with them. Shen Yuan, with a confident smile, promised Chen Xinyu's mother they would look after her daughter exceptionally well. Chen Xinyu's mother marveled at Shen Yuan's new luxury car, recognizing it as a G-Wagon worth millions, but Shen Yuan's mother, unfazed, simply stated that as long as her son and his girlfriend liked it, the cost was irrelevant. Chen Xinyu's mother privately fretted over her daughter's apparent infatuation with Shen Yuan, wondering if this admiration would lead to good or ill. From the rearview mirror, Shen Yuan inquired about Chen Xinyu's college applications, and she, momentarily surprised, confirmed she had applied to Star City. Shen Yuan approved of her choice to stay in Star City, assuring her she would have someone to look out for her, and mentioned that his sister had already prepared a room for her. The thought of having a room at her sister's house, a subtle blush rising to her cheeks, sent Chen Xinyu's imagination spiraling into a suggestive fantasy of intimacy. Blushing furiously, Chen Xinyu politely declined the offer to stay with her sister, feigning concern that she might disturb them. Shen Yuan dismissed her concerns, suggesting she would merely keep her often-bored sister company, but Chen Xinyu, looking away, subtly pointed out that her brother-in-law was frequently absent from home. Chen Xinyu found herself increasingly impressed by her brother-in-law's gentle demeanor and the positive impact he had on her family's standing, yet a confusing flutter in her heart made her question her own burgeoning feelings for him. Shen Yuan internally registered the sudden rise in Chen Xinyu's favorability meter, jokingly wondering if she was developing an irresistible charm or attempting to tempt him into something illicit. Shen Yuan, in his car, informed his mother he had other matters to attend to and wouldn't be back for dinner, and she, with a wave, gave him her blessing to go. Half an hour later, a man sat on the hood of a car in front of an apartment building, engrossed in a pleading phone call. The man on the phone desperately implored someone named Meng Meng for another chance, rationalizing his past mistakes as typical of any man and begging for an in-person explanation, all while Shen Yuan observed from his car. Shen Yuan immediately recognized the man as Li Meng's ex-boyfriend, his disdain growing as he realized this was the source of Li Meng's intense resentment towards cheating men, finding it utterly distasteful that he would pester her after their breakup. Shen Yuan decided he would intervene, rationalizing it as an act of devotion, knowing full well Li Meng might not appreciate his intentions, but acknowledging that true affection encompassed everything, flaws and all. The man's angry shout about being blocked interrupted Shen Yuan's thoughts, who, observing the man had taken up 2 parking spaces, decided to abandon any pretense of politeness. Shen Yuan, dismissing the man's angry accusation, asserted his right to park wherever he pleased, claiming the car inside wasn't his, which only fueled the man's fury, who then accused him of arrogance born of wealth. Shen Yuan cut through the man's anger by identifying him as Li Meng's ex-boyfriend, a revelation that stunned the man, who then demanded to know Shen Yuan's identity, to which he playfully replied, "Guess." A jolt of understanding, mixed with indignation, struck the man as he shouted, putting the pieces together and demanding to know if Shen Yuan was Li Meng's current boyfriend. As the realization dawned on the man, Shen Yuan subtly lowered his gaze, allowing the tension to build. The man, his anger boiling over, accused Li Meng of finding a sugar daddy, and spitefully predicted that, given her difficult personality, their relationship would inevitably end in unhappiness. With a self-satisfied smirk, the man confidently asserted that Li Meng's inability to move on after their 2-year relationship meant she couldn't forget him, and therefore Shen Yuan would never truly have all of her, then challengingly asked if he was disgusted yet. Shen Yuan found the man's attempts at psychological warfare amusing, noting its clumsiness compared to his own past tactics used to manipulate others. Shen Yuan reflected internally that he was a content man, having never sought all of Li Meng, finding her physical presence alone to be enough. The man's face contorted in utter shock, as a romantic vision of Shen Yuan intimately kissing Li Meng ghosted over his horrified realization of their closeness. Shen Yuan's smug satisfaction was palpable as he challenged the counselor, unaware of the bitter thoughts churning within Counselor Li Xiao, who stewed over the irony of Shen Yuan's apparent success with Li Meng, a woman he himself had never truly gotten anywhere with, feeling deeply betrayed by the revelation. A cheerful wave from Shen Yuan belied the deeper currents beneath the surface, drawing Counselor Li Xiao closer. Counselor Li Xiao paused, a sudden, serious thought arresting his steps as he took a moment to compose himself. As the atmosphere turned cold, Counselor Li Xiao sternly warned Lu Bin to stay away, emphasizing that his sister, Li Meng, wanted nothing more to do with him, a pronouncement Shen Yuan absorbed silently. Counselor Li Xiao urged Shen Yuan to leave, his thoughts reeling with unexpected questions about Li Meng's complicated familial ties, wondering about the deeper connection he felt between Counselor Li Xiao and her sister. Shen Yuan couldn't resist a final, taunting jab at the man, his smirk a clear sign of his satisfaction in stirring the pot. Counselor Li Xiao's reflection in the car mirror betrayed a profound shock, his voice laced with disbelief at Shen Yuan's provocative words. With a surge of fury that distorted his features, Counselor Li Xiao railed against the perceived arrogance of wealth, convinced Shen Yuan's words spoke to a deeper, unsettling truth about the powerful. Confronted by Counselor Li Xiao's indignation, Shen Yuan smoothly clarified his intentions, explaining his audacious claim was merely a ploy to dissuade Li Meng's persistent suitor and spare Counselor Li Xiao any further distress through her sister. A blush crept across Counselor Li Xiao's cheeks as he vehemently denied any agreement to Shen Yuan's playful, sister-in-law, remark, while Shen Yuan, undeterred, insisted his intervention would ultimately help Li Meng move on. With a charming attempt to redirect the conversation, Shen Yuan proposed a lavish outing to an expensive mall, but Counselor Li Xiao, ever practical, gently steered them towards a more modest alternative, unwilling to indulge in such extravagance. Shen Yuan's insistence on covering the costs was met with a surprised but firm refusal from Counselor Li Xiao, who made it clear his previous lavish gift had already established a boundary she was unwilling to cross. Shifting his strategy, Shen Yuan revealed a vulnerable side, asking Counselor Li Xiao to help him choose a meaningful birthday gift for his younger sister, a request that caught her by surprise. Shen Yuan confirmed his sincere need, prompting Counselor Li Xiao to agree to help, though not without a skeptical glance and a clear warning against any attempts to buy her something in return. Shen Yuan readily agreed to the terms, but a secret, knowing thought bloomed in his mind, he would find a way for her to accept his generosity regardless. As they stepped into the dazzling store, a sales associate warmly invited Counselor Li Xiao to try on clothes, an invitation Shen Yuan wholeheartedly echoed. Counselor Li Xiao's polite request for a small size was met with a knowing, discreet suggestion for a medium from the sales associate, a subtle hint at her fuller figure. The sales associate then presented another dress for their consideration. The sales associate gestured towards the fitting room, offering assistance should Counselor Li Xiao need it. From inside the fitting room, Counselor Li Xiao's voice, small and flustered, revealed her zipper was stubbornly stuck, prompting her to ask Shen Yuan to call for help. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan decided to take matters into his own hands, declaring he would help her himself. As Shen Yuan instructed her to turn, promising to fix the zipper, Counselor Li Xiao's voice caught with surprise and a rising blush. Shen Yuan offered a calm reassurance, promising he would simply zip her dress and then leave. Blushing deeply, Counselor Li Xiao reluctantly gave her consent, urging him to simply hurry. A silent appreciation for Counselor Li Xiao's stunning back view flashed through Shen Yuan's mind, even as her voice, laced with urgency, pleaded for him to finally zip her dress. His hands moved with careful precision, slowly working the zipper up her dress. Shen Yuan's playful suggestion about breaking the dress only amplified Counselor Li Xiao's blush, her voice a hushed panic as she worried about being overheard. Leaning in close, Shen Yuan's voice dropped to a provocative whisper, asking how she preferred to be addressed, pushing the boundaries of their interaction. Her cheeks aflame, Counselor Li Xiao finally gave in, her voice barely a whisper as she told him to simply use her name when they were on dates. Instead of zipping, Shen Yuan's hands were now deliberately undoing the fastening of the dress. Counselor Li Xiao's surprised cry of his name was met with Shen Yuan's soft, intimate whisper of hers, emphasizing the profound significance of that very moment for them both. 5 minutes later, Counselor Li Xiao, in a desperate struggle, pushed Shen Yuan away, warning that any further escalation would cross a line, a sentiment Shen Yuan echoed internally, battling his own desires against the clear impropriety of their public location. Blushing with frustration, Counselor Li Xiao commanded Shen Yuan to simply zip the dress and leave, to which he, with a hint of surprise, readily agreed. But the zipper, as if mocking their attempts at distance, stubbornly caught. Exasperated, Counselor Li Xiao's chibi form pushed Shen Yuan away, his teasing about her figure and the stuck zipper only adding to her fiery indignation. Left alone, Shen Yuan stood in silent, lingering annoyance. The sales associate inquired if the dress didn't fit, offering another style, but Counselor Li Xiao, still flustered, curtly declined. Counselor Li Xiao hurried away with a determined gait, Shen Yuan quickly catching up as the sales associate watched them leave in confusion. In a thought bubble, the sales associate's chibi form pondered, with an air of annoyance, the strange expression on Counselor Li Xiao's face. Counselor Li Xiao's voice carried a distinct edge as she angrily warned Shen Yuan against a repeat of his actions, to which he readily, perhaps too readily, promised to behave. As they walked hand in hand, Shen Yuan sealed his promise to behave, his touch a silent counterpoint to his words. A soft blush stole across Counselor Li Xiao's face, a silent testament to her rising affection, reaching an unprecedented new level. Shen Yuan's confident smile betrayed his internal satisfaction, a pragmatic acknowledgement that his audacious flirting was indeed a potent catalyst for increasing favorability. Two sales associates observed Shen Yuan from a distance, openly gossiping about his latest companion and trying to tally the number of girlfriends he had brought in, noting this was potentially his fourth. The sales associates continued their hushed conversation, one mentioning Miss Zhou's disappearance while the other openly expressed regret for not having pursued Shen Yuan herself back then. In a vivid mental image, the female sales associate fantasized about capturing Shen Yuan's patronage, a chibi version of him showering money, her eagerness to serve him wholeheartedly unmistakable. Sales associate 2, in her own chibi thought bubble, offered a cynical internal commentary on the futility of regret, acknowledging that for some chances, there was no turning back. As dusk settled, Shen Yuan suggested hot pot, and Counselor Li Xiao, still holding his hand, happily agreed. Inside the warm restaurant, Shen Yuan confidently placed an order for 2 bowls of iced soup. Shen Yuan explained his thoughtful ordering as a subtle test of her preferences, a playful strategy he knew would reveal much about the intimacy they might share later that night. The evening began with a luxurious hot pot, a setting chosen for an intimate, shared meal. Long Jinghan asked about Shen Yuan's summer plans, to which he replied with a charming smile, "The plan is to spend it with you." But Long Jinghan couldn't help but voice her surprise, and a hint of annoyance, about his spreading fame and the attention it brought. Shen Yuan swiftly maneuvered the conversation away from his rising notoriety, fearing Long Jinghan's growing awareness might jeopardize his careful game, and instead brought up the textbook she had lent him. Long Jinghan was genuinely surprised by his quick mastery of the material, which only fueled his strategic request for yet another textbook. With a charming smile, Shen Yuan casually suggested he would come to her place that very night to retrieve it, catching Long Jinghan slightly off guard. He offered a plausible excuse about needing to deepen his knowledge for the startup, but internally, Shen Yuan acknowledged that the surge in Li Xiao's favorability in the fitting room had sealed his resolve to press his advantage. Long Jinghan, with a knowing glance, issued a playful warning against any misbehavior at her home, particularly with her little sister present, but Shen Yuan confidently reassured her of his character. A soft blush crept across Long Jinghan's cheeks as she murmured an exasperated, yet fond, acknowledgement of his persistent charm. Their private moment was briefly interrupted as a server approached, placing their drinks onto the table. Long Jinghan politely requested a hot drink instead of a cold one, a preference the server readily accommodated. Seeing her choice, a realization dawned on Shen Yuan, his plans for the night would not work, forcing him to pivot and focus on increasing the favorability of other NPCs. He swiftly ran through his mental roster of potential targets, dismissing those currently unavailable due to prior engagements or simply because they were too peculiar, and resolved to concentrate on the others. Just as he resolved to shift his focus, a text from an eager woman appeared, prompting Shen Yuan to quickly reply that he was at dinner and would pick her up later. As they continued their exchange, he noted her shrewd choice of a private meeting spot, a sign of her understanding of their need for discretion. Long Jinghan gently reminded Shen Yuan to eat as their food overcooked, but he explained that something urgent had come up, promising to get the materials another day and send her home after dinner. Long Jinghan, ever understanding, accepted his change of plans with a gracious smile, knowing that real business had to come first for him. 1 hour later, Long Jinghan stood waiting on the dimly lit street, the evening air now cool around her. As Shen Yuan drove, Long Jinghan broke the silence, asking where they were headed, and his blunt reply of a hotel hung heavy in the air. Though the initial shock had worn off, the sting of being treated like a mere tool still lingered, and Long Jinghan found herself wishing desperately for real feelings to grow between them. His hands suddenly closed around her shirt, pulling her close and startling her with the abruptness of his movement. With a blush of shame and a tear in her eye, Long Jinghan pleaded with Shen Yuan for gentler treatment, feeling profoundly wronged by his aggressive approach. Shen Yuan stood over her, his stance dismissive, as he pushed her away with a cold, uncaring hand. Lying on the bed, her torn clothes a testament to the night's events, Long Jinghan felt utterly helpless, the experience far more crushing than the last. Shen Yuan leaned in, whispering words that struck a deep chord within her, drawing tears from her already burdened eyes. With a smile that held no genuine warmth, Shen Yuan casually dismissed his aggressive actions as mere role-play, then, almost as an afterthought, asked if she was all right. Long Jinghan, still reeling, questioned his explanation of role-play, to which Shen Yuan calmly defined it as a game of domineering guy and obedient girl. Kneeling on the bed, her voice thick with tears, Long Jinghan lamented his failure to warn her, admitting she had believed his actions to be genuinely cruel. Shen Yuan promised to warn her next time, chillingly admitting her raw reaction had been addictively appealing, while Long Jinghan, still flustered, worried about her torn clothes for school the next day. Holding her close, Shen Yuan softly reassured her, promising to send new clothes and declaring he would never allow his woman to be left wanting. Later, surrounded by the opulent comfort of a shower, Long Jinghan looked up, a soft blush spreading across her cheeks as she succumbed to the intoxicating blend of pleasure and attention. 2 hours later, nestled together in bed, Shen Yuan casually presented a selection of designer bags and clothes on his phone, promising their delivery first thing in the morning. Long Jinghan was utterly stunned by the boundless choice, and Shen Yuan, with an encouraging smile, urged her to pick whatever she desired, regardless of the price. Holding the phone, Long Jinghan was overwhelmed by the surreal reality of such wealth, where sales associates worked late into the night and prices were irrelevant, a feeling she found truly strange. A strange sense of triumph bloomed within Long Jinghan, as she naively believed herself to be one of the rare few who had truly shared such intimacy with Shen Yuan. The sudden ring of the phone, displaying the unusual contact name, "Can't Get Enough Baby," abruptly shattered their intimate moment and caught Long Jinghan completely off guard. Shen Yuan immediately silenced Long Jinghan with a decisive gesture, his mind racing as he wondered if this call was Hui Hui, somehow performing a room check. The woman on the other end, addressing him as Yuan Bao, voiced her clear longing for him, but Shen Yuan simply explained his busy schedule. From the bathroom doorway, Shen Yuan promised to see her in 2 days, a delay that clearly displeased the woman, who sternly warned him to behave himself. Watching him, Long Jinghan's heart ached with a quiet yearning, wondering if she would ever experience such attentive devotion from him, and if she could ever truly be his priority. Her introspection was abruptly broken by Shen Yuan's voice from the bathroom, summoning her to help him. Long Jinghan entered the steamy bathroom, dressed in a bathrobe, her expression etched with a nervous apprehension. From the unseen, Shen Yuan's voice cut through the steam, issuing a blunt command for her to remove her bathrobe. Long Jinghan's voice was a soft plea through the steam, asking Shen Yuan not to be so rough with her. His reply, echoing in the steamy enclosure, was a taunting reminder of their role-play, and her discarded bathrobe lay on the floor, a silent testament to her yielding. The next morning, as Shen Yuan left for training, sales associates meticulously presented an array of new clothes to Long Jinghan, seeking her approval. Long Jinghan confirmed her satisfaction with the luxurious garments, marveling internally at the staggering 1.2 million yuan Shen Yuan had spent, questioning if this dreamlike existence was truly unfolding before her. Yet, as she gazed at her reflection, a deeper, more complicated truth emerged. What she truly craved was Shen Yuan's genuine affection and gentle treatment, leaving her heart deeply conflicted. Simultaneously, Shen Yuan noted the significant increase in Long Jinghan's favorability, pleased by her capacity for new roleplay scenarios and already contemplating what else they could develop together. The woman's voice carried a tender worry as she urged Shen Yuan to slow down, offering him water he didn't seem to think he needed. Despite his intense efforts, Shen Yuan's internal monologue revealed a deep frustration with his minimal progress, knowing his celebrity experience card was quickly running out. Shen Yuan, unsatisfied with his gains, outlined a stricter regimen for himself, his thoughts then turning towards a shared moment as he suggested it was time for them to shower. From the bed, the woman's voice dripped with adoration, a playful "daddy" on her lips as she declared his increasing handsomeness. Shen Yuan, fresh from his shower, playfully called her out, understanding her sudden compliments were a preamble to a request, his smile hinting at the unspoken terms of their affection. A blush crept across her cheeks as she whispered of her hunger, her touch on his robe an unspoken invitation. Standing over her, Shen Yuan's words held a clear promise of reward, implicitly tying her desires to his satisfaction. A soft, muffled sound filled the room as he moved towards the bed, leaving the viewer to imagine the tender intimacy that followed. The next day at the entrepreneurship project signing ceremony, Teacher Li found herself captivated by Shen Yuan's unexpected charisma, gushing over his handsomeness and popularity. An older woman praised Teacher Li's impressive student, then subtly probed about Shen Yuan's relationship status, hinting at the many girls who desired him. Teacher Li stumbled over her words, her cheeks betraying a deep flush that the older woman immediately noticed, surprised by her own reaction. On stage, Shen Yuan boldly inscribed 10 million yuan onto a giant check, a grand gesture for all to witness. Teacher Li feebly denied her feelings, but the older woman pressed on, noting the melting gaze she cast upon Shen Yuan and suggesting that a teacher-student romance, though unconventional, was not entirely shocking. Cameras clicked relentlessly as Principal Su and Shen Yuan stood together, presenting the giant check for the eager reporters. Principal Su expressed profound gratitude for Shen Yuan's generous support, to which Shen Yuan responded with a carefully crafted humility, citing his duty to his alma mater. As they shook hands, Principal Su expressed his desire for Shen Yuan's continued cooperation on future school initiatives, which Shen Yuan agreed to consider only if the projects met his standards. Principal Su overtly directed the reporters to Leonize Shen Yuan, ensuring his image was carefully crafted as the indisputable pride of their institution. Shen Yuan offered a polite smile while his thoughts simmered with skepticism, discerning Principal Su's ulterior motives and reaffirming his own strategic reasons for investment, which included leveraging the prestige of powerful figures. Two officials discussed Shen Yuan's unique position, agreeing to elevate him further by bestowing the Model Student title and nominating him for Top 10 University Students, signaling his special status. Shen Yuan moved through the bustling hallway, a subtle glance over his shoulder hinting at an awareness of the discussion still swirling around him. While one official expressed distress over Shen Yuan's dismal grades and attendance, the principal dismissed these concerns, prioritizing Shen Yuan's influence and ability over mere academic records. The official in the white shirt quickly bowed, acknowledging the principal's far-reaching vision and pledging immediate execution of the plan. Zhang Yani, an intern reporter, caught up to Shen Yuan, inviting him to be a guest on a TV special, clearly seeing him as an outstanding student worth featuring. Shen Yuan, holding his phone, gave her a non-committal reply, instructing her to leave her contact information so he could see then. Internally, Shen Yuan noted the presence of his counselor nearby, realizing he needed to swiftly avoid any appearance of impropriety with the reporter to prevent misunderstandings. Shen Yuan abruptly suggested they communicate via WeChat, quickly rejecting the reporter's dinner invitation as he needed to leave immediately. Offering a vague excuse for the evening, Shen Yuan felt a wave of private relief as he departed, unaware the blushing reporter was still capturing his image with her phone. The older woman informed Teacher Li that Shen Yuan had rejected a dinner invitation from a beautiful reporter, a detail that brought a noticeable wave of satisfaction across the counselor's face. A blue folder, clearly labeled Review Shortlist, was presented, signaling the next phase of the entrepreneurship project. The secretary presented the initial shortlist for the entrepreneurship base, detailing 2 male students and 5 strategically chosen female students, each with unique backgrounds from Japanese majors to cosplayers. The secretary began outlining a 3-step equity distribution plan, a strategy already discussed and refined with Junior Jinghan. She elaborated on the proposed equity distribution, 70% for the investor, 30% for student entrepreneurs, with a significant 20% share transfer to students once the projects achieved payback. Shen Yuan's internal thoughts revealed his true investment strategy. While the project boosted the school's reputation and motivated students, his primary aim was to harvest these 5 flowers, a clandestine double objective. The secretary confirmed her meeting with Li Xinyue from the Japanese department, and Shen Yuan readily agreed to bring her in. Chen Xinyu stepped into the room, her voice a pleasant greeting to Shen Yuan. In Shen Yuan's mind, a breathtaking vision unfolded. Chen Xinyu, a picture of refined maturity, stood with him against a glittering cityscape, her elegance nearly overwhelming his composure. Chen Xinyu's gentle greeting brought him back to reality, yet he remained utterly stunned by her presence. Her voice held a hint of surprise as she called out to him again, pulling Shen Yuan from his momentary trance. Shen Yuan stammered slightly before regaining his composure, gesturing for the senior to take a seat so they could begin their discussion. Shen Yuan inquired about her entrepreneurial vision for a campus supermarket, confirming her ambition to expand it into an Amazon-like chain, which she admitted was her deepest dream. As Shen Yuan posed a probing question about Amazon's success, he subtly leaned closer, seizing the opportunity for a more intimate exchange. Chen Xinyu confidently articulated her analysis of Amazon's triumph, citing profit sharing, robust employee benefits, and competitive strategies as the key factors that vanquished their competition. Shen Yuan, acknowledging her thorough research, then expanded on Amazon's intricate success factors, emphasizing how their unique timing and environment made true replication incredibly difficult in other cities. While praising her bold vision, Shen Yuan subtly redirected the conversation, curious why she, a Japanese major, hadn't considered opportunities in translation or foreign enterprises instead. Chen Xinyu revealed that her parents, both working for Japanese companies, had chosen her major, prompting Shen Yuan to immediately inquire about her current proficiency in the language. Chen Xinyu confidently rattled off her impressive list of Japanese language certifications, assuring Shen Yuan of her ability to navigate most daily conversations with native speakers. In a fantastical reverie, Shen Yuan imagined Chen Xinyu as the perfect bridge to expand into Japan, her strong qualities and the deepening of their relationship leading him to a world filled with cherry blossom girls. A man voiced his deep confusion and frustration, unable to comprehend why his project had been so summarily rejected while Yen Song's had received approval. From off-panel, a voice asked him to clarify the nature of his project. With a hint of surprise, he revealed his rejected proposal, a lingerie shop, asserting its massive market potential among the campus's international couples. His friend, sitting across from him, exploded in furious disbelief, vehemently questioning his sanity for proposing a lingerie shop on campus and challenging who would ever dare patronize it. The sitting man, phone in hand, casually proposed that entry into Third Brother's startup base relied more on gender than ideas, prompting the standing man to demand why Yen Song and another male had still been approved. "Are you dumb?" the man on the bed retorted, explaining that the approved males were merely placeholders, which only intensified the standing man's bewildered demand. Why couldn't he have been one of those filler spots? From his computer, the third man expressed his utter exasperation, labeling the standing man as foolish and hopeless for his complete lack of self-awareness, reminding him that even Lao Chow and he had failed to get in. Third Brother had signed a deal with the principal, according to a school post, and the man on the bed observed how his new look and his reputation as the right-hand man to every girl on campus meant he had long since forgotten his dorm mates. The man on the bed remarked that if he were Third Brother, he wouldn't return either, finding the prospect of swapping girls every day far superior to male company, prompting the standing man to insist that if Third Brother appeared now, every guy would be consumed by envy. The truth behind the envy became startlingly clear. Third Brother had managed to secure the 5 campus goddesses for his startup incubator, a revelation that surely shattered the dreams of countless other students. With a hand to his face, the man at the computer could only observe that Third Brother was indeed playing wild. Sitting on the bed, the man mused that anyone with Third Brother's money would likely act even more wildly, wondering aloud about the incredible life he must be leading now. "We'll cross that bridge when we get there," Shen Yuan thought, his mind already on building a good relationship with the senior girl, just as she, sensing his intent, asked him to say something in Japanese. A gentle blush spread across her cheeks as she shyly asked what exactly he wanted to hear, but Shen Yuan, ever so smooth, simply replied that anything would be fine. She offered konnichiwa, then arigato, explaining their meanings, and each time, Shen Yuan, with a playful smile, eagerly requested another word. She then offered the phrase, "Suzukute kudasai," and when he looked puzzled, she clarified that it simply meant, "keep going." With a suggestive smile, Shen Yuan leaned in, challenging her to say something more interesting. A deep blush bloomed on her cheeks as she subtly acknowledged his request, intuiting that he was hoping to hear lines from those kinds of movies. Shen Yuan, delighted, praised her keen understanding, then playfully urged her to say one of those desired lines. Blushing deeply, she hid her mouth behind her hand and whispered the suggestive phrase, "Yamit. Yamit yo." In a pink-hued dreamscape, Shen Yuan's mind swirled with the impact of her words, convinced that such a powerful buff would undoubtedly drive any Chinese man to ecstatic insanity. A confident smile touched Shen Yuan's lips as he inwardly celebrated. The interaction with the senior was going even smoother than he had ever expected. With the flirtation set aside, Shen Yuan decisively told the senior it was time to sign the contract, then called for his secretary to enter. The secretary confirmed senior Lu Xinyue's project investment totaled 220,000 yuan, based on Jingan's calculations, then instructed her to sign, a request Lu Xinyue acknowledged. Now, the woman stated, they would simply have to wait and see how things unfolded, confirming that evaluating the senior's execution skills was the next crucial step. A holographic system message suddenly announced his successful completion of a 10 million investment, and Shen Yuan, surprised, admitted to a sudden nervousness about what System Daddy's reward would be. Overjoyed, Shen Yuan's cheeks flushed as the system proudly announced his reward, 100% ownership of Jingfu Health Management Company, Limited, a company that included health screening centers, fitness clubs, and a yoga studio. A message from Min Hui appeared, declaring she missed him again, a sentiment Shen Yuan noted with amusement, reflecting that she truly couldn't get enough, before agreeing to meet her at the cafe. With a knowing smile, her friend asked if Min Hui was going to see Shen Yuan again, to which Min Hui, blushing slightly, shyly confirmed. "Did you see the incubator shortlist?" her friend pressed, mentioning the 5 gorgeous girls and asking if Min Hui had ever considered making her relationship with Shen Yuan public. Min Hui, unfazed, insisted that it didn't matter to her, inwardly convinced that Shen Yuan had his reasons for privacy and possessed a maturity far beyond his age, unlike any other man she had met. She had an instinct that he was destined for something truly significant, and she deeply admired that unwavering potential within him. Her friend, truly impressed, exclaimed that if she were a guy, she would fall for Min Hui right then and there, expressing pure envy for Shen Yuan's incredible luck. Min Hui, striking a confident pose in her new black outfit, playfully told her friend to stop. As Shen Yuan made his way toward a car, a woman's voice called out, asking where he was headed and if they could tag along. With eager smiles, 2 women waved, asking Shen Yuan if he could give them a ride to Manhwa Street. In a chibi vision, a sweating, annoyed Shen Yuan fumed, wondering how these women could be so shameless and still hold illusions, resolving that he would have to be even more overtly clear in his rejections. His voice was flat and decisive as Shen Yuan informed them he was not going by Manhwa Street. "Would it kill you to give us a ride?" one woman muttered in annoyance, while another sadly sighed that such aloofness was to be expected from a billionaire who wouldn't even look their way. As Shen Yuan walked away, her hand reached out in silent despair, a profound sense of defeat washing over her. He felt like an insurmountable mountain, and she couldn't even find a path to begin the climb. Shen Yuan's expression grew serious as he resolved that there was no time for casual flings. After meeting Manhwa, he needed time alone to plan his new health industry, a perfect gift from System Daddy, knowing that with Coach Lu's top-tier talent, getting started would be easy. In a flash of ambition, Shen Yuan imagined his influence expanding, receiving invitations from Xinqing News, yet he knew it was still not enough. Using Jingfu Health as his foundation, he would create waves in the business world and chase the grand dreams of a true tycoon. Still, he cautioned himself not to bite off more than he could chew, deciding that for today, his first and most pressing order of business was to cure Manhwa's lovesickness. Since Manhwa needed a little more time, Shen Yuan decided to step out of his car and grab a coffee while he waited. The warm, inviting glow of the cafe welcomed him as Shen Yuan opened the door, revealing the staff inside. With a warm smile, Shen Yuan addressed one of the staff members, asking, "Sinyu, for a cappuccino?" Chen Sinyu's eyes widened in surprise, and a blush crept up her neck as she stammered her agreement, calling him brother-in-law. Flustered, Chen Sinyu nervously asked Xiao Qiu to keep an eye on her, fearing she would mess up, while the cafe owner, Lin Yuchang, sharply questioned her sudden stuttering and blushing around her brother-in-law. Lin Yuchang, the cafe owner, looked concerned as she inwardly wondered if their boss's infamous reputation truly had such an impact. In a sparkling, romanticized vision, Lin Yuchang imagined Shen Yuan caught in a passionate embrace with one woman while another clung to him, concluding with a knowing sigh that rich families truly were complicated. Lu Menglu, still flustered from their earlier exchange, offered Shen Yuan a drink she had made for the first time, to which he graciously assented. A pleasant warmth spread through Shen Yuan as he tasted the drink, genuinely impressed by her novice attempt. Her face flushed with a hopeful blush. Lu Menglu eagerly offered to make him another, different style, yearning to prolong their connection. Shen Yuan smiled, gently declining her offer, implying the coffee would keep him awake far too long. The implication finally dawned on Lu Menglu, a sudden rush of embarrassment compelling her to stammer an excuse and swiftly retreat to her work. That evening, Manhwa's deep longing for Shen Yuan poured out as she embraced him, a reunion both ardent and tender. She playfully challenged his affection, but Shen Yuan, with a loving gaze, swiftly assured her of his devotion, missing every part of her. Manhwa continued her teasing, hinting at his deeper desires, only for Shen Yuan to deliver a smooth, perfectly logical retort that embraced all of her. Blushing, Manhwa playfully chided him, then whispered a soft plea for gentleness, dreading the morning after their intense night. Shen Yuan held her closer, his smile a tender promise that he would be nothing but gentle with her. The next morning, Shen Yuan awoke to a note from Manhwa, reflecting on how her usual intensity seemed tempered, a sign of unexpected maturity. This newfound maturity in Manhwa freed his thoughts to focus on the next step, exploring Jingfu Health, the gift from his System Daddy. That afternoon, inside Jingfu Health, the CFO and general manager, along with other executives, grappled with the profound uncertainty brought by the former boss's departure and the impending arrival of a new, unknown leader, speculating anxiously about who would face the axe first. Shen Yuan walked with calm confidence through the bright office hallway, a new chapter about to unfold. The executives were stunned by the apparent youth of their new boss, finding it almost impossible to believe someone so young had acquired such a large company. The former owner, Shi Wenquan, formally announced his departure, then introduced Shen Yuan as the new boss, entrusting the company's future to his leadership before excusing himself from the meeting. Shen Yuan introduced himself calmly, then asserted his authority by dismissing most of the staff, asking only the HR director and CFO to remain for a focused handover. The HR director, Zhong Yu, leaned forward, asking for Shen Yuan's first instructions with a nervous deference. Shen Yuan immediately requested the last 3 months of financial statements and monthly HR reports, which the CFO, Sister Lu Menglu, swiftly confirmed they would send. Shen Yuan then pivoted, his gaze thoughtful as he inquired about the tenure of both Director Zhong and Director Lu. Director Zhong revealed his 5 years with the company, followed by Sister Lu Menglu's more recent 3, their voices betraying a slight nervousness. Dismissing them, Shen Yuan internally strategized about the dual pillars of company management, personnel and financial authority, and acknowledged the critical need to place his own trusted people in key positions, even as he assessed the current executives. With a confident smile, Shen Yuan called his secretary, instructing her to promote Long Jinghan and assign her to Jingfu Health immediately, effectively expanding his core team. The secretary reacted with stunned disbelief at Shen Yuan's hidden businesses, before remembering her classes and protesting the immediate transfer. Shen Yuan, however, countered her objections with a thought-provoking challenge, pushing her to consider career advancement over remaining a secretary forever. Bolstered by his words, the secretary's determination soared, and she vowed to be ready and punctual for her new role at Jingfu Health. Shen Yuan received the financial and HR reports, immediately diving into them to identify personnel redundancy and excessive online marketing costs as the core issues, even as the company remained profitable. Despite the issues, Shen Yuan concluded that immediate, drastic reforms were unnecessary, the company was profitable, and he needed time to fully grasp its inner workings before making major changes. Shen Yuan rose from his desk, the business matters temporarily settled. His thoughts then drifted to Su Xuewei, and he decided to go pick up the silly girl from work, wondering how she had been after a week apart. A knot of concern tightened in Shen Yuan's chest as his calls went unanswered, an unsettling quiet replacing her usual presence. Fu Jingmei delivered the disquieting news that Su Xuewei had left work due to an undisclosed family emergency, intensifying Shen Yuan's worry. Shen Yuan pressed for details, but even Fu Jingmei had been unable to reach her, deepening his concern. As Shen Yuan approached a building, the sharp, dismissive voice of an older woman complaining about a minor water leak reached his ears. He watched, concerned, as Manhwa confronted the older woman, Zheng Lianfen, who, alongside another man, argued fiercely about the water leak and the scolding of a child. Shen Yuan's expression tightened with surprise as he absorbed the escalating tension of the argument. The older woman, pointing an angry finger, callously justified scolding the child by invoking his deceased father, revealing a deeply ingrained cruelty. Manhwa, her anger simmering, tried to stand her ground but ultimately opted for a frustrated retreat, addressing the older woman as Auntie Zhang in a plea for peace. The man argued that letting it go would only embolden the older woman, but Manhwa, still clutching the child, wearily insisted they no longer wished to pursue the confrontation. Manhwa, her voice sharp with conviction, demanded an apology for the child, but the older woman remained defiantly unyielding, seeing no reason to concede. Suddenly, Shen Yuan stepped forward, his voice cutting through the argument with an unyielding demand for the older woman to apologize to the child. Manhwa's eyes widened in utter shock, her breath catching as she recognized Shen Yuan. The older woman, rather than apologizing, defiantly taunted Shen Yuan and Manhwa, implying their relationship was improper and merely a game. Undeterred by her personal attacks, Shen Yuan calmly reiterated his demand for her to apologize to the child. A new, furious voice abruptly broke through the tension, challenging the notion of anyone pretending. The older woman's son stormed forward, demanding to know who Shen Yuan was to make his mother apologize. Without warning, the angry man grabbed Shen Yuan's shirt, preparing to make his intentions violently clear. But Shen Yuan moved faster, a quick, sharp kick sending the aggressor reeling. Manhwa, the older woman, and the man in the blue checkered shirt all watched in stunned silence as Shen Yuan decisively defended himself. The raw pain of Shen Yuan's counterattack echoed through the gritty alley as the yellow-haired man collapsed, clutching his injury. Despite his pain, the yellow-haired man lunged again, a desperate, "fuck you," ripping from his throat, but Shen Yuan met his aggression with another swift, determined punch. The man stumbled back, reeling from the blow, while Shen Yuan remained remarkably composed, his earlier actions leaving no trace of agitation. Collapsed on the ground, the injured man still brimmed with defiance, his voice a ragged promise to call for backup. While the injured man frantically reported his defeat to Brother Long, Shen Yuan calmly met his threat, inviting him to call for help because he was doing the same. Shen Yuan's serious expression deepened as he spoke into his phone, calling out to Brother Wei, a name that hinted at his own formidable connections. 15 minutes later, the calm of the street was broken by the arrival of a sleek black sedan, from which several men emerged, one clutching a baseball bat. The yellow-haired man, Liang, cried out to Brother Long, who demanded to know who had dared to strike his man. An unseen accuser's finger pointed directly at Shen Yuan, making Manhwa's eyes widen in surprised realization at the escalating tension. Manhwa, genuinely worried, suggested calling the police, her concern echoed by an older man who believed such disputes needed proper authorities. Li Wenlong, the bald man in a suit, stormed forward, his voice a hostile challenge as he demanded to know if Shen Yuan was the one who had dared to hit his brother. Shen Yuan, utterly unfazed, simply advised Li Wenlong not to rush, confidently stating that his own people would be arriving soon. The urgent wail of a siren cut through the tension as a police car suddenly arrived on the scene. "Big bro, the cops are here," Liang blurted, sending Li Wenlong into a frustrated rage, demanding to know why he had been summoned if the police were already on their way. Liang, flustered and apologetic, explained his mistaken belief that Shen Yuan's people were fellow gangsters, earning him a scornful "idiot" from Li Wenlong. Deputy Security Chief Shen Wei, who was Shen Yuan's cousin, arrived with an air of authority, sternly questioning Li Wenlong's constant presence at disturbances. Li Wenlong's feigned innocence crumbled under Officer Shen Wei's skeptical gaze as the officer scoffed at his excuse, commanding him to stand aside while he investigated the situation. Turning to Shen Yuan with a calmer tone, Officer Shen Wei requested a full explanation of the events, which Shen Yuan provided in detail. Li Wenlong, enraged by the realization that Shen Yuan was his cousin's brother, brutally berated Liang for getting him involved, especially after Liang confessed his original intent was extortion, quickly declaring himself out of the mess. Officer Shen Wei playfully teased Shen Yuan about his heroic act, to which Shen Yuan lightheartedly responded that his actions were simply standing up for justice, deserving a commendation. Dropping the playful tone, Officer Shen Wei became serious, asking Shen Yuan how he wished to resolve the situation, even offering to take everyone to the station for statements. Shen Yuan proposed a simple, compassionate resolution, an apology to the child and a proper fix for the water leak, a suggestion Officer Shen Wei readily agreed to handle. Officer Shen Wei diligently mediated the dispute, delivering a stern warning to Li Wenlong and his crew while ensuring both parties acknowledged the resolution with continuous nods. With a contrite bow, the older woman sincerely apologized to the young boy, little Jia, acknowledging her harsh words and hoping he wouldn't take them to heart. Despite the apology, the young boy remained visibly distressed, clinging timidly to the safety of someone's leg, his fear not easily quelled. Officer Shen Wei concluded the matter with a firm tone, instructing the responsible party to promptly return and fix the water leak. With a compliant nod, the yellow-haired man and the older woman quickly departed, acknowledging Officer Shen Wei's command. The older woman reassured Officer Shen Wei that the leak would be fixed promptly as she left, and he simply dismissed her. With a playful grin, Officer Shen Wei nudged Shen Yuan, teasingly asking if Min Hui was his girlfriend. Unaware of their conversation, Min Hui crouched down, her presence a gentle comfort to the still-shaken young boy. Officer Shen Wei confided that this incident would protect Xue's family and change how neighbors viewed the Su family, asking Shen Yuan to keep his involvement a secret, which Shen Yuan playfully acknowledged as new leverage. The young boy walked away, and Min Hui remained crouched, watching him go with a lingering gaze. As Shen Yuan's gaze lingered, Min Hui's cheeks flushed with a soft blush, and she shyly looked away. Shen Yuan, thank you. Min Hui stammered, her bashful words accompanied by a flurry of heart icons that betrayed her burgeoning feelings. Shen Yuan inwardly acknowledged his triumph, knowing that Min Hui finally held a positive impression of him. Shen Yuan's smile widened as he playfully suggested she show her gratitude, making Min Hui blush and recoil, timidly pointing out the numerous onlookers upstairs. What's there to be afraid of? Shen Yuan charmingly asked, suggesting a simple hug as a friendly farewell to alleviate her concerns. Min Hui, her blush deepening, silently conceded that his words did, in fact, make a certain kind of sense. A wave of shyness swept over Min Hui as she clasped her hands behind her back, steeling herself for the moment. Then, hesitantly, Min Hui embraced Shen Yuan, who returned her hug with a gentle, reassuring smile. Within the embrace, Shen Yuan's thoughts drifted to a suggestive observation about Min Hui's figure, only to be abruptly interrupted by a surprised exclamation. Just as the embrace deepened, the young boy, little Jia, innocently interrupted, holding a bag of eggs his mother had sent down for Big Brother. Min Hui, her concern now focused on the generous offering, asked if his family would have enough eggs left, to which the young boy happily explained that his aunt had brought many. Kneeling to meet the boy's gaze, Shen Yuan playfully instructed little Jia to start calling him brother-in-law, instead of Big Brother. The young boy innocently turned to Min Hui, asking what brother-in-law meant, sending her into a flustered, stuttering blush. In a flush of embarrassment, Min Hui's mind drifted into a grand, dreamlike vision of herself and Shen Yuan walking into an opulent traditional Chinese wedding hall. Within this blissful dream, Shen Yuan's imagined self tenderly lifted her veil, greeting her as his dear wife. The dream deepened into a passionate embrace, as her imagined self responded, my dear husband, leaving the real Min Hui blushing profoundly, her thoughts reeling with suggestive possibilities. Shen Yuan, ever the considerate figure, subtly suggested a new apartment, weaving himself into the fabric of their lives with an offer of closeness and convenience. A quiet current of worry flowed through Chen Xinyu, as she longed for her family to live better, yet felt the sting of her own financial limitations. With a warm, unwavering smile, Shen Yuan offered to shoulder the rent, a generous gesture that skillfully bound their futures, promising repayment only when her success bloomed. A blush bloomed on Chen Xinyu's cheeks as she tried to politely deflect his overwhelming kindness, caught between gratitude and a sense of unease. As Shen Yuan drove away, Chen Xinyu found herself silently grappling with his persistent generosity, a feeling that was both baffling and deeply significant. Her younger brother's innocent remark broke her reverie, leaving Chen Xinyu in a thoughtful silence, the implications of Shen Yuan's actions settling around her. The warmth of the apartment enveloped them as Chen Xinyu playfully chided Shen Yuan for his delay, her light-hearted hunger a comfortable domestic complaint. Shen Yuan, ever thoughtful, gently encouraged Chen Xinyu to eat whenever hunger struck, subtly asserting a deeper level of care and consideration. Chen Xinyu's shy explanation of waiting was met with a sharp, pointed retort from the woman in the gray sweater, cutting through the comfortable atmosphere. Yet, the woman's warm smile and defending words instantly eased Chen Xinyu's anxieties, making her feel less like a guest and more like a cherished part of the family. Chen Xinyu's playful prodding about meeting his sis-in-law and Coach Lu was met with a strategic cough and a quick deflection from Shen Yuan, who swiftly shifted the conversation to a family trip. With a knowing wink, Chen Xinyu playfully upped the ante, suggesting his grand plan would come with an extra cost. Shen Yuan, with a calculating glint, used the promise of a luxury car as leverage, extracting an exasperated yet delighted protest from Chen Xinyu. The evening drew to a close, echoing with the lightness of laughter and shared moments. As the late hour deepened, Shen Yuan prepared for a quiet bath, completely unaware of the unexpected encounter that lay just beyond the door. A sudden, mutual shock seized them both as Shen Yuan inadvertently opened the shower door, the steamy air amplifying the awkward intrusion. The surprise twisted into profound embarrassment as Shen Yuan gasped Chen Xinyu's name, both reeling from the sudden intimacy. Mortified, Shen Yuan covered his face, his mind racing with self-reproach, wishing the ground would swallow him whole. Through a series of apologetic texts, Shen Yuan tried to salvage the situation, while his mind drifted to an analytical appreciation of Chen Xinyu's pure and thoughtful qualities, comparing her to other women in his orbit. Lying in bed, a deep, surprising blush crept across Chen Xinyu's face as she questioned why the accidental encounter, instead of upsetting her, had sparked a secretly exhilarating flutter in her chest. Her thoughts lingered on Shen Yuan, a subtle tension settling deep within her as she lay in bed, her emotions a complex tangle she couldn't yet unravel. The next day, Shen Yuan poured his disciplined focus into an intense workout, shedding the last vestiges of a past mission. His mind meticulously tracked his physical transformation, a quiet satisfaction mixing with a determined resolve to complete his fitness goals. With a professional air, Shen Yuan tasked Coach Lu with a meticulous reconnaissance mission, instructing her to scrutinize potential gyms and yoga studios for their operational nuances. Coach Lu's surprised inquiry about his intentions was met with Shen Yuan's casual, yet confident, revelation that he had already acquired the businesses outright. Coach Lu's jaw dropped in utter disbelief, the sheer scale of Shen Yuan's rapid acquisitions leaving her speechless at his formidable wealth. As the system presented his challenging new business quest, Shen Yuan's mind sharpened, analytically dissecting the need for immediate cost-cutting and value-raising strategies to meet the tight 3-month deadline. Coach Lu's playful nudge pulled Shen Yuan from his deep strategic thoughts, her curious question breaking his intense focus. Shen Yuan, with a serious glint in his eye, assigned Coach Lu a task that she playfully described as corporate espionage, hinting at the depth of his investigation. With a confident smile and a dramatic pose, Coach Lu eagerly accepted the challenge, ready to dive into the assignment. The narrative shifted to the sterile, professional environment of the chairman's office the following day. Recognizing the immediate need for action, Shen Yuan decided to personally confront Manager Jia about the medical checkup center's meager profits, sensing a deeper issue at play. Manager Jia Nansho, trying to maintain a facade of composure, offered a weak defense, citing market difficulties as an excuse for his center's poor performance. Shen Yuan's eyes narrowed, his simple, skeptical question cutting through Manager Jia's excuses like a cold blade. Manager Jia, feigning confidence, then enthusiastically outlined a plan to expand business channels and recruit new sales talent, hoping to assuage Shen Yuan's evident displeasure. As Manager Jia continued his elaborate explanation, Shen Yuan's sharp, incisive question about the timing of his supposed initiatives immediately ratcheted up the tension in the room. Manager Jia offered a humble apology, but Shen Yuan abruptly changed the subject, asking about his son's schooling with an unnerving, deliberate calmness. Beads of sweat appeared on Manager Jia's face as he nervously answered Shen Yuan's question, clearly unsettled by the personal nature of the inquiry. With a calm, dismissive gesture, Shen Yuan released Manager Jia, who quickly retreated, eager to escape the suffocating tension of the office. Walking away, an unsettling suspicion gnawed at Manager Jia, leaving him pondering the strange, personal undertones of Shen Yuan's questions. Alone at his desk, Shen Yuan's expression hardened into a resolute decision: Manager Jia had to be replaced. His keen analytical mind swiftly catalogued Jia Nansho's transgressions, from his dishonesty to the telltale signs of internal nepotism and illicit earnings. With a decisive press of a button, Shen Yuan summoned his secretary, ready to set his next plan into motion. His secretary promptly appeared, her expression one of eager readiness, awaiting his instructions. Shen Yuan greeted her with a casual smile, subtly assessing her progress by asking about her adjustment to the new role. After hearing her confident report, Shen Yuan revealed his plans for her transfer, sweetening the deal with a lucrative incentive, a 200,000 yuan car for swift adaptation. Her eyes widened in shocked elation, a blush spreading across her cheeks at the astonishing, unexpected promise of a brand new car. Shen Yuan playfully dismissed her doubt, prompting the secretary to eagerly pivot, reporting on the pressing matter of the uninvested girls in the school project. With a slight, dismissive smile, Shen Yuan calmly set aside the matter of the school project, signaling his disinterest in trivial pursuits. In his opulent, dreamlike world, Shen Yuan lived by his own gilded philosophy: true effort was reserved not for what money could buy, but for the precious things it couldn't. In the general manager's office at the health check center, President Jia stressed the immense pressure he felt from the new boss, demanding that Old Yu ensure the reliability of the newly recruited staff. Jia Nansho confidently vouched for his former subordinates, promising secure contracts, but President Jia's unease lingered, sensing their good days at the health center were coming to an abrupt end. A bead of sweat traced a path down Jia Nansho's temple as he hesitantly questioned if their new boss truly proved as challenging as rumored. President Jia admitted his surprise at the new boss's unexpected competence, advising Jia Nansho to abandon any schemes and instead focus on presenting a flawless performance for the time being. As evening fell, Shen Yuan's arrival home was met with the comforting quiet of the apartment, his voice warmly calling out to Min Hui. Min Hui, beaming, detailed the lavish purchases she had made for Shen Yuan, eliciting a surprised question about the probable fortune spent on such high-end brands. His curiosity piqued, Shen Yuan pressed for the total, only for Min Hui to reveal a staggering sum over 1,000,000 yuan, mostly attributed to a single, exorbitant watch. Shen Yuan, wanting to show his appreciation, playfully reached for Min Hui, but she demurred, a blush rising on her cheeks at the thought of Chen Xinyu witnessing their affection. Undeterred by her reservations, Shen Yuan pulled Min Hui close, stealing a soft, lingering kiss that momentarily silenced her concerns. The tender moment shattered abruptly as Chen Xinyu, unknowingly walking in, began to speak, freezing mid-sentence at the sight before her. A mortified silence fell between them as both Shen Yuan and Min Hui pulled apart, their faces flushing with sudden, unexpected embarrassment. Chen Xinyu made a hasty retreat, prompting Min Hui to playfully scold Shen Yuan, who simply shrugged, certain that at 18, her sister could well adapt to such displays. Min Hui then voiced her deeper concern for Chen Xinyu, observing a peculiar shift in her behavior that she couldn't quite decipher, despite her sister's silence on the matter. Shen Yuan casually dismissed her worries, claiming he hadn't noticed anything unusual, yet in the private recesses of his mind, Min Hui's surprised reaction to his denial flickered. Min Hui, still pondering, wondered if she was simply overthinking the situation, and Shen Yuan gently affirmed her thought, offering a quiet reassurance. The next day, Shen Yuan reflected on Min Hui's unwavering dedication, noting how she still left early for the store despite Chen Xinyu now helping at the cafe. As Shen Yuan prepared for his meeting with the counselor, he acknowledged the invaluable insights gained from his recent EMBA knowledge, yet recognized the need to master even more to truly lead Jingfu Health. A cheerful, almost teasing, greeting from Chen Xinyu pulled Shen Yuan from his thoughts as she peeked into his room. When Shen Yuan questioned her absence from Min Hui, Chen Xinyu explained her deliberate choice to take time off, revealing a thoughtful gift she had been waiting to present him. A genuine smile touched Shen Yuan's lips as he expressed his gratitude for Chen Xinyu's unexpected kindness. As the gift exchanged hands, a soft, accidental brush of fingers sent an almost imperceptible ripple through the quiet air between them. Her cheeks flushed, Chen Xinyu nervously pleaded with Shen Yuan to keep their interaction a secret from her sister, her body language subtly drawing back as she spoke. Shen Yuan mused over the true meaning of Chen Xinyu's secret, ultimately deciding he would, regardless, keep her request from Min Hui. In the quiet of the living room, Li Meng, in her flight attendant uniform, looked pointedly at Counselor Li Xiao, inquiring if Shen Yuan's arrival was imminent. Counselor Li Xiao expressed surprise at Li Meng's insight, but her sister merely chuckled, explaining that her meticulous preparations were a clear giveaway to anyone observing. Counselor Li Xiao insisted Shen Yuan was merely coming to study, yet Li Meng's knowing question about leaving them alone hinted at a deeper, unspoken understanding. Counselor Li Xiao, blushing, insisted Li Meng stay to avoid any intentional appearances, only to be met with her sister's teasing accusation of orchestrating a three-person date. A soft welcoming sound accompanied Counselor Li Xiao's invitation for Shen Yuan to enter, her smile gentle as he stood poised at the doorway. Counselor Li Xiao, with a playful tug, pulled a blushing Shen Yuan inside, who immediately complimented her radiant appearance, jokingly questioning his ability to focus on anything else. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on Counselor Li Xiao's lips as she dismissed his compliment, a hint of pleasure in her eyes. Shen Yuan, turning to Li Meng, then presented her with a thoughtful gift, inviting her to see if it suited her taste. Li Meng's face lit up in delighted surprise at the unexpected present, her gratitude flowing freely as she accepted the gift. With a playful wave and a knowing glance, Li Meng retreated to admire her new gift, leaving Shen Yuan and Counselor Li Xiao to their studying. Counselor Li Xiao, hands on hips, sighed in exasperation, frustrated that her sister had been so easily swayed by a bribe. Shen Yuan, with a disarming smile, invited her to begin their happy learning time, but Counselor Li Xiao, narrowing her eyes, openly accused him of having ulterior motives. He smoothly deflected her accusation, claiming the gift was merely a polite gesture to avoid arriving empty-handed. Relenting, Counselor Li Xiao decided to set aside their playful banter, directing Shen Yuan to select a human resources textbook to begin their serious study. As Shen Yuan focused, a system notification materialized, revealing the newly unlocked human resources panel and a crucial task, to master key HR knowledge within a month, with the promise of Renmin University's prestigious MHRM content embedded upon completion. He decisively chose a textbook on human resource management, and Counselor Li Xiao readily agreed to begin their session with it. Half an hour into their study, a surprising thought crept into Counselor Li Xiao's mind, making her wonder why Shen Yuan, usually so bold, hadn't yet attempted any romantic advances. Shen Yuan's voice, clear and focused, gently broke through her thoughts, urging her to continue with their lesson. Still skeptical of his sudden studiousness, Counselor Li Xiao inwardly resolved to test his newfound self-control, a mischievous glint entering her eyes. Leaning closer, her hand softly resting on his arm, Counselor Li Xiao called Shen Yuan's name, her voice a subtle invitation to intimacy. With a knowing smirk, Shen Yuan challenged her intentions, pointedly reminding her that they were there for a lesson. Flustered and caught off guard, Counselor Li Xiao found herself wondering if Shen Yuan had truly changed, given his unexpected composure despite their proximity. Shen Yuan, his eyes holding a subtle intensity, began to speak her name, drawing out the moment. As his gaze held hers, Shen Yuan's hand began a deliberate, slow movement, reaching towards her. His touch settled firmly upon her thigh, a sudden, bold assertion of his true intentions. With a passionate surge, Shen Yuan pulled Counselor Li Xiao into a deep kiss, his words a whispered warning that she had been playing with fire all along. Shen Yuan, with a quiet confidence, suggested she continue reading aloud, but Counselor Li Xiao, her cheeks warming, subtly deflected, hinting that a truly focused mind required other preparations first. Her surprise was palpable as Shen Yuan, his hands asserting their place on her hips, turned the question back on her, wondering if her provocative attire had been a deliberate choice. She stammered a defense of her appearance, her blush deepening, but Shen Yuan, leaning in close, quietly suggested they drop the professional titles when they were alone. His question dissolved into a passionate kiss, a silent answer as Counselor Li Xiao found herself pulled closer, her arms instinctively wrapping around him. A silent detail, a door propped slightly ajar, hinted at a world where interruptions were either welcomed or merely delayed. Then, peeking from behind the door with a blush and a mischievous glint, Counselor Li Xiao finished his unspoken thought, wondering if too much formality would indeed make half the fun disappear. Her voice was a soft plea, a gentle pulling away as she tried to slow the ardent advance of his hand, whispering that it wasn't yet time. With a soft press against his arm, she asked for a moment, a little more time to prepare herself for the intensity of the moment. Shen Yuan's words were a raw expression of desire, questioning how any man could restrain himself, and Counselor Li Xiao, blushing, then whispered a surprising offer to help if his resolve truly broke. His surprise was immediate, his question echoing the sudden shift in her tone as he wondered just how she intended to help. The shift in their embrace was abrupt, punctuated by the unexpected sight of a foot finding solid ground. Her eyes widened, her hand flying to her mouth in utter disbelief, as the situation took an unexpected turn. Half an hour later, Counselor Li Xiao sat quietly, lost in thought, a faint flush still coloring her cheeks as she processed the recent intensity. Her voice held a playful challenge as she asked if he could now focus on studying, gently reminding him that her time was limited before a school meeting. Shen Yuan, completely content, declared this quiet interlude the perfect time for intense memorization and immediately activated his efficient learning card. The system's power surged through him, the efficient learning card imprinting every detail of knowledge perfectly into his mind for an hour's duration. Though the system confirmed he had flawlessly mastered human resource management in just 30 minutes, Shen Yuan rubbed his temple, lamenting the unexpected energy drain and realizing he couldn't combine intense study with other distractions. Stretching, Shen Yuan started to call out, only to realize Counselor Li Xiao had likely returned to school as planned. But then, she stood in the doorway, prompting Shen Yuan to ask, with a sudden shift in his demeanor, what was wrong. Shen Yuan noted that Counselor Li Xiao seemed off, and she quickly explained her fatigue from studying and asked if she could shower, to which he readily agreed, offering a fresh towel. The shower ran, steaming the air around him as he washed away the lingering intensity of the day. Leaning against the wall, a blush staining her cheeks, Counselor Li Xiao wondered why her heart pounded, musing if it was the sheer intimacy of a man, Shen Yuan, showering in her own home. The sharp ring of a smartphone cut through the quiet, demanding attention. Fresh from the shower, Shen Yuan answered a call from Principal Su, who, without preamble, informed him they were waiting for him at the Longji Hotel. Shen Yuan swiftly informed Counselor Li Xiao he had to leave, his thoughts already turning to the unsettling observation that both Li Meng and Chen Xinyu had been acting strangely recently. As he arrived, Shen Yuan was greeted warmly by Vice Principal Su Shaodi and Secretary Kong, who urged him to sit and dispense with formalities. Vice Principal Su proudly informed Shen Yuan of the university's decision to bestow upon him numerous accolades, including Triple Good Student and Top 10, even nominating him as the school's foreign affairs representative, praising his future role as a role model. With a subtle, knowing smile, Shen Yuan asked Vice Principal Su if there was anything else he could contribute, implying he understood the unspoken request behind the accolades. Vice Principal Su chuckled, admitting their library was in dire need of renovation, then launched into an elaborate speech about its critical importance as the heart of the university. Shen Yuan, his smile unwavering but his thoughts sharp, recognized the elaborate praise as a thinly veiled plea for free sponsorship, dismissively concluding that without a tangible return, all their flowery words meant nothing. Shen Yuan smoothly shifted the conversation, proposing they discuss the library later, and instead inquired about the school's health checkup program and its current medical partners. Both Vice Principal Su and Secretary Kong exchanged puzzled glances, wondering at Shen Yuan's unexpected shift in topic to health checks. When asked about his sudden inquiry, Shen Yuan, with a confident smile, revealed he had recently acquired a healthcare company and was looking to expand partnerships, suggesting the university as a valuable starting point. Secretary Kong, claiming lack of authority and awkwardness, excused himself to the restroom, with Vice Principal Su quickly following suit, feigning an elderly need for a smoke break. A subtle ding echoed in Shen Yuan's mind as he watched the two men make their strategic exit, his knowing smile revealing his understanding of their play. Secretary Kong, beads of sweat forming on his brow, admitted his surprise at Shen Yuan's multiple businesses, quickly adding that such collaborations were only fitting for a top international student. Shen Yuan pressed Vice Principal Su directly for his intentions, who then openly suggested exchanging resources through the library deal, subtly hinting at the lucrative commissions involved for those managing the wealth. Secretary Kong confidently stated his supervision over the relevant area, offering a potential partnership, while Shen Yuan, already on his phone, confirmed his understanding and promised to have his manager contact the school with credentials and a clear grasp of the expected arrangements. Secretary Kong took a deliberate, tactical sip of his wine, a moment of contemplative silence after the brisk exchange. Shen Yuan, claiming a sudden dizziness from the drinks, politely excused himself from the remainder of the meal, promising a celebratory treat once their contract was officially signed. Secretary Kong inquired about Shen Yuan's whereabouts, and Vice Principal Su explained he had left early, claiming to be a lightweight with alcohol. Secretary Kong mused on Shen Yuan's unexpected complexity, realizing the young man cared little for fame, and had masterfully transformed their request for a library investment into a lucrative business opportunity for himself. Half an hour later, in the quiet of the bedroom, Counselor Li Xiao playfully chided Shen Yuan for going drinking without her, before affectionately admiring his dedication to fitness. Cutting through the playful banter, she offered him honey water, a simple gesture of care for his impending hangover. Shen Yuan, however, teased that she was consuming the honey water incorrectly for its intended effect, prompting her to ask, with genuine surprise, how it should truly be done. His suggestive smile held an unspoken promise, his gaze lingering on Counselor Li Xiao as she looked back, curious. Instead of drinking it, Shen Yuan poured a stream of honey water over Counselor Li Xiao's bare shoulder. Leaning in close, his smile undeniably suggestive, Shen Yuan whispered, like this, as if revealing a secret pleasure. A soft murmur escaped Counselor Li Xiao's lips as Shen Yuan's kiss found its mark on her neck, an intimate response to his playful seduction. Shen Yuan, in the intimate glow of the bedroom, casually inquired about the progress of the fitness center survey he had entrusted to Coach Lu, who confidently reported her initial observations. His gaze held a quiet command, urging her to continue, to reveal the deeper truths of her findings. Coach Lu, phone in hand, launched into a concise, critical assessment, highlighting the glaring flaws in the center's social media presence and the disappointingly average service that betrayed a lack of professionalism. Her detailed critique continued, dissecting the trainer's weak service awareness, the absence of crucial member follow-ups, and the absurd lack of sales KPIs, concluding with a decisive call for a change in leadership. A warm, pleased smile bloomed on Shen Yuan's face as he praised her expertise, a compliment Coach Lu accepted with a soft contentment, recognizing the deep trust in his words. As Shen Yuan pushed through his workout, his dedication fueled by an unseen system, Coach Lu stood nearby, her presence a silent testament to his unwavering pursuit of physical perfection. A mystical glow enveloped Shen Yuan as the system confirmed his fitness task was complete, a star body reward promised for the coming week, and he felt the profound stirring of his destined transformation. A purple aura shimmered around him as Shen Yuan turned, his physique now subtly refined, a silent testament to the system's power and his own determined will. Coach Lu offered him water, but her eyes quickly widened, a subtle shift in his aura catching her attention, making her question the sudden change she sensed in him. With a smirk, Shen Yuan confirmed his success, having met the lean mass and body fat goals she had set, his words carrying the quiet pride of a challenge overcome. "You're amazing," Coach Lu breathed, her admiration clear, before playfully offering him a small reward via WeChat, a gesture that spoke volumes of their shared understanding. A rush of pure joy flooded Coach Lu as she saw the 100,000 yuan transfer, her excited, blushing face beaming as she blew a grateful kiss, utterly captivated by his generosity. A soft ding from his phone announced an invitation from Su Xiuewei, a dinner request to properly thank him, stirring a casual interest within Shen Yuan. With a playful farewell, Shen Yuan left the gym, reminding Coach Lu of his previous request, and she responded with a flirtatious reassurance, acknowledging their unspoken understanding. Shen Yuan greeted Su Xiuewei with a touch of surprise, asking why she waited outside the building, and she shyly admitted her fear he might not find her inside. "No way," Shen Yuan countered, his voice warm with genuine admiration, telling her he'd spot her anywhere, and he playfully pressed her when her beauty left her bashfully speechless. Holding her hand gently, Shen Yuan revealed his thoughtful gesture. He had found a new place for her near her company, ready for her to move in that very weekend. Su Xiuewei politely demurred, insisting her current place was fine, but Shen Yuan insisted, explaining he had already rented it, and it would simply sit empty if she, her brother, and her mother didn't move in. Her gaze dropped, a flush creeping up her neck as Su Xuewei, navigating her complex feelings, proposed treating the generous offer of rent as a loan, promising repayment once she started earning. With a simple, warm smile, Shen Yuan agreed to her terms, his eyes holding a depth of understanding that eased her visible discomfort. A boisterous voice cut through the quiet intimacy as Dong Qitao excitedly greeted Shen Yuan, mistaking him for a celebrity, much to Shen Yuan's barely concealed annoyance. His boisterous demeanor quickly faltered as Dong Qitao's gaze swept over the pair, a sudden, shocking realization dawning on him, Shen Yuan was clearly on a date. To ease the palpable tension, Dong Qitao quickly pivoted, reminding Shen Yuan of their previous encounter at Chen Na's house, a memory Shen Yuan, with a thoughtful expression, vaguely acknowledged. A subtle tension filled the air as Shen Yuan's hand gently, almost imperceptibly, released Su Xuewei's. Dong Qitao extended a hand, shaking Shen Yuan's with an overly friendly grip, inviting him to join his friends for drinks, despite it being clear Shen Yuan was otherwise occupied. Shen Yuan politely declined the offer, prompting Dong Qitao to quickly pivot, promoting his sports equipment distribution business and eagerly requesting a WeChat exchange. A thoughtful smile touched Shen Yuan's lips as he considered the unexpected usefulness of sports equipment, deciding to scan Dong Qitao's WeChat, his mind already spinning with new possibilities. Dong Qitao, with a final amiable wave, excused himself, leaving Shen Yuan and Su Xuewei to resume their interrupted meal. Back at his own table, Dong Qitao explained to his curious friend that Shen Yuan was the incredibly wealthy boyfriend of a girl he'd once dated, admitting his hope to cling to him for future opportunities. For real, his friend gasped, still disbelieving, until Dong Qitao pointed to Shen Yuan's watch, declaring its value could easily buy 2 of his own cars, silencing all doubt. The sheer magnitude of the wealth implied left his friend's eyes wide with shock, prompting him to ask, in a breathy whisper, what kind of watch could possibly command such an exorbitant price. Dong Qitao, smugly naming the specific, high-end Audemars Piguet, then pondered the curious contradiction, why would someone so astronomically rich choose to dine in such a common establishment? His friend, unable to answer, quickly shifted to criticism, chastising Dong Qitao for what he assumed was dating the much younger Su Xuewei, unaware of his error. Dong Qitao quickly clarified his misunderstanding, then cynically mused about the wild lives of rich men and their many lovers, a thought that left him utterly depressed comparing himself to Shen Yuan, whose date glowed with an almost fantastical aura of romance. Half an hour later, under the warm hues of sunset, Shen Yuan suggested they continue their evening with a digestive walk, drawing out their time together in the park. Su Xuewei, seeing a cat, instinctively bent down, her voice soft and inviting as she tried to coax the creature closer. Shen Yuan chuckled softly, explaining that stray cats needed food to be lured, a truth emphasized as the fickle feline turned away from Su Xuewei's empty-handed call. A blush spread across Su Xuewei's face, a delicate mix of embarrassment and playful frustration at her failed attempt to charm the stray. This is a park, Shen Yuan. Su Xuewei began, her words cut short as he suddenly pulled her into a firm embrace, his smirk hinting at an intention far beyond a simple walk. What are you talking about? I'm not doing anything, Shen Yuan playfully countered, his hand warm against her neck, even as Su Xuewei, flustered, begged him to reconsider his actions. His hand drifted across Su Xuewei's back, a soft, intimate caress that spoke of a deepening desire between them. As he held her close, Shen Yuan teased Su Xuewei about her nervousness, reminding her of their past intimacies, his words tender but with a hint of challenge. With a soft murmur of assent, their lips met, a passionate kiss sealing the moment in the warm, fading light of the park. 5 minutes later, a deep blush staining her cheeks, Su Xuewei nervously mumbled a plea for them to stop, her shyness gently pulling her back from the edge of their shared passion. Shen Yuan tried to reassure her there was no one around, his hand gently resting on her, but Su Xuewei, despite the intimacy, firmly insisted they couldn't continue. What can we do? Shen Yuan asked, his voice thick with a desire that had consumed his thoughts, a revelation that struck Su Xuewei with the sudden, breathtaking understanding that he had been thinking about her all this time. Leaning into his chest, Su Xuewei found herself reflecting on the unexpected gravity beneath Shen Yuan's playful exterior, realizing he possessed a surprising sense of responsibility and dependability. Su Xuewei mused on Shen Yuan's complex, hard-to-read nature, a mysterious allure that made her want to understand him more, as her affinity level with him surged to 67. Shen Yuan's mind reeled in surprise and confusion, utterly perplexed by the sudden, unprecedented jump in Su Xuewei's affection level, especially after such a simple walk in the park, compared to the elaborate efforts required for other women. Her face softened with quiet contentment. Manhwa announced to her mother that they would be moving out in a few days. Shen Yuan's mother, taken aback, questioned the destination, and Manhwa, with a hint of nervousness, revealed that Shen Yuan had already found them a place. Her mother's gaze was heavy with concern as she urged Manhwa to consider the gravity of their decision, reminding her that some steps could not be unmade. A tender blush bloomed on Min Hui's cheeks as she shyly confessed the burgeoning feelings she held for Shen Yuan. The next day dawned bright, and Shen Yuan, already immersed in the rhythm of his ventures, inquired about the progress of a health check partnership. Dong Qitao, roused from sleep, confirmed the 10 a.m. appointment with Principal Su, a detail Shen Yuan had seemingly overlooked. Shen Yuan, behind the wheel, drove with a focused intensity, his thoughts already racing ahead of the morning traffic. His thoughts turned sharp, criticizing the presumed laziness of someone named Jia and resolving to swiftly find a replacement. Arriving 10 minutes past the hour, Shen Yuan's presence at the office surprised an unseen individual, whose question hung in the air. A bald man, smiling broadly, welcomed Shen Yuan and gestured for him to join the others around the meeting table. Yu Jifeng, the marketing manager of the medical center, offered a polite, almost deferential, greeting to Mr. Shen. Both Yu Jifeng and the bald man were caught off guard by Shen Yuan's unexpected appearance, each mentally scrambling to reassess their preparations. With a casual smirk, Shen Yuan dismissed any need for concern over his presence, claiming he merely dropped by to see Principal Su while in the area. While serious negotiations unfolded, Shen Yuan remained a silent observer, carefully taking in the dynamics of the coordination. Shen Yuan internally stewed over Jia Nansho's apparent delegation of duties, confirming his conviction that a replacement was urgently needed. Rising from the table, Shen Yuan coolly told Principal Su to continue without him, signaling his imminent departure. A wave of immense relief washed over the bald man, who sighed internally as Shen Yuan finally exited the room. Shen Yuan, considering Yu Jifeng as a potential candidate, decided to delve into his background to ensure he wasn't aligned with Jia, before returning to his own company to face the day's remaining tasks. An hour later, at Jingfu Company, Shen Yuan directly challenged Operations Department Manager Cheng Ru about the company's substandard online marketing and TikTok video performance. Cheng Ru, her expression laced with concern, explained the budget limitations that prevented them from hiring attractive models for promotional videos. Shen Yuan pressed further, asking why their own trainers couldn't feature, but Cheng Ru countered that trainers were unwilling, fearing inequitable client distribution. When Shen Yuan questioned why this issue hadn't been addressed sooner, Cheng Ru sheepishly admitted it had been overlooked due to the steady profits from walk-ins. Shen Yuan, listing a litany of operational failures, demanded Manager Sun's, Cheng Ru's, opinion as general manager, leaving her speechless with worry. His direct challenge left Cheng Ru visibly flustered, her nervous agreement quickly followed by a hesitant, but a decisive knock against the desk underscored Shen Yuan's unwavering resolve. Shen Yuan cut off any further excuses, firmly demanding a report with improvement measures by the following day. Cheng Ru, trembling slightly, could only offer a nervous agreement to Shen Yuan's demands. As she walked away, a wave of frustrated disappointment washed over Cheng Ru, who inwardly lamented that her profitable fitness center was under scrutiny while she'd expected Shen Yuan to target Jia's business. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within her, recognizing that the request for an improvement plan presented an opportunity for redemption. Having spent the day poring over reports, Shen Yuan concluded that addressing the gym's core issues would inevitably boost customer flow and, consequently, profits. He mused that while this would mean more work for the staff, the promise of commissions would likely keep them content and minimize complaints. A bright smile lit Chen Xinyu's face as she greeted Shen Yuan, her voice filled with delight at his return home. Shen Yuan, surprised to find Chen Xinyu there, learned that her sister, fearing he would be hungry, had sent her home early to cook for him. When he asked about her sister's return, Chen Xinyu shyly replied that she wouldn't be back soon and had texted not to be waited for. Shen Yuan's thoughts flickered with suspicion, wondering if Chen Xinyu's detailed explanation hinted at something more, before he expressed genuine surprise at the elaborate meal she had prepared. A lavish spread, rich with an array of dishes, awaited him on the dining table. Chen Xinyu humbly downplayed her cooking, but Shen Yuan, already tasting the meal, reassured her that anything made by either of the sisters would be enjoyed. A deep blush suffused Chen Xinyu's face, and her chopsticks fell from her grasp as she processed his words. Shen Yuan, wide-eyed and surprised by her reaction, quickly clarified his statement, emphasizing that he simply appreciated the food they both made. He then genuinely complimented her cooking, prompting Chen Xinyu to happily reveal she had prepared dishes he particularly favored. Shen Yuan looked at Chen Xinyu, a thoughtful, perhaps slightly troubled, expression settling on his face as he softly spoke her name. A palpable tension, a silent thrum of emotion, filled the air as Chen Xinyu, her cheeks flushed, responded to his gaze. Overwhelmed and blushing intensely, Chen Xinyu made a hasty excuse to retreat to the bathroom. In the quiet solitude of the bathroom, Chen Xinyu bent over the sink, still consumed by embarrassment. Her reflection in the mirror showed a face flushed with heat, beads of sweat tracing her skin. In her mind, Chen Xinyu practiced asking Shen Yuan if she could call him by his first name, only to instantly berate herself for such a forward thought. A wave of sadness washed over Chen Xinyu as she concluded, with a heavy heart, that Shen Yuan's affections were solely for her sister, leaving no room for her own hopes. The faucet clicked shut, punctuating the silence of Chen Sinyu's lingering embarrassment. Chen Sinyu stared at her flushed reflection, a wave of urgent anxiety washing over her as she knew she had to explain herself to Shen Yuan. Clutching her apron, Chen Sinyu stammered out her apology, but Shen Yuan merely cut her off, his calm, "I know, it's okay," failing to soothe her unease. A quiet snap echoed the shattering of her hopes, as Shen Yuan's nonchalance solidified her fear. He didn't seem to care for her at all. Shen Yuan, annoyed, questioned her sudden distress, musing that the thoughts of 17 or 18-year-old girls were truly impossible to decipher. Internally acknowledging his misstep, Shen Yuan rephrased his earlier statement, advising Chen Sinyu that she had the right to choose freely and need not be restricted by societal norms. His words landed with an unexpected weight, causing Chen Sinyu to blush fiercely as she processed their ambiguous meaning. Chen Sinyu's heart pounded with a mix of relief and confusion. She realized Shen Yuan might understand her feelings and wasn't outright rejecting her, yet his words remained tantalizingly vague. With a hesitant shuffle, Chen Sinyu stepped closer to Shen Yuan, her decision made. She stood beside him, her cheeks still warm with a blush, trying to formulate the words that now felt so crucial. A quiet creak broke the rising tension as a door began to open. Fu Yingzi stepped into the room, her bright smile filling the space as she asked if they had eaten yet. Chen Sinyu jumped back in surprise, her blush deepening as Shen Yuan observed her reaction. Shen Yuan quickly offered to heat dishes for Fu Yingzi, who hadn't eaten yet, as Chen Sinyu retreated from the dining area. Bending to take off her shoes, Fu Yingzi glowed with happiness, attributing her boundless energy and newfound joy to Shen Yuan's incredible support, vowing to work even harder. With a soft press of lips, Fu Yingzi embraced Shen Yuan, their kiss a tangible symbol of their shared contentment. A faint, bitter taste settled in Chen Sinyu's heart as she witnessed their intimate moment from the quiet solitude of the kitchen. The next day, at the gym, Fu Yingzi reported on her visits to the other stores, and Shen Yuan immediately asked for her observations. Fu Yingzi explained that the issues were minor, mostly concerning customer attraction at the yoga studio and gym, and promised to send a detailed report after organizing everything. Shen Yuan praised her work, playfully reaching for her as he hinted at a reward for her efforts. He then proposed a date, but not without a playful demand that she also present a concrete plan to solve the identified problems by tonight. Fu Yingzi's cheeks flushed crimson with surprise at his sudden invitation, yet she agreed with a shy, uncertain sound. Later, in a bustling boutique, Fu Yingzi beamed as she held up a dress, while Shen Yuan observed from a distance, absorbed in his phone. Under the soft glow of candlelight, Shen Yuan and Fu Yingzi shared a romantic dinner, their gazes intertwining across a table adorned with roses. Shen Yuan, pleased with his financial acumen, calculated his net profit from the date, noting the triple cashback from the clothes, bags, movie, and dinner. As they walked arm in arm down a vibrant street, Fu Yingzi confessed that it was quite possibly the happiest day of her entire life, her heart overflowing. Noting her affection level had reached 93, Shen Yuan smiled, realizing Fu Yingzi was close to breaking 100, then affectionately told her their journey together had only just begun. With a soft murmur, Fu Yingzi leaned in, her lips finding his in a tender kiss under the night sky. The next day, at the Jingfu Company, the general manager of the fitness center, Sun Zhen, presented her improvement measures to Shen Yuan, humbly asking for his more experienced review. Shen Yuan dismissed her self-review, instructing her to sit and provide a brief summary of her new proposals. She began by outlining punitive measures for staff, detailing fines for delays and performance deductions for missed follow-ups. Shen Yuan interjected, questioning the complete absence of rewards, to which the general manager argued that punishments fostered urgency and seriousness. He countered that rewards should be the primary motivator, with punishments as support, emphasizing that motivation, not pressure, was key, a wisdom the general manager respectfully acknowledged. When Shen Yuan inquired about customer acquisition, the general manager admitted their reliance on offline walk-ins and the low online traffic, promising a concrete plan after consulting the network operations manager. Shen Yuan sharply identified the issue with uncooperative coaches hindering video attractiveness and demanded a detailed policy adjustment for traffic distribution by tomorrow afternoon, a directive the general manager firmly understood. His voice firm, Shen Yuan emphasized the company's objective, increased profit and staff efficiency, sternly stating that the company would not support unproductive workers. The general manager, her expression resolute and a hint of sweat on her brow, confirmed she understood her tasks. Leaning against the hallway wall, she internally marveled at Shen Yuan's formidable capability and decisive manner, struggling to reconcile it with his mere 21 years of age. A bead of sweat traced her temple as she realized the stark implication of his words. Failure meant her job was on the line. She watched another woman, similarly intimidated, and privately hoped she would never witness Shen Yuan's truly terrifying side. With a respectful yet playful air, the general manager leaned against a wall, offering to share some insider gossip with Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, however, told her to drop the formal address when they were alone, finding Mr. Shen too strange between them. The general manager then revealed that Yu Jifeng was the true coordinator with the school, having been suppressed by Jia Nansho for over 2 years despite his talent in marketing. Shen Yuan confirmed he had already researched Yu Jifeng's background, noting his past as a deputy general manager at another medical center. With a shocked expression, the general manager divulged Yu Jifeng's scandalous reason for leaving his previous job. He had beaten his old boss after his wife's affair, making him endure Jia Nansho due to his inability to change jobs again so soon. Impressed, Shen Yuan praised his little secretary for her exceptional ability to unearth such detailed gossip. Leaning forward with a suggestive smile, Shen Yuan then surprised her by asking if she had a boyfriend. Her face flushed, the general manager internally questioned his sudden interest, wondering at his intentions given his many existing relationships. Her mind raced, a bold and scandalous thought forming about his potential preference for her little Apei. A sparkling kiss sealed their unexpected intimacy over the office desk, as Shen Yuan internally mused on his suggestive philosophy regarding secretaries. Chen Na, imagining herself as a hard-working little bee, fervently decided that Shen Yuan had enough lovers and didn't need another one. Back in the professional calm of the office, Shen Yuan smoothly approved funds for his new ventures, and Chen Na affirmed his commands with quiet efficiency. Shen Yuan mused on Sister Lin's diary, as his phone displayed a provocative image, playfully accusing her of messing with his mental state. A blush crept up Shen Yuan's neck as he received a text about lunch, teasingly responding with an offer to come to her place to fix the AC. Her fear was palpable through the text message, as the woman pleaded with him not to come, suggesting a hidden danger or illicit affair. A subtle smile played on Shen Yuan's lips as he casually sent instructions to bring lingerie to a hotel, effortlessly orchestrating his romantic escapades. An hour later, a figure cloaked in a hat and mask arrived at the designated hotel, a silent signal of clandestine intentions. A bald man in a suit, struck by the woman's figure near the elevator, internally marveled at her slender waist and incredibly perfect hip line. He continued to admire her, but a nagging thought began to form as he noticed her masked face, a piece of recognition stirring within him. Still, the man lingered, an unexplained unease settling over him as he remained rooted in the hotel lobby. His thoughts spiraled, a chilling suspicion forming that the woman's figure was uncannily similar to his wife's, prompting him to consider a confirming call home. Shen Yuan greeted the woman at the door, playfully questioning her secretive arrival, while she, still hiding, seemed flustered. Blushing fiercely, the woman retorted, her voice filled with the weight of the immense risk she was taking for this illicit encounter. Shen Yuan suggested they abandon their secrecy, but the woman, blushing, insisted it wasn't time yet, asking instead to change into something more intimate. 5 minutes later, the scene shifted. The woman, now clad in delicate lingerie, stood before him, her voice a soft command to turn around. Embracing her from behind, Shen Yuan teased Sis Lin about her distracting attire, to which she provocatively responded, "So what?" He tilted her chin, his gaze intense as he demanded compensation for her alluring distraction, and she, blushing, softly asked how. His eyes held a singular, unyielding command. Soft murmurs filled the intimate space as their bodies became one, her breath catching on his name. A sudden ring shattered the intimate moment, and the woman gasped in dismay, recognizing the caller as Zheng Xianrong. Blushing and flustered, she answered the call, pressing a finger to her lips as Zheng Xianrong's voice queried her whereabouts. She stammered out a lie about making dumplings, her words punctuated by muffled sounds as Zheng Xianrong, oblivious, said he merely missed her. A soft moan escaped her lips, a reaction to an unseen touch, as she struggled to maintain her pretense on the phone. The woman, dressing quickly, confessed she had to leave before her partner returned, and Shen Yuan calmly reassured her that this period of clandestine meetings would soon pass. An hour later, the bald man arrived home, his suspicion piqued as he questioned his wife about the unexpected dumplings. With practiced calm, she feigned a simple craving, swiftly turning the question back on him to deflect suspicion about his early return. He offered a plausible reason for his early appearance, claiming a craving for fresh dumplings, and she, playing along, agreed to prepare them immediately. As she held the tray of dumplings, her husband swelled with internal pride, proclaiming her the epitome of a good wife, completely unaware of her recent deception. Driving through the city's glow, Shen Yuan pondered the postponed meeting with Yu Jifeng, recognizing a growing desire for further knowledge and tutoring from his counselor. A confident smile played on Shen Yuan's face as he called his counselor, his question about her arrival time carrying an unspoken eagerness. Counselor Li Xiao, immersed in her work, explained her delay due to the nearing summer break, confirming she had prepared the textbook as Shen Yuan had requested for their study session. Li Xiao suggested he pick up the materials from her home where Li Meng was, but Shen Yuan, with a hint of longing, admitted his true desire was to see her, even as she regretfully acknowledged her busy schedule. An older colleague playfully confronted Counselor Li Xiao about her blushing, teasingly asking if she was dating someone, which Li Xiao frantically denied. The older woman, leaning in with a knowing look, playfully insisted Li Xiao was covered in that lovesick smell, ignoring Li Xiao's flustered denials. With a sly smile, the older woman speculated further, playfully suggesting a forbidden teacher-student romance as the secret to Li Xiao's blushing. In a glittering, passionate embrace, two figures lost themselves in the moment, lifted by a powerful connection. The older woman leaned in conspiratorially, her persistent questions about Li Xiao's student lover eliciting a startled gasp of embarrassment. Flustered, Counselor Li Xiao tried to end the teasing by mentioning an imminent meeting, hoping to escape the awkward conversation. Even as Li Xiao tried to make her escape, the older woman continued to tease her about the perceived teacher-student romance, leaving Li Xiao speechless with embarrassment. Shen Yuan greeted Li Meng upon her arrival, and she stated her purpose was to pick up the study materials. Li Meng blushed, a quiet acknowledgement that Shen Yuan already knew of her visit, informed by her sister. Li Meng directed Shen Yuan to the bedroom to find the books, and he readily complied, moving towards the room. Shen Yuan, browsing the bookshelves, idly wondered about Li Meng's blushing, quickly deciding to mind his own business and avoid any accidental provocations. Li Meng approached Shen Yuan, a hesitant tension in her voice as she began to confess something important. A wave of dread washed over Shen Yuan, confirming his worst fears as he stammered, asking what she wanted to say. Li Meng's face burned with a determined blush as she made a bold and utterly direct proposition. His eyes widened in absolute shock, a bead of sweat betraying his utter disbelief at her words. A book tumbled to the floor as Shen Yuan could only utter a single, bewildered exclamation of surprise. A palpable tension hung in the air, a silent consequence of words unspoken yet deeply felt between Shen Yuan and Li Meng. Li Meng, with a blush that spoke of both shame and fierce resolve, laid bare her audacious offer, suggesting a secret tryst purely for mutual desire, a secret never to reach her sister. Shen Yuan, reeling from the bluntness of her proposal, could only stammer a questioning "why," to which Li Meng, equally flustered, demanded a simple, decisive answer. He firmly rejected the notion, upholding his principles against intimacy without an emotional foundation, yet a suspicious thought lingered, could this be a calculated test from Li Xiao herself? Li Meng, her frustration boiling over, angrily challenged his morality, scoffing at his pretense, but Shen Yuan calmly asserted his unwavering self-control. Her hand shot out, grasping his sleeve with a desperate determination, a silent plea to prevent his departure. With a hopeful blush, Li Meng's voice softened, wondering if his hesitation stemmed from a deeper concern. Shen Yuan met her gaze with a chastising seriousness, reminding her of the profound hurt her actions would inflict upon her sister, Li Xiao. He delivered a final, stinging rejection, declaring himself unattainable before turning and walking away, leaving Li Meng stunned into silence. Outside the room, Shen Yuan leaned against the wall, exasperated, internally cursing the audacity of Li Meng's test, fearing divine retribution for such a scheme. Back inside, Li Meng unleashed a furious tirade, sprawling across the sofa and railing against Shen Yuan's principled rejection, accusing him of lacking the courage to seize the chance she offered. Half an hour later, as dusk settled over the city, Shen Yuan greeted Counselor Li Xiao, who offered a grateful smile for the ride home from work. He held open the car door with a playful concern for her safety in the late hour, prompting her to retort with a teasing accusation of him being the worst pervert. Shen Yuan, feigning exaggerated shock, demanded an elaborate explanation for her scandalous accusation. Leaning out the car window, Counselor Li Xiao drew out the word pervert with a sing-song taunt, relishing his indignation. He laughed it off, then slyly asked if he had passed her test, a question that visibly confused her. With a knowing glint in his eye, Shen Yuan simply replied that it was tonight's test, a secret smile playing on his lips. Counselor Li Xiao, however, playfully dismissed his efforts, declaring that the revolution hasn't succeeded yet, hinting he had a long way to go to truly win her over. In a flash of insight, Shen Yuan realized Li Xiao was unaware of her sister's proposition, confirming Li Meng's offer was genuine, a strategic advantage had just presented itself, promising significant returns. A subtle smirk played across Shen Yuan's lips, a silent acknowledgement of his newfound opportunity. Counselor Li Xiao, noticing his sudden happiness, questioned its source, and Shen Yuan, ever discreet, simply attributed it to a pleasant thought. As their car glided through the illuminated city streets, she playfully pressed him further, wondering if merely taking her home brought him such joy, to which he affirmed, of course. Li Meng, surprised to see Shen Yuan accompanying her sister, lay on the sofa and questioned his unexpected presence. Shen Yuan, observing Li Meng, mentally compared her figure to Li Xiao's, noting their differences in height and curves, while Li Meng flushed with self-consciousness and Li Xiao dismissed his presence with an exasperated sigh. Realizing Shen Yuan had kept her secret, Li Meng shot him a triumphant glance, then playfully warned them against couple time, before retreating to her bedroom. Shen Yuan embraced Counselor Li Xiao from behind, and when she warned him not to mess around, he made it clear his intentions were anything but frivolous. As Shen Yuan kissed her neck, Li Xiao, heavy with the day's exhaustion, gently pleaded for a reprieve, asking him to spare her for the night. He decisively denied her request, deepening their kiss, and she realized with a blush that his earlier secretive smile had been a prelude to this passionate moment. From the faint glimpse of a door crack, an unseen observer lingered, a silent witness to the escalating intimacy. Li Meng, peeking through the narrow gap, seethed with frustration and jealousy as she muttered a resentful "Meanie" at Shen Yuan, an unheard sound echoing her bitterness. 20 minutes later, an exhausted and flushed Counselor Li Xiao, wiping her face with a tissue, asked if he was finally satisfied and ready to leave. Shen Yuan, smiling, declared his intention to stay the night, prompting Li Xiao's surprised and desperate protest. Holding his clothes, Shen Yuan stood firm, stating with unwavering resolve that he would sleep on the sofa, making his decision final. Later, reclining on the sofa and checking his phone, Shen Yuan reflected that Li Xiao, utterly drained from her day, was likely already deep in sleep. Just then, a message from Li Xiao flashed across his phone screen, a soft inquiry asking if he was still awake. A quiet click signaled Shen Yuan opening a door, venturing into the dim hallway. Leaning against the door frame with a sly smirk, Shen Yuan observed with a touch of mischief that the sister-in-law had indeed left her door unlocked. He stood quietly beside the bed where Counselor Li Xiao lay sleeping, an intimate stillness settling over the dimly lit room. Counselor Li Xiao startled awake to find Shen Yuan leaning over her, and he conspiratorially shushed her before she could fully react. Her surprise quickly turned to a bewildered question of his presence, to which Shen Yuan playfully responded that her unlocked door was an open invitation. She stammered, trying to dismiss her earlier words as nonsense and momentary insanity, but Shen Yuan, with a smirk, firmly declared he had already taken them seriously. A subtle shift in Counselor Li Xiao's body hinted at her growing arousal. A soft, involuntary sound escaped Counselor Li Xiao, a mixture of pleasure and surrender. Shen Yuan teasingly remarked on her soft sounds, noting he hadn't even put it in, yet as she strained to hold back her voice, his words upside down in her mind. He thought of how cute she was, desperately trying to suppress her moans as he kissed her shoulder, her labored breathing betraying her. Shen Yuan whispered that her breathing was growing heavy, eliciting a desperate cry of his name from Li Xiao. Feigning ignorance, Shen Yuan simply asked what, as Counselor Li Xiao, blushing profusely, finally pleaded for him to proceed. He challenged her, demanding she beg him, and with a soft, yielding whisper, she uttered, "Please." A muffled sound of pleasure escaped Counselor Li Xiao as she embraced Shen Yuan, their intimacy consuming the moment. Two felines, entwined in a symbolic embrace, conveyed the passionate intensity of the moment. Shen Yuan, sated and content, gently inquired if she had found her happiness. He confessed a satisfaction he hadn't known in years, a vulnerability that sparked a quiet question from her about his past. A blush deepened as she confessed he was her first in such an intimate way, then a desperate plea escaped her lips, her sister must never know. Her mind churned with guilt, even if her heart wasn't straying, the reality was stark, he was her brother-in-law, and the thought of discovery was agonizing. In a moment of comical urgency, the woman, now a chibi, announced her departure to the bathroom. The realization that her sister might emerge sent a fresh wave of panic through her, desperate for Shen Yuan to offer a solution. Shen Yuan, unperturbed by her distress, calmly reminded her that this was minor compared to their previous clandestine escapades. 3 tense minutes later, a quiet gulp of relief escaped her as her sister retreated, oblivious, back to her room. Shen Yuan teasingly asked if she enjoyed the thrill, but for her, the secret life was nothing short of terrifying. A gentle pat on her head cemented his words, he declared this exhilarating secrecy would simply become their new normal. The next morning, a cheerful invitation to breakfast was met with Shen Yuan's affectionate praise for her efforts. Startled by the intimate endearment, she asked him to repeat it, and he playfully challenged her surprise. Flustered, she admitted her unfamiliarity with such terms, prompting Shen Yuan to suggest she prepare for many more. The lingering shadow of Li Meng's potential discovery tempered their morning embrace, urging Shen Yuan to freshen up before being seen. Shen Yuan watched from the background, a silent, knowing smile playing on his lips as the women shared their morning. A thoughtful gesture, a toothbrush prepared, showed his gentle care. Embraced from behind, she sighed contentedly, acknowledging his profound kindness toward her. A playful push and a teasing accusation of pervert belied his internal observation, her affection meter remained stubbornly unchanged, confirming her view of him as purely a partner. As she ate, Shen Yuan reached for a sandwich, settling into the comfortable rhythm of their morning. A sudden entry by Li Meng into the kitchen created an instant of startled silence and palpable awkwardness. In a flurry of chibi panic, Li Meng hastily pulled her sister away, whispering an urgent reminder of Shen Yuan's presence. Li Meng, misinterpreting her sister's expression, apologized for letting Shen Yuan stay, then dropped a bombshell, he wouldn't be sleeping over again. Her face contorted in exaggerated panic, Li Meng internally fretted about losing her solution, while her sister quickly reassured her that she hadn't minded at all. Li Meng's doubt lingered, but her sister's earnest confirmation seemed to quell her fears for now. Li Meng commented on Shen Yuan's surprising appetite, unaware that her sister silently attributed his hunger to a night of considerable energy expenditure with both of them. Shen Yuan, full of genuine praise, declared her breakfast the best he had ever tasted, then hinted at further intimate plans for later. Her cheeks flushed at his suggestive words, prompting her to make a hasty retreat back to her room. Her mind wrestled with Li Meng's uncharacteristic blush, questioning if she had witnessed their intimate kitchen moment, yet finding the reaction oddly out of character for her sister. At Jingfu Corporation at 9:30 a.m., Shen Yuan slammed a folder onto his desk, demanding Manager Jia provide immediate answers. Manager Jia, visibly nervous, stammered a deferential address to President Shen, struggling to begin his explanation. Shen Yuan cut him off, asserting that even this partial evidence was more than enough to secure Manager Jia's imprisonment. Manager Jia tried to diminish the severity, but Shen Yuan's anger flared, reminding him he had stolen from his company and deserved nothing less than serious repercussions. Panic etched across his face, Manager Jia desperately pleaded with Shen Yuan for a path to mercy. With a smug smile, Shen Yuan laid down his terms. Jia Nanshou and his associates were to leave the company, and every secret they held must be divulged. Shen Yuan offered a stark ultimatum: cooperation, or the inevitable fate of prison. Jia Nanshou, defeated, pledged to reveal every internal secret of Jingfu Company, inadvertently unveiling Shen Yuan's ruthless plan to transform it into the Guantang Medical Center and replace its entire staff. Shen Yuan decisively dismissed him, instructing him to transfer all documents to Yu Jifeng, declaring their account settled, and hoping they would never cross paths again. As Jia Nanshou walked away, a grudging respect formed in his mind for the young boss's undeniable strategic skill. A secretary approached his desk, addressing him with deference, and Shen Yuan promptly bade her speak her purpose. She presented a rental property near Guantang, detailing its affordable monthly cost, awaiting his approval. With a swift decision, Shen Yuan approved the property, and the secretary confirmed she would finalize the arrangements. A sudden, frantic noise from his phone drew Shen Yuan's concerned gaze, wondering what new trouble had found Coach Lu. His phone screen displayed a tearful woman crying out his name, prompting Shen Yuan to demand to know what was wrong. Now beside her, Shen Yuan expressed his confusion. She was not one to weep so openly, yet she offered no explanation for her deep distress. When he threatened to leave, she clung to his arm, a desperate plea escaping her lips for him to stay. Through her sobs, she confessed her deepest fear, that his brief gym visit signaled he no longer needed her, his presence now too fleeting. Shen Yuan, taken aback, questioned if such overwhelming tears were truly born from so trivial a concern. Her gaze turned seductive, a playful challenge in her eyes as she asked if he even remembered the last time she had called him daddy. She confessed how long it had been since she truly nurtured their connection, her words laced with tender regret as she found solace in his embrace. Shen Yuan revealed the ruthless ambition behind his recent efforts, promising her a place to truly shine once the useless people were purged, leaving her stunned by his foresight. He laid out the grand scope of his fitness empire, entrusting her with the vital task of overseeing its transformation, cementing her place within his burgeoning world. A wave of disbelieving joy washed over her as Shen Yuan confirmed her official, salaried role as a special consultant in human resources at Jingfu. With a passionate kiss, she thanked him, a silent fear of being forgotten banished by his tender reassurance. His whispered words held a knowing intimacy, yet her playful response suggested a hunger that still remained unquenched. He questioned the insatiability of her desires, but her coy reply was a clear invitation to push their intimate boundaries further. Her hand moved with a silent, alluring promise, a wordless offer to ignite their passion. Their playful banter continued, her flirtatious humph confirming his protective instincts were indeed stirred. 2 hours later, a profound quiet settled over the room, Shen Yuan's sleep undisturbed by the lingering scent of their shared passion. The digital world intruded on their peaceful aftermath, pulling Shen Yuan back to his shareholder obligations with a soft, sleepy agreement as his lover slept beside him. Upon entering the lively atmosphere of the Tipsy Breeze bar, Shen Yuan immediately scanned the crowd, mentally cataloging the abundance of attractive women he suspected were all part of Li Yuhang's network. A familiar name pierced through the bar's hum, a hand landing lightly on his shoulder, drawing him out of his observations. Shen Yuan's surprise quickly melted into recognition as his old middle school classmate, Jean Kangwen, reintroduced himself, bridging years of lost connection. Jean Kangwen boisterously pulled him toward the waiting group, insisting they make up for lost time with a proper reunion toast. Amidst the warm greetings and shared memories, his classmates were quick to note the unexpected transformation, declaring him the most handsome among them. Shen Yuan's query about Li Yuhang was met with a casual explanation. Their host was delayed but urged them to begin the festivities without him. The Frost Gold 2640 and Book Watch on a new arrival immediately shifted the silent hierarchy of wealth among his classmates, who noted the true, rich second gen had just walked in. Cheng Xian, noting their lack of female companions, playfully prodded Shen Yuan to use his connections and summon some pretty girls from his Korean language network. Shen Yuan brushed off the suggestion, preferring natural encounters, and instead challenged Cheng Xian to approach someone himself, even offering his assistance in choosing. His eyes snagged on a familiar face, Xiao Lei, the cosplay girl, and a silent question formed in his mind about her unexpected presence, likely assisting a streamer. A mischievous thought sparked in Shen Yuan's mind. He wondered how she would react if someone were bold enough to ask for her WeChat. Shen Yuan subtly indicated two women, presenting them as a challenge. Cheng Xian eagerly accepted, brimming with confidence. Cheng Xian's internal monologue revealed his strategy, a hefty 300k pilot watch, a guaranteed beacon for women who, he believed, recognized true value. He confidently approached the two women, his initial attempt to connect now underway. Cheng Xian returned, deflated, having been brushed off with flimsy excuses, prompting Shen Yuan to muse on the unexpected rejection, given his usual assessment of women's materialism. Half an hour later, the soft tapping of his fingers marked a quiet pause as Shen Yuan stood alone in another part of the bar. A cheerful voice called his name, and a hand playfully patted his shoulder, pulling him from his thoughts. Shen Yuan's feigned surprise at seeing Xiao Lei was quickly met with her knowing accusation. She saw him first, and he, she suggested, was merely testing her resolve against casual WeChat exchanges. Xiao Lei boldly confessed she would have added another man if not for him, to which Shen Yuan, with confident charm, retorted that he would never have given anyone else a chance had he seen her earlier. Her thoughtful question probed for his social preference: should they present themselves as intimately connected or merely as strangers later in the booth? With a subtle smile, Shen Yuan offered a nonchalant reply, internally noting her refreshingly direct and unpretentious nature. Cheng Xian proudly introduced Chi-Chi, a major influencer with over 500,000 fans, who, with practiced humility, greeted everyone as a mere, small creator. The group warmly welcomed Chi-Chi and her companion, eagerly inquiring about the name of the pretty lady by her side. Lei Lei, with a calm smile, introduced herself as Chi-Chi's friend, stepping into the spotlight with a quiet grace. Cheng Xian raised his glass, proposing a toast to their burgeoning friendship, a gesture Lei Lei gratefully acknowledged with a smile. Shen Yuan's direct question about her drinking habits was met with a telling willingness. She would drink if it was his wish, her gaze holding a silent invitation. With a soft promise to share just one, Shen Yuan's arms settled around her, a gentle claim marking their shared moment. Her surprised comment about the drink tasting like soda was met with Shen Yuan's calm explanation: it was champagne, barely touched by alcohol. The moment of intimacy quickly shifted as Lei Lei, with a directness that surprised him, pivoted to business, inquiring about his investment in her startup proposal. Shen Yuan's sharp questions about her media company's viability, given her lack of streaming experience, were met with Lei Lei's passionate defense, highlighting her substantial cosplay following and network as untapped potential. His expression hardened as Shen Yuan decisively declared his current priority, the rigorous expansion of his fitness center, meaning her media company would have to wait. Li Yuhang's boisterous arrival pierced the bar's din, and he enthusiastically beckoned Shen Yuan to join him, impatient for his friend's return to the group. With a purposeful stride, Shen Yuan moved away from Lei Lei, leaving her gaze to follow his path towards Li Yuhang. Li Yuhang, a smirk playing on his lips, playfully accused Shen Yuan of charming yet another beautiful woman. Shen Yuan smoothly countered Li Yuhang's playful accusation, suggesting the woman approached him willingly, which only spurred Li Yuhang to joke about his friend's undeniable good looks. Lei Lei, with an audacious embrace from behind, confirmed their suspicions, boldly declaring her attraction to Shen Yuan's handsomeness with a shocking, suggestive intensity. In a flash of raw, untamed desire, Lei Lei pressed herself against him, their gazes locking in a silent symphony of undeniable attraction. Li Yuhang's face flushed with a familiar mortification, groaning inwardly at being flexed on by Shen Yuan yet again. Shen Yuan, ever confident, announced his departure to join other classmates, while his friend, Li Yuhang, seated internally, lamenting how all the good women seemed to fall for Shen Yuan's seemingly scoundrel ways. Li Yuhang tried to coax him into staying longer, but Shen Yuan, ever focused on his next conquest, sharply dismissed his friend, calling him a dog for merely flirting instead of attending to his business duties. Shen Yuan playfully suggested his friend and manager Xiao already managed the bar perfectly well without his input, prompting Li Yuhang to comically urge him away. Xiao Lei's admiration for Shen Yuan's unexpected wealth spilled out, marveling at his vast empire, to which he boldly retorted with a suggestive, lingering comment about her own considerable assets. Blushing at his bluntness, Xiao Lei asked if he truly had to be so direct, but Shen Yuan merely smiled, claiming he had simply learned such candor from her. Li Yuhang, observing the brazen exchange, mentally cursed Shen Yuan, noting with disbelief how Xiao Lei seemed to be completely throwing herself at him. One of his friends exchanged a shocked glance with Li Yuhang, who couldn't believe such a seemingly pure woman could be so incredibly proactive. Leaning into him, Xiao Lei claimed she felt dizzy, prompting Shen Yuan to lightly tease her for such a low alcohol tolerance. Objecting to his comparison, Xiao Lei asked if she wasn't prettier than a dog, only for Shen Yuan to playfully counter, questioning her very prettiness. When she challenged him, he conceded, but only with a smirk, saying she was perhaps slightly prettier than a dog. Leaning against him with a soft blush, Xiao Lei directly asked Shen Yuan to take her back, expressing a desire to sleep. Shen Yuan, with a casual apology, announced his departure with Xiao Lei, explaining he had something to handle, while she, using the name Chi-Chi, declared her sleepiness to their friends. His friend, with a hint of exasperated amusement, waved them off, urging them to hurry up and enjoy themselves. A friend called out, urging them to keep in touch during vacation, while Xiao Lei's voice, from just out of sight, instructed someone to message her upon returning home. Li Yuheng, still reeling, wondered what magic Shen Yuan possessed to so quickly capture Xiao Lei, a woman known for her reserved nature, before lamenting that his friend had whisked away the prettiest one to a hotel so soon. As they walked hand in hand through the city night, Shen Yuan casually asked if she was heading to her dorm, but Xiao Lei met his question with a provocative challenge, asking if he truly wished for nothing to happen between them. Shen Yuan, caught off guard by her directness, looked slightly flustered as he urged her to be more subtle. Xiao Lei, with a defiant expression, scoffed at the idea of subtlety, reminding him they were adults who should be able to speak plainly, then challenged him directly, did he want her or not? Xiao Lei, smiling, readily agreed to go, but Shen Yuan, with a playful smirk, declared he wouldn't give it to her that night, teasingly asking if she wanted to know why. Though Xiao Lei feigned disinterest, Shen Yuan revealed his reasoning anyway, explaining his desire for more dates, valuing her first time as precious. Xiao Lei simply acknowledged his words, and Shen Yuan, shifting the topic, declared his unwavering commitment to his entrepreneurial venture, understanding the cost and his refusal to run from it. A smug smile played on Shen Yuan's lips as he affirmed her words, his thoughts approving of her blunt, materialistic nature, recognizing that she possessed an admirable bottom line and a clear understanding of her own desires. Holding a key card, Shen Yuan gently told her she could stay in the room as long as she wished, then prepared to leave, wishing her a good rest. Just as he turned to leave, Xiao Lei's hand instinctively shot out, pulling on his arm to stop him. Blushing faintly, Xiao Lei looked up at him, her gaze holding a silent plea as she asked for a kiss before he left. Shen Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as he questioned if she was courting sex, but Xiao Lei, turning away slightly, clarified she simply wanted to know what a kiss felt like. The air crackled with unspoken tension as Shen Yuan leaned down, their gazes locking, both anticipating the touch of lips. Their lips met in a tender, lingering kiss, a silent embrace of burgeoning connection. Xiao Lei, holding on to his arm, reminded him she had only asked for a single kiss, and Shen Yuan, with a knowing glance, acknowledged her words while subtly pulling her closer. Shen Yuan, with a mischievous glint in his eye, pointed out that she had never specified where he should kiss her, then pressed his lips to her chest, shocking Xiao Lei. A deep shiver ran through Xiao Lei, her legs trembling uncontrollably from the unexpected intimacy. With a smirk, Shen Yuan complimented the taste, comparing it to milk, prompting Xiao Lei to confront him, asking if he behaved this way with every girl he didn't need to trick. Shen Yuan confidently stated that others approached him willingly, leading Xiao Lei to call him a bragger, yet, she admitted a surprising comfort in his presence, but firmly decided tonight was still a no. As Shen Yuan gripped the door handle, he declared that her choice wasn't truly hers, reminding her she was merely his reserve squad, not yet official, and that he was simply sparing her for now. Confused by his words, Xiao Lei questioned the meaning of reserve, but Shen Yuan simply waved her off, promising she would understand later as he walked away. Standing in the doorway, Xiao Lei found a sliver of relief that his horniness wasn't aggressively manipulative, then sighed, feeling an unexpected wave of self-proclaimed uselessness wash over her. Her wide eyes reflected a lingering sense of self-reproach, as she continued to feel profoundly useless. Li Meng confronted Shen Yuan about his late arrival, and he offered a casual, slightly unconvincing excuse about being too drunk to find a place to sleep. Li Meng dismissed his lie as something that might only fool her sister, then provocatively asked if he was looking for her or her sister, before playfully telling him to find her another day when she was in the mood. Shen Yuan, with a sly smile, claimed he merely wished to sleep on her sofa, as Li Meng turned her back, her thoughts unreadable. Li Meng, surprised by his proximity, began to question if he intended to force himself upon her. Shen Yuan urged her to be quieter, fearing his sister would hear them, prompting Li Meng to suggest they retreat to the bedroom instead. A loud smack echoed through the hallway, causing Chen Xinyu to peek out from her doorway, a puzzled expression on her face. They froze, Shen Yuan holding Li Meng against the door, his heart sinking as he realized he had shut it too loudly, almost certainly waking his sister. Chen Xinyu's voice pierced the silence, asking about the noise, and Li Meng, still held by Shen Yuan, quickly lied about closing the bathroom door too hard, a lie her sister readily accepted. A relieved sigh escaped Li Meng as she leaned against the door, grateful her sister hadn't inquired further, then she turned to Shen Yuan, scolding him for his immense audacity and asking if he feared being caught. Leaning in close, Shen Yuan provocatively suggested that if his sister caught them, they would simply all do it together, a notion Li Meng scoffed at with a blush. Shen Yuan sat upon the bed, a soft, bright white light mysteriously emanating from his form. Li Meng cried out in surprise, her face flushing as she chided Shen Yuan for yet another sneak attack, begging him to be gentle for once. Shen Yuan, feigning concern, questioned if he hadn't been gentle enough, while Li Meng, still flushed, gently held his face, retorting that his drunken state had made him unaware of his own strength. 2 rounds later, a tired Li Meng sat up, a thoughtful expression on her face as she suggested they move their encounters to hotels, deeming their current arrangement too risky. Yet Shen Yuan, with a calculated innocence, immediately dismissed the idea, claiming poverty and the inability to afford a hotel room. Li Meng, her patience wearing thin with his theatrics, pulled his shirt playfully, accusing him of shamelessness given the lavish gifts he'd already bought for her and her sister. Shen Yuan cried out in mock pain, giving Li Meng the perfect opening to chastise him for his rough treatment, threatening to end their partnership over his lack of gentleness. Confident in his charm, Shen Yuan moved in for a kiss, promising to be gentle next time, a bold declaration met with Li Meng's unconvinced humph. As Shen Yuan casually dressed and walked away, Li Meng, still on the bed, stewed in her frustration, acknowledging his utter shamelessness and vowing to find a way to deal with him next time. The next day dawned. Counselor Li Xiao, catching sight of him, looked down in surprise, wondering when Shen Yuan had arrived. Shen Yuan explained his late-night arrival, admitting Li Meng let him in, prompting Counselor Li Xiao to kneel beside him, her concern evident as she asked if something had happened. Shen Yuan dismissed her concerns with a disarming claim of missing her too much to sleep, his bold words causing Counselor Li Xiao to blush with surprise and a touch of awkwardness. Leaning in, Counselor Li Xiao kissed him, a soft warning to inform her sooner next time for such spontaneous visits. With a soft promise of breakfast, Counselor Li Xiao left Shen Yuan to rest, receiving a quiet murmur of acknowledgement in return. As she walked further into the apartment, Counselor Li Xiao called out to Li Meng. Li Meng turned, surprised by her sister's sudden question about Shen Yuan's late-night arrival and why she hadn't been woken. Li Meng offered a careful explanation for not waking her, but Counselor Li Xiao, concerned for Shen Yuan's well-being, insisted on being informed if he ever arrived late again. Li Meng scoffed internally, convinced Shen Yuan's visit was a calculated sneak attack on either of them, but outwardly dismissed her sister's simple explanation that he had merely drunk too much. Half an hour later, Li Meng's voice cut through the morning quiet, rousing Shen Yuan from his sleep with news of breakfast prepared by her sister. With a warm smile, Counselor Li Xiao presented Shen Yuan with a plate of breakfast, a picture of domestic care. Shen Yuan found himself staring, captivated by Counselor Li Xiao's effortless transformation into a stunning home chef, a woman truly blessed by fate. Li Meng, clearly annoyed, snapped Shen Yuan out of his trance, sharply telling him to eat his breakfast and questioning where his gaze had wandered. Still half asleep, Shen Yuan simply acknowledged her, mindlessly complying with her command to eat. A sudden pang of confusion struck Li Meng as she realized her own unwarranted jealousy, forcing her to confront the unsettling possibility that feelings were developing for Shen Yuan, despite their brief, partnership-only arrangement. Unaware of Li Meng's internal turmoil, Shen Yuan simply savored his breakfast with a contented smile. Counselor Li Xiao excused herself to change, gently instructing Shen Yuan to eat slowly, as he offered to drive her to school later. Li Meng, unable to contain her irritation, questioned why he wouldn't drive her to work, prompting Shen Yuan to playfully dismiss her, reminding her of their partner-only status. Li Meng pouted, her cheeks flushed, as she angrily called him a heartless jerk and shameless, her rising affinity score betraying her true feelings. A smug smile spread across Shen Yuan's face as he internally noted Li Meng's developing feelings, pleased that his partner was now craving more than just physical proximity. Shen Yuan casually asked about her flight time, catching Li Meng by surprise and making her wonder if he intended to see her off. Shen Yuan smoothly outlined his plan to drop off her sister first, then take her to the airport, a proposal Li Meng readily accepted. Half an hour later. Counselor Li Xiao stepped out of the G-Wagon with a casual goodbye, only for an off-panel voice to call out, stopping her in her tracks. She continued to walk, unaware of the impending conversation. Counselor Li Xiao's surprise at seeing Teacher Sun was quickly overshadowed by the older woman's excited claim of having just uncovered a huge secret. As Counselor Li Xiao nervously pressed for details, Teacher Sun subtly pointed to the G-Class, hinting that her secret involved the conspicuous luxury car. Counselor Li Xiao's awkward laughter and quick excuse about a student giving her a ride did little to deter Teacher Sun, who, unconvinced, pressed her for details on how long they had been together and how far things had progressed. Counselor Li Xiao blushed, denying any relationship, which prompted Teacher Sun to playfully chide her, accusing her of not treating her like a best friend. Even with Counselor Li Xiao's firm denial, Teacher Sun pressed on, confidently asserting that Shen Yuan must either be pursuing her or they were on the cusp of an official relationship. Teacher Sun, beaming with triumph, declared she had seen Counselor Li Xiao on the phone with Shen Yuan previously, teasing her about an older woman falling for a younger man. Counselor Li Xiao, her face crimson with embarrassment, pleaded with Teacher Sun to stop, but the older woman internally delighted in the perfect ship of kindness and wealth. Counselor Li Xiao, exasperated, tried to silence the persistent teacher's son, who only redoubled her efforts, demanding to know how Shen Yuan had managed to capture her heart. At the same time, Shen Yuan playfully suggested the back seat would be more comfortable, but Li Meng defiantly insisted on remaining in the front. Shen Yuan, with a knowing smile, inwardly deemed Li Meng a fierce partner, in need of discipline, then abruptly announced an urgent matter, offering to call her a cab instead of driving her. Shocked by his sudden dismissal, Li Meng glared at him, defiantly declaring she wouldn't leave the car unless he personally drove her to the airport. Shen Yuan calmly insisted on his urgency, but Li Meng angrily accused him of his characteristic shamelessness, reminding him their score from the previous night remained unsettled. Shen Yuan confidently predicted she would eventually grow to love his ways, leaving Li Meng sputtering in exasperation before she abruptly changed the subject, asking about the car's price. Shen Yuan casually stated the car's price was around 3 million, a figure Li Meng instantly dismissed with utter disbelief. Shen Yuan cast a smug, knowing glance at Li Meng, savoring her reaction. Li Meng looked down, her wide eyes and flushed cheeks betraying her flustered confusion. Suddenly, Shen Yuan's hand found its way to Li Meng's thigh, a bold and intimate touch. Li Meng gasped, shocked and blushing at his audacity on a public road, but Shen Yuan simply smiled, provocatively suggesting this was what she truly wanted. Li Meng, her face crimson with anger, vehemently denied his implication, but Shen Yuan, leaning closer with a teasing smile, pressed her to explain what she did mean. Shen Yuan's playful words landed with a deliberate pressure that made Li Meng's breath catch, her cheeks flushing crimson at his audacity. He warned her against ambiguous remarks, but Li Meng, flustered yet intrigued, shifted to a more direct challenge, questioning how he amassed his considerable wealth. From the driver's seat, Shen Yuan confidently revealed his entrepreneurial journey, having started with crypto and forex trading in college before building his own company. Stunned by his success, Li Meng brazenly suggested that when he married her sister, he should simply support her too, joking about lying flat and being an additional dependent. With a smirk, Shen Yuan retorted that her level was still lacking, making a highly suggestive comment about her needing to improve before he would consider such a proposition. Enraged, Li Meng struck his arm, seeing that he was getting too outrageous and threatening to tell her sister to dump him when she got off work. Yet, Shen Yuan only smiled, holding her hand and questioning what she would gain from his breakup with her sister, prompting Li Meng to accuse him of taking advantage of her. Li Meng then feigned indifference, applying lipstick as she complained about his self-centered nature before sharply telling him to focus on the road. Shen Yuan, however, playfully turned the tables, claiming his willingness to look meant she looked good, and threatening to withhold his gaze entirely if she remained unhappy. His eyes narrowed, holding a silent, intense challenge. Li Meng's playful, "Oh, really?" carried a distinct whine of defiance. In response, a foot pressed down decisively on the accelerator. The luxury SUV abruptly sped through the city streets. Li Meng, startled, confronted him about his sudden acceleration, but Shen Yuan feigned ignorance, asking what she meant. She warned him of unforeseen consequences, but Shen Yuan, with a knowing smirk, twisted her words into a provocative suggestion about their potential actions right there in the car. He tugged at his collar, a physical manifestation of the rising tension, and warned her that she was playing with fire. Li Meng tapped her finger confidently, challenging him to do something about it. The white SUV continued its rapid journey, unnoticed by the oblivious pedestrians it passed. Meanwhile, passengers on a bus observed the luxury car, their comments ranging from envy over his wealth and companion to bitter remarks about capitalism. The navigation system abruptly announced a route deviation as the white SUV made a sharp, deliberate turn. Alarm seized Li Meng as she realized they were no longer heading towards the airport, a concern Shen Yuan calmly dismissed with a rhetorical question about their destination. Panicked, Li Meng cited her 11 a.m. flight, but Shen Yuan coolly assured her they had enough time, confidently stating he could wrap this up within 30 minutes. Li Meng, flustered and blushing, could only plead with Shen Yuan to calm himself. His words, direct and unapologetic, revealed his long-held desire to be intimate with her while she was still in her flight attendant uniform. The car abruptly stopped, the world outside continuing its indifferent pace as an adult and child walked into the distance. Outside, a young boy excitedly pointed at the violently shaking car, while his mother, mistaking the commotion for a breakdown, frantically pulled him away, fearing an explosion. The mother glared back at the still shaking vehicle, muttering an indignant condemnation of the occupants for their lack of public decency, even as playful heart icons radiated from the car. 45 minutes later, the scene shifted. As Li Meng walked through the airport, pulling her luggage, an unseen companion commented on her attire and the impressive luxury car she was associated with. Li Meng coyly clarified that Shen Yuan was more like her brother-in-law than her boyfriend, prompting a curious follow-up from the other woman. She explained the brother-in-law status remained unofficial because her sister, Li Xiao, had not yet agreed to marry Shen Yuan. A flush crept over Li Meng's cheeks as she erupted in a furious thought about Shen Yuan, enraged that he had ruined her new stockings and vowing to get her revenge. Half an hour later, at Jingfu Company, Shen Yuan approached Long Jinghan, offering her lunch and asking about her well-being and recent progress. Long Jinghan confidently reported that she was managing well, only returning to school for important classes while otherwise working normally. Shen Yuan inquired about her HR knowledge, and Long Jinghan replied she was 90% familiar with it and would rotate to the online operations department the following week. He praised her progress, emphasizing the online operations department's critical importance and the recent adjustments made by manager Sun, then revealed he would soon bring in a special consultant for Long Jinghan to assist. Long Jinghan acknowledged his instructions with a simple, professional, understood. Shen Yuan then entrusted her with the crucial task of building a new team, expressing his dissatisfaction with the current employees and stating his expectation for her to put in more effort. Shen Yuan internally grappled with the daunting company mission, reflecting on the challenge of increasing net profit by 5% within 3 months, admitting his uncertainty about its completion. He resolved to proceed with integrity, combining his understanding with his EMBA and MHRM knowledge to at least maintain a clear conscience. His thoughts were interrupted by an incoming call, the name Shuewei appearing on his phone screen. An off-panel speaker updated Shen Yuan on the near completion of his villa renovation, but he casually agreed to visit later, his thoughts immediately turning to Su Shuewei, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Su Shuewei, explaining the new villa's smart home system, detailed its features, from appliance control to alerts for gas or water leaks. Shen Yuan playfully suggested that with so much to remember, Su Shuewei should simply stay with him for 2 days after he moved in so he could learn everything hands-on. When she hesitated, citing family obligations to cook for her mother and Shao Jia, Shen Yuan immediately offered to hire a nanny to cover for her for 2 days. Blushing, Su Shuewei abruptly changed the subject, reminding Shen Yuan of her debt and vowing to pay him back someday. Undeterred, Shen Yuan embraced her from behind, pulling her close as he tenderly insisted they were family and needed no such distance. Her blush deepened as Su Shuewei protested, mentioning her boss was still upstairs, but Shen Yuan, with a mischievous smile, suggested they simply move to the media room and lock the door. He held her closer, his hand gently obscuring her flushed face, the moment charged with unspoken intimacy. Su Shuewei's thoughts swirled with the memory of his past boldness and his even greater audacity now, as she softly asked Shen Yuan if he could be a little gentler. Shen Yuan's whispered concern that someone might interrupt their intimate embrace sent a soft tremor through the air, even as Su Shuewei leaned into him, her heart fluttering. He instructed himself to be gentle, yet Shen Yuan's thoughts strayed to the exquisite feel of her form, a truly top-tier delight that promised much for the future. A sharp intake of breath escaped Su Shuewei's lips as her hands clutched tightly onto Shen Yuan's back, a visceral reaction to the intensity of their embrace. The words, "it hurts," slipped from Shen Yuan, a gentle protest against the overwhelming grip, even as Su Shuewei remained pressed against him, lost in the moment. Su Shuewei's sincere apology spilled forth, a blush rising to her cheeks as she admitted her own impatience, a raw testament to the depth of her feelings for Shen Yuan. Blushing deeply, Su Shuewei softly inquired if they could move their intimate moment upstairs, her unspoken desires hanging gently in the air. Shen Yuan readily agreed, his mind already calculating the predictable surge in her affection level, a direct result of their private, intimate encounter. 20 minutes later, the scene had shifted. Though she yearned to define their connection, Su Shuewei hesitated, an unspoken question about their relationship lingering on her lips, feeling it was a conversation he should initiate. Noticing her unusual silence, Shen Yuan turned to her, his voice a gentle inquiry into her thoughts. Brushing off her earlier hesitation, Su Shuewei suggested a meal with her mother as a gesture of thanks, and Shen Yuan, ever gracious, immediately agreed to eat together that very day. Back at home, Chen Xian playfully inquired about Chen Sinyu's diet, a light-hearted jab at her ample figure, which Chen Sinyu simply dismissed as regular food. With a suggestive poke, Chen Xian gestured to Chen Sinyu's chest, drawing a surprised blush as she emphasized what she truly meant. Chen Sinyu, flustered, told Chen Xian to stop, but Chen Xian merely clicked her tongue in a sound of genuine envy. Shen Yuan arrived, his greeting a simple query about whether Chen Sinyu had already eaten, a familiar question in their comfortable dynamic. Chen Sinyu, ever thoughtful, gently offered to draw a bath for Shen Yuan, a gesture of pure care that he accepted with ease. Shen Xian couldn't help but tease, noting how Chen Sinyu's devoted actions had truly spoiled her brother, likening his pampered state to that of an emperor. As Shen Yuan made his way out of the room, Chen Sinyu held a piece of clothing, while Shen Xian continued to observe the unfolding domestic scene. Shen Yuan, returning, playfully interrogated Shen Xian about her presence and sleeping arrangements, to which she cheekily claimed she was there to care for everyone, and intended to share a room with Sinyu. Shen Yuan scoffed at her assertion, teasingly reminding her that her own laziness made her claim of caretaking laughable, all while casually snatching a snack. In a burst of exaggerated frustration, Shen Xian protested as her brother devoured her snacks with oblivious delight. Chen Sinyu's swift offer to buy more snacks for Shen Yuan ignited fresh exasperation in Shen Xian, who bemoaned the extent to which her brother was being spoiled. Chen Sinyu, blushing softly, called to Shen Yuan, inviting him in, as he internally noted the steady, healthy growth of her affection level. With a simple, coming, Shen Yuan casually tossed the snack bag towards a startled Chen Xinyu as he moved past her. Blushing faintly, Chen Xinyu earnestly explained her desire to care for Shen Yuan, feeling it was only right to repay him for all he had done for her sister and their family. Shen Xian exploded in frustration, vehemently dismissing Chen Xinyu's reasoning and accusing everyone of spoiling her brother into an oversized infant. Chen Xinyu softly dismissed her actions as minor, yet her gaze drifted, hinting at a quiet intensity and a readiness to do even more if given a chance. Shen Xian, ever observant, questioned Chen Xinyu about her sudden blush, eliciting a flustered denial. With exasperation, Shen Xian affirmed the undeniable flush on Chen Xinyu's face, who could only stammer a feigned ignorance, her embarrassment evident. Shen Xian, pouncing playfully, directly accused Chen Xinyu of harboring feelings for her brother, prompting a cascade of nervous laughter and a desperate plea to stop the teasing. A contented sigh escaped Shen Yuan's lips as he declared his profound comfort, feeling every pore in his body relax in the soothing warmth of the bath. Perfect, Nana murmured, offering to continue the massage, prompting Shen Yuan to express surprise at her unexpected skill. Nana explained her online learning, confirming she had practiced twice on Xinyu, and assured Shen Yuan to let her know if the pressure wasn't just right. Her hands moved with practiced tenderness, continuing to massage Shen Yuan's chest with a soft, intimate touch. Shen Yuan groaned contentedly, playfully accusing Nana of learning bad things, to which she responded with a blush and a flirtatious confession that she learned them specifically for him. Shen Yuan, marveling, expressed his disbelief that she could have mastered such techniques so swiftly, even with practice, as she adoringly kissed his foot. She confessed to secretly watching videos for several nights to perfect her skills, and Shen Yuan responded with affectionate praise, telling Nana she was truly amazing in every way. With a soft smile, Shen Yuan extended a tender invitation for Nana to join him fully in the bath. The woman, a silhouette against the steam, gracefully lowered herself into the warm water beside him. A soft, contented moan escaped her lips, murmuring Shen Yuan's name as pleasure enveloped her. The insistent ringing of Shen Yuan's phone cut through the intimate atmosphere, prompting Nana to ask if something was wrong. Shen Yuan, unconcerned, dismissed the ringing phone, asserting that nothing, no matter how huge, could be more important than their shared intimacy in that moment. Blushing deeply, Nana gazed at Shen Yuan with an affection that spoke volumes of her heart. Half an hour later, Shen Yuan's phone displayed flirtatious messages from Su Xuewei, who claimed to miss him dearly and offered provocative photos as a reward. As he lay comfortably in bed with Manhwa, Shen Yuan sent a terse "scene" in reply, amused by Su Xuewei's increasingly mischievous approach. Manhwa scoffed at the brevity of his reply, while Su Xuewei, undeterred, challenged his feigned indifference, asking if such a mild offering truly wouldn't provoke a reaction from him. Su Xuewei upped her game, offering to send real delicacies, to which Shen Yuan eagerly responded with an immediate request. Su Xuewei, savoring the chase, internally schemed to string him along, before sending a playful refusal that left Shen Yuan hanging. Shen Yuan, calculating his next move, decided to keep Li Meng waiting longer, sending a dismissive text that they would not be meeting. Li Meng's disbelief quickly escalated to a heated confrontation, as she vehemently questioned his refusal, citing their past intimacy and his supposed grudge, while trying to leverage her prior affections. Shen Yuan's dismissive text about lining up ignited Li Meng's fury, provoking her to demand who else he could possibly be with that was better than her. Shen Yuan, already sharing his bed, effortlessly managed his burgeoning connections, his inner monologue noting with a wry smile how one woman had even preempted his own playful goodbye. His fingers flew across the screen, promising a future meeting for a workout, though a flicker of guilt crossed his mind as he remembered the last woman he'd inadvertently left waiting after a similar casual promise. Alone on the quiet street, her steps carried a silent echo of his name, a testament to how deeply Shen Yuan had already woven himself into her thoughts. A soft reply sent, she walked on, the autumn leaves crunching underfoot, each step carrying the weight of unspoken wishes. As she lay beside him, discussing his approaching birthday, a quiet uncertainty gnawed at her, a silent worry that she was but one of many vying for his precious time. He offered a whimsical trip, a gentle promise that brought a flush of delighted surprise to her face, momentarily chasing away her unspoken doubts. Leaning closer, he murmured how sweet she smelled, the unspoken invitation in his voice causing a soft blush to bloom across Nana's cheeks. His embrace held her gently, yet her breath hitched in a soft question, a tender acknowledgement of their recent, profound closeness. His kiss deepened, a fervent declaration that a single moment would never be enough, his yearning to lose himself in her presence a powerful, consuming tide. A hand gripped the sheets, the fabric crinkling under the silent pressure of overwhelming sensation. In a swirl of floating petals, a chorus of voices vied for his favor, each woman a vibrant, seductive fantasy, openly competing for the very first touch. Uniforms were offered, performances promised, and first times gently pleaded for, as the dreamscape filled with an intoxicating array of playful, knowing advances. A captivating figure knelt, a wink promising untold delights, as she offered him the ultimate choice of fantasy. Then, with a jolt, his eyes snapped open, the dream's intoxicating hold instantly broken. He sat up, head in his hands, wondering if such an outlandish dream life could ever truly exist, just as the woman beside him innocently inquired about his sleep-talking. A jolt of surprise ran through him. He quickly asked what careless words might have escaped his lips during sleep. She replied with a soft smile, admitting she only caught the indistinct murmur of several names, unknowingly heightening his anxiety. He stumbled over a quick, vague excuse about work, his mind racing with relief that it was Nana, and not someone like Teacher Li or Su Shuewei, who had been privy to his unguarded sleep. Shen Xian's cheerful call announced breakfast, beckoning everyone to the lavish spread she had prepared. The woman playfully chided Chen Xinyu for the extravagant meal, teasing her about favoritism, which Chen Xinyu quickly brushed off with practical concerns about waste. Xian Xian clung to Chen Xinyu, feigning indignation at having lost out. Her playful complaints met with Chen Xinyu's gentle, smiling admonition to stop fooling around. Sampling the meal, Shen Yuan praised his sister's cooking, a compliment he playfully extended by comparing it favorably to Nana's skills. Chen Xinyu's cheeks flushed as she accepted the food, thanking her brother-in-law for the compliment, the moment charged with a desire the narration explicitly hinted at. Observing Chen Xinyu's sudden blush at Shen Yuan's simple praise, the woman wondered at the lingering awkwardness between them, sensing a deeper, unaddressed tension. 15 minutes after breakfast, the woman confronted Chen Xinyu, sensing a persistent tension around Shen Yuan and questioning if she found him difficult to be with. Chen Xinyu quickly denied any difficulty, attributing her tension to a lack of adaptation, while the woman gently reassured her, emphasizing Shen Yuan's approachable nature and the permanence of her place in their home. Chen Xinyu breathed a silent sigh of relief, a soft blush rising as she realized her sister had merely misunderstood her awkwardness, completely missing the true, forbidden nature of her feelings for Shen Yuan. Her sister, unaware of the turmoil, offered well-meaning advice for Shen Yuan's upcoming birthday, suggesting a gift and more conversation to foster closeness. Despite her sister's unwitting encouragement to grow closer to Shen Yuan, Chen Xinyu found herself sinking deeper into a conflict of emotions, questioning the very appropriateness of her intensifying feelings. Meanwhile, Long Jinghan strolled casually down the vibrant street, a sweet lollipop her companion as she moved with an easy confidence. Her path brought her to a parked car, where an older man's gaze fixed on her with a sudden, noticeable surprise. The older man offered a ride with a familiar flirtation, only to be met by Long Jinghan's blunt, calculating question about the value of his car. His crude reply met her ears, and with a scoff of annoyance, Long Jinghan, despite calling him a pervert, unexpectedly agreed to his offer of a ride. His face contorted in anger as he lashed out, accusing her of naive, unrealistic expectations, particularly concerning luxury cars. With a sly turn, Long Jinghan casually dropped a bombshell. Her boyfriend not only drove a G-Wagon, but she dismissed its multi-million-dollar price tag as not expensive. Sliding into the passenger seat, Long Jinghan immediately chided Shen Yuan for not picking her up directly at the school gate, eager for a more public display of their connection. She insisted that true impact came from a grander display, lamenting the missed opportunity to showcase their relationship to a wider audience at the school gate. Shen Yuan playfully suggested she needed to complete earlier steps to get her way, a remark that earned him a mock accusation of bullying from Long Jinghan. He pushed further, teasing her with the idea of heading to a motel to complete those steps, a brazen suggestion that instantly flustered Long Jinghan. Long Jinghan quickly changed the subject, genuinely curious about their destination, to which Shen Yuan calmly replied they were heading to the bank for an important matter. Outside, she lingered for a moment, his name a quiet question on her lips as she fell into a thoughtful silence. Her hand clutched at her dress, a silent question echoing in her mind, was she truly so insignificant, and why did it seem Xiao Lei received preferential treatment over her? With a soft, drawn-out sigh of concession, Long Jinghan slowly unzipped her hoodie, her eyes holding a seductive promise of surrender. Shen Yuan gently took her hand, pulling it away as he declared that the flirtatious benefits would end there, reminding her to focus as they drove to the bank. A knowing smirk played on his lips as Shen Yuan internally acknowledged Long Jinghan's attempts to seize control, but his resolve hardened, he wouldn't so easily follow her script. Long Jinghan probed about their bank visit, and Shen Yuan's calm reply, that he was opening a private account, spoke volumes. Her disbelief about the private account quickly turned to a direct challenge about his wealth, to which he casually claimed a fortune comparable to a major tech CEO. Long Jinghan, far from being impressed, scoffed at his outrageous claim, flatly refusing to believe such an obvious lie. He challenged her directly, asking if his wealth dictated her interest, and her soft, almost imperceptible agreement hung heavy in the car, revealing a truth she couldn't quite deny. The tension in the car was palpable as Xiao Lei's voice, sharp with frustration, accused Shen Yuan of taking advantage of her yet again, the words landing with a stinging clarity. Whispers followed Shen Yuan and Xiao Lei through the opulent bank lobby, other customers openly marveling at his evident wealth and the aura of power he exuded, a stark contrast to their own mundane waits. In the luxurious bank lounge, Counselor Li Xiao meticulously detailed the vast, exclusive benefits of private banking, making it clear Shen Yuan's immense wealth afforded him a level of service far beyond the ordinary. The very act of opening an account, it seemed, bestowed a social status and privileges unfathomable to most, prompting onlookers to question just how truly rich Shen Yuan must be for such fawning treatment. Shen Yuan, with an effortless calm, dismissed further questions from Counselor Li Xiao, his only request a specific birthday sequence for his new card, which she promptly agreed to process. Half an hour later, Counselor Li Xiao beamed, congratulating Shen Yuan on his distinguished new status and reiterating the bank's commitment to supporting his family's prosperity, even hinting at exclusive wealth management products. Shen Yuan politely declined the wealth management offers, promising future deposits, prompting Counselor Li Xiao to defer, respecting his presumed date and presenting him with thoughtful gifts. Xiao Lei's smile was genuine as she gratefully accepted the elegant gift bag, a small token of the bank's generosity. With a confident stride, Shen Yuan exited the bank, Xiao Lei by his side, as Counselor Li Xiao and her staff offered their polite farewells, a testament to his newfound financial influence. Outside, the bank staff, their voices hushed, could only marvel at Shen Yuan's astonishing wealth for a man of 21, speculating that his fixed assets and businesses must be even more impressive than his substantial deposits. The bank staff blushed, admitting they might have fallen for a rich filter, sighing at their own missed opportunities, wishing they had been prettier to catch his eye. Inside the car, Xiao Lei's reflection in the window betrayed a thoughtful gaze as she mused on Shen Yuan's effortless acquisition of unbelievable treatment, all without spending a single cent. Her curiosity piqued, Xiao Lei asked who Shen Yuan was meeting next, only to be met with his nonchalant reply that she wouldn't know the person. Pressing further, Xiao Lei probed about the nature of his next meeting, wondering if it was a fleeting errand, but Shen Yuan's calm pronouncement, that the other woman would stay with him all day and night, shattered her assumptions. A bold question formed on Xiao Lei's lips, suggesting an intimate night, which Shen Yuan countered with a rhetorical query, challenging her perception of being with him as a loss. Xiao Lei's reflection in the mirror showed a woman deep in thought, believing that making a man work for affection increased his value for it, all while she strategically assessed her standing among Shen Yuan's many female acquaintances. Inside the opulent restaurant, Xiao Lei's surprise was evident as she eagerly captured the exquisite dishes with her phone, having only seen such luxury on social media before. Shen Yuan effortlessly described the luxurious menu, ensuring Xiao Lei would be comfortable with their high-end choices, even having a more familiar dish on standby. As she inquired about their plans post-meal, Xiao Lei's hopes were subtly dashed by Shen Yuan's casual declaration that they would each return to their own homes. Her surprise quickly turned to disappointment as Shen Yuan clarified that the day was far from entirely hers, citing other appointments scheduled for the afternoon and evening. Xiao Lei pushed for details on his other plans, again met with a dismissive, "You don't know," then futilely sought a full day with him, only to be offered a mere half-day or an overnight stay. As Xiao Lei presented Shen Yuan with images of women in various alluring outfits, Shen Yuan's inner monologue registered confusion, wondering at her unexpected behavior. A message exchange ensued as Shen Yuan, wondering if something had stimulated Su Xuewei, inquired about her sudden display of outfits, only for her to playfully dismiss it as merely seeking his preferences. With a simple, "Today works," Shen Yuan accepted Su Xuewei's playful invitation, as a picture of her in a bikini appeared on his phone, seemingly a shy but clear proposition. Xiao Lei's frustration mounted as she confronted Shen Yuan about his constant phone use during their meal, her request for conversation met with his indifferent, "Talk about what?" When Xiao Lei suggested normal chatting, Shen Yuan dismissed her, asserting that true conversation should flow naturally, not be forced. Annoyance etched on her face, Xiao Lei silently fumed, convinced Shen Yuan was simply making excuses to avoid talking to her, feeling her appetite had vanished with his indifference. Shen Yuan, sensing the shift, decisively announced their departure, signaling for the waiter to bring the bill. The server presented the bill, and Shen Yuan prepared to pay, the total of 2,492 yuan confirming the luxurious dining experience. With a knowing glance, Shen Yuan assured Xiao Lei he had kept his promise, prompting a surprised acknowledgement from her. 30 minutes later, the scene had shifted. Xiao Lei, still in the car, questioned if Shen Yuan was truly just dropping her off at school, to which he reaffirmed his other pressing engagements. A sense of reluctant finality hung in the air as Xiao Lei stepped out of the luxurious SUV. Xiao Lei's eyes widened in sudden surprise as she peered from the car door. Long Jinghan stood waiting, an image of composed anticipation. Xiao Lei's shock was palpable as her eyes landed on Long Jinghan. The car door clicked shut, a final, deliberate sound. A wave of indignation washed over Xiao Lei as she confronted Shen Yuan, demanding an explanation for the unfolding situation, her gaze fixed on Long Jinghan now settled in the passenger seat. Shen Yuan, unperturbed, simply instructed Long Jinghan to buckle up, a request she met with a soft, blushing agreement. Xiao Lei stood stunned, reeling from the abrupt transition, questioning how Shen Yuan could so seamlessly replace her with another girl, only for him to casually reaffirm his serious business. Fury surged through Xiao Lei, interpreting his serious business as an insult, a clear reference to other women, but she reined herself in, knowing she couldn't show her hand just yet. Her voice tight with barely suppressed anger, Xiao Lei confronted Shen Yuan and Long Jinghan, demanding to know their intentions, only for Shen Yuan to offer a provocatively obvious reply. Xiao Lei's frustration burned as she silently accused Shen Yuan of being utterly impatient, unable to wait even until she was safely inside the school gates. Shen Yuan, with an unsettling calm, checked if Xiao Lei had anything further to say before he departed. Xiao Lei's furious shout pierced the air, demanding Shen Yuan wait, prompting him to ask, with a hint of exasperation, what she wanted now. Declaring her intention to join them, Xiao Lei was met with Shen Yuan's firm dismissal, his serious business, once again his impenetrable shield, which she stubbornly refused to accept. As Xiao Lei stubbornly refused to leave, Shen Yuan silently acknowledged the awkward scene at the school gate, then, with a pointed glance at Long Jinghan, asked if she minded, igniting a fresh wave of furious humiliation in Xiao Lei. Long Jinghan, with a practiced smile, outwardly declared she was fine, though her internal monologue revealed a deep-seated resentment and a strategic effort to maintain her composure for Shen Yuan's sake. Shen Yuan, deciding on a shopping excursion, calmly drove off, secretly plotting to have Xiao Lei sent back to school later, unaffected by her presence. Their next destination was Ntran Mall. On the escalator, Long Jinghan's voice held a touch of shyness as she asked Shen Yuan if she could hold his arm. Shen Yuan agreed with a gentle smile, his thoughts turning to Long Jinghan's perceived timidity, which only strengthened his resolve to take extra care of her. A soft blush bloomed on Long Jinghan's cheeks as her fingers intertwined with Shen Yuan's arm, a small, tender gesture. From behind, Xiao Lei's thoughts bristled with annoyance, dismissing Long Jinghan's request as fake sweet and realizing with a bitter sting that she was nothing more than an unwanted third wheel. Xiao Lei's voice, sharp with indignation, demanded to know what they were doing and declared her own intention to hold Shen Yuan's arm. Long Jinghan instinctively recoiled, her hand releasing Shen Yuan's arm, her inner voice questioning if Shen Yuan truly favored Xiao Lei more. With a reassuring smile, Shen Yuan gently pulled Long Jinghan's hand back to his arm, encouraging her to hold him tighter, which made her blush. Xiao Lei, surprised, challenged Shen Yuan about his refusal to let her hold him tighter, to which he retorted by questioning her desired level of intimacy. Shen Yuan, a slight blush on his cheeks, discreetly advised Xiao Lei to maintain a lower profile, mindful of the bustling mall and the need to preserve appearances. Defiant, Xiao Lei insisted on holding him tighter, which prompted Shen Yuan to issue a clear warning that her persistence would lead to him denying her touch altogether. Onlookers, bewildered, openly questioned whether they were witnessing a drama being filmed, speculating on Shen Yuan's wealth and how he effortlessly commanded the attention of beautiful women. One man, in disbelief, wondered aloud how the two women could agree to such an arrangement, questioning if his eyes were deceiving him with the sight of a real-life three-person setup. A strange satisfaction swelled within Shen Yuan as he registered the jealous, envious stares that followed them, noting with particular interest Xiao Lei's unspoken challenge in competing for his attention. As they stepped into the luxurious boutique, a familiar voice greeted Shen Yuan with an almost reverent welcome. Shen Yuan smiled slyly, correcting himself from girlfriends to the friends, as if merely clarifying their casual shopping trip. Counselor Li Xiao observed the scene with a knowing cynicism, wondering if Shen Yuan had simply given up the pretense of managing his complex romantic life, now bringing two companions at once. With a gentle encouragement, Shen Yuan urged Long Jinghan to choose anything she desired, and her soft was a shy acceptance. Xiao Lei then pointedly admired the store's expensive bags and jewelry, her words a clear hint that Long Jinghan immediately recognized as a challenge for Shen Yuan's generosity. But the comparison stung Long Jinghan's heart, leaving her feeling deeply undervalued and wondering if she was worth so much less in Shen Yuan's eyes. 10 minutes later, the shopping continued. Counselor Li Xiao's gloved hands carefully placed a pair of elegant high-heeled shoes into a box. Shen Yuan pressed Long Jinghan to buy more, surprised by her modesty, but she insisted she had enough, having received so much from him already. He refused her politeness, insisting she must spend at least 100,000, his mind preoccupied with the system's meager cashback on her current small purchase. Long Jinghan's cheeks flushed crimson as she quietly acquiesced to his persistent demand. An observing man couldn't help but admire Shen Yuan's lavish spending, his bold declaration of, at least 100,000 echoing with undeniable masculinity. Meanwhile, Xiao Lei seethed with bitter injustice, the vast disparity in their gifts a painful blow to her pride. After another 20 minutes, Long Jinghan gently suggested that they had acquired quite enough. Shen Yuan readily agreed, bringing their shopping spree to a contented close. Then, Shen Yuan turned to Xiao Lei, his unexpected invitation for her to pick something for herself eliciting a surprised gasp. Xiao Lei's face brightened with disbelief, her hopeful, really, met with Shen Yuan's simple assurance to go ahead. As Qiao Lei eagerly went to choose an item, Shen Yuan silently considered his strategy, viewing this as a chance to use Long Jinghan to keep Qiao Lei's stubborn streak in check. 15 minutes later, laden with numerous shopping bags, they made their way through the brightly lit parking garage. Shen Yuan reviewed his mental ledger, noting the substantial gain from Long Jinghan's purchases, yet observing Qiao Lei's continued lack of emotional response to his spending. Long Jinghan inquired about their next destination, and Shen Yuan confirmed he would take her back to the international dorms. Qiao Lei's surprise quickly turned to a question about his and Long Jinghan's plans, to which Shen Yuan nonchalantly replied they were, obviously, heading to a hotel, causing Long Jinghan to blush. A hesitant silence fell before Qiao Lei, blushing deeply, bravely suggested she might join them. Shen Yuan's response was swift and dismissive, telling her there was no reason for her to join and instructing her to return to school. But Qiao Lei clung to his arm, pleading for permission to merely hitch a ride, prompting Shen Yuan to sigh in exasperation and reluctantly concede to her persistent request. Upon arrival at the Radisson Hotel, Qiao Lei recognized the place, questioning if it was the same suite from before, but Shen Yuan impatiently brushed her off. Qiao Lei immediately regretted her earlier agreement, challenging Shen Yuan's dismissal, only for him to remind her of her own words before they entered the car. Her hope flickered one last time as she asked if she truly couldn't go upstairs, but Shen Yuan bluntly labeled her an unwanted third wheel. Qiao Lei's initial desire to disrupt their plans now felt complicated, as she grappled with the uncomfortable reality of potentially joining them in an awkward three-person arrangement. Shen Yuan, however, offered a compromise, proposing to book her a separate suite and promising dinner together, which instantly transformed Qiao Lei's distress into childish delight. Inside the elevator, Qiao Lei abruptly turned to Long Jinghan, directly asking for her name and receiving a polite introduction. After Qiao Lei introduced herself, Long Jinghan surprisingly revealed she already knew her from school, famous for her captivating cosplay. Qiao Lei, with an animated confidence, proudly declared that her special skills were undoubtedly why Shen Yuan had chosen her for his startup base. Long Jinghan, however, offered a subtly smug retort, suggesting Qiao Lei's appeal was merely superficial and hinting at her own prior, significant connection to Shen Yuan's startup, immediately infuriating Qiao Lei. Shen Yuan watched their escalating drama, his thoughts coldly observing their true personalities emerging from behind their earlier, more demure facades. His exasperation grew as he lamented the inevitable drama that bloomed between women, concluding with a sigh that his dream of a harmonious harem was utterly impossible. Excusing himself with a phone call, Shen Yuan instructed Long Jinghan and Qiao Lei to go ahead into the suite. He answered the call from Hui Hui, who, feeling lonely, subtly asked for his company, but Shen Yuan declined, leading her to reveal her plan to stay in a Radisson suite alone. Shen Yuan's surprise was evident when Hui Hui confirmed she was indeed heading to the Radisson and was almost there. A wave of panic washed over Shen Yuan as the realization struck him. He had multiple women converging on the same hotel, and he knew tonight was destined for chaos. Thinking at lightning speed, Shen Yuan quickly instructed Hui Hui to wait for him in the suite, promising to handle things before joining her. When she asked about a surprise, Shen Yuan artfully deflected, promising to tell her later and give her advance notice. Inside, Qiao Lei, ever curious, asked Long Jinghan if she knew who Shen Yuan was speaking with, but Long Jinghan genuinely had no idea. Qiao Lei then lobbed a shockingly direct question, asking Long Jinghan if she had been intimate with Shen Yuan many times, rendering Long Jinghan speechless and deeply flustered. Qiao Lei quickly clarified, her frustration evident, explaining she only wanted to understand the stark difference in Shen Yuan's treatment of them both. Long Jinghan's response was a knowing, slightly smug hint that Qiao Lei had yet to see the true extent of Shen Yuan's romantic entanglements with another woman. Qiao Lei, demanding to know more about this mysterious other girl, was met with Long Jinghan's dismissive query about the usefulness of such knowledge. Undeterred, Qiao Lei dramatically proposed a united front, invoking the strategic alliances of palace empresses to overcome this even stronger rival, leaving Long Jinghan utterly stunned. Long Jinghan wrestled with the realization that despite her seemingly high position, she was just as low on Shen Yuan's affections as Qiao Lei, and if even the lesser women received such bounty, the main girl must be truly favored. Qiao Lei, ever strategic, concluded that access to Shen Yuan's inner circle was merely an entry ticket. True influence demanded far greater effort and commitment. Long Jinghan's curiosity sharpened, wondering aloud about the curiously stuffed bag Qiao Lei carried. A gasp caught in Long Jinghan's throat as Qiao Lei revealed the bag's contents, painting her cheeks a fiery red. Qiao Lei was overcome with a massive shock, realizing the scandalous nature of her hidden camisoles and bunny ears, outfits that made her usual wardrobe seem childish in comparison. In a flash of fantasy, Long Jinghan envisioned herself wrapped intimately in Shen Yuan's arms, her red dress a vibrant promise. Qiao Lei's playful inquiry about Long Jinghan's methods of pleasing Shen Yuan was met with a flustered demand to keep her hands off Long Jinghan's personal items. Xiao Lei mused aloud about Shen Yuan's supposed pickiness, wondering if he truly required 3 outfits to choose from, to which Long Jinghan cryptically responded that she would understand later. A flicker of genuine concern crossed Xiao Lei's face as she privately pondered if Shen Yuan's body could truly endure such daily exertions. Shen Yuan's suggestive words promised future revelations, yet Long Jinghan's thoughts spun with doubt, wondering if she, despite her willingness, could truly keep pace with his desires. Xiao Lei's voice laced with frustration, reminding Long Jinghan of their supposed camaraderie and questioning her loyalty. Shen Yuan walked in, his arms crossed, an annoyed edge to his voice as he questioned how the 2 women had become so close in such a short time. Long Jinghan playfully leaned into Shen Yuan, defending their newfound sisterhood with a reference to imperial concubines, while Shen Yuan firmly pushed Xiao Lei away. Xiao Lei observed that Shen Yuan lived better than an emperor, while Long Jinghan, with a suggestive wink, asked if they should retreat to the room. Shen Yuan, with a casual gesture, asked for a massage first and Xiao Lei, understanding the unspoken dismissal, quietly agreed. As Xiao Lei announced her departure for the restroom, Long Jinghan swiftly seized the opportunity to inquire about the startup base's recent progress. Long Jinghan, her smile gentle as she massaged his shoulders, confirmed the smooth progress and funded transfers for the startup, which Shen Yuan approved as long as their efforts remained serious. Long Jinghan's cheeks flushed as she nervously reminded Shen Yuan that Xiao Lei was, in fact, still present. Shen Yuan's smile held a subtle challenge as he asked if she minded, prompting Long Jinghan to swiftly analyze the 2 possible implications of his question. Her blush deepened as Long Jinghan continued to wrestle with the idea of being with Xiao Lei, knowing deep down that refusing Shen Yuan was not an option. Long Jinghan's imagination painted a vivid, intensely embarrassing picture of both women intimately embracing Shen Yuan, a scenario she found almost unbearable. Shen Yuan softly reassured her that he would never force anyone, his words immediately followed by a passionate, lingering kiss. Xiao Lei, now dressed, ventured a suggestion for dinner, her words hanging expectantly in the air. 3 minutes later, the couple remained locked in a passionate embrace, utterly oblivious to Xiao Lei's escalating protests about their impatience and her own visible presence. Xiao Lei seethed with a stubborn resolve, believing that since they were all equally low on Shen Yuan's priority list, she had no reason to retreat. Shen Yuan, annoyance clear in his voice, questioned why Xiao Lei remained despite having her own room, only to be met with her defiant declaration that the view was better right where she was sitting. Shen Yuan's mind clicked into a final strategy, feeling satisfied that his fish had bitten, and with a decisive tone, he instructed Xiao Lei to stop getting in the way and take the other room. A wave of shock washed over Xiao Lei, her expression a mix of surprise and a burgeoning pout, at the suggestion she was in the way. A hand shot out, firmly covering Shen Yuan's face. Then, without another word, Xiao Lei pressed her lips to Shen Yuan's, a bold, unexpected claim. Long Jinghan could only watch, a blush creeping up her neck, utterly stunned by Xiao Lei's audacious move. 2 minutes later, still locked in the embrace, Xiao Lei boldly declared her continued presence was not in the way, asserting that since they were all equally ranked in Shen Yuan's affections, she had every right to show her devotion. Shen Yuan, a knowing smile playing on his lips, commented that, not being in the way, required a certain level of commitment, as he gently pulled Xiao Lei slightly away. Long Jinghan, covering her mouth in shock, reeled from the sudden intimacy, questioning how a simple kiss could lead to such a predicament and what it meant for her own relationship with Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan's triumphant smile widened as he pulled both blushing women into a shared embrace. Inside her mind, a chibi Long Jinghan stubbornly shook her head, firmly refusing the idea of a threesome, even if being alone with Shen Yuan was perfectly acceptable. Long Jinghan physically recoiled, her gaze averting as she processed the intimate scene before her, pondering if Xiao Lei's lowered bottom line meant she, too, had to compromise her own. A contented look settled on Shen Yuan's face as he registered Xiao Lei's continued, intimate presence. Shen Yuan's voice was firm as he instructed Long Jinghan to go wait in the inner room. As Shen Yuan carried Xiao Lei away, Long Jinghan's blush deepened, and she quietly confessed her reluctance to stay behind alone. Shen Yuan playfully suggested they go to the bedroom instead, and Xiao Lei, blushing fiercely, quickly denied that was her intention. Shen Yuan pressed further, but Xiao Lei, covering her blushing face, could only stammer, unable to articulate her feelings. Shen Yuan, with a calculating finger to his lips, mused on the rare opportunity of having 3 people in one suite, recognizing the necessity of normalizing the situation for easier future encounters. With a serious gaze, Shen Yuan instructed Xiao Lei to go wait outside. Shen Yuan decisively carried Xiao Lei through a doorway, leaving Long Jinghan to watch them go. Standing alone, a flush still on her cheeks, Long Jinghan longed for Shen Yuan to be gentle, recalling Xiao Lei's earlier insistence on tagging along and asserting that she, personally, should be the heroine of this story. Long Jinghan's face burned with a deep, consuming blush, her eyes wide with a potent mix of anticipation and excitement. With a decisive mental shift, Long Jinghan let her clothes fall to the floor, determined not to be outdone or feel shy after Qiao Lei's earlier boldness. Her bare shoulders gleaming in the soft light, Long Jinghan looked up, a blush still high on her cheeks, and asked Shen Yuan if it was her turn now. Shen Yuan's surprise was palpable, a testament to Long Jinghan finally crossing an emotional boundary she had once fiercely guarded. As Qiao Lei expressed her concern, Shen Yuan offered a quiet reassurance, the intimate space of the dimly lit bedroom holding the secrets of their shared morning. A soft smile touched Shen Yuan's lips as he made an open-ended offer, knowing the delicate balance of desires she might harbor. With a blush that betrayed her vulnerability, Qiao Lei leaned in, her request a tender plea for more of his time. Shen Yuan's surprise was evident, he had expected a material request, but Qiao Lei reminded him that his lavish generosity had already far surpassed her needs. He mused internally that tangible desires were often simpler to fulfill, contemplating how two women at once could significantly boost his efficiency. While he kissed Long Jinghan, his thoughts drifted to Qiao Lei, reflecting on how much she had pushed her own boundaries earlier that day. With a gentle smile, Shen Yuan conceded to Qiao Lei's request for more time, though he subtly set a boundary, ensuring it wouldn't become too frequent. Qiao Lei found contentment in his small agreement, simply closing her eyes in satisfaction as Shen Yuan affirmed their new understanding. A soft, tender kiss brushed Shen Yuan's cheek, a quiet testament to Qiao Lei's growing affection. Shen Yuan reflected on the varying emotional investments required for different women, recognizing that while a simple gesture moved Qiao Lei, others demanded more profound efforts. Long Jinghan lay amidst the covers, a blush still high on her cheeks, as Shen Yuan considered the surreal, unexpected turns their intimate day had taken. Shen Yuan's concern was met with a defensive, almost sharp denial from Long Jinghan, her discomfort evident beneath the sheets. He pressed further, directly asking if she was angry, only to be met with another emphatic denial from under the covers. Long Jinghan playfully told him to stop, but Shen Yuan teased her, pointing out her earlier pretense and feigned indifference. Her voice laced with resignation, Long Jinghan questioned what she could possibly do even if she were angry, prompting Shen Yuan to offer a comforting meal. Long Jinghan playfully feigned an inability to walk, and Shen Yuan quickly adapted, offering to have their meal delivered directly to the room. Her cheeks flushed, Long Jinghan accepted his offer, but added a playful, undeniable demand for him to carry her. With a warm smile, Shen Yuan embraced her request, lifting Long Jinghan into his arms as a shared intimacy settled between them. 20 minutes later, the quiet aftermath enveloped Qiao Lei as she privately dried herself in the luxurious bathroom. A subtle tension lingered in the hotel room as Qiao Lei stood apart, while Shen Yuan and Long Jinghan quietly occupied the sofa. A palpable, comical awkwardness settled over the scene, thick enough to be sliced, as Shen Yuan calmly continued eating. As he ate, Shen Yuan calmly pondered the future, believing these shared, complex arrangements would eventually become a normalized rhythm for them all. Long Jinghan nervously attempted to retreat to her own room, but Shen Yuan, with a knowing look, encouraged her to embrace their new, sisterly, bond and eat together. A flush of acute embarrassment painted Long Jinghan's face, the situation was undeniably, profoundly awkward. Shen Yuan, with a calculated calm, directly challenged her discomfort, forcing Long Jinghan to confront her true feelings. Qiao Lei outwardly denied any awkwardness, though internally she wrestled with her own intense discomfort, determined not to displease Shen Yuan. Still caught in the stifling atmosphere, Qiao Lei tentatively sought an escape, hoping to take her meal and leave. Shen Yuan's casual agreement caught Qiao Lei off guard, leaving her to wonder why he was letting her go so easily. It wasn't like him. A surge of anxiety washed over Qiao Lei as she worried his cold tone and lack of a ride home meant she had somehow angered him. A tender, comforting touch settled over Long Jinghan's head, a silent reassurance from Shen Yuan. With a charming smile, Shen Yuan subtly disarmed her, gently reminding Long Jinghan of her fragile state and appealing to her deeper desire to remain by his side. Under his tender caress and persuasive words, Long Jinghan blushed deeply, her resolve melting into a shy agreement. A pang of envy struck Qiao Lei as she observed Shen Yuan's tender gesture, longing for such a gentle tone and touch, a stark contrast to how he usually treated her. In a surprisingly intimate gesture, Shen Yuan's hands moved to caress both Long Jinghan and Qiao Lei, sharing his affection between them. Both women, lost in the dreamy contentment of his touch, wished the moment could last forever. The quiet intimacy was briefly interrupted as hotel staff arrived with requested clothes, a polite exchange masking the activities within. The staff member bowed respectfully, offering further assistance before discreetly withdrawing down the hall. Shen Yuan returned to the room, where the two women quietly awaited his presence. As he walked away, the hotel staff member marveled at Shen Yuan's audacious lifestyle, internally questioning how he managed 3 such stunning women, and if his body could truly keep up. Shen Yuan casually inquired about Qiao Lei, learning from Long Jinghan that she was showering. Shen Yuan announced his departure to handle an undisclosed matter, instructing Qiao Lei to relay the message to Long Jinghan. He gathered some clothes, the simple act of dressing a preamble to his unknown destination. Xiao Lei simply nodded, a flush rising on her cheeks in silent acknowledgement. Emerging from the shower, Long Jinghan paused, a look of surprise crossing her face as she realized Shen Yuan was gone. Long Jinghan pressed Xiao Lei for details about Shen Yuan's sudden departure and expected return, but Xiao Lei could offer little information. Xiao Lei, with a hint of resignation, speculated that since he had taken clothes, he was likely off to handle that kind of thing, a euphemism for matters of the heart. Long Jinghan questioned Xiao Lei's lack of inquiry, only for Xiao Lei to defensively assert that it was not her place to ask such things. Long Jinghan, with a surprising directness, urged Xiao Lei to find more backbone, suggesting she needed to temper her expectations of their standing with Shen Yuan. Xiao Lei's painful admission of their perceived insignificance was met with Long Jinghan's challenging question, exposing a raw, shared ambition for a more profound place in Shen Yuan's affections. Long Jinghan, content in her current role, reflected on her past desires, finding peace in the status quo of her relationship with Shen Yuan, a sentiment that subtly challenged any lingering ambition in Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei's confidence wavered at Long Jinghan's words, but a sudden, flustered realization pulled her attention to the surprising intimacy of having her hair blow-dried. Long Jinghan simply stated her intention was to meet Shen Yuan's unspoken expectations, revealing a quiet devotion that left Xiao Lei surprised. In a burst of exasperated energy, Xiao Lei lamented Long Jinghan's hopeless devotion, while the latter offered only a silent, distressed sigh. Xiao Lei's attention shifted to the revealing lingerie on the floor, a growing suspicion clouding her mind as she noted the missing third piece. Frustration boiled over as Xiao Lei's anger ignited, questioning Shen Yuan's integrity and his broken promise to spend the night with them. Despite Xiao Lei's simmering rage, Long Jinghan's voice remained a placid reassurance, simply stating that Shen Yuan would eventually return. Xiao Lei's fury intensified, her voice sharp with accusation as she pointed out the profound insult of Shen Yuan using Long Jinghan's own purchases to see another. Long Jinghan's calm dismissal only fueled Xiao Lei's exasperation, leading her to cry out in dismay at how deeply Shen Yuan's influence had altered her friend. With a surge of defiant determination, Xiao Lei hatched a plan to exact a playful revenge, challenging Shen Yuan's stamina with her bold proposal. Long Jinghan, her cheeks flushing with a nervous blush, hesitantly agreed to the audacious plan, then shyly offered to take the lead, hinting at Shen Yuan's formidable stamina. The sheer, unadulterated blush that spread across Xiao Lei's face rendered her utterly speechless, a profound reaction to the intimacy of the suggestion. In a moment of tender reunion, Shen Yuan embraced Hui Hui, their soft words a shared confession of how deeply they had missed each other. Hui Hui's anticipation bubbled over, her question about a surprise met with Shen Yuan's playful smile, inviting her to discover the hidden delight herself. A blush spread across Hui Hui's cheeks as she pulled the delicate lingerie from the bag, her voice laced with surprised amusement at Shen Yuan's choice of gift. Their playful banter quickly turned to teasing, as Shen Yuan feigned concern over her liking the gift, and Hui Hui playfully accused him of self-interest. With a warm smile, Shen Yuan gently held Hui Hui, urging her to embrace his playful surprise by changing into the intimate garment. Hui Hui feigned a pout of annoyance, though her actions betrayed a delightful compliance as she walked away with the awaited surprise. 2 minutes later, Hui Hui emerged, her blushing question hinting at the confidence she now exuded in her revealing attire. Shen Yuan's eyes widened in a flush of surprise, a profound reaction to Hui Hui's captivating transformation. As Shen Yuan embraced Hui Hui from behind, a tender kiss on her neck elicited a soft plea for gentleness, a clear sign of the passion igniting between them. Shen Yuan leaned in close, his whispered suggestion to call him "Daddy," a provocative play to deepen the intimacy of their moment. Shen Yuan pulled Hui Hui closer, his smirk a playful challenge as he promised an even greater surprise should she comply with his suggestive request. With a profound blush and averted gaze, Hui Hui shyly uttered the requested name, her voice a hesitant, intimate whisper. Having succumbed to his playful request, Hui Hui turned, her blush deepening as she eagerly inquired about the promised surprise. Shen Yuan's smirk widened as he revealed his surprise was not a tangible gift, but rather an intimate experience of achieving small goals. Hui Hui playfully challenged Shen Yuan's honesty, her coy teasing pushing the boundaries of their intimacy with a provocative question about his naughtiness. Shen Yuan's gaze sharpened, a menacingly playful smirk gracing his lips as he warned Hui Hui that her bold teasing ventured into dangerous territory. Hui Hui's inner monologue swelled with confident pride, ranking her own bedroom prowess as unmatched, particularly her talent for teasing and dance. 2 hours later, time had passed, leaving behind a profound stillness. Shen Yuan, now dressed, turned to Hui Hui, his playful inquiry hinting at the depths of their shared intimate experience. Hui Hui, blushing and utterly content, offered a soft, heartfelt compliment, confirming her profound satisfaction. Shen Yuan's fingers gently brushed Hui Hui's cheek, his smirk inviting her to reaffirm the intimate name he desired. Hui Hui, her blush deepening, offered her coy, satisfied declaration, affirming his playful dominance. Shen Yuan, embracing Hui Hui, spoke of obligations, yet softened his departure with a promise to share breakfast in the morning. Hui Hui clung to Shen Yuan, her voice a surprised lament as she expressed her reluctance to see him go. Shen Yuan's reassuring embrace sought to comfort Hui Hui, explaining his necessary departure for a social engagement, promising his return by morning. Hui Hui, her concern evident, urged Shen Yuan to drink less at his social gathering, a tender caution born of affection. Shen Yuan offered a smirking, yet reassuring, promise that he would keep his indulgence in moderation. Having spent enough time away, Shen Yuan decisively resolved to return to the hotel room and rejoin Long Jinghan and Xiao Lei. Shen Yuan emerged from the restroom, a hint of annoyance in his voice as he commented on the surprising closeness the two women had developed in his absence. Shen Yuan sat composed, his attention focused on replying to messages on his phone, a momentary pause in the unfolding drama. A subtle change in Shen Yuan's gaze indicated a sudden, focused observation, a moment of dawning realization. Mustering immense courage, Xiao Lei, blushing deeply, bravely extended an intimate invitation to Shen Yuan, urging him to indulge in their desires without restraint. Internally, Shen Yuan mused on Xiao Lei's surprising shyness, yet found her bashful expression and coy movements incredibly captivating. Xiao Lei stood, her blush a testament to the vulnerability of her shy posture, clad in a bunny girl outfit beside Long Jinghan. Shen Yuan internally questioned the sudden, bold transformation of the two women, especially Xiao Lei, before deciding to accept their provocative resolve by beginning to unbutton his shirt. Xiao Lei's face flushed with panicked regret as she peeked from behind the closet door, her sudden boldness quickly replaced by a desperate wish to retract her invitation. Shen Yuan, curious, looked to Long Jinghan for an explanation, who, with a blush, admitted they had planned this together, though Xiao Lei seemed to have been momentarily overwhelmed. Shen Yuan, his smirk mischievous, declared their battle outfits meant there could be no desertion, then instructed Long Jinghan to persuade Xiao Lei. Long Jinghan blushed, internally grappling with the unusual task of persuasion, comparing the delicate situation to convincing a revered courtesan to engage beyond her usual terms. Shen Yuan offered a teasing pat and confident encouragement, asserting that Long Jinghan, as a woman, possessed the unique understanding to unravel Xiao Lei's hesitations. With a blush that betrayed her resolve, Long Jinghan agreed to step into the intimacy they had planned. Shen Yuan mused on the delicate balance of emotions and strategy, understanding that Xiao Lei's favorability hadn't yet reached a point where such a bold request wouldn't cause embarrassment. Long Jingyan's concern cut through the tension as she questioned Xiao Lei's sudden bashfulness. A hint of understanding mingled with Long Jingyan's query, as she probed the depths of Xiao Lei's unexpected hesitation. The intimacy of the outfit overwhelmed Xiao Lei, who confessed her discomfort with its revealing cut, especially the collar. Long Jingyan's skepticism was met with Xiao Lei's distress, as she passionately defended the modesty of her usual cosplay against the audacious reveal of the current attire. Xiao Lei's voice trembled with vulnerable distress as she admitted that the shared nature of their planned actions amplified her concerns. Long Jingyan's firm tone challenged Xiao Lei's wavering resolve, accusing her of backing out of a plan designed to secure a more important place in Shen Yuan's heart, but Xiao Lei confessed her fear of sacrificing all dignity. Long Jinghan, with persuasive intensity, challenged Xiao Lei's notion of dignity, suggesting that everyone sought closeness with Shen Yuan, and their plan was merely a wilder form of play, not a sacrifice. A sense of finality settled over them as Long Jinghan offered to take Xiao Lei's place, an offer Xiao Lei gratefully accepted, relinquishing her role. 5 minutes later, a nervous and vulnerable Xiao Lei, now wrapped in a bathrobe, called out Shen Yuan's name with hesitant expectation. Shen Yuan's dismissive calm conveyed his disinterest, revealing that Long Jinghan had already informed him and instructing Xiao Lei to return to her room. Xiao Lei's heart sank with introspective sadness, realizing Shen Yuan's indifference had stripped her of all power, leaving her to question her worth in his eyes. Her usual social media confidence crumbled under Shen Yuan's unpredictable nature, leaving Xiao Lei with a profound sense of self-doubt and inferiority. A wave of unprecedented frustration washed over Xiao Lei as she replayed Shen Yuan's coldness in her mind. Shen Yuan's concern softened the somber air as he approached Xiao Lei, asking about her tears, to which she could only offer an evasive denial. With gentle reassurance, Shen Yuan explained his reluctance to force her, promising another chance and playfully teasing her, stating he couldn't bear to see her cry and comparing her to a messy cat. A flush of surprise colored Xiao Lei's tear-streaked face as she playfully retorted to Shen Yuan's teasing. Shen Yuan's smile held a teasing warmth as he encouraged Xiao Lei to see her own appearance. His tender compliment about her appearance prompted Xiao Lei to ask, with vulnerable hope, if she was truly pretty. Shen Yuan's unwavering affirmation of her beauty only deepened Xiao Lei's questioning gaze, demanding to know why he had treated her so coldly then. With a reassuring embrace, Shen Yuan soothed her fears, claiming her sensitivity obscured his constant care, a revelation Xiao Lei received with shy, hopeful doubt. Shen Yuan's embrace tightened, his affirmation a comforting echo of his care for Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei, her heart icons glowing with rising favorability, made a vulnerable, hopeful plea for Shen Yuan to never treat her with such distance again. Shen Yuan agreed with a knowing smirk, his thoughts already strategizing the subtle art of managing Qiao Lei's proud and confident spirit through a blend of toughness and tenderness. Qiao Lei declared her intention to stay the night, her voice ringing with newfound decisiveness, as Shen Yuan questioned if she had truly committed to the moment. Her cheeks flushed with resolve, Qiao Lei confirmed her decision, leaning into Shen Yuan's embrace with unwavering commitment. Shen Yuan playfully suggested a moment of adjustment in another room, but Qiao Lei, blushing with determination, insisted on staying right there. Long Jinghan, observing from afar, acknowledged Shen Yuan's profound skill in capturing hearts, musing that Qiao Lei had been captivated so easily. A sensual warmth colored Long Jinghan's thoughts as she recalled her own intimate past with Shen Yuan, remembering the lingering sense of delicious shame. Long Jinghan concluded her reflection with a mix of resignation and possessiveness, acknowledging Shen Yuan's intimidating power but finding solace in her claim on him. A sharp tear punctuated Long Jinghan's resolve. Long Jinghan, now in her revealing, torn dress, declared her fierce determination not to be outdone. The dim light of the room enveloped them as Long Jinghan embraced Shen Yuan from behind, her blush a silent testament to the intimate moment. Qiao Lei's soft exclamation, obscured by a sensual blur of light, hinted at Shen Yuan's intimate touch. A soft, intimate sound from Long Jinghan affirmed the deepening passion of the moment. The next morning, Shen Yuan stirred with a contented exhaustion, musing on the night's strenuous activities and his need for replenishment. Long Jinghan and Qiao Lei slept peacefully beside him, their updated favorability scores a silent testament to the night's emotional progress. Shen Yuan, observing the increased favorability, contemplated the potential for future shared experiences, hoping to maintain this new level of connection. Long Jinghan, ever caring, adjusted a towel on Shen Yuan's head as she inquired about breakfast, mindful of Qiao Lei's continued slumber. Long Jinghan suggested ordering breakfast for the still sleeping Qiao Lei, which prompted a teasing query from Shen Yuan about their newfound closeness. With a slight annoyance, Long Jinghan reminded Shen Yuan of his own instruction to call Qiao Lei, leading him to a moment of surprised forgetfulness before he gave instructions for their departure. Long Jinghan acknowledged Shen Yuan's instructions, watching him dress with a quiet acquiescence. Checking his phone for messages from Manhwa, Shen Yuan decided to head to his workout, assuming she was still asleep. Long Jinghan pondered the duality of their new shared reality with Shen Yuan, recognizing both the promise of more time together and the necessity of sharing it. Even in her sleep, Qiao Lei's unconscious thoughts drifted to the profound question of whether the previous night's events were a blessing or a curse. Manhwa, hands on her hips, playfully teased Shen Yuan about his tardiness, implying a night of revelry. Shen Yuan offered a casual, non-committal reply as he adjusted his shirt, revealing a glimpse of his physique. Manhwa expressed surprise at his continued fitness despite reduced training, to which Shen Yuan confidently attributed it to raw talent. Manhwa, leaning in with a playfully suspicious gaze, jokingly accused Shen Yuan of secretly training elsewhere. The woman, confirming her dedicated evening practice, ignited a teasing thought in Shen Yuan about the intimacy of those solitary hours, wishing he were the one by her side. Shen Yuan playfully challenged her thoughts, wondering if he hadn't already given her enough to focus on, a notion she quickly questioned with a hint of longing. Shifting to a more serious tone, Shen Yuan offered her a key position in his company as an outdoor spokesperson, confidently linking her arrival to boosting profits, before gently weaving in an invitation to his upcoming birthday trip to watch over the others. Her heart swelling with unexpected happiness, the woman gratefully accepted, her silent thoughts revealing a deep satisfaction in finally being able to contribute meaningfully to Shen Yuan's ventures. Meanwhile, Manhwa's observant gaze fell upon two familiar students from her campus, laden with luxury bags, prompting her to speculate about their own hidden benefactor. Caught unaware, the two young women looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing their faces as they realized they had been noticed. With a concerned expression, Manhwa replied to Shen Yuan's affectionate check-in, then dropped a leading question, hinting at a significant encounter at the hotel. Shen Yuan's mind raced with panic, wondering if his different worlds had collided, but he managed to maintain a calm facade as he texted back, asking who Manhwa had seen. He quickly sent a reassuring message, flattering Manhwa by declaring no one could possibly be prettier than her. A waiting driver politely addressed Manhwa, confirming her identity before guiding her to the car. As she settled into the car, Manhwa continued her playful conversation with Shen Yuan, teasing him about the attractive girls she'd seen, momentarily taken aback by his suggestion to get their contact information before he smoothed it over with affectionate humor. The woman with pink hair pointed to the departing black car, a question hanging in the air about the identity of the girl inside. While the woman with pink hair wavered in uncertainty, her hooded companion silently pieced together the clues, concluding with high probability that the girl was Shen Yuan's classmate and had also spent the night. The woman with pink hair expressed her disdain, unable to comprehend the other girl's apparent status with Shen Yuan, only to be met with a sharp clarification that no one had claimed she was the main girlfriend. The woman in the hoodie, her annoyance simmering, suggested confronting the girl back at school, but was quickly met with a surprised and urgent warning from her friend against any rash actions. Her voice filled with indignation, the woman with pink hair lamented the perceived unfairness of Shen Yuan's preferential treatment, but her companion, holding her hand, gently cautioned her against doing anything that might displease him. At Jingfu Company, Lu Menlu arrived at 11 a.m. with a confident flourish, her dismissive comment about the previous woman met with a secretary's casual identification of her as the third of the boss's women. Other employees echoed the sentiment, cynically observing how their boss consistently attracted beautiful women, attributing it all to the undeniable power of wealth. Counselor Li Xiao, overhearing the gossip, found herself bewildered, mentally tallying the women and wondering if she had somehow missed a crucial development in her work. Puzzled, Counselor Li Xiao leaned towards a colleague, seeking clarification on the identity of the mysterious other woman everyone was discussing. Her colleague, with a stern expression, delivered the shocking truth: the third woman they were all gossiping about was, in fact, Counselor Li Xiao herself, leaving her utterly bewildered. Lu Menlu playfully sought Shen Yuan's assessment of her grand entrance, but he maintained an amused detachment, feigning ignorance of any performance. With a confident wink, Lu Menlu inwardly applauded her own poised and friendly demeanor, convinced she had made a strong impression on the company's employees. Shen Yuan lightly accused her of dramatizing her arrival, suggesting the novelty would soon wear off, but Lu Menlu defiantly asserted her commitment to maintaining her performance. Lu Menlu, with a curious directness, asked Shen Yuan if he had a secretary, to which he simply replied no. Leaning provocatively on his desk, Lu Menlu boldly offered to take on an additional role, suggesting she could be his personal secretary. Shen Yuan, with a playful smile, declined her offer, suggesting her constant presence would be far too distracting for him to ever accomplish any work. Just then, a man entered his office, formally addressing him as President Shen, signaling a shift back to official business. Shen Yuan promptly introduced Lu Menlu as the new specially appointed consultant to Director Zhong, instructing him to finalize her contract and onboarding. Director Zhong courteously affirmed his compliance and then invited Lu Menlu to follow him to complete the necessary paperwork. Half an hour later, Lu Menlu returned, beaming with confidence, announcing that her onboarding was complete, then playfully corrected herself, declaring herself Shen Yuan's employee. Lu Menlu provocatively inquired about changing her address to President Shen, but he quickly grew annoyed, sternly telling her to sit down and be mindful of the transparent glass walls. Lu Menlu turned and walked away from his desk. With a confident smirk, Lu Menlu adjusted her skirt, then turned to Shen Yuan with a suggestive comment that implied that the transparency of their situation was no longer an issue. Shen Yuan, his expression a mix of confusion and annoyance, questioned her true intentions. With a seductive glint in her eyes, Lu Menlu boldly asked if he wouldn't mind trying it here. Shen Yuan, his voice firm, reminded her that they were in a professional environment, not a place for such impropriety. Undeterred, Lu Menlu leaned provocatively over him, emphasizing her new role as his secretary for the day. She brazenly pulled down her underwear, making an explicit and shocking offer. Lu Menlu knelt on the office floor before him. She reached out towards him, her actions speaking volumes despite the explicit dialogue being censored. An hour later, the intense encounter had concluded. An exhausted Lu Menlu declared her day's business done only for Shen Yuan, now composed and dressed, to playfully remind her that President Shen still had a meeting to attend. And so, after a 2-hour management meeting, both Shen Yuan and Lu Menlu emerged, appearing remarkably professional and composed. Shen Yuan watched Lu Menlu present with a newfound confidence, observing how drastically she had transformed from a novice, realizing the system's influence extended beyond just himself. Lu Menlu gestured confidently, commanding the attention of the room as she delivered her presentation. As employees looked on in awe, Shen Yuan silently reflected on the profound butterfly effect his system-driven life was having on everyone around him. The meeting's success left a tender afterglow, as a woman's hand settled gently on Shen Yuan's shoulders. She leaned closer, her voice laced with the sweet taste of triumph as she recounted the meeting, feeling the shift in power the executives now afforded her. A soft kiss landed on Shen Yuan's cheek, a heartfelt thank you whispered, even as the word hubby lingered, a tender promise on her lips. Shen Yuan smiled, affirming her earned success, before the warmth of the moment was gently tempered by his upcoming week-long trip, leaving her with the instruction to message him if needed. She smoothed powder onto her skin, the confident strokes a reflection of her newfound assurance, building on the day's achievements. A sudden surprise softened into affectionate disappointment as he explained the trip was full, but promised a full day together upon his return. A secret smile played on her lips as she mentioned a hidden birthday gift, a sweet surprise waiting to be unveiled upon his return. With a practical nod, she departed to finalize HR procedures, leaving Shen Yuan to his own thoughts in the bright, clear office. Shen Yuan's thoughts turned inward as he considered his own growth, wondering if the daddy system held more learning cards to fuel his progress. The system's interface shimmered, revealing over 6,000 reputation points from his campus triumph, enough for Shen Yuan to consider 12 draws, the digital promise of rewards hanging in the air. He initiated 6 draws, and the system showered him with a single attribute point, a skill exchange coupon, 1 million in cash, 1 learning card, and 2 participation acknowledgements. A flicker of comical annoyance crossed his mind, realizing 6 draws yielded only 4 distinct rewards. Yet, the attribute point and especially the practical learning card, perfect for Counselor Li Xiao, made the draw worthwhile, ensuring his progress continued. On the phone, Shen Yuan playfully informed Counselor Li Xiao he'd need her guidance on new knowledge soon, perhaps even international economics, despite his upcoming absence. A soft smile touched his lips as Counselor Li Xiao assured him she would wait, the unspoken intimacy of her promise warm in his ear. Li Meng's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily corrected herself, clarifying that she would wait for him at home, not just in a room. Dismissing his teasing with a playful retort, Li Meng heard Counselor Li Xiao suggest she return tomorrow, as her sister Li Mengfei was out of town. Shen Yuan, a mischievous grin playing on his face, agreed to come tomorrow, then casually revealed he knew Li Meng's good little sister was already heading home. A blush of annoyance spread across Li Meng's face, he had deliberately set a trap, and she had walked right into his teasing. Counselor Li Xiao, with a knowing wink, then gently pressed Li Meng on the progress of her relationship, questioning if things had finally started. In a playful, chibi-infused moment, Counselor Li Xiao playfully chided Li Meng about dating, reminding her that marriage was for adults. Down the hallway, a whisper rippled as students gossiped, surprised and curious about the news of their counselor dating. They speculated about her mysterious partner, quickly ruling out the school's male teachers, none of whom seemed quite right for their esteemed counselor. Later, Shen Yuan made a call, simply asking if she had made it home yet, a casual query masking deeper intentions. Li Meng, startled mid-face mask application, agreed she was home, then grew wary as Shen Yuan announced his imminent arrival, requesting secrecy from her sister. Their conversation quickly spiraled into playful, suggestive banter, Shen Yuan chiding her choice of words, yet indulging in the flirtatious challenge of her shady little path. Li Meng, ever the tease, continued the suggestive game, offering pink lips as her next playful jab. Playfully demanding he cook for her, Li Meng insisted on sustenance for their coming rendezvous, meeting Shen Yuan's mock outrage with a knowing quip about her stamina. Meanwhile, in the foreign affairs cafeteria, 2 female students delved into casual gossip, discussing Fang Minhui, Shen Yuan's class belle. One student, with determined resolve, laid out her strategy, to learn all about Fang Minhui, to understand her strengths, and ultimately, to replace her. She pressed her friend, challenging her to rise above merely existing at the bottom of the food chain in the relentless pursuit of male attention. Nearby, a group of male students encouraged a blushing peer clutching a bouquet, urging him to seize the opportunity and confess his feelings. His voice trembled as he tried to speak Xiao Lei's name, the shouts of "get together" from his classmates drowning his nervous confession in a wave of unwanted pressure. The relentless chorus of "get together" amplified the tension, and as he approached, Xiao Lei reacted with a start, her drink crashing to the table. With a furious shout, Xiao Lei declared her annoyance, sending her drink splattering, leaving the hopeful suitor and onlookers utterly stunned. Her words cut through the silence, a harsh warning for him to take his roses, or she would personally discard them. He stood speechless, the weight of her cutting rejection heavy in the air, as even Xiao Lei averted her gaze, perhaps feeling a flicker of regret. Female student 1, angered by the public spectacle, pulled her friend away, the scene leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. As the rejected student hung his head, his friends muttered about Xiao Lei's rebellious nature and her involvement in the entrepreneurship base, questioning why any clueless first year would choose her for such a public confession. The female students concurred, a public confession demanded a decisive rejection, for any glimmer of hope would only prolong the suitor's misguided pursuit. With renewed determination, female student 1 declared her intention to take up yoga and dance, ready to grind down her perceived rival. Her friend looked on in surprise, questioning the seriousness of such a dramatic declaration. With a confident smile, female student 1 affirmed her resolve, then extended an inviting hand, challenging her friend to join the battle. Her friend, considering the offer, cunningly suggested Shen Yuan's own yoga studio, igniting an even fiercer resolve in female student 1 to grind down not just one rival, but all of Shen Yuan's other women. Suddenly, a woman walking outdoors shivered, a mysterious chill running down her spine as if unseen forces were discussing her fate. The secretary formally presented team-building options to Shen Yuan, acknowledging the positive reception to his earlier proposal. She meticulously outlined 2 distinct choices, the activity-packed sunset camp and the adventurous dawn mountain rafting, each promising a unique experience. Shen Yuan, considering the practicality and his employees' family commitments, decisively chose sunset camp to minimize travel and allow for an earlier return. As the secretary departed to make arrangements, Shen Yuan felt a jolt of recognition. The chosen venue held an unexpected resonance with his past, recalling his junior high school reunion. He dismissed the fleeting concern, understanding that some encounters from his past were inevitable and he would face them head-on. Li Meng, with a hint of ulterior motive, suddenly expressed a desire to learn yoga at Shen Yuan's studio, a request he casually agreed to fulfill. 1.5 hours passed. Li Meng stood invitingly in the doorway, beckoning him inside with the promise of a meal growing cold. Shen Yuan entered, a knowing smile playing on his lips, carrying a bag of stockings as a playful reminder of their recent, more intimate past. Li Meng gasped at the sheer quantity, only for Shen Yuan to reveal that half were actually intended for her sister, adding another layer to his complex intentions. As Li Meng questioned their practicality for daily wear, Shen Yuan's eyes held a subtle spark, hinting that their intended use was far from mundane. Li Meng's brow furrowed in annoyance, unable to fathom wearing the lettered stockings in any public setting, particularly for work. His continued teasing finally broke her composure, and Li Meng, with a burst of frustrated affection, threw a stocking at him, calling him a jerk. Shen Yuan complimented her cooking with a casual intimacy, but Li Meng, leaning on the table, fiercely rejected his playful request for more meals. Deciding to momentarily halt his teasing, Shen Yuan announced his need to study, receiving a dismissive "go-ahead" from Li Meng. Shen Yuan, calm and focused, activated a high-efficiency learning card to instantly absorb complex financial knowledge, driven by the system's promise of a Stanford MSF implantation. 40 minutes later, Li Meng's concern grew evident as she frantically reminded Shen Yuan of their dwindling time and the imminent return of her sister. Shen Yuan, however, remained absorbed in his book, seemingly impervious to her growing agitation. Li Meng's surprise quickly morphed into annoyance, her gaze questioning his utter lack of response. With a lightning-speed outfit change, Li Meng transformed, presenting herself in a confident and alluring new guise. She knelt, deliberately showcasing her sophisticated yet provocative attire. Shen Yuan, looking up from his studies, finally acknowledged her presence, a note of surprise in his voice as he questioned her provocative display. Li Meng, a seductive smile playing on her lips, then challenged him with a suggestive question about a scent. Despite her blatant attempt to distract him, Shen Yuan, with a quiet rub of her foot, insisted on finishing the last key points of his current chapter, determined to maximize the remaining 20 minutes on his learning card. Li Meng's exasperation mounted as she pointed out the rapidly approaching hour of her sister's return, but Shen Yuan calmly assured her they still had ample time, only needing 20 more minutes. Infuriated by his nonchalance, Li Meng angrily scolded him for cutting their time so close, defiantly declaring she wouldn't cooperate, leaving him to suffer. Exactly 20 minutes later, a system notification chimed, congratulating Shen Yuan on mastering international economics and announcing the imminent implantation of full Stanford MSF knowledge, leaving him feeling content and reassured about the time. Shen Yuan, now entirely prepared, declared himself ready, but from off-panel, Li Meng's dismissive voice claimed she had already lost interest, telling him to leave. With an unwavering smirk, Shen Yuan confidently asserted he would wait outside for only 10 minutes, knowing full well her resolve would crumble under the weight of her own desire. 5 minutes later, a soft call from Li Meng finally broke the silence, but Shen Yuan, leaning against the doorframe, playfully demanded she speak louder. Li Meng, wrapped in a blanket, loudly reiterated her invitation, only to be utterly confused by Shen Yuan's ambiguous declaration that he was there to work. Shen Yuan then turned, a challenging smirk on his face, compelling her to define the nature of their relationship. Li Meng, her face flushing a deep crimson, hesitantly offered the title, brother-in-law, acknowledging their scandalous connection. With a confident adjustment of his jacket, Shen Yuan pressed her further, challenging her to consider the next, more intimate way she might address him. Li Meng stammered, unable to form a coherent answer, and Shen Yuan, gazing down at her, demanded she speak clearly. He leaned in close, challenging her to use her clever little brain, but Li Meng, overwhelmed and blushing, insisted she had nothing to say. As Shen Yuan pressed her with a soft query, Li Meng, eyes closed and blushing deeply, finally surrendered with a pleading whisper of brother-in-law. Shen Yuan's smirk deepened at her distress, and Li Meng, completely flustered, repeated her submission, acknowledging his unspoken desires. With a bold smirk, Shen Yuan revealed his sculpted abs, then smoothly commanded Li Meng to turn around. Li Meng, her cheeks still burning, meekly complied, whispering okay, brother-in-law. Shen Yuan's hands guided her, instructing her to adjust her position, to which she softly asked for confirmation. A contented smirk spread across Shen Yuan's face, signaling his approval. Li Meng's soft moan escaped her lips, a clear indication of her body's surrender. 1 hour later, Li Meng lay on the bed, her initial embarrassment and anger having dissolved into a compliant, even contented enjoyment. Shen Yuan leaned over, his concern evident, but Li Meng, still blushing, softly assured him she was fine, maintaining the intimate, brother-in-law, address. Noticing the time, Shen Yuan tenderly instructed Li Meng to wash up while he took care of cleaning the room, a request she agreed to with a lingering, brother-in-law. Shen Yuan cautioned her not to use the intimate title in front of her sister, but Li Meng, still blushing, acknowledged his warning by playfully repeating the very title he forbade. Shen Yuan's thoughts quickly shifted, realizing the depth of their roleplay might be problematic as he noticed the time. Li Zhao's imminent return was now a pressing concern. A wave of urgency washed over Shen Yuan as he recognized the telltale sense in the room and on himself, knowing he had to act swiftly before Li Xiao arrived and discovered their secret. Counselor Li Xiao opened the door, oblivious to the playful surprise Shen Yuan had in store as he followed her into the quiet apartment. Shen Yuan's sudden embrace caught Counselor Li Xiao completely off guard, eliciting a startled cry that filled the quiet space. Her surprise quickly escalated into playful fury as Counselor Li Xiao flailed, delivering a series of comical blows and demanding Shen Yuan release her. Shen Yuan finally revealed himself, urging her to stop as the realization of his identity settled over Counselor Li Xiao with a rush of embarrassed surprise. Shen Yuan's name escaped Counselor Li Xiao's lips, her mind racing to understand his unexpected presence in her home. She playfully chided him for terrifying her, accusing him of being a jerk, but Shen Yuan insisted his only intention had been to surprise her. A soft blush bloomed on Counselor Li Xiao's cheeks as she confessed how she had longed for his presence, noticing a recent distance in his messages. Shen Yuan's tender query about her feelings was met with a shy, unequivocal affirmation of her deep desire for his company. He sealed his desire to see her every day with a passionate kiss, a silent promise of endless days together hanging unspoken in the warm air. Counselor Li Xiao's joy was palpable as she invited him to fulfill that promise, her affection for him blossoming with every beat of her heart. Embracing her tenderly, Shen Yuan promised to be there whenever he was free, his words cementing the gentle intimacy that now surrounded them. He admitted the unspoken feelings that had lingered between them, acknowledging their undefined relationship, and asked with a nervous catch in his throat if she had grown weary of waiting. Counselor Li Xiao held him close, reassuring him with unwavering devotion that his caution only spoke to his high standards, and she would happily continue to wait, her patience a testament to her love. Their kiss deepened as Counselor Li Xiao whispered her gratitude, the moment a clear testament to their affection strengthening by 2 precious points. Pretending not to care, Counselor Li Xiao then casually inquired about his studies and if he had seen Li Meng, her words carrying a subtle undercurrent of unspoken anxiety. Shen Yuan smoothly claimed mastery of his studies, then dismissed the mention of Li Meng with a carefully blank expression, his quick answer raising a quiet question. Counselor Li Xiao noticed a sudden shift in Shen Yuan's demeanor, sparking worry that she had made him uncomfortable, and she anxiously pleaded with him to communicate any issues, promising to change. Shen Yuan reassured her that he was fine, feigning concern for her exhaustion after work, but Counselor Li Xiao, undeterred, eagerly invited him to her room, her intentions clear. She gently pressed his shoulders, her smile full of eager anticipation as she offered to help him, clearly unburdened by any fatigue. Shen Yuan's internal monologue raged. He had completely miscalculated Counselor Li Xiao's unexpected passion and initiative that night. A soft, suggestive sound escaped Counselor Li Xiao's lips as she leaned in, her unspoken desire becoming undeniably clear. Shen Yuan's thoughts raced, acknowledging the enticing proximity but wrestling with the ethical implications of his actions, having just been with her sister, telling himself he had more than enough. A sharp gasp of surprise escaped Counselor Li Xiao's lips as a sudden noise made her wonder if her sister, Li Meng, had returned. A discarded handbag and shoes by the door confirmed a hurried, unexpected arrival, raising the stakes considerably. A heavy silence enveloped Counselor Li Xiao as a profound, unwelcome realization settled over her. As she dried her hair, the bitter truth resonated in Counselor Li Xiao's mind, accepting that Shen Yuan truly belonged to her sister. Her reflection mirrored the painful truth. She was merely a friend with benefits, a fleeting pleasure rather than a true partner in his life. Half an hour later, the physical toll was evident as Counselor Li Xiao thought ruefully of her aching knees, vowing to use a cushion next time as a hint of dark humor. Shen Yuan's gentle warning to be careful carried a lingering tenderness as he held her close, a final moment of affection. Counselor Li Xiao hesitantly asked about his plans for the night, her voice tinged with a faint hope, but Shen Yuan responded with a firm intention to return home. Counselor Li Xiao voiced her guilt about his sacrifices, but Shen Yuan passionately reassured her that merely being in her presence, hearing her speak, was worth any discomfort. Shen Yuan watched silently as Counselor Li Xiao walked towards the door, marking the quiet end of their intimate evening. Shen Yuan announced his departure, a simple acknowledgement from Counselor Li Xiao, the quiet reply to their parting. Counselor Li Xiao sought Li Meng's opinion on Shen Yuan, unaware of the pain her sister was suppressing as Li Meng offered a seemingly positive assessment. Counselor Li Xiao, sensing Li Meng's distress, voiced her concern, but Li Meng quickly dismissed it, attributing her heavy mood to simple fatigue. Counselor Li Xiao advised her sister to rest after her travels, then announced her intention to shower, leaving Li Meng to her thoughts. Li Meng's hesitant call stopped her sister mid-stride, a silent, weighty plea hanging in the air. Counselor Li Xiao turned, her expression a question, wondering what crucial thing her sister needed to say. Li Meng's gaze fell, her face a mask of sorrow and troubled regret, the storm within her too overwhelming to voice. With a forced blush and downcast eyes, Li Meng offered her full support for her sister's relationship with Shen Yuan, the words a profound act of self-sacrifice. Counselor Li Xiao sighed with relief, genuinely happy her sister approved, completely oblivious to the silent heartbreak hidden beneath Li Meng's words. Alone on her bed, Li Meng finally succumbed to a wave of profound distress and heartbroken despair. Tears streamed down Li Meng's face as her inner thoughts betrayed the true depth of her feelings. She didn't just like Shen Yuan, she loved him too much. With a heavy heart, Li Meng composed a message to Shen Yuan, definitively ending their casual arrangement, a painful act of self-preservation. As Shen Yuan casually walked out, the abrupt chime of his phone announced an incoming message that would soon shatter his calm. Shen Yuan stared at the message, confusion clouding his face as he questioned if their earlier intimacy had somehow gone too far to abruptly end things. Li Meng's dismissive reply, offering no explanation, only deepened Shen Yuan's frustration and confusion. Inside his car, Shen Yuan seethed with frustration and bewilderment, unable to comprehend what he could have done to displease her so profoundly. Li Meng lay motionless, her face buried deep in her pillow, seeking to muffle the raw anguish that racked her soul. Her silent tears spoke of a single, agonizing wish, that Shen Yuan had met her first, before her sister, before her heart was irreversibly broken. The clock read 11 p.m. as Shen Xian, lounging comfortably, questioned her brother's late arrival. Shen Yuan, his patience thin, explained his recent busyness before chiding his sister for her casual demeanor, implicitly comparing her to someone he found more proper. Shen Xian defiantly questioned why she couldn't simply relax at home, reminding him the pressures of her college entrance exams were finally over. His warning that such a carefree attitude would prevent her from marrying was met with Shen Xian's boisterous declaration that she intended to live off the family forever. Giving up the argument, Shen Yuan tried to walk away, but his sister's desperate grip on his arm halted him, a hopeful question about joining his trip hanging in the air. Shen Yuan insisted his sister spend her university break with their parents, just as their mother's voice called out, announcing his bathwater was ready. In a burst of desperate pleading, Shen Xian offered to pay her own way, even add extra money, prompting Shen Yuan to question where she had found such funds. A smug grin spread across Shen Xian's face as she proudly revealed her allowance had come directly from her sister-in-law. Shen Yuan internally mused on the irony of Shen Xian's extra money originating from his own pockets, before firmly explaining that trip logistics and limited seating made it impossible for her to join this time. With a sigh of resignation, Shen Xian gave up her efforts, while a chibi Shen Yuan walked away, clearly exasperated by the exchange. Inside the steamy bathroom, Shen Yuan confirmed his bathwater was perfect before confessing to Lu Menlu that he had deliberately left his sister behind to ensure she spent time with their parents. They calmly finalized their travel arrangements, detailing the car logistics and confirming Lu Menlu's absence for dinner the next day due to a company team-building event. The next day, as their journey continued, Lu Menlu thoughtfully offered Shen Yuan the chance to nap, knowing they still had a long drive ahead. He politely declined her offers for a nap or refreshments, assuring her he had slept well. From a nearby seat, a colleague internally observed their boss's comfortable life, speculating that this camping trip was merely a front for Shen Yuan to entertain beautiful companions, before his thoughts were cut short by an awkward cough. His annoyance evident, Shen Yuan sharply told Lu Menlu to quiet down, asserting his control over the conversation. Lu Menlu playfully called him daddy, and his teasing response about touching her quickly led to her flustered reminder that they were, in fact, in a public place. Undeterred, Lu Menlu pressed further, questioning his loud public encounter with Nana at a cafe, which Shen Yuan vehemently denied ever happened. She continued to tease him, provocatively asking which hand he had used during a past KTV incident, causing him to cough in embarrassment and feign ignorance. With a sigh, Lu Menlu declared his responses boring, putting in an earbud as if to signal the end of their playful banter. Just 3 minutes later, Lu Menlu had fallen asleep leaning against him, prompting Shen Yuan to wonder if her sudden slumber was merely an act. He soon realized she was genuinely asleep, her head softly resting against him. As the bus jostled, he became acutely aware of her body's soft movements against his, a subtle internal stirring. His hand hovering subtly, Shen Yuan internally questioned how anyone could possibly endure such potent proximity. The bus finally reached the campsite, and a collective cheer erupted as passengers eagerly announced their arrival and their need to stretch after the long journey. Lu Menlu, a slight blush on her face, playfully chastised Shen Yuan for not zipping up her jacket after she had leaned on him, a subtle reminder of their shared intimacy. As Shen Yuan stepped off the bus, a classmate greeted him with a teasing comment, implying he had finally given in to some irresistible urge, leaving Shen Yuan utterly bewildered. His classmate pressed on, suggesting Shen Yuan had come specifically to see Luo Bingying, a long-held rumor that another student confirmed they hadn't believed would ever actually bring him here. Annoyed, Shen Yuan demanded to know what Li Yuhang had said, only for his classmate to reveal the drunken confessions that Shen Yuan still harbored feelings for Luo Bingying, even breaking up with his ex because of her. A chibi Shen Yuan erupted in furious disbelief, demanding to know the whereabouts of the idiot who spread such nonsense, while another classmate explained Li Yuhang's absence due to work. Dismissing the rumors as baseless nonsense, Shen Yuan clarified that he was there solely for a company team-building event with his own staff. His classmate stared back, utterly shocked by the revelation that he now owned a company and was there for such a professional event. At a nearby table, two women urged their friend, Jiamei, to greet Shen Yuan, reminding her he was her long-ago dream guy and suggesting this might be her chance to finally win him over. Long Jinghan, the object of their goading, remained silently blushing, her emotions a complicated tangle. One of the women abruptly changed her tune, warning Long Jinghan that Shen Yuan's family had gone bankrupt and suggesting she wouldn't want to marry into such debt, a revelation that clearly stunned Long Jinghan. The woman elaborated confidently, detailing how Shen Yuan's family had lost everything over a year ago, forcing him into a rental, leaving Long Jinghan in silent, pensive thought. Lu Menlu, ever attentive, presented Shen Yuan with a fresh bowl of washed fruits. A male classmate, blushing slightly, inquired about Lu Menlu's identity, his internal thoughts consumed by her striking beauty and undeniable figure, even in casual attire. With a slight smile, Shen Yuan casually introduced Lu Menlu as merely his employee, prompting his classmates to ask, with genuine surprise, if he had truly started his own company. He simply confirmed he had, a response that caused Lu Menlu to angrily tug his arm, her annoyance palpable. Lu Menlu loudly exclaimed her indignation at being called just an employee, as Shen Yuan internally rationalized his decision, knowing he couldn't publicly label her as his lover. As Shen Yuan and Lu Menlu walked away, the male students began to re-evaluate his story, realizing he hadn't just inherited wealth but had built his own success, and that his beautiful employee seemed surprisingly close to him. An employee respectfully offered to assist Shen Yuan with cooking, but Shen Yuan, with a wave of his hand, declined, instructing them to handle it themselves. The male students, observing the deferential interaction, concluded that Shen Yuan wielded significant authority within his company and was undoubtedly someone worth cultivating a relationship with. In a whimsical exchange, his classmates eagerly inquired about his business, and Shen Yuan proudly revealed his health management company, Jingfu, even offering old classmates discounts on memberships and classes. Another employee suggested he greet his classmates, but Shen Yuan, from off-panel, politely declined, saying he would save it for another time. The women at the table speculated that Shen Yuan was too embarrassed to approach them, dismissing a male classmate's attempt to cover for him with a knowing scoff that implied they understood the real reason. When challenged about their understanding, the woman in the hoodie bluntly repeated the rumor of his family's bankruptcy, suggesting he was simply too ashamed to face them. Another male student intervened, clarifying that while the bankruptcy rumor was true, Shen Yuan had since started his own company, Jingfu, and was there for team building, prompting a surprised Long Jinghan to grab her phone to verify. Long Jingyan's voice trembled as she read aloud the impressive details from her phone. Xingqing Jingfu Health Management Company, Limited, Shen Yuan as the legal representative, a registered capital of 10 million, and 4 affiliated companies. Another woman inquired if anyone knew of Jingfu, and a male character quickly provided an impressive overview, noting its 2 fitness centers, yoga studio, and medical checkup center, estimating its valuation between 80 to 90 million. The sheer scale of the valuation left Long Jinghan and her classmates utterly stunned, their faces reflecting collective disbelief. Shen Yuan had triumphed in his entrepreneurial journey, shedding the label of lost rich boy to become a successful entrepreneur, leaving Long Jinghan in a state of stunned realization, his past critics silenced. His classmates, shocked and impressed, discussed Shen Yuan's immense wealth, realizing he had not only bounced back from bankruptcy but had achieved a financial status far beyond their own, before even graduating college. Tang Jiamei, reflecting on her innocent middle school crush, felt a pang of regret as she realized Shen Yuan was now completely out of her league. Walking alone, Long Jinghan pondered who might now be a suitable partner for the newly successful Shen Yuan, her thoughts drifting to Luo Bingying. Min Hui, ever curious, asked Shen Yuan about the group of students nearby, and he confirmed they were his middle school classmates. Playfully probing his past, Min Hui asked about bold flames, and Shen Yuan casually admitted his first love was among them. Min Hui pressed for details, playfully asking how his first love compared to her, to which Shen Yuan offered a flattering, slightly suggestive reply about her figure. Calling him a pervert, Min Hui playfully pushed his shoulder, but Shen Yuan, dismissing her questions about his past breakup, insisted it was irrelevant. Min Hui challenged his loyalty, implying he'd get back with his first love if given the chance, but Shen Yuan firmly declared his eyes were only for his Lu Bao. Despite his declaration, Min Hui remained unconvinced, telling him she didn't believe him, and Shen Yuan, with a shrug, told her she could believe what she wanted. As Shen Yuan and Min Hui approached, several classmates eagerly called out, inviting him to join them for the meal and praising the delicious food. A male classmate, seizing the moment, suggested Shen Yuan address the group, believing his words would hold more meaning than simply eating. The classmate then enthusiastically encouraged the assembled group to give Shen Yuan a round of applause. Shen Yuan began his speech, directly stating his no-nonsense, profit-driven philosophy for the company, dismissing any idealistic pretense. A female classmate, listening intently, found Shen Yuan's honest and direct approach incredibly refreshing, admiring his candidness over typical corporate hypocrisy. He continued, emphasizing that beyond making money, employees should also focus on personal growth and acquiring real skills, as that was the true essence of work. Shen Yuan then declared an ambitious goal, a 5% increase in company profit within 2 months, a timeline a female classmate inwardly questioned as being quite short. He shifted to the rewards, detailing generous end-of-year bonuses and 200,000 yuan cars for the top performers, designed to motivate and incentivize. The classmates erupted in excited exclamations, stunned by the valuable car rewards and praising Shen Yuan's direct, goal-oriented approach over empty corporate platitudes. The invigorated classmates cheered enthusiastically, declaring their loyalty and motivation to work hard, some even feeling ready to book clients immediately. From a distance, another group of classmates observed the commotion, realizing their middle school peer was now a successful boss, motivating his employees with promises of the moon. Shen Yuan and Min Hui enjoyed a moment of light-hearted, free time, speeding around an outdoor go-kart track. Meanwhile, Long Jinghan sat alone, contemplatively on a swing chair, lost in her thoughts. After their ride, Min Hui and Shen Yuan stood together, their helmets in hand, reflecting on the fun they had just shared. Min Hui, ever observant, questioned Shen Yuan if the striking girl in the crowd was indeed his first love. Her curiosity piqued. Confidently asserting her physical attractiveness, Min Hui leaned tightly against a slightly bored Shen Yuan, convinced she wouldn't lose to anyone in face or figure. Long Jinghan greeted Shen Yuan, her tone surprisingly distant, a detail Min Hui noted with internal skepticism, questioning her supposed aloofness. Shen Yuan, offering a polite but reserved response, simply returned her greeting, long time no see. Tang Jiamei then greeted Shen Yuan enthusiastically, and he, to her surprise, remembered her name without hesitation. Tang Jiamei's surprise was evident as she expressed genuine astonishment that Shen Yuan still remembered her after so long. With a slight smirk, Shen Yuan affirmed his memory of their 3 years as classmates, then playfully revealed she had written him the most love letters in middle school. Tang Jiamei openly complimented Shen Yuan's current success, acknowledging the unbridgeable gap between their achievements. Shen Yuan humbly downplayed his thriving enterprise as just a small business, as Min Hui looked on with a knowing, smug expression of pride. Tang Jiamei, blushing, observed Min Hui's stunning beauty and Shen Yuan's improved physique, feeling a renewed, intense longing as she reaffirmed he was completely out of her reach. Min Hui, with a smug certainty, dismissed Tang Jiamei as a rival but mentally scoffed at Long Jinghan's apparent disinterest, convinced her Shen Yuan was far too good for such arrogance. A quiet parking lot served as a backdrop, with parked buses and cars, and people milling about, marking a transition in the day's events. From his car, Shen Yuan pondered why Luo Bingying, known for her luxury vehicles, was now in such a normal car, a curiosity stirring within him. Long Jinghan's mother, seated beside her in the car, tearfully admonished her daughter, reminding her of their family's financial hardship and the social distance classmates would keep if they knew. Long Jinghan, looking downcast, promised her mother this would be her last attendance at such gatherings, a quiet resignation in her voice. At the Grand Hyatt Hotel, Shen Yuan mentioned his early flight for tomorrow, while Min Hui meticulously packed his suitcase with travel essentials, reminding him of the strong southern Yunnan sun. Min Hui secretly plotted, hoping that by sending her own items on his trip, she could subtly assert her claim and send a clear message to Nana that Shen Yuan wasn't exclusively hers. Min Hui finished packing, openly expressing her jealousy that Nana would be the one accompanying Shen Yuan on his trip. Shen Yuan explained his reluctance to leave the company during a critical phase for boosting profits, as Min Hui, understanding, leaned in and kissed him. Blushing, Min Hui reassured Shen Yuan she would hold the fort in his absence, promising immediate reports and earning his affectionate approval. Min Hui provocatively asked how Shen Yuan planned to comfort his personal trainer before his trip, implying a desire for intimacy, which he playfully deflected by noting their shared day. Min Hui, sitting suggestively on the bed, used a veiled metaphor to boldly invite Shen Yuan to join her. Shen Yuan, with a confident smirk, accepted her invitation, lifting his shirt to reveal his toned abs, signaling his readiness. The bright Yunnan sun felt unusual on Shen Yuan's skin, but his attention was already captured by the exquisite view of his girlfriend beside him. Nana assured Shen Yuan the bright clothes suited him, praising Chen Xinyu for her excellent taste in choosing the birthday gift. Shen Yuan's admiration for the sisters' shared good taste was evident as he genuinely expressed his liking for the new outfit. A soft blush crept onto Chen Xinyu's cheeks, a subtle flutter in her heart registering deeper affection. Shen Yuan mused on the curious simplicity of the system, wondering how a mere change of clothes could so easily sway affection levels. The driver's question about their departure signaled the official start of their anticipated trip. With a shared smile, Shen Yuan gave the enthusiastic command to begin their journey. Above a picturesque sunlit village nestled amidst mountains, their plane soared, carrying them toward a new adventure. Jia, their private hot spring butler, greeted them warmly, detailing the exclusive villa awaiting them. As they rode through the resort, Jia meticulously outlined the lavish services available, from tour guides to spa treatments, to which Shen Yuan calmly acknowledged. Jia, already impressed, quietly ran a background check, her thoughts racing as she grasped the profound extent of Shen Yuan's wealth and influence at such a young age. Flustered by Shen Yuan's youth and success, Jia affirmed her commitment to providing only the most impeccable service. The southern Yunnan heat was proving too much, prompting Shen Yuan to shed his sweater. A deep blush bloomed on Chen Xinyu's face as she secretly marveled at Shen Yuan's sculpted physique, her feelings intensifying. Shen Yuan, acutely aware of the system, recognized the rapid surge in Chen Xinyu's affection, a development he found increasingly troubling. Nana confessed her primary motivation for choosing the hotel was to experience the private hot spring with Shen Yuan, who readily agreed. As Shen Yuan's gaze lingered, Nana playfully admonished him, reminding him of Chen Xinyu's nearby presence. Nana promised a more private conversation later, while Chen Xinyu declared her intention to change into swimsuits with her sister. Nana gently inquired if Chen Xinyu had finally settled on a swimsuit for the hot spring. A chibi Chen Xinyu, surrounded by options, conveyed her utter indecisiveness. Nana stared in surprise, realizing Chen Xinyu's swimsuit choices were far bolder than she had anticipated, even more revealing than her own. Chen Xinyu sought her sister's guidance, but Nana expressed deep discomfort with the overly revealing swimsuits, delicately hinting at the impropriety of wearing them in front of Shen Yuan. Realizing the extent of the swimsuit's revealing nature, Nana offered Chen Xinyu a more modest set with a skirt, to which her sister agreed to try. Chen Xinyu gasped in dismay, declaring the swimsuit unwearable due to its suffocating tightness. Remembering her own smaller size, Nana inwardly wrestled with the unspoken boundaries, then offered Chen Xinyu a gracious exit if she felt too uncomfortable to join them. Chen Xinyu, determined to join, asked if she could wear her own swimsuit, leading Nana to internally dismiss her earlier concerns, reasoning her sister was still just a child. The hotel staff enthusiastically declared Shen Yuan's undeniable handsomeness to Jia, then playfully urged her to pursue him despite his relationship status. Su Li, the senior butler, materialized, cutting straight to the heart of the matter with a pointed question to Jia. Jia vehemently denied any such intentions, but Su Li, with a knowing look, still advised her against pursuing a client like Shen Yuan. Su Li imparted a cynical lesson about the elusive nature of the truly rich, cautioning that they were far from approachable and could easily discard anyone who threw themselves at them. Jia humbly acknowledged the warning, prompting Su Li to swiftly pivot back to business, inquiring about Shen Yuan's need for additional services. When Jia admitted no immediate demand, Su Li sharply lectured her on proactively creating demand among their affluent clientele, asserting that persuasion usually yielded results. Jia gratefully accepted the shrewd advice, promising to apply her newfound understanding. Su Li, before departing, made it clear she was available should Shen Yuan require specialized services, to which Jia dutifully agreed. Jia pondered Su Li's audacious ambition, privately questioning how she planned to navigate Shen Yuan's existing romantic entanglements and familial bonds. Nana, full of playful anticipation, announced her arrival to Shen Yuan in the steamy hot spring. Shen Yuan's eyes widened, struck by an unexpected sight. Nana, fully aware of his lingering gaze, playfully chided Shen Yuan for staring. A wave of regret washed over Nana, she wished she had chosen the more modest swimsuit dress. Shen Yuan, pulling her into a kiss, gently teased her about her sudden bashfulness, reminding her of their shared intimacy. Nana pulled away, gently pushing Shen Yuan back, her concern for Chen Xinyu's imminent arrival overriding their moment. Chen Xinyu's voice, a soft announcement, drifted through the air as she appeared. Shen Yuan's thoughts strayed, acknowledging the distinct clarity of Chen Xinyu's allure now that no mist obscured his view, she was indeed a hidden gem. A sharp pinch on his side delivered a silent, unmistakable warning. A soft, suppressed sound of pain escaped Shen Yuan's lips. A wave of self-consciousness washed over Chen Xinyu as she worried about her perceived imperfections, especially when compared to her sister's flawless figure. Nana observed Chen Xinyu's complex expression, a mix of shyness and subtle hope, prompting a troubling question about her sister's true intentions. Nana sank deeper into the water, a chilling realization settling in her heart that her own sister might be vying for Shen Yuan's attention, a thought she desperately tried to dismiss. Jia's mind wandered to the familiar tropes of web novels, where the unspoken desires between a brother-in-law and a sweet younger sister-in-law often mirrored the budding admiration Chen Xinyu seemed to hold for Shen Yuan. She recalled Chen Xinyu's flushed cheeks and unnatural expressions around Shen Yuan, recognizing the undeniable signs of an innocent girl's first, undeniable crush. A wave of retrospective regret washed over Jia as she realized her well-meaning attempts to foster interaction had, in fact, been playing with fire. A fragile sense of relief that nothing had truly progressed between them was quickly overshadowed by the chilling question of Shen Yuan's own heart, especially after the painful precedent set with Lu Menglu. Frustration tightened its grip around Jia, she bemoaned her perceived bad luck, her self-consciousness twisting into a painful worry that her body might now be a source of Shen Yuan's disinterest. Breaking the quiet, Jia softly inquired about their plans, and Shen Yuan, with a comforting tone, outlined a pleasant itinerary for their day. Shen Yuan's gentle words about a relaxed pace settled over her, a warm blanket of comfort, and Jia hummed her soft agreement, leaning into him. There was a unique charm to these shared moments in the water with Jia, Shen Yuan thought, as her voice, a mere whisper, called his name. He found himself appreciating the soft curves of Jiya's form, her beauty only enhanced by its gentle roundness, but a quiet lament settled in his heart that they could not walk through life as true partners. Jiya's gaze lingered on Shen Yuan's form, a deep admiration mingling with a wistful envy for her sister, who held the place beside him she secretly craved. 45 minutes later, Shen Yuan suggested they retreat from the steamy water, and Jiya, with a soft assent, readily agreed. The glow of his phone illuminated Shen Yuan's face as he methodically sent out goodnight messages, a nightly ritual that underscored the multifaceted nature of his world. Sensing a shift in her demeanor, Shen Yuan asked about her quietness, and Jiya dismissed it with a soft murmur about exhaustion. He urged her to rest, emphasizing there was no need to push herself, and Jiya offered a quiet hum of acknowledgement, feeling the warmth of his care. While Shen Yuan remained absorbed in his phone, Jiya, beside him, drifted towards the elusive embrace of sleep. As the quiet stretched, Jiya softly mentioned the hotel's spa services, offering to arrange something should he find sleep impossible. Shen Yuan's thoughts drifted to the separation of physical and emotional bonds, a distinction he found particularly relevant while traveling, before he quietly asked if Jiya would object to such fleeting encounters. Shen Yuan, seizing the opportunity, considered a massage as valuable research for future encounters, while Jiya, with quiet resignation, assured him she truly didn't mind. Jiya, steeling herself, began to voice a lingering question, just as the silent implication arose that her own professional self was about to be summoned. With a heavy heart, Jiya gathered her courage, the unspoken words about her sister hanging precariously on her lips. Shen Yuan's exclamation about a sudden rain forecast shattered the tense quiet, leaving Jiya momentarily stunned by the abrupt shift. Feigning ignorance, Shen Yuan prompted Jiya to repeat herself, and the moment's tension dissipated as she, flustered, quickly shifted the conversation to the next day's weather. He mentally congratulated himself on the quick deflection, yet a knot of worry tightened in his chest. He wondered if Jiya had picked up on any subtle clues, despite his careful attempts to conceal the unrequited admiration of her sister. As Jiya bid him good night, Shen Yuan watched her settle, his thoughts drifting to the unknown path their delicate relationship might take from that moment forward. A colleague approached private hot spring butler, Jiya, with news of Shen Yuan's spa request, but Jiya, despite the promise of a generous tip, immediately and firmly declined the opportunity to serve him. Jiya suggested Shen Yuan might simply desire a normal massage, but her colleague, with a knowing smile, dismissed her innocence and decided to send the more experienced Suli, seeing it as an opportunity. Private hot spring butler, Jiya, began to offer Shen Yuan a choice of therapists, but his immediate, direct reply that he had expected her left her blushing and momentarily speechless. He asked if she could serve him, a strategic choice born from a desire for familiarity rather than the unpredictable nature of an unknown encounter. Private hot spring butler, Jiya, felt a wave of profound embarrassment at the intimacy of Shen Yuan's request, while her colleague noted his explicit preference, and Suli, ever curious, stepped in to ask what the fuss was about. The woman quickly informed Suli of Shen Yuan's desire for a spa service, and Suli, seizing the chance, immediately volunteered to meet him. But the woman's next words, revealing Shen Yuan's explicit request for private hot spring butler, Jiya, cast a shadow of awkwardness and a pang of disappointment over the situation. Suli, with a patronizing smile, attempted to dissuade private hot spring butler, Jiya, from serving Shen Yuan, subtly questioning her experience and warning her of potential exploitation. Private hot spring butler, Jiya, though silent, seethed with annoyance, instantly recognizing Suli's concern as a thinly veiled attempt to secure the lucrative tip for herself. Suli then explicitly instructed private hot spring butler, Jiya, to recommend a more experienced and well-figured butler, twisting a knife of annoyance in Jiya's thoughts about her own perceived shortcomings. Private hot spring butler, Jiya, with a newfound resolve, insisted on fulfilling Shen Yuan's request, reminding Suli of his explicit preference, which left Suli momentarily taken aback. When private hot spring butler, Jiya, firmly affirmed her decision, Suli, unwilling to concede, proposed a direct competition. They would both present themselves to Shen Yuan and let him choose. Suli, brimming with mischievous anticipation, led private hot spring butler, Jiya, down the hall, inwardly relishing the intriguing night that lay ahead. Suli's teasing words offered private hot spring butler, Jiya, a last chance to retreat, an offer made even more provocative by her deliberate, revealing adjustment of her top. Private hot spring butler, Jiya, dismissed Suli's offer with a terse refusal, her mind reeling with exasperation at her rival's shameless and overtly competitive display. Suli introduced herself to Shen Yuan, presenting herself as an exclusive butler who was also a charming beginner in spa services, while private hot spring butler, Jiya, offered a much more nervous and formal welcome. Shen Yuan offered a simple greeting, his gaze sweeping over the two women who now stood before him. Su Li seethed inwardly at Private Hot Spring Butler, Ji Ya's beginner ploy, while Ji Ya shrewdly observed that men often gravitated towards such innocent self-descriptions, perceiving them as a sign of purity. Leaning in close, Su Li's voice dropped, a seductive question hanging in the air as she invited Shen Yuan to choose his preferred companion for the evening. Shen Yuan's casual affirmation of her suitability only intensified the game, prompting Su Li to playfully push further, asking him to specify exactly what he found so fitting. Shen Yuan deflected her question with a knowing smile, and Su Li, with a flush, playfully chided him for his charming naughtiness. Private Hot Spring Butler, Ji Ya, watched with a heavy heart, conceding defeat as she realized the extent of Su Li's shameless tactics, a level she had profoundly underestimated. Private Hot Spring Butler, Ji Ya, announced her subdued departure, as Su Li, with a triumphant wave, declared her sole claim on serving Shen Yuan for the night. But a single word from Shen Yuan sliced through the air, stopping Private Hot Spring Butler, Ji Ya, in her tracks. Private Hot Spring Butler, Ji Ya, turned back, her face a mask of surprise and hesitant anticipation, asking what he required. Su Li, too, was caught off guard, a small sound of confused surprise escaping her lips. Shen Yuan, with disarming casualness, suggested they both stay and serve him together, a proposal that left Private Hot Spring Butler, Ji Ya, profoundly flustered by its sheer lack of precedent. Su Li, observing Shen Yuan's unexpected demand, marveled at the sheer audacity and extravagance of how the truly rich conducted their affairs. With a captivating smile, Shen Yuan dismissed the idea of precedent, his gaze holding Private Hot Spring Butler, Ji Ya's, as he suggested they simply create one together. A wave of confusion washed over Su Li, wondering how a two-person massage would even work, while Ji Ya internally reeled, questioning if Shen Yuan was still unsatisfied despite her own undeniable charm. Shen Yuan's voice cut through the lingering awkwardness, offering double payment as Ji Ya, ever the professional, immediately offered to help him change. As Shen Yuan removed his shirt, Su Li found herself openly admiring his impressive physique, a genuine appreciation in her voice. Su Li mentally justified the situation, concluding that a massage with Shen Yuan was no loss, while Ji Ya silently observed her rival, noting Su Li's sudden willingness despite her earlier innocent facade. Su Li, regaining her composure, proposed a pragmatic division of labor for the massage, which Ji Ya promptly accepted. With a knowing smirk, Su Li playfully alluded to Shen Yuan's third leg, pushing the boundaries of their professional interaction. Shen Yuan, amused, responded that his third leg was rather discerning and might require more than one person, prompting Ji Ya to observe his big appetite with a slight blush. Ji Ya's voice faltered with embarrassment as she tried to introduce the special soft service, her words trailing off into a hesitant whisper. Recognizing the exclusive nature of the soft service, Su Li saw her chance, slyly offering to take over from the clearly uncomfortable Ji Ya. Su Li confidently declared Ji Ya inexperienced in the soft service, attempting to sideline her, while Ji Ya internally conceded, admitting her own lack of expertise in that particular offering. Annoyed by their thinly veiled bickering, Shen Yuan decisively intervened, dismissing Su Li and instructing Ji Ya to stay. Su Li's face contorted in shock and disappointment, realizing she was about to miss the most lucrative part of the evening. In a desperate attempt to stay, Su Li aggressively questioned Ji Ya's experience and then maliciously invoked her boyfriend, hoping to shame her into retreating. Ji Ya, however, stood her ground, firmly telling Su Li that her personal life was none of her concern. Despite her clear nerves, Ji Ya turned to Shen Yuan, pledging to perform the unfamiliar, soft service, with her utmost effort. Su Li began to protest but quickly re-evaluated the situation, realizing that further objections would only put her own professional standing at risk. With a forced smile, Su Li offered a formal apology for her earlier behavior, then conceded the field to Ji Ya and departed at Shen Yuan's terse dismissal. As she walked away, Su Li fumed internally, unable to reconcile Shen Yuan's preference for Ji Ya with her own perceived superior assets and service. Now alone, Ji Ya allowed herself to fully appreciate the feel of Shen Yuan's abs, a sensation she had been too shy to properly indulge before. Ji Ya, emboldened by the privacy, shyly asked if she could really touch his abs, to which Shen Yuan playfully agreed, but only if she would return the favor. Her hand settled on his firm abdomen, and Shen Yuan's fingers intertwined with hers, a silent, intimate connection. Ji Ya's cheeks flushed crimson as she registered the intoxicating feel of his abs, her internal thoughts betraying an unexpected, intense longing. Shen Yuan observed her flushed reaction with a smirk, his curiosity piqued as he wondered just how far Ji Ya's boundaries truly extended. With a sudden, intimate gesture, Shen Yuan leaned in, his hand gently cupping Ji Ya's face, making her gasp in surprise. Panic flared within Ji Ya as she realized how much she had allowed herself to be drawn into the moment, fearing she had gone too far. Her mind raced, questioning her own seductive actions and interpreting Shen Yuan's teasing fingers on her chin as a simulated kiss, a gesture she mentally tried to shy away from. Jia weakly protested, but Shen Yuan swiftly dismissed her concerns, reminding her that her boyfriend was not present and could not possibly intervene. Jia, feeling exposed, earnestly defended her boyfriend, asserting his genuine affection despite his financial standing, which Shen Yuan met with a skeptical inquiry into her romantic ideals. Jia shyly confessed the online nature of their relationship, revealing they had been chatting for months and he planned to visit, a detail that visibly surprised Shen Yuan. Despite admitting the unconventional nature of her bond, Jia insisted on their strong connection, prompting Shen Yuan to internally label her a hopeless romantic. Shen Yuan offered a seemingly kind but subtly mocking wish for her beautiful feeling to last, leaving Jia even more flustered and wondering why he refused to back down. He then directly challenged her, asking if she truly believed he would ruin her relationship, leaving Jia utterly confused by his intentions. Shen Yuan's hand gently tilted her chin, pulling her face closer, deepening the silent intensity between them. With a cutting honesty, Shen Yuan dismantled Jiya's defenses, suggesting her online boyfriend was merely an excuse for her unspoken desires and a jealousy of Su Li's brazenness. He pressed further, offering a tempting rationale that she could indulge her desires as long as her emotional needs were met and her feelings remained uninvolved. Jiya's stammering response confirmed Shen Yuan's piercing observation, leading him to a triumphant conclusion about her hidden inclinations. Shen Yuan pulled her into a tender embrace, his thoughts pragmatic even in that intimate moment, resolving not to feel indebted despite her unstated motives. Nestled in his arms, Jiya redefined their intimate exchange, suggesting it was not a transaction but a mutual satisfaction of unspoken needs. Shen Yuan, with a knowing smirk, readily agreed, reassuring her not to overthink the complexities of their connection. Jiya lay on the bed, her face flushed and serene, yielding to the profound sensations of the moment. With a deliberate, sensual grace, Jiya began to shed her black stockings, marking a deeper surrender. Her shoes lay abandoned, and a piece of black lingerie rested on the nearby table, silent symbols of the night's deepening intimacy. Jiya embraced Shen Yuan from behind, her hands tracing his back, as she softly murmured his name, her passionate sounds betraying her profound release. Shen Yuan turned, his lips finding hers in a passionate kiss, sealing the explosive culmination of their desires. An hour later, Jiya wrestled with the weight of her actions, a lingering question of betrayal echoing in her mind. As Shen Yuan probed gently into her thoughts, Jiya's flush deepened, and she instinctively pulled her robe tighter, her whispered denial unable to mask the swirling emotions within. Shen Yuan attempted to frame their encounter as a liberating fresh start, but Jiya, eyes wide with a mix of surprise and accusation, confronted him with a sharp question about his true intentions. He calmly rebuffed the accusation of trickery, asserting instead a rare talent for unearthing the unspoken desires buried deep within others. Jiya gasped, a blush creeping across her cheeks as the profound realization struck her. Shen Yuan understood a part of her own hidden longing she had not dared to acknowledge. Curious and slightly unnerved, Jiya pressed him to reveal how he knew, and Shen Yuan coolly listed the myriad subtle tells in her eyes, her movements, and every unconscious gesture. A quiet fear crept into Jiya's thoughts, recalling a friend's warning about men like him, but Shen Yuan calmly assuaged her deepest anxieties by promising he would never simply dismiss their connection. A single tear tracing her cheek, Jiya was consumed by the bitter realization that her previous relationship now felt irreversibly tainted. In her mind, a playful yet critical counselor Li Xiao questioned the very foundation of her online romance, offering a sharp reminder to confront reality. Jiya, startled by his implied doubt, looked up in confusion, instinctively seeking to understand his unspoken judgment. With a subtle, knowing smile, Shen Yuan laid bare the fragile nature of online connections, warning her that an idealized image built on texts and calls would only lead to deeper disappointment. Lowering her gaze in quiet contemplation, Jiya found herself reluctantly conceding the uncomfortable truth of his words. As his touch lingered, Jiya stammered a request for him to stop, only for Shen Yuan to playfully challenge the notion of personal distance between them now. Jiya struggled to articulate her inner turmoil, but Shen Yuan cut through her hesitation with a suggestive invitation to deepen their intimacy further. The warm water cascaded over them, a gentle rush deepening the intimate atmosphere. An hour later, Jiya leaned over, utterly drained and barely able to stand, her thoughts wandering to the women who must regularly endure Shen Yuan's formidable passion. With a casual shrug, Shen Yuan mentioned that his girlfriend simply considered such encounters the basics, having grown accustomed to his passionate nature. A sudden, curious hum escaped Shen Yuan's lips as a new thought sparked within him. A surge of satisfaction coursed through Shen Yuan as he realized Jiya's affection for him had notably increased, proving his audacious strategy was the most effective. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan extended a lavish offer of money and an open invitation to splurge at luxury boutiques, a gesture both generous and subtly transactional. Jiya's eyes widened in utter disbelief, the sheer scale of his generosity leaving her speechless. In her mind, Jiya's surprise cartoonishly escalated, her eyes turning into coins as she marveled at a level of generosity she had never dared to imagine. With a profound bow, Jia offered her sincere thanks, the gesture conveying a depth of gratitude for his unexpected kindness. Lying face down on the bed, Jia silently admonished herself for so quickly betraying her earlier convictions, feeling she had irrevocably surrendered to his influence. Dressed and composed, Jia hesitantly asked if she could see him again, her blush and nervous gesture betraying a deep, uncertain hope. A bead of sweat traced Shen Yuan's temple as he inwardly recoiled, a wave of concern washing over him at the thought that she might actually be falling for him. Flustered, Jia hastily clarified, explaining her upcoming trip to Star City and her lack of connections there, hoping to mask the true intention behind her nervous inquiry. Shen Yuan casually agreed to connect, only for Jia to suddenly remind him of her online boyfriend, a stark memory threatening to break the delicate spell between them. Her gaze fixed downwards, Jia confessed to herself that she couldn't face her boyfriend, admitting the painful truth that she had idealized him far too much. A subtle smile touched Shen Yuan's lips as he realized, despite his own motivations, that his words might inadvertently steer Jia towards a better path. As Shen Yuan gently placed a hand on her shoulder, he suggested that her feelings might shift, a notion Jia tentatively conceded with a soft hum. With a final, soft goodnight, Jia walked away, leaving their complex night to linger in the quiet hum of the night. As she walked away, Shen Yuan called out a tempting offer, inviting her to seek him out in Star City if she ever desired a change from her current life. Jia, startled and blushing, directly asked if he intended to make her his sugar baby, prompting Shen Yuan to calmly outline a role that blended employment with the intimate duties of a temporary girlfriend. Jia inwardly marveled at his refined framing of such a taboo arrangement, then outwardly pressed him for more practical details on the full scope of her potential duties. With a final, decisive tone, Shen Yuan gave her a month to consider his unusual proposal before the offer would irrevocably expire. A confident smile played on Shen Yuan's lips as he considered the double benefits of securing Jia, her practical skills as a high-end butler and her growing affection, which promised endless financial returns. Guan Shufang greeted Jiya's return with an almost mocking casualness, her arms crossed in an unspoken challenge. Her weariness etched on her face, Jiya dismissively suggested they postpone any conversation until morning, her tone firm. Guan Shufang's smug smile sharpened as she launched into a scathing attack, accusing Jiya of blatant hypocrisy and implying a moral compromise she had publicly disavowed. Annoyed, Jiya spun around, her hands on her hips, and challenged Guan Shufang, suggesting her malicious words were merely the bitter sting of rejection. Guan Shufang continued her verbal assault, but Jiya coolly deflected the insult, asserting that such ugly words could only come from a place of profound and justified anger. With a newfound confidence, Jiya revealed Shen Yuan's lavish generosity, detailing the substantial transfer and the carte blanche to shop at luxury boutiques. With a triumphant smirk, Jiya displayed the 50,000 transfer on her phone, mockingly asking Guan Shufang if that sum even compared to her own nightly earnings. Jiya pressed her advantage, boasting that Shen Yuan had found her service so exceptional he wanted to keep her on, causing Guan Shufang to stutter in stunned disbelief. Enraged, Guan Shufang angrily scoffed at the idea, dismissing Jiya's claims as a pathetic delusion and declaring she would waste no more time on her. As Guan Shufang stormed away, Jiya delivered one final, cutting retort, asserting that she had shown her far too much undeserved respect. With a new defiance hardening her gaze, Jiya realized that with her time as a co-worker drawing to a close, she no longer had any reason to hold back. A blush bloomed across Jiya's face as the full, shocking implication of her thoughts finally hit her. She had, in essence, just agreed to be Shen Yuan's temporary girlfriend. The next day, a deep sense of joy swelled within her as she embraced the breathtaking beauty around them. Chen Sinyu's excitement bubbled over, noting how utterly unlike their previous life in Star City this moment felt. Long Jinghan affirmed the feeling, a quiet contentment settling over her as she adjusted her hat against the light breeze. Wanting to preserve the perfect memory, Long Jinghan turned to Shen Yuan, suggesting they capture their shared joy in a photograph. Shen Yuan readily agreed, offering to find a way to make their wish a reality. He then turned to a nearby stranger, seeking help, which startled the man. The man eagerly volunteered, his enthusiasm transparent as he boasted about his expensive phone's camera quality. Unseen, the man secretly hoped to leverage the photo opportunity to gain access to the women's contact information. Shen Yuan, subtly discerning the man's underlying intentions, nonetheless assented to use his phone. The man harbored a hopeful scheme, his thoughts consumed by the potential for a new connection. A moment of shared happiness was captured, freezing their radiant smiles against the vibrant backdrop of the beach. The man, growing bolder, began to instruct Chen Sinyu, his voice tinged with an eagerness that felt slightly out of place. Chen Sinyu, with a shy blush, adjusted her stance as he effusively declared her pose flawless. His voice counted down, meticulously directing the scene to achieve what he believed would be the perfect shot. A subtle discomfort stirred within Chen Sinyu as Shen Yuan, sensing her unease, began to question the casual nature of his own contact. Shen Yuan remained observant, an arm around Long Jinghan, as Chen Sinyu shifted with a hint of fluster in her posture. The photographer, misinterpreting the familial connection, assumed a closer, more intimate relationship between Shen Yuan and Chen Xinyu. A chorus of exasperated thoughts arose from the three men, their speculation quickly turning into resentment over Shen Yuan's apparent good fortune with both women. Shen Yuan smoothly thanked the man for his assistance, then requested he share the photos via WeChat and promptly delete them, leaving no room for lingering contact. The man confirmed he had sent and deleted the pictures, his forced smile betraying his true feelings as Shen Yuan, still gracious, sent a 200 yuan red envelope as thanks. The men recoiled in a wave of instant depression, lamenting their foolish decision to help, which had only served to highlight their own romantic failures. Long Jinghan, her spirit bright, suggested they all feed the seagulls together, inviting Shen Yuan and Chen Xinyu to share in the simple joy. Chen Xinyu, her blush deepening, responded with a quiet agreement, her fidgeting suggesting a deeper emotional current Shen Yuan keenly observed. As she fed the seagulls, Chen Xinyu's mind drifted to her past, reflecting on a life once consumed by the relentless grind of sales, a stark contrast to the carefree days Shen Yuan had brought into her world. She glanced at Long Jinghan, a melancholic thought forming about her sister's impending college graduation and the harsh realities of hustling for money that likely awaited her. A complex thought bloomed in Chen Xinyu's mind, considering if sharing Shen Yuan could truly spare her sister from the struggles she herself had endured, offering a future free from financial worry and unsavory men. Long Jingyan's expression grew serious, a familiar saying about the strength of sisterly bonds echoing in her thoughts. Two hands clasped together, a silent testament to the deep, unspoken bond between them. She pondered the consequences of trying to dissuade Chen Xinyu from her affections for Shen Yuan, fearing it could irrevocably damage their sisterly relationship. Yet, an equally daunting question arose: how could she possibly explain such a complex arrangement to their parents? Long Jinghan stood amidst the swirling gulls, her contemplative silence a stark contrast to the lively scene around her. Noticing Long Jingyan's pensive mood, Chen Xinyu gently inquired if she was feeling unwell. Long Jinghan quickly brushed off her sister's concern, reassuring her with a touch as she decided to let fate unfold naturally, abandoning her troubling thoughts. Shen Yuan, observing the subtle shift in their demeanor, gently asked if the sisters were feeling fatigued. Long Jinghan, finding a convenient excuse, explained her weariness as a natural consequence of her monthly cycle. Shen Yuan promptly suggested they return, a sentiment Chen Xinyu enthusiastically echoed as they departed the beach. Later, at a private hot spring villa, a lavish spread of Yunnan cuisine awaited them. Jiya, the butler, presented the exquisite meal with a warm smile, inviting Mr. Shen and Ms. Chen to savor the culinary delights. Shen Yuan turned his attention to Chen Xinyu, a moment of gentle care, as Jiya continued her attentive service. Jiya observed Chen Xinyu's subtle glances at Shen Yuan, recognizing the careful yet expectant affection, and pondered if Chen Xinyu had truly accepted the unspoken dynamic of her sister's feelings. A wave of distress washed over Jiya as she grappled with the messy realities of wealthy families, questioning if she herself could ever embrace such a complicated arrangement with a sister. Shen Yuan, with a considerate smile, invited Jiya to join them, but she politely declined, opting for the staff cafeteria. Both Shen Yuan and Chen Xinyu insisted, compelling Jiya to stay, citing the overwhelming amount of food that would otherwise go to waste. Jiya's cheeks flushed, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, as Chen Xinyu's persistent kindness seemed to win her over. A sudden, sharp realization flashed across Jiya's face, her eyes widening in surprise. Under the table, Jiya discreetly rubbed her leg against Shen Yuan's, a silent, playful gesture. A soft blush crept onto Jiya's cheeks as she smiled, her eyes closed in a moment of quiet, flirtatious pleasure. Despite Shen Yuan's unspoken warning about the proximity of his current companions, Jiya's playful thoughts continued, a daring challenge to his composure. Jiya found herself enduring the meal, restless beneath her calm facade, not daring to make a single move that might reveal her inner turmoil. She wondered at Shen Yuan's unshakable calm, a man sitting easily between his proclaimed girlfriend and the other woman, oblivious to the storm brewing within her. His voice cut through her thoughts, a simple question about the food, yet it sent a surprising flush across Jiya's cheeks. Flustered, Jiya quickly confirmed her aversion to spicy food, her wide eyes betraying her unease. Feeling a pang of guilt for her oversight, Chen Xinyu offered a considerate solution, prompting a relieved thank you from Jiya. Half an hour later, with the meal concluded, Jiya subtly inquired if Shen Yuan and Miss Chen desired the hot spring, offering to prepare the water. Chen Xinyu graciously accepted, apologizing for the trouble, while Jiya, turning away, assured her it was no bother as she would prepare it after cleaning. As they walked, Chen Xinyu questioned Shen Yuan about their impending rush departure for Licheng, but he calmly assured her it would be fine. Shen Yuan then extended an invitation for a post-meal walk, but Chen Xinyu, with a knowing smile, declined, encouraging him to go on ahead. With an easy understanding, Shen Yuan and Chen Xinyu agreed, sharing a look before departing for their walk together. Shen Yuan mused internally that while Xinyu might seem naive, Chen Na, ever the observant saleswoman, had likely orchestrated this opportunity between him and Jiya, her thoughtfulness almost painful. Chen Xinyu, however, privately reflected her indifference to Shen Yuan's entanglements, especially during her period, believing such arrangements only eased her own burdens. Beyond that, she considered it more advantageous to appear generous and understanding, rather than provoke displeasure through jealousy. She catalogued the lavish gifts Shen Yuan had bestowed upon her and her parents, recognizing the immense privilege of being introduced as his official partner, which left her with no right to be anything but compliant. As for her sister, Chen Xinyu decided, she would simply allow events to unfold as they might. Meanwhile, Jia knelt beside the steaming water, a flicker of confusion crossing her face as she wondered if it was a hot spring or merely a grand bathtub. Shen Yuan, shirtless and robed, questioned her sleep, and Jia, blushing, offered a shy, understated reply. He pressed her again about the luxury shopping trip he'd suggested, a direct question that caused her to shift nervously. Jia explained her lack of time, promising to go tomorrow, but then, flustered, attempted to warn Shen Yuan about Miss Chen's presence downstairs, only for him to reveal they were out for a walk and mention their impending departure. With a knowing, suggestive smile, Shen Yuan issued a single, commanding instruction, "Come here. Kneel." Jia, flustered, protested that it was inappropriate and questioned what would happen if Miss Chen returned, but Shen Yuan assured her they had at least an hour. Jia's mind raced, a sudden realization hitting her that ordinary walks rarely extended beyond 10 or 20 minutes. A profound shock washed over Jia as she grasped the truth. Chen Xinyu's request to prepare the hot spring had been a deliberate signal, an unspoken acknowledgement of her relationship with Shen Yuan. She marveled at Shen Yuan's inexplicable charm, wondering how he could captivate women so completely, even as he gently prompted her, reminding her of the hour they still had. A profound blush stained Jiya's cheeks as Shen Yuan's hand settled lightly on her head, her surprise evident. 40 minutes later, as Jiya massaged his shoulders in the steamy hot spring, she quietly informed Shen Yuan that she had broken up with her online boyfriend that afternoon. He asked if she had truly thought it through, and Jiya admitted that yesterday's events had swayed her, making it impossible to face her former boyfriend. With a smug smile, Shen Yuan disclaimed any responsibility, asserting that he merely presented reality and did not intend to interfere with her decisions. Jia confessed that at her age, already past the typical marriage age in her hometown, she had placed all her hopes in online dating after failing to find the right person. Now, she realized the painful truth, it had all been a self-imposed fantasy, an escape from reality that she could no longer maintain. Shen Yuan mused to himself, wondering if he was inadvertently causing too much trouble, first with Lin's divorce and now with Butler Ji's breakup. Jia then tentatively asked if, after further thought, he would accept her if she decided to follow him, to which Shen Yuan readily agreed, promising a warm welcome. Shen Yuan decided it was time to leave, citing Chen Xinyu's imminent return, and as Jia agreed, she leaned in, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. As Jia walked away, Chen Xinyu, returning with Long Jinghan, greeted her with a smile, prompting Jia to reflect on Miss Chen's remarkable composure. Jia, finding her, requested a private conversation with Chen Xinyu, who readily agreed. Chen Xinyu, with a gentle smile, gestured for Jia to lead the way, and Jia, still slightly surprised, complied. Jia began to apologize for her relationship with Shen Yuan, but Chen Xinyu cut her off, reassuring her that no apology was needed, as she didn't mind. Chen Xinyu went further, expressing worry that she wasn't doing enough, a statement that stunned Jia, who questioned what more could possibly be required. Chen Xinyu then drew a thoughtful parallel, highlighting their similar humble backgrounds, service jobs, and futures that once seemed devoid of clear direction. Jia conceded the truth of her words, and Chen Xinyu then asked if finding happiness in staying by the side of someone they loved wasn't a profound form of contentment. Jia internally processed Chen Xinyu's words, realizing the undeniable generosity Shen Yuan extended to those around him, and the powerful allure of a man so young and handsome. Jia, still bewildered, asked Chen Xinyu her motive for this revelation, to which Chen Xinyu replied, surprisingly, that she should actually be thanked. A perplexed Jia asked why she would be thanked, her expression etched with confusion. Chen Xinyu merely offered a serene, knowing smile, leaving the question hanging in the air unanswered. The realization dawned on Jia, understanding that Chen Xinyu was thanking her for taking her place, a generous act of understanding that prompted Jia to admire Miss Chen's perfect partnership with Shen Yuan. Jia, acknowledging her understanding and apologizing for the bother, was interrupted by Chen Xinyu's unexpected question, could she drive? Jia confirmed her driving ability, and Chen Xinyu, smiling, invited her to serve as their driver and guide for the next 5 days, leveraging her familiarity with Li Cheng and Li Jiang. Chen Xinyu then added, with a subtle blush and suggestive tone, that Jiya's duties would extend to their daily needs, especially those of Shen Yuan. Jiya's mind reeled, overwhelmed by the implications of driver, guide, and daily care, particularly the emphasis on Shen Yuan, realizing she might be serving him for another 5 days. The woman, with a gentle smile, reassured Jia that her compensation would be fair, trying to ease any discomfort about their unusual arrangement. Jia maintained her professional composure, confirming her company offered such services and that she would seek approval, while the woman readily agreed. As Jia walked away, a wave of admiration washed over her for Chen Xinyu, whose selfless consideration for Shen Yuan made her seem like the epitome of a perfect partner, a woman no one could ever bear to leave. In the intimate quiet of their room, the woman nestled close to Shen Yuan, suggesting a local guide for their trip, a decision he gently left entirely in her hands. Her smile remained soft as she revealed her choice for guide and driver, Jia, a decision presented more as a confirmation than a question. Shen Yuan agreed with a knowing smile, his thoughts playfully accusing his partner of arranging not just a guide, but a companion, for him. A playful thought crossed Shen Yuan's mind about her overwhelming consideration, as his partner tenderly touched his face, telling him to rest while she went to shower. As his partner left the room, Shen Yuan's attention drifted to his phone, an introspective sigh for the unread messages from Hui Hui, eager despite only 2 days of silence. Min Hui's message glowed from the screen, a playful, winking invitation to ease his supposed longing with something nice. The image that followed left little to the imagination, a provocative pose meant to stir his senses and reclaim his focus. Another image appeared, even more intimate and seductive, a silent, potent declaration of her desire for his attention. Shen Yuan, shirtless in bed, looked at his phone with a faint smile, a casual thought acknowledging how little time he'd had for such distractions lately. Min Hui's surprise was clear as she pressed him for his return date, eager to see him before her holiday plans, to which Shen Yuan offered a casual estimate of 4 to 5 days. Her next message bubbled with pride and happiness, promising to wait for him, then excitedly announcing she had acquired the property certificate for her new house that morning. With a soft smile, Shen Yuan instructed her to itemize everything her new house needed, promising it would be furnished by the end of summer break. In the foreign student dorm, Xiao Lei's voice cut through the air, surprised to find Min Hui packing, questioning why she wasn't waiting for Shen Yuan's return. Min Hui, looking up from her suitcase, explained her decision to go home due to the uncertainty of Shen Yuan's return, still leaving herself open should he call. Xiao Lei, with a determined gesture, argued that Min Hui was being too passive and should take initiative, prompting Min Hui to ask how. Xiao Lei, radiating confidence, laid out her bold plan. They would showcase their yoga progress to Shen Yuan, letting him test their improvements, both vying for his evaluation. Min Hui, blushing and averting her gaze, stammered a hesitant question, the memory of a previous shared intimacy clearly coloring her reaction. Xiao Lei's anger flared, her voice rising in confrontation as she accused Min Hui of backing out of their shared agreement to drain Shen Yuan dry. Min Hui weakly suggested Xiao Lei go alone, her internal thoughts screaming in comical terror about Shen Yuan's legendary stamina, a force she barely survived last time. Xiao Lei's stern gaze pressed into Min Hui, challenging her willingness to concede victory to Fang Min Hui without a fight. With a persuasive smile, Xiao Lei draped an arm around Min Hui, suggesting they stay a few more days and send Shen Yuan their yoga photos to build anticipation, to which Min Hui finally, if reluctantly, conceded. Min Hui's playful message declared her and Senior Long ready for his inspection of their yoga progress, prompting Shen Yuan to smile faintly at his phone, recognizing his harem was already booking his schedule, even as he internally dismissed their efforts as still not quite enough. The next day dawned bright and sparkling, as a sleek black sedan wound its way through a serene mountain road, beginning their journey. Shen Yuan, ever considerate, offered to take the wheel if Jia grew tired, but she politely assured him she could handle the drive. Shen Yuan leaned back, gently advising her not to push herself, a sentiment she quietly acknowledged. Despite Chen Xinyu's full knowledge of her past with Shen Yuan, Jia found herself deeply uncomfortable with the present atmosphere, her thoughts betraying a poignant self-awareness of her position, feeling like an adjunct, perhaps even a fourth, within their intimate circle. Jia announced their arrival at Xuanlang ancient town, asking if they should go straight to the hotel or eat, to which Shen Yuan, considering their fatigue, suggested they dine at the hotel first. Jia offered a local recommendation for Yunnan cuisine and barbecue delivery, and Shen Yuan readily agreed, adding a request for beer, specifically for the two of them, acknowledging that Na and Xinyu likely wouldn't partake. From the back seat, Chen Xinyu, with a tentative eagerness, asked if she could have a little to drink, surprising Shen Yuan with her unexpected request. With a touch of shyness, Chen Xinyu explained her desire to try alcohol for the first time, and Shen Yuan, after a beat, readily agreed. A subtle tension filled the car as the woman, with a thoughtful, concerned expression, hesitated to speak, while Chen Xinyu remained blissfully happy and blushing. Half an hour later, the journey continued. Under the night sky by Irai Lake, Shen Yuan savored the relaxed atmosphere of their barbecue, praising his partner for her excellent trip planning. He extended his appreciation to Jia for her assistance, to which she simply replied that it was her job. As Chen Xinyu took a sip from her can, a blush warmed her cheeks, her inner thoughts naively hoping this taste of alcohol would finally make her seem less like a child in Shen Yuan's eyes. His partner, rising from the table, declared her tiredness and suggested they each take one of the suite's 4 bedrooms for the night, a proposal Shen Yuan readily accepted. A watchful concern softened her features as she advised Chen Xinyu to drink less. A hazy blush deepened on Chen Xinyu's face as dizziness began to set in, her eyes barely open. Shen Yuan, a look of concern on his face, asked if Chen Xinyu was drunk and gently urged her to go to sleep. Chen Xinyu, her words slurred and movements clumsy, groggily agreed, her hand still reaching for the bottles. She stumbled precariously, her blush now less about shyness and more about the disorienting effects of the alcohol. Shen Yuan quickly directed Jia to help Chen Xinyu inside, and with a swift affirmation, Jia stepped forward to support the stumbling young woman. With a sudden, drunken pull, Chen Xinyu clung to Shen Yuan, her words slurring her insistence that she wasn't drunk and only wanted him to help her. Jia sank back into her chair, a look of profound concern mixed with helplessness settling on her face. Shen Yuan, a gentle smile softening his features, placated her, agreeing that she wasn't drunk and that he would personally help her to her room. As Shen Yuan carried the intoxicated Chen Xinyu away, Jia watched them disappear, a worried expression on her face, her unfinished question hanging in the air with a heavy, uncertain implication. Shen Yuan tried to gently guide Chen Xinyu to sleep, but her slurred insistence that she wasn't drunk or sleepy only deepened the growing tension between them. An awkward playfulness settled as Chen Xinyu, yearning to be seen as an adult, demanded that Shen Yuan stop treating her like a child. Her drunken memories unraveling, Chen Xinyu recalled moments where she felt Shen Yuan had stolen glances at her, hinting at a hidden awareness. A wave of panic washed over Shen Yuan, who desperately covered her mouth, knowing her words would bring unbearable shame to her once sober. Unfazed by his attempts to silence her, Chen Xinyu boldly pressed on, demanding to know if his lingering gazes meant he harbored feelings for her. Shen Yuan's mind raced, confirming the obvious truth, she was utterly, hopelessly drunk. Her words then shifted, her drunken accusations challenging his loyalty as she questioned his attention to not only her sister and herself, but also Jia. Shen Yuan, flushed with escalating embarrassment, gently tried to push her away, begging her to stop before he completely lost face. But Chen Xinyu, defiant and unyielding, only clung tighter, her grip a silent declaration that she would not let him go. Shen Yuan's gentle suggestion for her to sleep was met with her renewed insistence on her maturity, rebuffing his attempts to treat her like a child. To underscore her point, Chen Xinyu provocatively revealed herself, challenging him to witness her undeniable maturity. Wrapping her arms around him, she pressed her advantage, accusing him of favoritism and openly comparing her figure to Jiya's with a bold challenge. A wave of resignation washed over Shen Yuan as he realized the depth of her intoxication and the trouble it was bound to create. Chen Xinyu's words became explicitly intimate, confessing her constant thoughts of him, especially at night, which only intensified Shen Yuan's growing unease. She insisted on speaking her mind, her hands cupping his face as if to demand his full, undivided attention. With daring frankness, she asked if he desired to kiss her, promising her sister would never know. As their faces drew near, Shen Yuan wrestled with his inner demons, knowing that taking advantage of her drunken vulnerability was a line he refused to cross. A hurt look shadowed Chen Xinyu's face, making Shen Yuan nervously deflect her wounded question about his feelings. Undeterred, Chen Xinyu pulled him closer, escalating her advances by asking if he wished to touch her, again promising secrecy from her sister. She continued to insist that the proposition was hers alone, reassuring him with a fervent promise that she wouldn't tell. Shen Yuan could only stare, a silent testament to the audacious turn the night had taken. With a soft sigh, Chen Xinyu snuggled closer, finding comfort in his embrace as they lay together. Shen Yuan spoke with a weary honesty, warning her that tomorrow morning, she would undoubtedly regret these actions. She dismissed his warning with a faint smile, believing herself safely ensconced in a dream where all would be forgotten upon waking. The truth dawned on Shen Yuan, explaining her boldness, and with a new sense of playful curiosity, he asked what other fantasies she had dreamed. She answered coyly that there were a lot of things, prompting him to press for more intimate details. Her eyes fluttered open slightly, her voice hinting at a secret as she admitted her dreams were too private to share, especially with him. Shen Yuan playfully warned her of a punishment if she refused to tell, eliciting an immediate, startled agreement from her. She began to recount a dream where Shen Yuan, upon his first visit, had playfully bullied her sister, then mysteriously found his way into her room to do the same. Then came another dream, an ethereal vision of him rushing in while she bathed, a fantasy both shocking and alluring. Her final dream, hazy and intimate, involved her leaving her door ajar during an argument with her sister, only for him to enter and silence her, their secret sealed. The words resonated deeply with Shen Yuan. He understood that her nightly fantasies were merely reflections of her constant waking desires. Energized by her own recollections, Chen Xinyu, flushed with emotion, explicitly asked him to stay the night, justifying it as just a dream with no real consequences. Shen Yuan's refusal was firm yet gentle, his internal resolve fixed on not taking advantage of her impaired judgment. With a soft touch, Shen Yuan gently tucked her into bed, wishing her sweet dreams and a peaceful rest. As he left the room, Shen Yuan reflected on his self-control, musing that since these dreams consumed her daily, it was only a matter of time before he made them a reality. A message from Shen Yuan sparked confusion and anxiety in Jia, who, misinterpreting his intent, worried he desired both her and Chen Xinyu. Jia, flustered and apologetic, stammered her refusal, only for Shen Yuan to express his bewildered confusion and clarify that he was simply in his own room. Mortified by her blunder, Jia bowed deeply and repeatedly, her face burning with profound apology. As Jia internally mused about her ingrained professional habits, Shen Yuan noted her change into a business suit, playfully asking her new therapist number. With a confident smile, Jia introduced herself as therapist number 66, ready to provide her specialized service. Shen Yuan acknowledged her, and with a blush, Jia eagerly suggested they begin. Meanwhile, in Xingchen, an older man entered Lin Yuchang's dark house, his calls for her echoing with a growing unease. His concern quickly turned to suspicion and anger as he wondered if she was out cheating at such a late hour. His eyes landed on something on the table, a sudden jolt of surprise crossing his face. Fury consumed him as he discovered the divorce papers, tearing them to shreds in a fit of explosive rage. A serene photo of Lin Yuchang, smiling gently, offered a poignant contrast to the chaos her absence had unleashed. Zheng Wanyong's mind churned with a bitter irony. After providing a comfortable life, her demand for a divorce felt like a profound betrayal. His fury intensified as he considered her audacious demands for the house, the car, the savings, and even their child, his mind railing against the injustice of giving away wealth he had tirelessly earned. His indignant rage abruptly shattered into a profound shock as he stammered, questioning the very existence of the incriminating photos and their mysterious origin. The cold, clear words of Lin Yuchang's ultimatum offered no escape, accept the agreement within 2 days, or face the ruinous consequences of public exposure, corporate humiliation, and a relentless legal battle, all fueled by the compromising truth. Zheng Wanyong crumbled the papers in his hands, agonizing over the loss of over 2 million in assets and the stark possibility of losing his job if the scandal erupted in court. He found himself reflecting on Lin Yuchang's virtues, recalling her beauty, kindness, and even her parents' substantial contribution to their home, a stark contrast to the current acrimony. The line went dead, confirming he had been blocked, and in a surge of desperate anger, he resolved to contact her parents next. A wave of distress washed over him as he realized even her parents had blocked his calls, solidifying the grim understanding that Lin Yuchang was absolutely determined to divorce him. Alone in the quiet evening, Zheng Wanyong sat in somber contemplation, the weight of his unraveling life pressing down upon him. A quiet desperation settled in as Zheng Wanyong reluctantly decided to sign the document, his heart aching for the lost connection but his mind prioritizing the survival of his career. Far away, in the comfort of his hotel room, Shen Yuan exchanged messages with Lin Yuchang about his newly renovated home, confirming his return in a few days. Shen Yuan mused on Su Xue's subtle affection, expressed through questions about his return, while also noting the numerous unread messages from Coach Lu. One of his companions, the gym manager, updated Shen Yuan on the gym's successful new measures and conveyed her heartfelt longing for his return, to which he promised a reward. His phone rang, an incoming call pulling him back to the present. Shen Yuan answered the late-night call from manager Yu Jifeng, who reported an unsettling issue with Vice Principal Su Shoutai's delays regarding a crucial medical checkup project. Shen Yuan stressed the project's critical importance for his medical center's expansion, his thoughts turning to suspicion that Vice Principal Su, whose connection came from a $10 million investment, might be trying to betray him. Shen Yuan questioned manager Yu Jifeng about Su's past assistance and current behavior, then instructed him to discreetly investigate if any rival medical institutions were attempting to secure the project. He weighed his financial leverage, confident that the bulk of his investment in the startup base remained secure, yet felt a growing frustration that Su might be trying to exploit their arrangement for a better deal. As he considered his options, Shen Yuan turned his attention to Teacher Li, the school counselor, recognizing her potential influence despite her lower rank, and subtly requested her future assistance. 19. The next morning, Chen Xinyu woke disoriented, a blush rising as she wondered if her brother-in-law had carried her to bed, and if she had truly consumed too much last night. Narration transition. Embarrassment flared as Chen Xinyu vividly recalled her intimate confessions to Shen Yuan from the previous evening, desperately wishing it had all been a mere dream. A wave of mortification washed over Chen Xinyu as the vivid memories confirmed her intimate encounter with Shen Yuan was undeniably real, leaving her utterly exposed and crimson-faced. A woman's gentle knock and cheerful invitation for breakfast cut through the morning's quiet, interrupting Chen Xinyu's private turmoil. Flustered and anxious, Chen Xinyu called out a nervous reply to her sister, pulling the blanket higher as her cheeks burned with a deep blush. His companion, the gym manager, outlined the day's itinerary, suggesting visits to an ancient town or the 3 pagodas, with the possibility of the snow mountain later. The serene vista of a pagoda standing majestically against a clear blue sky, surrounded by vibrant greenery, promised a day of tranquil exploration. The gym manager, gesturing towards the scenic landscape, explained the afternoon's horseback riding activity and proposed mountain climbing for the following day. Shen Yuan confidently agreed to the horseback riding, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he anticipated the novel experience of riding actual horses. 10 minutes later, as the horse-riding coach appeared, he privately assessed the women's inexperience, while his companion introduced him to Shen Yuan. The coach began his lesson, explaining the importance of building rapport with the horse and comparing riding to driving, promising to guide them through the initial steps. He then called out, asking which of them would be brave enough to go first. His companion, the gym manager, confidently declared her independence from instruction, while Chen Xinyu, with a flash of annoyance, rejected the idea of riding with any other man. Long Jinghan claimed an sudden illness to avoid the activity, but Shen Yuan, with a confident smile, immediately volunteered to take the first turn. With a firm resolve, Shen Yuan activated his system, selecting the beginner horse riding skill from the available options. A moment of surprise crossed Shen Yuan's face as the system confirmed the skill redemption, yet left him pondering the subtle distinctions between riding, controlling, and mastering horses. He quickly clarified his own confusion, realizing the skill encompassed a full understanding of horse behavior, reins, stirrups, and the nuanced techniques of acceleration and braking. The coach, already mounted, instructed Shen Yuan on the proper use of stirrups and reins, then beckoned him to mount the horse. Shen Yuan, with an unexpectedly confident smile, proposed riding behind the coach, a suggestion that visibly surprised and concerned the coach due to the perceived danger. Shen Yuan, already settled behind the coach, playfully warned him about the dangers of horse riding, causing the coach to shift uncomfortably. With a playful shout of "Giddy up," Shen Yuan urged the horse forward, catching the coach entirely by surprise. The horse neighed, and the coach, now cartoonishly distressed, felt as though the horse was riding him, not the other way around, much to the amusement of the onlookers. The gym manager turned to Chen Xinyu, her surprise evident as she questioned Shen Yuan's apparent riding prowess, a question Chen Xinyu could only answer with bewildered uncertainty. 10 minutes later, Shen Yuan remained calmly poised on the horse, while the coach, flustered and struggling, teetered precariously on the verge of falling off. Shen Yuan, looking back with a knowing smile, jokingly offered the distraught coach another round, who emphatically declined amidst the gym manager's stifled giggles. Shen Yuan feigned disappointment about not receiving guidance, to which the coach, now standing and utterly amazed, exclaimed that Shen Yuan's skill far surpassed his own. The gym manager, her surprise palpable, asked Shen Yuan if he had prior riding experience, to which he responded with confident nonchalance. A blush crept across the gym manager's face as she inwardly mused on Shen Yuan's playful nature, her thoughts drifting to an intimate moment they had shared. With a charming smile, Shen Yuan turned to Chen Xinyu, inviting her to try her hand at horseback riding. Chen Xinyu's face flushed with a mixture of surprise and bashfulness, her expression a silent reply to Shen Yuan's invitation. Chen Xinyu confessed her nervousness about the new experience, a subtle apprehension coloring her voice. A companion offered soft reassurance, highlighting the horse's gentle nature and the comforting presence of her brother-in-law, Shen Yuan. With a gentle smile, Shen Yuan offered his hand, guiding her towards the stirrup with an encouraging invitation. A quiet blush spread across Chen Xinyu's cheeks as she tentatively reached for Shen Yuan's outstretched hand. Settling in close behind her on the horse, Shen Yuan's thoughts, though unspoken, held a distinctly appreciative and suggestive turn. His hands gently covered hers on the reins, a guiding touch that subtly heightened the intimacy of their shared ride. As Shen Yuan instructed her to hold on, Chen Xinyu's cheeks burned with the overwhelming embarrassment of their intimate position. With a joyful exclamation, Shen Yuan spurred the horse into a swift, energetic gait. Shen Yuan offered specific riding instructions, his detailed guidance about leg pressure and shifting balance carrying a subtle, suggestive undertone. A flush deepened on Chen Xinyu's face as she privately wondered if her brother-in-law's instructions were truly about horsemanship or something far more personal. Shen Yuan, despite his self-aware smirk, mentally insisted that his undeniably suggestive position was, in fact, purely for instructional purposes. Observers watched, one expressing surprise at Shen Yuan's unexpected skill, while another probed the first subdued reaction. The two men's conversation quickly turned to speculation about Shen Yuan's wealth and his complex relationships, cautioning each other about the unspoken rules among the elite. 10 minutes into their ride, Shen Yuan sensed Chen Xinyu's growing confidence and suggested a faster pace, which she met with a breathless, excited agreement. A startled, joyful cry escaped Chen Xinyu as their pace quickened. The horses' increasing speed brought their bodies into an even more intimate contact. Their excitement surged, Shen Yuan's call for more speed met instantly by Chen Xinyu's exhilarated agreement. Shen Yuan pressed for more speed, while a nearby observer registered Chen Xinyu's surprisingly quick mastery of the ride. Back at the hotel, the secretary's solicitous voice filled the room, anticipating Shen Yuan's needs after a day of vigorous activity. Shen Yuan, with a casual frankness, confirmed his need for a massage, attributing his soreness to the unexpected rigors of their horse ride. With smooth, practiced movements, the woman dispensed lotion into her palm. As she massaged his back, the secretary broached a professional inquiry, seeking clarity on her role should she join him in South Province. Shen Yuan meticulously outlined the comprehensive duties of a personal assistant, detailing the management of his daily life, extensive assets, and the need for a highly professional replacement for Coach Lu. The secretary expressed confidence in managing his assets, which Shen Yuan, with a subtle smirk, deliberately understated as only a villa, 2 cars, and a single shop. Her deeper concern emerged, not about wages, but about job security, a fear Shen Yuan calmly dispelled with a firm promise of unwavering loyalty for anyone devoted to him. Her direct question about living arrangements prompted Shen Yuan to reveal a distinctly intimate offer: she would live with him in his new villa, a privilege not extended to his other companions. With a decisive sound, she committed, promising her resignation and a week to transition, a decision Shen Yuan acknowledged with a soft grunt. A sudden, insistent knock on the door snapped the secretary to attention. Shen Yuan, startled by the late-hour intrusion, quickly surmised the caller's identity and urgently instructed the secretary to hide in the closet. Her face flushed, the secretary quickly concealed herself within the closet's dim confines. A blush graced Chen Sinyu's cheeks as she stood in the doorway, her voice soft with a hesitant yet expectant message for Shen Yuan. With a subtle smile, Shen Yuan motioned for Chen Sinyu to enter the room. As the door clicked shut, Chen Sinyu, her voice laced with unease, confessed her hazy memories of the previous night and cautiously inquired about what happened after Shen Yuan had taken her to her room. Shen Yuan offered calming reassurance, declaring that nothing had happened and affirming that his feelings for her would remain unchanged, regardless. Chen Sinyu's persistent blush underscored her lingering unease as she tentatively prepared to ask another question, which Shen Yuan calmly encouraged. Her words became a nervous, stuttering tangle, a clear sign of the profound embarrassment she felt. Swiftly changing the subject, Shen Yuan offered a teasing, suggestive warning about Chen Sinyu's casual attire, implying a need for more caution in other settings. A sudden, mortifying realization struck Chen Sinyu like a physical blow, sending a wave of panicked embarrassment through her at the thought of Shen Yuan's inevitable misunderstanding. Her voice filled with mortified urgency, Chen Sinyu desperately tried to explain away her oversight, insisting it was a mere accident. Shen Yuan brushed off her apologies with a nonchalant ease, then continued his playful teasing with a suggestive comment about her physique. Chen Sinyu confessed a moment of insecurity, admitting her jealousy of her sister's figure, only for Shen Yuan to counter with a profound, intimate compliment about her own unique attributes. From her hidden vantage point, the secretary listened with wide-eyed disbelief at the escalating intimacy of the conversation. Shen Yuan's hand rested gently, yet possessively, on Chen Sinyu's waist, deepening the intimate tension. Chen Sinyu's nervous stammer was met by Shen Yuan's seemingly innocent offer to check her for riding injuries, a gesture that heightened the intimate tension between them. Chen Sinyu shyly brushed off her minor bruises, downplaying their significance in an attempt to deflect his intimate scrutiny. Shen Yuan's gaze deepened as he gently cupped Chen Sinyu's chin, his questioning tone probing beyond her words for a deeper truth. A sudden, insistent knock at the door sent a jolt of panic through Chen Sinyu, her voice laced with fear as she frantically asked Shen Yuan what they should do about her sister's arrival. Her mind raced, suggesting she hide to avoid her sister's wrath, while Shen Yuan could only offer a weary sigh, the situation spiraling out of his control. In a fleeting moment of desperation, her hand reached out, seeking an escape as the impending discovery loomed closer. She flung open the closet door, only to be met with a sight that made her jaw drop in utter shock. From the cramped confines, Jia, the private hot spring butler, emerged from the shadows, her hushed introduction only deepening Chen Sinyu's bewilderment. Trapped together in the dark, the shared awkwardness was almost unbearable as Jia pondered the impossible coincidence, while Chen Sinyu wrestled with the perplexing question of why the butler was even there. Unaware of the chaos he'd caused, Shen Yuan greeted Nana, who appeared in a robe, her playful words making it clear she was the first to wish him a happy birthday as the clock struck midnight. The intimate moment was swiftly undermined by the relentless chime of Shen Yuan's phone, signaling a cascade of birthday wishes from his many other admirers. Ever the charmer, Shen Yuan held Nana close, assuring her of his happiness and playfully hinting at a special surprise waiting for her back at the house. Nana leaned in, her touch intimate as she suggestively asked for the first time of Shen Yuan's new year, her intentions undeniably clear. From their cramped, dark vantage point, Chen Sinyu and Jia peeked out, their faces burning with a shared, mortified blush as they witnessed the intensifying romantic exchange. Their hands intertwined, a playful dance of desire unfolded as Shen Yuan suggested a delay, only for Nana to insist she wanted her first time now. Nana's hand drifted sensually to her lips, a silent invitation that spoke volumes. Then her hand moved lower, her gaze daring him as she gestured suggestively toward her chest. Her hold on him tightened as Nana offered herself, a tantalizing, first gift, prompting a flustered, reluctant agreement from Shen Yuan. Back in their hidden corner, Chen Sinyu and Jia remained silent witnesses, their faces flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and fascination. A deep blush stained Chen Sinyu's cheeks as she privately marveled at her brother-in-law's beastly nature and her sister's unexpected, brazen confidence. Jia rubbed her temple, a blush spreading across her face as she mused on the boldness of the two sisters, even considering the live demonstration as an opportunity for her own self-improvement. Kneeling in the dim closet, Chen Sinyu found herself blushing uncontrollably, bewildered by her own intense reactions to the unfolding scene outside. Jia, still blushing, leaned closer and suggestively asked Chen Sinyu if she might also have a look, a strange intimacy born from their shared secret. Nana moved with a sensual grace, crawling forward on her knees, the scene's intimacy palpable even without revealing her face. A soft, ambiguous sound escaped Chen Sinyu's lips, her wide eyes meeting Jiya's in a moment of unspoken, shared understanding. 45 minutes later, Nana bid Shen Yuan a casual goodnight, leaving him with a relaxed, go ahead, as the intimate interlude drew to a close. A knowing smirk played on Shen Yuan's lips as he casually called out, inviting the hidden observers to finally emerge from their hiding place. A shared gasp escaped Chen Sinyu and Jiya, their hearts seizing as the realization dawned that their secret voyeurism had been exposed. Shen Yuan's thoughts drifted to Chen Sinyu, a mischievous glint in his eye as he mused on whether his sister-in-law had been peeking at the intimate scene. Shen Yuan casually inquired about Jiya's presence in the closet, prompting a flustered, convoluted explanation from the butler about a massage and avoiding misunderstandings, before she pointed out Chen Sinyu's unexpected arrival. Chen Sinyu pleaded with both Shen Yuan and Jiya to keep their shared secret, particularly from her sister, and Jiya swiftly reassured her they wouldn't breathe a word. A chibi Shen Yuan smirked in his thoughts, believing Chen Sinyu's sister likely knew everything already and was simply playing along with the charade. Jiya hesitantly offered Shen Yuan the massage she claimed to have intended, but he smoothly declined, postponing it to another, less complicated, time. With a coy smile and a heart icon blooming beside her, Chen Sinyu playfully brought up Shen Yuan's earlier suggestion of checking her injuries, before teasingly announcing her departure. Shen Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as his system displayed Chen Sinyu's affection score at 72, prompting him to wonder if witnessing the live show had unexpectedly boosted her favorability. The tranquility of a new day dawned, marking a peaceful transition as the previous night's drama receded into memory. Over a casual meal of noodles, Shen Yuan inquired about the day's schedule, maintaining a relaxed composure. Nana outlined their day's plans, a delightful itinerary including a visit to Blue Moon Valley and a night of souvenir shopping in the old town. Amidst the bustling preparations, Long Jinghan and Jiya skillfully packed their gear, an undertone of dodging and hiding, suggesting their careful navigation of Shen Yuan's complex life. Shifting to a more business-like tone, Shen Yuan instructed Jiya to procure local Lijiang specialties upon their return, and she efficiently asked for the required quantity. A glamorous array of women, each posing alluringly, flashed before Shen Yuan's mind, a testament to his extensive romantic interests. Shen Yuan placed a hand to his head, overwhelmed as he internally tallied his romantic entanglements, realizing he had lost track beyond Nana and Sinyu, with at least 8 other women. Shen Yuan gave precise, lavish instructions for 8 unique gift sets, each budgeted at 20,000 per person, and Jiya confirmed her understanding of his opulent demands. A chibi Jiya cried in shock, privately acknowledging she knew Shen Yuan had many women, but the sheer quantity of gifts confirmed a scale far beyond her wildest expectations. Suddenly remembering his secretary, Shen Yuan, with a floating chibi of her in his thoughts, swiftly adjusted the order to 10 sets, ensuring no one felt left out, and added another 10 souvenir sets for his company's management. Jiya, ever efficient, confirmed she had noted all instructions and would arrange shipping once her shopping was complete, a plan Shen Yuan readily approved. The following day, a chibi Shen Yuan, Jiya, and Chen Sinyu were depicted flying back to Star City, marking their return after the eventful trip. At the airport gate, Chen Sinyu warmly embraced her sister, Long Jinghan, exclaiming how much she had missed them both during their time apart. Shen Yuan playfully cut into the reunion, questioning which of the women was actually his blood relative, highlighting the entangled dynamics. As the group continued their light-hearted reunion, a young woman in a school uniform unexpectedly walked away from them. The young woman, Shen Xian, turned, her voice ringing out with an energetic brother, as she eagerly approached. Shen Xian enveloped her brother in a tight hug, declaring how much she had missed him, to which Shen Yuan playfully responded with a teasing accusation of thirst. With a knowing smile, Shen Xian leaned in, her flirtatious reply emphasizing that her overt affection was reserved solely for him. Striking a confident pose, Shen Xian revealed her deliberate styling, asking Shen Yuan if her innocent attire and ponytail made her look like the pure high schooler he supposedly preferred. Shen Yuan, content and smiling, offered a playful jab about someone attempting to appear younger than their 30 years. Chen Na, in mock outrage, protested being called old at 26, while Shen Yuan cheekily insisted that rounding up made her practically 30. Dismissing the age debate with a huff, Chen Na swiftly shifted to a professional update, reporting solid progress in store service and follow-up tracking, though online traffic was still a challenge due to the newness of short-form videos. Shen Yuan, hands in pockets, responded with a detached confidence, asserting that solid execution at the store level would naturally lead to improvement, as their example was bound to have an effect. With a playful glint, Chen Na posed the question of a consultant's reward, to which Shen Yuan readily, if casually, agreed. His phone buzzed, and Shen Yuan, ever in motion, answered with a brisk professionalism, addressing the caller as Manager Yu. Yu Jifeng's voice carried an urgent concern as he reported progress on Shen Yuan's investigation, revealing the university was engaging other health check institutions and warning that immediate action was needed to save the deal. A serious glint entered Shen Yuan's eyes as he recognized the old guy's double-dealing, then swiftly laid out a counter-strategy, instructing Yu Jifeng to feign ignorance and gather more details. Chen Na's voice held a note of concern as she asked what troubled him, and Shen Yuan replied simply that someone was trying to betray him. He dismissed her question about the bold guy, explaining only that it concerned the health check center and expressing his annoyance at being treated as if he were easily bullied. Chen Na, her loyalty ablaze, fiercely declared the opponent was not a woman, then vehemently urged Shen Yuan to utterly crush and shut down his betrayer, eliciting only a silent, amused reaction from him. A bead of sweat formed as Shen Yuan internally pondered the rather luxurious dilemma of which car to take. Chen Na, with a warm smile, suggested Shen Yuan take her 911, anticipating his enjoyment of driving it again after some time away. Shen Yuan readily agreed to her offer, and Chen Na, after a quick farewell, departed. Shen Yuan, sensing Chen Na's sudden unhappiness, inquired about it, even as he privately wondered if her interjection stemmed from a desire to assert her status as his main wife. Chen Na extended a playful invitation for Shen Yuan to drive the sleek red sports car. Shen Yuan declined the offer to drive, stating other matters required his attention, and promptly initiated a call to a counselor. Counselor Li Xiao confirmed her presence at a meeting the principal would attend, prompting Shen Yuan to immediately issue strategic instructions. Chen Na, driving beside him, playfully remarked on his characteristic expression, knowing it always signaled that trouble was brewing. Shen Yuan feigned ignorance, prompting Chen Na to point out the unmistakable, smug smirk at the corner of his mouth. His eyes narrowed with resolute intent as Shen Yuan vowed to himself that if Su Shoutai broke his word, he would show him no deference in return. Half an hour later, in the formal setting of a conference room, a speaker emphasized student safety for the upcoming vacation before introducing Principal Yang Hongjin for further instructions. Principal Yang Hongjin, of the main campus, delivered a serious address on the paramount importance of student safety, declaring responsibility to be greater than the heavens during summer vacation. The sudden movement of Counselor Li Xiao, checking her phone in the middle of the principal's speech, startled the man beside her. Counselor Li Xiao, flustered, insisted she needed to take the call, but the man beside her angrily demanded she sit down, admonishing her for interrupting the principal. Ignoring the admonition, Counselor Li Xiao spoke loudly into her phone, publicly thanking Shen Yuan on behalf of the school for his 10 million investment, without which the entrepreneurship base would not exist. The bald man, now curious, leaned over to confirm if that Shen Yuan mentioned was indeed the student who had invested in the entrepreneurship base, and the older man nodded in affirmation. Another woman added to the growing buzz, detailing Shen Yuan's impending senior status, his success in foreign trade and finance, his 10 million donation, and his numerous honors. Principal Yang Hongjin, speaking into the microphone, emphasized the importance of supporting students like Shen Yuan who returned to give back, seeing them as vital to the institution's goal of producing notable figures in the business world. Still blushing, Counselor Li Xiao offered a flustered apology, attributing her interruption to an urgent student matter. Principal Yang Hongjin, with a content smile, praised Counselor Li Xiao, asserting that a student's direct call indicated her importance and influence in their success. Modestly deflecting the praise, Counselor Li Xiao continued to build Shen Yuan's reputation, revealing that beyond his investment, he had recently acquired a health management company, further surprising the bald man. Counselor Li Xiao, now more confident, explained Shen Yuan's company needed expansion and then pointedly added that he wished to thank Vice Principal Su for introducing the school's health check project, privately affirming her full commitment to Shen Yuan despite the risk. The bald man, presumably Vice Principal Su, seethed internally, indignant that Shen Yuan would credit him for a project he had merely mentioned, not promised. Principal Yang Hongjin, thoughtful, observed the rarity of successful business graduates and affirmed the school's readiness to allocate resources to Shen Yuan's company, provided it met requirements. Vice Principal Su, now wearing a confident smile, quickly asserted that he had recommended the project precisely because he agreed with the principal's wise words. Principal Yang Hongjin's gaze sharpened as he emphasized the necessity of maintaining strict standards and fair competition, refusing to open backdoors for any student. Vice Principal Su agreed with Principal Yang's words, but inwardly, he knew that despite the talk of fairness, the project was now all but secured for Shen Yuan. Vice Principal Su's eyes narrowed with annoyance as he acknowledged Shen Yuan's capability, specifically how he had cleverly used Teacher Li to bypass him and directly influence the principal. He silently fumed at Counselor Li Xiao's apparent lack of awareness, wondering if she was a school staff member or merely Shen Yuan's spokesperson. Reflecting on how Vice Principal Su had long benefited from his position, he now saw the man hitting a wall, and mused on Shen Yuan's audacity for fearlessly challenging him. Later that night, Counselor Li Xiao, visibly relieved, spoke on the phone, thanking the other teacherly, while internally admitting the sheer nervousness that had prevented her from even looking at Vice Principal Su during the meeting. Shen Yuan instructed her to act as if nothing happened, assuring her that any resentment would be directed at him for using her, which prompted a sad, questioning whisper from Counselor Li Xiao about whether he truly had. Shen Yuan, with a reassuring charm, countered her doubt, insisting it was a teacher caring for her student, emphasizing that as a shared entity, they would rise and fall together. Still flustered, Counselor Li Xiao, her voice barely a whisper, questioned if she was truly just his teacher. Shen Yuan responded with a teasing ambiguity, leaving the interpretation entirely up to her, which only flustered Counselor Li Xiao further. A wave of melancholy washed over Counselor Li Xiao as she remembered her unaccepted confession to him, even as Shen Yuan's voice cut through her thoughts, remarking on her prolonged silence. With a charming smile, Shen Yuan declared his intention to visit her the next day, assuming she would be free. A soft hum of contentment escaped Counselor Li Xiao as she agreed, promising to wait for his message. Wrapped in a towel, Chen Na's voice, laced with seductive curiosity, broke the silence, asking whom he planned to see tomorrow. Shen Yuan casually explained he was merely helping one of his teachers, and Chen Na accepted the answer with a quiet okay. Chen Na wrapped her arms around him, declaring how deeply she had missed him, and Shen Yuan, with a teasing smile, invited her to elaborate on how she endured the past week. Lu Menlu, nestled in Shen Yuan's embrace, confessed the yearning she felt each night, poring over his images, while he wondered when she had captured such moments. She playfully confessed to documenting his most private moments, from his workouts to his slumber, and even his showers, a secret collection of his everyday self. Lu Menlu praised his physique, suggesting he belonged on a magazine cover, and Shen Yuan, caught off guard, playfully warned her not to tease him further. Back in his arms, Shen Yuan's query about their next steps was met with Lu Menlu's shy, almost breathless question, asking him what he truly desired. He noted the slight tremor in her, a visible sign of her inner stir, which she quickly, though unconvincingly, denied. As his touch sent shivers through her, Shen Yuan gently urged her to voice her true feelings, and in a soft whisper, Lu Menlu confessed her fears of pain and casting water magic, asking for a slower pace. He readily agreed to her wishes, promising to proceed with gentle care, a reassurance that made her giggle, her body reacting instinctively to his touch. With a soft smile, Shen Yuan corrected her choice of words, his gaze holding hers as he gently prompted her for the proper endearment in this moment. In a flush of passionate surrender, Lu Menlu uttered the intimate word he desired, clinging to him tightly. The next morning, a radiant Lu Menlu greeted Shen Yuan after his workout, eager to tend to him and offering him breakfast she'd prepared. She inquired about his well-being, and he, with a knowing smirk, remarked that despite his carefulness, even Coach Lu had been overwhelmed by the night's intensity. He declared his quick recovery, attributing it to his strong foundation, then casually instructed Lu Menlu to choose a house for herself within a generous 3 million yuan budget. Lu Menlu's surprise was evident, and Shen Yuan merely clarified that while the choice was hers, it shouldn't be in the same complex as Nana, a quiet instruction that carried its own weight. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lu Menlu joyfully embraced and kissed him, prompting his playful mock complaint about getting his freshly washed face dirty again. Lu Menlu, beaming, immediately called Qianshan to share the exhilarating news of Shen Yuan buying her a 3 million yuan house, while Shen Yuan observed, a question mark forming in his mind. Qianshan, already aware of Nana's new home, exploded in a mix of shock and exasperation, lamenting her own struggles while her friend secured such lavish gifts, questioning why Lu Menlu would even share such news. Shen Yuan, shedding his shirt with a determined focus, internally calculated the immense profit he stood to gain from buying Coach Lu a house, envisioning millions in cashback and even more if her affection increased. He mused on his strategy for maximizing earnings from every NPC girl, a careful balancing act of investment and observation, ensuring that only those with unwavering affection received the most significant returns. Lu Menlu, her heart soaring, expressed her happiness, while Shen Yuan instructed her to proceed with house hunting as he headed to the company, his mind already shifting to his next tasks. An hour later at Jingfu Company, an employee presented Shen Yuan with the HR department's weekly summary, outlining changes to recruitment and training. The employee elaborated on the report's focus, emphasizing key adjustments in hiring practices and employee development. Shen Yuan, folder in hand, critically questioned the proposed stricter hiring policies, wondering about recruitment difficulties, and raised concerns about frequent training sessions infringing on actual work hours. The employee addressed his concerns, explaining plans for increased benefits to attract talent and assuring him that training sessions were brief, designed to utilize downtime without impacting work productivity. Satisfied, Shen Yuan dismissed the employee, but then noticed the throng of people outside, surprised by their presence, only to learn they were all eager to report to him in person after his week-long absence. Recognizing the bottleneck, Shen Yuan decided to consolidate their eagerness into a single meeting, instructing the employee to organize all post-tier management in the large conference room, a command instantly accepted. He leaned back, lost in thought, acknowledging the burden of not having an executive assistant and anticipating the imminent official start of his little secretary's full role. After the meeting, the same employee reported Principal Su's specific request for a quote, to which Shen Yuan calmly instructed him to match competitors' prices, adding a subtle directive to dangle a potential kickback only if it kept them in control. The employee, his face alight with newfound understanding, readily agreed, silently acknowledging that Shen Yuan's connections ran far deeper than he had initially feared. Shen Yuan then instructed Manager Yu to summon Fu Yingzi to his office. Fu Yingzi entered, a surprised question already forming on her lips, wondering why she had been called. A slight smile played on Shen Yuan's lips as he complimented her improving taste in clothes. Fu Yingzi, immediately suspicious of his praise, challenged his intentions, to which Shen Yuan teasingly questioned if he was truly that kind of guy, then genuinely asked why she wasn't on summer break like her classmates. With a hand over her chest, Fu Yingzi explained her unwavering dedication, having served as his eyes and ears during his absence, then, her suspicion piquing, asked if he was testing her loyalty. Shen Yuan chuckled, dismissing her flair for drama, then shifted to a practical query about the progress of her department rotations. Fu Yingzi reported that only the finance department rotation remained, a task that would take about a week and a half, prompting Shen Yuan to reveal his additional plans for her to rotate through stores and prepare for her future role. Her confusion evident, Fu Yingzi questioned, what work, leading Shen Yuan to remind her pointedly of her original role as his secretary, adding a suggestive query about her willingness to do it for him. In a comical cascade of papers, Fu Yingzi stumbled, accidentally collapsing onto Shen Yuan's lap. Her face burned with mortification, Fu Yingzi's mind reeled, desperately trying to decipher the suggestive tone of Shen Yuan's words, her thoughts spiraling into embarrassed misinterpretations. Flustered, Fu Yingzi quickly clarified her misunderstanding, explaining her expectation of a different assignment, prompting Shen Yuan to emphasize the unique access and boundless opportunities a secretary position offered, especially at Jingfu. With a newfound sense of purpose, Fu Yingzi affirmed her understanding, ready to return to her duties and offering her availability for any future needs. As Fu Yingzi departed, Shen Yuan smiled, his thoughts filled with satisfaction at his growing inner circle, a personal assistant and now an administrative secretary, seeing a bright future unfolding before him. Lu Menlu called to update him on her house hunting progress, having found 2 good options and planning to view another, and Shen Yuan, busy as he was, simply instructed her to choose one and send him the account details for the transfer. Just then, Lu Menlu appeared, surprising him with a hug and a kiss on the cheek, which prompted a gentle, embarrassed scolding from Shen Yuan about maintaining professional decorum in the office. Over the phone, Shen Yuan inquired about Counselor Yang Hongjin's presence at the school, receiving a confirmation. He then instructed the person on the line to inform Counselor Yang Hongjin that he would be visiting him that afternoon. Shen Yuan then tasked Lu Menlu with preparing 2 cartons of Hetian Su cigarettes and 2 bottles of Flying Fairy Moutai for an important visit, prompting her to wonder aloud who could possibly warrant such personal attention from him. Shen Yuan wore a confident smile, a quiet satisfaction brewing within him as he anticipated the next move in his elaborate play. A woman's touch lingered on his shoulder, a silent invitation in her seductive gaze that promised deeper connections. A subtle, knowing smile played on her lips, reflecting her quiet contentment with the unfolding situation. Shen Yuan projected an aura of friendly approachability, a carefully crafted facade as he carried his intentions forward. With a warm, inviting gesture, Shen Yuan presented a gift, cultivating respect and influence with the older man across from him. The older man accepted the offering with a bright, appreciative smile, a silent acknowledgement of the strategic gesture. Shen Yuan humbly stated the natural respect a student owes their teacher, a sentiment the older man reciprocated by promising institutional support for his rapid growth, acknowledging the mutual benefits. Our protagonist declared his earnest intention to bring honor to the school, subtly angling for connections as he inquired about the esteemed senior alumni and opportunities for mentorship. The older man, recognizing Shen Yuan's exceptional mindset, praised his achievements and offered an exclusive invitation to an alumni exchange event, an unprecedented exception for an undergraduate, signifying his rising influence. Shen Yuan expressed his commitment to learning, but the principal urged him not to underestimate his own capabilities, hinting at his already formidable standing amongst the most successful graduates. With a playful clink of cups, Shen Yuan offered a final, polite deflection before thanking the principal for his pivotal support, understanding the unspoken depth of their exchange. Shen Yuan greeted Vice Principal Su, who then offered a premature congratulation on Jingfu becoming the leading candidate for a significant project, confirming the success of Shen Yuan's behind-the-scenes efforts. Shen Yuan offered profuse public thanks and a dinner invitation to Vice Principal Su, while his inner thoughts cynically exposed the Vice Principal's manipulative nature and the critical role of Shen Yuan's own strategic connections. Vice Principal Su simply smiled, a knowing glint in his eye as he acknowledged Shen Yuan's offer, both men understanding the unspoken dynamics of their exchange. As Shen Yuan walked away, Vice Principal Su's internal thoughts conceded a grudging respect for the 22-year-old's cunning, admitting Shen Yuan's strategic mind surpassed his own seasoned schemes. Shen Yuan called Counselor Li Xiao, directly stating his intention to wait for her, setting a warm, expectant tone for their upcoming meeting. Counselor Li Xiao's cheeks flushed with a mix of surprise and hopeful curiosity as she questioned where he intended to wait. With a confident, sweeping gesture, Shen Yuan delivered a playful command, unveiling his presence with a grand romantic flourish. Counselor Li Xiao's shock quickly gave way to a flustered dismissal, her insistence on more work a thin veil over her sudden embarrassment. A colleague in a cap playfully scoffed at the idea of work on vacation eve, then delivered a highly suggestive and comedic warning about protection for the night. Counselor Li Xiao's embarrassed protest was met with the colleague's relentless teasing, deepening her blush as the suggestive advice continued. Two women casually discussed the shifting social dynamics among their peers, noting that entertainment value in the subtle power plays and emerging distances within their circle. Walking on campus, one friend voiced her underlying worry about Shen Yuan's continued absence, while Long Jinghan offered a more casual, speculative reason for his delay. The friend's insecurity deepened into veiled suspicion as she wondered if Shen Yuan missed them, or if another woman, Fang Minhui, had usurped their place on his travels. The suggestion to ask Senior Fu was met with Long Jinghan's resigned explanation of the new power dynamic, Shen Yuan's status as her boss would ensure her silence. Frustration peaked over their limited intel, only to be instantly replaced by a sudden, hopeful recognition as one of them spotted Shen Yuan's distinctive G-Wagon. Shen Yuan offered a smooth, playful excuse for his tardiness, which was met with an indignant accusation from one of the women, conveying their hurt at his apparent neglect. Shen Yuan quickly offered his phone as defensive proof, a gesture that softened Long Jinghan's skepticism into a quiet understanding. The woman's eager anticipation for a night out was met with Shen Yuan's firm, if polite, rejection, as he explained his existing commitments. Her surprise curdled into disappointment as Shen Yuan clarified his presence was not for them, but for someone else entirely. With a note of resignation, the woman asked about future plans, prompting Shen Yuan to offer a practical act of care by driving them back to their distant dorms. From her office window, the woman in the cap observed the unfolding scene with a surge of suspicion and intense curiosity. A colleague's excited report about girls entering Shen Yuan's car sent a jolt of startled shock through Counselor Li Xiao, sparking immediate concern. The woman in the cap issued an urgent, relentless warning to Counselor Li Xiao, highlighting Shen Yuan's popularity and the bold competition from female students, fueling her already deepening anxiety. Counselor Li Xiao voiced her self-doubt about influencing Shen Yuan, only for her colleague to retort with a crass, objectifying assurance centered on her excellent assets. With unabashed directness, the colleague continued her stream of suggestive advice, detailing stereotypical male preferences that only intensified Counselor Li Xiao's mortified embarrassment. The colleague's over-the-top suggestions escalated, rendering Counselor Li Xiao utterly speechless and overwhelmed with embarrassment. Counselor Li Xiao retreated into a profound introspection, grappling with the discomfiting idea that Shen Yuan's affections might be based on superficiality, a thought that threatened to unravel the very nature of their budding connection. Her pen fell with a sharp thud, a physical manifestation of her agitated thoughts and mental turmoil. As her colleague's harsh words about fickle men and relentless competition plunged her into extreme depression, Counselor Li Xiao's mind spiraled into jealous questions about the girls she had just seen with Shen Yuan. At the girls' dorm entrance, Long Jinghan eagerly reminded Shen Yuan of his personal selection, pressing him for an evaluation of her startup project with hopeful expectation. Shen Yuan delivered a stern assessment, challenging Long Jinghan's readiness for such an endeavor by highlighting her lack of experience and bluntly stating the financial realities involved. Shen Yuan's thoughts revealed his meticulous strategic planning for Jingfu's expansion into online operations, paired with his discerning, critical assessment of Qiao Lei's capabilities, separating personality from true ability. Long Jinghan earnestly tried to justify her experience, but Shen Yuan's unyielding response dismissed her qualifications as fundamentally insufficient for serious company operations. Shen Yuan extended a conditional offer of an internship within his company's online operations, but prefaced it with a stark challenge, clearly delineating the high standard she would need to meet to earn his further support. Long Jinghan, with a suggestive smile and a playful adjustment of her hair, extended an inviting query to Shen Yuan, who met her proposition with a knowing smirk and a pointed interrogation of her true intentions. Long Jinghan, her cheeks flushed with a coy blush, readily agreed to Shen Yuan's terms, her words hinting at an eager obedience. Shen Yuan mused that with his advisor still in a meeting, he might as well head to the dorms to kill some time, clarifying aloud that his intentions were purely innocent. Their entrance to the girls' dormitory was abruptly challenged by an older woman who demanded to know their intentions, her gaze sharp with suspicion. Long Jinghan, however, offered a sweet smile, claiming Shen Yuan was her boyfriend there to help her pack, hoping to soften the woman's stance. With a knowing smile, the older woman reluctantly granted permission, though her gesture carried a warning not to overstay their welcome. Long Jinghan, her enthusiasm bubbling over, thanked the older woman profusely as she, Shen Yuan, and Xiao Lei proceeded further into the dorm. Inside the room, Long Jinghan proudly invited Shen Yuan to compliment its cleanliness, her hands on her hips in playful anticipation. Yet, Shen Yuan's keen eye quickly spotted a discrepancy. Despite the room's overall tidiness, the wardrobe door strained open, clothes spilling out in a chaotic mess. As Shen Yuan's hand reached out towards the disarray, a sense of impending discovery hung in the air. Xiao Lei, blushing fiercely, quickly blocked his path to the wardrobe, her startled voice asserting the sacred privacy of a girl's personal space. Shen Yuan questioned her sudden panic, suggesting she had something to hide, while Long Jinghan uttered a hesitant sound of discomfort. With a coy look and a finger to her lips, Xiao Lei then suggested to Long Jinghan that she reveal the wardrobe's contents to Shen Yuan. Xiao Lei fell silent, her blushing face cast downwards, as Long Jinghan moved aside, granting Shen Yuan full access to the wardrobe. Shen Yuan's blush deepened as he peered inside, his mind reeling at the sight of revealing lingerie, mockingly questioning if these scraps of fabric were actually matching sets. A chibi Xiao Lei reflected her deep embarrassment, wishing she had listened to her own reservations about buying them, now worried about Shen Yuan's impression of them. Holding up a piece of the delicate fabric, Shen Yuan pointedly asked Xiao Lei if she had bought the provocative items. Long Jinghan confidently declared the lingerie was all for Shen Yuan, while Xiao Lei, blushing and nervous, quickly denied agreeing to wear any of it, asserting she had bought them on her own. Shen Yuan, confused, watched as Long Jinghan began closing the curtains, an unsettling premonition dawning on him. With a suggestive wink and a knowing smile, Long Jinghan announced that it was all for him, time for them to undergo a test. Shen Yuan questioned the nature of this test, to which Long Jinghan replied with a seductive query, while a narrative voice noted the rapidly dwindling time until his advisor was free. With a smug expression, Shen Yuan declared that there would be no favorites, opting for a quick round with both of them. He stated his intention to assess which of the two had put in more work, a playful challenge hanging in the air. Both Xiao Lei and Long Jinghan confidently asserted their own readiness, each claiming to be the one who had exerted more effort. With a triumphant smile, Shen Yuan embraced both women, declaring they would both be tested, neither escaping the impending challenge. Meanwhile, the older woman sighed with exasperation, commenting on the unpredictable ways of kids these days. Shen Yuan suddenly announced an urgent departure, citing a time crunch for his advisor's meeting, and promised to complete their test another time. Later, Long Jinghan, sitting up in her bunk, asked a tired-looking Xiao Lei if she was all right. Xiao Lei, lying in her bed, replied that she felt much better than before, attributing her improved stamina to her consistent yoga and Pilates practice. Long Jinghan, determined, expressed her satisfaction with their progress, confident that with continued effort, they would easily surpass Manhwa. Xiao Lei, however, challenged Long Jinghan's intensity, suggesting Shen Yuan might prefer a more delicate approach, which Long Jinghan dismissed, teasing Xiao Lei about her deeper, unrevealed preferences. With a suggestive smile, Long Jinghan held up a pair of handcuffs, making a provocative comment about the untapped possibilities for their encounters. Outside, the older woman, still suspicious, questioned Shen Yuan about the missing luggage, to which he casually explained it was a simple dorm transfer. The older woman, with a knowing smile, internally marveled at Shen Yuan's apparent speed, wondering if he had truly finished with both girls so quickly. A bag landed with a soft thud as a woman opened the door to a white G-Wagon in the dark of night. Inside the car, Shen Yuan, with a casual tone, asked Counselor Li Xiao why she was suddenly so formal. Counselor Li Xiao, composed yet distant, simply stated her intention to sit in the back seat. Shen Yuan, observing her in the rearview mirror, found her behavior unusually strange, wondering if she had witnessed him dropping off Xiao Lei and Long Jinghan earlier. He then spun a tale for Counselor Li Xiao, claiming he had merely given a ride to two former student council members who sought career advice, feigning concern about misguiding them. Counselor Li Xiao mused on Shen Yuan's past popularity in student council before directly questioning him about the time he spent at the dorm, given its proximity. Shen Yuan, feigning surprise, explained his delay by claiming he had taken a walk around the track, believing she wouldn't be off work so soon, an explanation Counselor Li Xiao seemingly accepted. Shen Yuan playfully accused Counselor Li Xiao of jealousy, which she vehemently denied, despite the blush that crept up her neck. Teasing her further, Shen Yuan questioned her denial, pointing out her obvious blush, to which she simply demanded he drive. He then insisted she move to the front seat, but Counselor Li Xiao, blushing and uncomfortable, promised to do so only on the way home. Shen Yuan pressed his argument, citing both practical reasons, like visibility while driving, and a desire to avoid gossip from other teachers who might spot them. Giving in to his persuasive arguments, Counselor Li Xiao then exited the car and moved to the passenger side. Settling into the front seat, a resigned Counselor Li Xiao quietly asked Shen Yuan if he was now satisfied. Counselor Li Xiao, still looking away, again requested to depart, and Shen Yuan responded with a smug sound of satisfaction. 2 minutes later, a blushing and nervous counselor Li Xiao called out Shen Yuan's name, her voice barely a whisper. Shen Yuan, slightly confused, cupped his hand to his ear, asking her to repeat herself. With a smug smile, Shen Yuan then questioned Counselor Li Xiao's true intentions for finally taking the passenger seat, a playful challenge in his eyes. Counselor Li Xiao playfully questioned if all men were so desperate, acclaimed Shen Yuan immediately, and just as playfully, denied. Still, she advised him to focus on safe driving, making Shen Yuan humorously lament his hand's inability to obey. After a brief detour, Shen Yuan and Counselor Li Xiao entered the International Finance Center's third-floor restaurant, unaware they were being watched intently by a woman with blue hair. Inside, Shen Yuan smoothly addressed a waiter, ready to place their order and continue the pleasant evening. The woman with blue hair, Luo Bingying, gripped her cutlery, her gaze fixed on Shen Yuan with an intensity that belied her calm posture. Her date, noticing her distraction, asked if she knew the man she was observing so closely. Luo Bingying admitted Shen Yuan was a middle school classmate, but her date, perceptive and sharp, pointed out that her gaze had been drawn to him far too often for a mere acquaintance. With a touch of vulnerability, Luo Bingying confessed Shen Yuan was her first love, prompting her date to comment on his seemingly good taste in current girlfriends. A wave of internal frustration washed over Luo Bingying, a silent grumble of annoyance at her date's remark. Her date, the man named Fei Bing, challenged her with a smirk, daring her to leave if she disapproved of his personality. He then launched into a condescending attack, accusing her of false innocence and asserting his ability to find other women, attempting to belittle her worth. Luo Bingying, however, met his aggression with defiant calm, questioning why his family had arranged their meeting if he truly held such disdain for her. Fei Bing then revealed his predatory desires, admitting he wanted her precisely for her untouchable image and found perverse satisfaction in her perceived lowered status. He probed into her first love's family background, but Luo Bingying, her resolve hardening, swiftly dismissed his invasive question. Undeterred, Fei Bing aggressively speculated about Shen Yuan's family wealth and then, with shocking audacity, asked about Luo Bingying's past intimacy with her first love. At his crude question, wine splashed within Luo Bingying's glass, a sharp internal jolt reflecting her shock and anger. Interpreting her stunned silence as a confession, Fei Bing continued his cruel taunts, mocking her supposed purity. Luo Bingying, her eyes blazing with suppressed fury, tersely denied his insinuation, fighting the intense urge to lash out. Fei Bing, seeing his opportunity, continued his manipulation, suggesting how her first love might react if he discovered her current liaison. At last, Luo Bingying's patience snapped, she threatened to end their dates regardless of family pressure, only for Fei Bing to mockingly accuse her of making threats. She stood there, visibly fuming, her resentment a palpable force simmering just beneath the surface. 20 minutes later, as they left the restaurant, Counselor Li Xiao insisted on splitting the expensive bill, but Shen Yuan, ever gracious, claimed it was his treat for her past help. Counselor Li Xiao persisted, trying to define the boundaries of their relationship and avoid indebtedness. Shen Yuan seized the moment to flirt, suggesting that if they were a couple, she might accept his generosity more easily, then confidently assured her his wealth made the meal inconsequential. He cut off her further objections, pressing the question of whether they could now be considered a couple. Counselor Li Xiao, blushing deeply, looked at him with surprise, hesitantly asking if his words amounted to a confession. But their tender moment was abruptly shattered by a new voice, as Fei Bing interjected, challenging Shen Yuan about his girlfriend. Shen Yuan, his demeanor immediately serious, turned to confront the intruder, demanding to know his identity, while Counselor Li Xiao looked on with concern. Fei Bing, with a smug smile, introduced himself to Shen Yuan. With a deliberate smirk, Fei Bing dropped a bombshell, proclaiming himself the new boyfriend of Shen Yuan's first love, Luo Bingying, as she walked past them. A tense silence fell between the two men, a sharp, symbolic clang of confrontation hanging in the air. Luo Bingying quickly denied any relationship with Fei Bing, but he, with theatrical flourish, dramatically claimed they were set to marry by year-end. Luo Bingying vehemently refuted his marriage claim, while Fei Bing cruelly taunted her, suggesting her parents had already decided and questioning if she and Shen Yuan had orchestrated their encounter. Shen Yuan's fury erupted, and he glared at Fei Bing, calling him an idiot. Counselor Li Xiao looked surprised at Shen Yuan's sudden outburst of cursing, even as Fei Bing continued to yell. Fei Bing, still agitated, insulted Shen Yuan's character, prompting Luo Bingying to sadly observe that Shen Yuan's impulsive nature hadn't changed since middle school. Counselor Li Xiao expressed her surprise at hearing Shen Yuan curse, but he casually explained it was a habit he often employed against specific individuals. Concerned, Counselor Li Xiao advised him to curse less, fearing it could escalate into a fight with more unreasonable people, to which Shen Yuan acknowledged her wisdom. Shen Yuan's thoughts, however, still seethed with anger at Fei Bing's provocations and disbelief at Luo Bingying's apparent poor taste in men. Later, Counselor Li Xiao gently asked if Luo Bingying was indeed his first love, and Shen Yuan confirmed it with a seemingly detached, "I guess so." She then inquired about their breakup, but Shen Yuan gave a vague, distant answer, claiming the details were lost to time. As they prepared to leave, Counselor Li Xiao asked about their next destination, prompting Shen Yuan to playfully suggest she needed to learn at night. Counselor Li Xiao, flustered, scolded him for his inappropriate remarks, but Shen Yuan humorously defended his words as upholding teacher ethics. She accused him of intentional mischief, but Shen Yuan pressed on, boldly inviting her home for fun. Counselor Li Xiao, blushing profoundly, nervously fended off his advances by revealing her younger sister was at home. Shen Yuan reassured her of his innocent intentions, though internally, he was pleased at the prospect of seeing Li Mengzhen. Elsewhere, Fei Bing, consumed by rage and possessiveness, furiously ordered his subordinates to investigate Luo Bingying's first love, swearing revenge. As Counselor Li Xiao walked away, Shen Yuan watched her, a brief, sharp sound punctuating the moment. On his phone, Shen Yuan read messages from Counselor Li Xiao, who apologized for the earlier encounter and revealed Fei Bing was her family's arranged blind date, and his family owned the massive Leiji fitness chain. Shen Yuan pondered the revelation, understanding the intense business rivalry, yet still questioning the depth of Fei Bing's disproportionate animosity. Shen Yuan casually confirmed the messages, his thoughts already turning to Fei Bing, whom he dismissed as a mere rich heir with little real power, confident he could handle any trickery. Counselor Li Xiao broke the silence with a direct question, her voice tinged with uncertainty, asking if his earlier words were a confession, but Shen Yuan merely feigned confusion. Her cheeks flushed as she finally revealed the line, the casual weight of his previous words still hanging in the air. Shen Yuan, with a daring move, pulled her closer and repeated his provocative question, leaving Counselor Li Xiao flustered and begging him to rephrase. He looked into her eyes and asked directly if she liked him, the blunt question stealing her breath and sending a rush of color to her face. The air thickened with anticipation as Shen Yuan leaned in, and Counselor Li Xiao, her heart pounding, closed her eyes, ready to surrender to the moment. The spell broke abruptly as Li Meng's voice cut through the intimate silence, her bewildered question halting their momentum. A wave of mortification washed over Counselor Li Xiao, and she quickly shoved Shen Yuan away, a sharp, surprised gasp escaping her lips. Li Meng's stern admonishment echoed through the lobby, reminding them of their surroundings and prompting Counselor Li Xiao to retreat in humiliation. Li Meng, still simmering with annoyance, adjusted the fabric of her pajamas with a quick, frustrated movement. Her anger still burned as Li Meng's voice snapped after Shen Yuan, unable to let his nonchalant departure stand. Counselor Li Xiao, sensing the lingering tension, turned back to her sister with a soft query, her brow furrowed with concern. Li Meng forced a bright smile, waving off her sister's concern with a dismissive gesture, urging them to go inside as if nothing were amiss. From behind the open door, Shen Yuan offered a conspiratorial wink and a finger to his lips, a playful challenge in his eyes. Li Meng's defiance was absolute, her angry scoff punctuated by an unambiguous gesture of contempt. With a playful embrace from behind, Shen Yuan's voice was a low murmur, asking if she, like a diligent gardener, was ready to nurture him, sending a blush creeping up her neck. Counselor Li Xiao tried to gently push him away, her voice filled with a desperate concern for her sister's imminent return, but Shen Yuan simply dismissed it, declaring his new status as Li Meng's brother-in-law. Reluctantly, Counselor Li Xiao conceded to his advances, but only after her sister was asleep, to which Shen Yuan playfully scoffed at Li Meng's efficiency before leaning in even closer. From the hallway, Li Meng's exasperated whisper mingled with her thoughts, she couldn't believe Shen Yuan was still bullying her sister after all her efforts to buy them time. A deep blush crept up Li Meng's neck as her thoughts veered into suggestive territory, wondering if that would happen between them today. Li Meng pressed an ear to the door, her thoughts a whirlwind of frustrated curiosity and longing, lamenting that she could only listen and not witness the unfolding scene. Huddled in the long, empty hallway, Li Meng whispered frantic reminders to herself, chastising her own inappropriate thoughts. Counselor Li Xiao, her voice soft with a tender intimacy, suggested she go wash up first before Li Meng returned, and Shen Yuan, with a gentle hum, agreed to wait for her. Just as the tender moment began to settle, Li Meng's voice abruptly announced her return, shattering the quiet intimacy. Relaxed on the sofa, Shen Yuan's thoughts were consumed by substantial financial transactions, from a multi-million apartment purchase for Coach Lu to a renovation payment for Hui Hui. A system notification chimed, announcing a cashback of 10.77 million, just as the excited students celebrated their new home and showered their Yuan baby with effusive thanks. Shen Yuan's smile widened as system notifications confirmed Lu Menglu's affection had soared to 96, granting him a doubled cashback of 5.82 million, propelling his cash flow towards an impressive 50 million. Li Meng slurped a large mouthful of noodles, engrossed in her meal. Her noodle eating was interrupted by a sudden sound, and Li Meng looked up with a surprised, "What?" Shen Yuan brazenly demanded a few bites of her meal, but Li Meng, her annoyance clear, flatly refused, telling him to cook for himself. Li Meng's furious yell erupted as Shen Yuan brazenly snatched a sausage from her pot and ate it, calling him a shameless bastard. Shen Yuan merely smirked, his words dripping with suggestive innuendo, reminding Li Meng that she knew his little status best, then casually dismissed her anger, promising future compensation from her brother-in-law. Li Meng could only look down at her noodles in stunned silence, Shen Yuan's teasing words leaving her speechless. Breaking the silence, Li Meng looked at Shen Yuan with resolute eyes, declaring an end to their partner relationship. Shen Yuan, surprised by her sudden seriousness, questioned her sincerity, but Li Meng, looking away, affirmed her resolve, explaining she wouldn't interfere with his burgeoning relationship. Shen Yuan offered a backhanded compliment, calling her a good sister, then dismissed her concerns with a manipulative grin, assuring her that his feelings for Counselor Li Xiao were unaffected and secrecy would keep everything contained. Li Meng's fury erupted, calling him a scumbag, but Shen Yuan merely smirked, parrying her accusation by turning the question back on her. Li Meng, still trying to process his words while eating her noodles, pleaded for silence, but Shen Yuan, ever the provocateur, pressed on, asking how she usually coped during his absence. Li Meng, her face flushing with annoyance, snapped back, telling him it was none of his business, eliciting only a curious hum from Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan leaned in intimately, his voice a low tease, questioning her disrespectful tone towards her brother-in-law, which deepened the blush on her cheeks. Her face aflame, Li Meng pulled away with a flustered plea for him to stop, finally caving and agreeing to tell him everything after she finished eating. Shen Yuan's smirk deepened, a confident thought solidifying in his mind about the sisters' shared vulnerability, while Li Meng, still blushing, continued to eat her noodles. With a determined air, Li Meng rose, pot of noodles in hand, ready to finally reveal the truth. But then Li Meng abruptly changed her mind, declaring she would never tell him, prompting Shen Yuan to swear he would pry the information from her after his time with Counselor Li Xiao that night. Shen Yuan's curiosity got the better of him as he pondered Counselor Li Xiao's prolonged shower and open door, wondering with a playful thought if she had succumbed to excitement. A wave of shock washed over Counselor Li Xiao as she found Shen Yuan entering the steamy bathroom, her voice barely a whisper in her bewildered question. Shen Yuan offered a thinly veiled excuse, claiming concern for her prolonged absence, but Counselor Li Xiao, still flushed with embarrassment, curtly told him he could leave now that he had checked. With a sly smirk, Shen Yuan proposed they shower together, citing his discomfort and claiming he felt sticky all over. From her bed, Li Meng's shocked yell pierced the air, reminding Shen Yuan that her sister's room was right next door. Counselor Li Xiao, flustered and vulnerable, whispered a plea to retreat to the bedroom, but Shen Yuan assured her that Li Meng was out of earshot, oblivious to Li Xiao's scathing internal accusation of his true, perverse desires for both sisters. The world beyond their embrace faded into a soft warmth as their lips met, a silent surge of passion sweeping them away. The boundaries of their reality blurred into a singular, radiant moment of shared intimacy. 45 minutes later, Shen Yuan's voice was a soft inquiry as he held the trembling Counselor Li Xiao, whose body still vibrated with the lingering aftershocks of their passion. With a soft sigh of ultimate surrender, Counselor Li Xiao reached out, her flushed face revealing the depth of her emotional declaration to Shen Yuan, "I'm yours now." After 3 years, their connection had blossomed into a true relationship, and as he held the sleeping Counselor Li Xiao, Shen Yuan noted with quiet satisfaction that her affection had climbed 3 points, from 80 to 83. As the soft morning light spilled into the room, Counselor Li Xiao revealed that her parents would be visiting soon, and she wanted to introduce them, to which Shen Yuan readily agreed, eager to embrace this next step. A blush colored Counselor Li Xiao's cheeks as she playfully chided him for already calling her parents mom and dad when they weren't even married yet. Counselor Li Xiao's flush deepened, and her hand flew to her mouth as a breathless question escaped her lips, "You're still hard?" As the soft light danced around her, Shen Yuan's thoughts pulsed with an insatiable hunger, convinced that Counselor Li Xiao was far too delicious-looking not to be enjoyed a little more. By midnight, Counselor Li Xiao was profoundly exhausted, having fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. As he stood shirtless in the quiet kitchen, Shen Yuan mused over Li Meng's declaration to end their arrangement, a devious curiosity prompting him to test the waters and see if she truly meant it. With a calculated stride, he moved away, the dimly lit hallway echoing his silent intent. The door yielded with a soft push, confirming Shen Yuan's cynical thought. An unlocked door meant Li Meng still desired his presence, even as she lay feigning sleep. Leaning over Li Meng's still form, Shen Yuan's voice cut through the silence with a chilling demand, "Stop pretending to sleep, or I will not touch you," while she tried to endure the shocking provocation. Li Meng's flush deepened, and her hand flew to her mouth as a breathless question escaped her lips, "You still can," revealing her utter surprise. Shen Yuan met her question with a smug challenge, only for Li Meng to deflect, her concern for Counselor Li Xiao immediately overriding her flustered state. Shen Yuan casually dismissed her worry, stating Counselor Li Xiao was simply exhausted, which prompted Li Meng to reluctantly agree to one more day of their arrangement, though she desperately insisted it would be their last. Shen Yuan asserted his dominance, making it clear the arrangement was now entirely on his terms, to which Li Meng hesitantly murmured her acknowledgement before a more intimate question slipped out, "What should you call me?" Li Meng remained silent, her gaze averted, but Shen Yuan, ever the provocateur, calmly offered her one more chance to comply. With a deep flush spreading across her face, Li Meng finally whispered the intimate, forbidden address, brother-in-law. Their hands found each other, intertwining in a silent testament to the fragile, complex bond they now shared. The next morning, Shen Yuan slowly awoke, stretching languidly as a new day dawned. His hand reached out instinctively, only to find the space beside him empty, and a sudden jolt of alarm shot through Shen Yuan. His eyes widened as the implications of his discovery began to sink in. A wave of profound relief washed over Shen Yuan as he recognized his surroundings, realizing with a gasp that he was in Counselor Li Xiao's room and not, as his panicked mind had first feared, Li Meng's. From the doorway, Counselor Li Xiao's voice was a warm invitation, calling him to join her for breakfast. Still sitting up in bed, Shen Yuan's smirk was a teasing challenge as he retorted, "Aren't you my breakfast? Come here and let me have another bite." Counselor Li Xiao's playful impatience grew, warning that breakfast would get cold, and Shen Yuan, chuckling, finally agreed to join her. A thick silence, heavy with unspoken secrets and guilty consciences, hung over the breakfast table as both sisters tried to avoid eye contact, while Shen Yuan ate with quiet satisfaction. Shen Yuan savored the delicious irony, noting with an internal smirk that both sisters seemed equally terrified their shared secret from last night would come to light. Under the table, Counselor Li Xiao's foot subtly nudged his, a private gesture heavy with unspoken meaning. A deep flush crept onto Counselor Li Xiao's cheeks, her annoyance simmering just beneath the surface. Then, from the other side, Li Meng's foot made its own subtle contact, a silent communication beneath the table. Li Meng's flushed face tightened in quiet annoyance as she internally branded him a hentai. A subtle smile played on Shen Yuan's lips as he typed away on his phone, thoroughly enjoying the private drama he was orchestrating. Counselor Li Xiao's cheeks burned as she read Shen Yuan's text, a suggestive message praising her guidance skills and hinting at more lessons to come, making the innocent word impossible to hear normally again. Across the table, Li Meng's face burned with a mix of fury and embarrassment as she read Shen Yuan's cruel, teasing message about their night, mentally cursing him a stupid pig hoof. Suddenly, a foot stomped firmly down on his beneath the table, a silent act of fierce retaliation. A chibi version of Shen Yuan cried out in exaggerated surprise. Counselor Li Xiao's concerned query about his sudden yelp was met with Shen Yuan's smooth lie that he had simply bitten his tongue while eating noodles. Li Meng quietly fumed, a silent challenge forming in her mind. She dared him to send another message like that again. Shen Yuan grandly offered to buy Counselor Li Xiao a car, but she politely declined, explaining her preference for walking and the practical unnecessity of it for her short commute. Shen Yuan smiled, remarking on her fair skin and expressing mock concern that constant walking in the sun would make her tan too easily. Li Meng interjected, advising her sister to simply accept the car, pointing out that Shen Yuan was hardly short on money. Counselor Li Xiao patiently explained her refusal, emphasizing that while she knew he was wealthy, it didn't justify reckless spending, and she genuinely had no need for a car. Shen Yuan leaned in, a persuasive smile on his face, insisting that once Counselor Li Xiao experienced the convenience of a car, she would find herself unable to live without one. A silent fury simmered within Li Meng, her thoughts railing against Shen Yuan's blatant display of affection for her sister, convinced he was deliberately trying to infuriate her. Li Meng, with a gentle insistence, urged her sister to accept an expensive car, subtly comparing it to Shen Yuan's lavish tastes. Li Meng quickly brushed aside any thought of frugality, while Shen Yuan, radiating confidence, offered to easily double the budget and personally accompany them to choose. Li Meng's cheeks burned as she internally chafed, convinced his grand gestures were nothing more than a blatant display of wealth meant to provoke her. Lu Menglu, blushingly lost in thought, lamented the meager returns she received from his generosity towards Li Xiao, wishing desperately her own connection with Li Meng could be openly celebrated, allowing him to shower her with gifts. Shen Yuan, a knowing smile playing on his lips, surmised Li Meng's defiant spirit would lead her to choose a car of even grander expense. Meanwhile, a crisp doorbell chime echoed through the opulent silence of Fei Bing's home. A voice on the other end of the line swiftly delivered the intel Fei Bing had sought, details of Shen Yuan's past, his family's former business, and his surprising new venture. The revelation of a health management company, mirroring his family's interests, made Fei Bing sit up, his demand for the company's name sharp and immediate. A chilling realization dawned on Fei Bing. Shen Yuan had swooped in and acquired Jingfu, the very company that was once destined for his own family, sparking a cold, festering anger. A dangerous resolve hardened in Fei Bing's gaze as he vowed to crush Shen Yuan for daring to cross him, seeing his acquisition as a personal affront. Jin Kangwen confronted his cousin, Jin Jifa, who, caught between loyalty and financial obligation, confessed he had no choice but to appease Fei Bing, hinting at the man's ruthless nature and offering Kangwen a chance to warn his classmate. Jin Kangwen affirmed his resolve to warn Shen Yuan, hinting that his classmate was far from an easy target, prompting a curious inquiry from Jin Jifa. Jean Kangwen proudly revealed Shen Yuan's true origins, a self-made entrepreneur who built his empire from nothing, starkly contrasting him with Fei Bing, who was merely a beneficiary of inherited wealth. Jin Jifa expressed disbelief at Shen Yuan's ability to acquire Jingfu, a multi-million yuan company, and Jean Kangwen could only speculate that it was earned through the volatile markets of crypto and forex. Yet, Jin Jifa harbored a profound concern for Shen Yuan's lack of management experience, fearing the vast and ruthless Fei family would easily crush his nascent enterprise. Jean Kangwen dismissed the immediate danger, but Jin Jifa, his concern unwavering, pressed him to deliver a serious warning to Shen Yuan. Jin Jifa painted a grim picture of Fei Bing's depraved character, recounting how his promiscuity with employees' wives led to a brutal beating, though Jean Kangwen struggled to see the connection to Shen Yuan. Jin Jifa clarified his purpose was merely to illustrate Fei Bing's nature, leaving the exact message to Jean Kangwen, who promptly decided to call Shen Yuan. Moments later, Shen Yuan's grateful thanks to Kangwen were met with a text from Counselor Li Xiao, confessing her unease about being the inadvertent source of the leaked information. A chilling suspicion formed in Shen Yuan's mind, linking Yu Jifeng's past rage to Fei Bing's depravity, then his thoughts shifted to Luo Bingying, wondering why someone from such a prominent family would align herself with a man like Fei Bing. Jean Kangwen revealed the devastating truth of Luo Bingying's family's ruin, their vast wealth crumbling after her father's conviction, prompting Shen Yuan to question Fei Bing's predatory interest in her. The grim reality unfolded as Jean Kangwen explained Fei Bing's cruel leverage. He would only acquire Luo Bingying's mother's struggling yoga studios if Luo Bingying herself became his girlfriend, a desperate bargain coerced by her own mother. Shen Yuan acknowledged the information with gratitude, his understanding now complete, while Li Xiao's text dismissed his politeness, reminding him of their long-standing camaraderie. Shen Yuan seethed at the mother's desperate ploy, realizing Fei Bing was already moving against him, and the unearthed cruelty towards Yu Jifeng's wife solidified his vengeful resolve to settle both old and new scores. Shen Yuan directly confronted Yu Jifeng, his voice laced with the heavy knowledge of Yu's past, asking if Fei Bing was indeed the man who ruined his life, receiving a heavy, affirmative reply. Shen Yuan's voice cut through the silence, a simple, potent question hanging in the air: did he want revenge? Yu Jifeng's desperate yearning for retribution was clear, but the memory of his past, legally devastating outburst, made him tremble with fear and caution. Shen Yuan calmly reassured Yu Jifeng, emphasizing their adherence to legal boundaries, before beginning to outline his carefully orchestrated plan. Yu Jifeng, his voice trembling with apprehension, questioned the morality of Shen Yuan's methods, but Shen Yuan, with a dismissive smirk, simply told him to listen, implying Fei Bing was too insignificant to personally offend him, offering his assistance as mere catharsis. Yu Jifeng reluctantly agreed, yet his mind bristled with the quiet suspicion that Shen Yuan, despite his benevolent words, was merely using him for his own calculated ends. Regardless of Shen Yuan's true intentions, Yu Jifeng's eyes burned with a singular, consuming hatred, driving him forward. The chance for vengeance for his stolen wife was a powerful, undeniable motivator. Shen Yuan, now activating a different front, messaged Old Mo to ready his internet trolls, receiving prompt confirmation from Li Xiao that they were, as always, eagerly awaiting his command. Long Jinghan, radiant in her white dress amidst the glittering lights, eagerly asked if Shen Yuan was as ready as they were to depart. Shen Yuan's playful compliment, followed by a gentle pinch on Long Jinghan's cheek, earned a good-natured complaint about her meticulously applied makeup. His teasing escalated, a bold suggestion lingering in the air, causing Long Jinghan to blush deeply and urge him to stop, while Lu Menlu watched, a silent storm brewing within her. Lu Menlu, her face a mask of annoyance, silently fumed at Shen Yuan's oblivious attention, lamenting her own efforts to appear beautiful and his apparent disregard. As he walked past, Shen Yuan offered Lu Menlu a quick compliment and a thumbs up, an acknowledgement that felt both too little and too late for her aching heart. Lu Menlu, still smarting, offered a reluctant forgiveness, her thoughts drifting to the bittersweet fantasy of one day holding Shen Yuan's arm with the same easy intimacy her sister shared. Long Jinghan, her face alight with excitement, tugged Shen Yuan towards the eagerly awaiting elevator. A profound sadness settled over Lu Menlu as she watched them, hand in hand, the crushing certainty that her deepest desires for intimacy with Shen Yuan would remain forever out of reach. Then, an unexpected jolt sent a wave of crimson across Lu Menlu's face, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock. Shen Yuan, with a knowing smirk, playfully spanked Lu Menlu, gently chastising her unspoken turmoil and pulling her back into the present moment. Lu Menlu pouted, a familiar complaint escaping her lips that Shen Yuan always seemed to bully her, as Long Jinghan watched with a curious, slightly amused expression. Within the pristine luxury of the dealership, Long Jinghan's voice held genuine concern as she insisted the car was far too expensive to buy. Long Jinghan firmly reiterated her stance, urging them not to waste money on something so needlessly extravagant. With a decisive gesture, Shen Yuan declared the sleek white car the perfect choice, affirming it couldn't possibly be anything less than impeccable for her. Shen Yuan, already moving to finalize the purchase, instructed the sales associate to calculate any discounts, stating his intention to place the order today, which she eagerly confirmed. Long Jinghan, blushingly uncertain, voiced her discomfort about driving such a luxurious car as an ordinary teacher, but Shen Yuan gently reassured her that her unassuming role would, in fact, shield her from any undue gossip. The sales associate, her eyes alight with the glint of potential commission, realized with a surge of panic that she had to intervene immediately, lest this massive order slip through her fingers. Chen Na's attempt to soothe Li Meng's doubts about the luxury car seemed to deepen her unease, leaving Li Meng to wonder what hidden implications lay behind such a generous gift. Chen Na articulated the subtle social dynamics at play, explaining that for an ordinary teacher, a luxury car would inspire assumptions of inherited wealth or a rich marriage, rather than corruption, subtly easing Li Meng's internal conflict. Fu Yingzi, with a gentle push, convinced Li Meng to accept Shen Yuan's lavish generosity, suggesting that his immense wealth truly needed a recipient, prompting Li Meng's hesitant but yielding agreement. Shen Yuan's internal musings revealed a surprising depth of feeling, as he considered Li Meng's worth alongside other women he'd spent lavishly on, realizing she had received the least, yet held a place just as significant in his heart. The moment arrived for commitment as Chen Na presented the contract, a tangible symbol of the enormous gift, and Li Meng, with a quiet acceptance, prepared to make it real. A subtle, yet profound, suggestion hung in the air as Shen Yuan, with a gentle smile, invited Li Meng to envision a future beyond just a car, hinting at a shared home that resonated with unspoken desires. Li Meng's flush and fervent protests spilled out, overwhelmed by the escalating generosity, but Shen Yuan, sensing her discomfort, offered immediate reassurance, gently dropping the subject for the moment. Shen Yuan, ever strategic, decided to patiently wait for the right moment to reintroduce the idea of a house, all while his system confirmed a new milestone, his cash flow officially surging past 50 million. With a thoughtful suggestion, Li Meng proposed a way for her sister to benefit from the car, and Shen Yuan, ever attentive to her wishes, agreed without hesitation, affirming the car was truly hers to decide. Shen Yuan's heart warmed with appreciation, recognizing Li Meng's delicate balance of concern for her sister's pride and her respect for his opinion, a true testament to her considerate nature. As they walked, a call from Manager Yu interrupted their peace, delivering news of the compromising chat logs and videos on Fei Bing, a crucial step in Shen Yuan's unfolding plan. With a swift decision, Shen Yuan ended the call, immediately dispatching a text to Old Mo, signaling the moment to unleash the troubles he had so meticulously orchestrated. Inside Leiji Company, a tense discussion unfolded about intensified competition, with one man voicing his worry that their aggressive strategies might provoke retaliation from rival gyms. Fei Bing, lounging in his chair with a self-satisfied air, effortlessly dismissed any notions of serious competition, convinced of his unchallenged dominance. The bald man in the suit patiently laid out the practical dilemmas, emphasizing how a surge in membership from price drops would overwhelm their current capacity, revealing the chinks in Fei Bing's armor. Fei Bing's scathing sarcasm cut through the room, dismissing his employees' concerns about overwork, as the man in the suit bravely pushed back, attempting to defend their brand's high-end image against reckless price cuts. Fei Bing's patience snapped, his hand slamming down on the desk in a jarring crack as he thundered a demand to crush Jingfu, threatening swift dismissal for anyone who dared offer another excuse. With a dismissive wave, Fei Bing instructed the silent figures at his door to simply enter, his impatience palpable. The secretary, her face etched with urgency, swept into the office, her phone held aloft as she presented something critical to Fei Bing. Fei Bing's eyes widened in utter disbelief, question marks hanging in the air around him as he struggled to comprehend the disturbing image on the screen. The secretary, her voice firm, swiftly commanded the other men to leave, her actions underscoring the gravity of what she needed to discuss privately with Fei Bing. The video revealed a woman's face, bravely speaking out against a massive scandal within Xingqing's fitness chain, a preview of devastating revelations promised for the next morning. A wave of panic washed over Fei Bing as he demanded to know when the damning video had been uploaded, its recency only deepening his alarm. Fei Bing pressed for the identity of the uploader, but his secretary could only confirm it was a brand new account, its digital trail pointing only vaguely to Xingqing, fueling his suspicions. Fei Bing's fury erupted, his hand slamming down with a resonating crack as the rapid surge of comments confirmed his worst fear, he was being deliberately targeted. The secretary, her face pale with anxiety, timidly begged Fei Bing to spare her phone from his explosive rage. Fei Bing tried to find a way to contact the uploader, only for his secretary to confirm the dead end, private messages had been disabled, severing any direct communication. His mind racing, Fei Bing concluded this was a deliberate blackmail attempt, yet the identity of his tormentor remained a frustrating, unsettling mystery. The secretary's probing question forced Fei Bing to reflect, acknowledging that while he hadn't messed around recently, there was one person who might technically be a target, even if he believed that person had offended him first. A colossal image of Shen Yuan loomed over Fei Bing's pensive form, a fleeting thought of Shen Yuan's involvement dismissed as improbable, given their past unresolved conflict. A jolt of realization struck Fei Bing, causing him to sweat with sudden apprehension as he recalled the disturbing fact that his former lackey, Yu Jifeng, now served Shen Yuan. The bald man, cradling a box as if preparing for departure, cursed the swiftness with which Shen Yuan had uncovered their strategy, outraged by the resort to dirty tricks in what should have been civilized competition. As they strolled through the commercial district, two men casually wondered if their classmate was orchestrating the recent events, finding an 80 to 90% chance of his involvement. A shared, knowing amusement lit their faces as they praised their classmate's ruthless efficiency in targeting Fei Bing, recalling that Shen Yuan's intensity in battles dated all the way back to middle school. The distinct ringing of the phone announced a call from that trash, prompting his cousin to mischievously suggest answering, eager to see what new machinations were afoot. The man answered the call, only to be met immediately by Fei Bing's suspicious query, demanding to know if his friend had been the source of the trouble. With a practiced ease, the man on the phone denied any close ties between his friend and Shen Yuan, even as Fei Bing, his frustration palpable in a muttered sigh, continued to press for information on who had leaked his secrets. Though he offered only a conditional promise to inquire, the man on the phone was met with Fei Bing's escalating demands, now insisting he also dig up compromising information on Shen Yuan. In a chibi moment of shared laughter, the men privately mocked Fei Bing's desperate request for dirt on Shen Yuan, realizing the sheer irony, and began to concoct a subtly deceptive response. Their cunning plan solidified, the two men agreed on their next steps, with the man in glasses confirming he would relay a fresh message to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, confident in his meticulously maintained image, reflected on his spotless record as a respected student and entrepreneur, musing that the only potential dirt, his relationships with women, was harmless compared to Fei Bing's scandalous affairs. A sly, almost predatory smile played on Shen Yuan's lips as he mused on Fei Bing's naive overconfidence, a silent vow to relentlessly pursue his enemy now that he had him in his sights. Shen Yuan's message conveyed a clear, decisive order: release an even more explosive video, ensuring the new comments and likes eclipse the last, a command instantly acknowledged by his unseen recipient. Half an hour later, Fei Bing's voice crackled with utter bewilderment and frustration, unable to fathom that no damaging information could be unearthed about Shen Yuan. Before he could even process the lack of dirt on Shen Yuan, Fei Bing's attention was diverted by yet another looming crisis, his voice laced with anxiety as he demanded to know what new problem had arisen. The secretary, her voice a frantic whisper, thrust her phone forward, revealing a new video that had exploded online, its thousands of comments and likes signaling an uncontrollable spiral, with the identities of those involved promised for tonight. A wave of sickening recognition washed over Fei Bing as he realized the chats were from his affair with Mr. Zheng's wife, his fury erupting in a desperate cry of blackmail. The secretary, her voice barely a whisper and her face still streaked with worry, cautiously suggested that perhaps it was time to consider making peace with their tormentor. The mere suggestion of negotiation sent Fei Bing into a fresh spiral of terror, his mind consumed by the catastrophic thought of his father and grandfather discovering the scandal, a revelation that would surely spell his utter ruin. In a desperate bid for salvation, Fei Bing demanded Chen Na arrange an immediate meeting with Shen Yuan, his hands, however, betraying a repulsive impropriety that left her flustered and deeply uncomfortable. Counselor Li Xiao explained her departure, stating she had other obligations that prevented her from staying with Shen Yuan. Min Hui, ever thoughtful, gently cautioned Shen Yuan about drinking too much at his upcoming business dinner, a warning he acknowledged with a soft hum. With a quiet understanding, Min Hui watched as Counselor Li Xiao departed. Half an hour later, within the luxurious confines of the St. Regis Hotel, Min Hui eagerly called out Shen Yuan's name, her heart alight with anticipation. As Min Hui nestled against him, sensing his profound excitement, Shen Yuan revealed the meticulous summer plans he had already made, wanting to dedicate nearly every moment to her after so much time apart. Shen Yuan thoughtfully spoke of the new house, emphasizing the time needed for its completion and proper inspection, and Min Hui quietly affirmed her understanding. Then, in a gesture that seemed purely generous, Shen Yuan proposed opening a shop for Min Hui, though secretly he wished to keep her pleasantly occupied through the summer, even if it yielded no profit. Min Hui, surprised and touched by the unexpected generosity, leaned in to ask if he was truly serious. Shen Yuan confirmed his offer without hesitation, encouraging her to take her time considering what kind of shop she truly desired. With a sweet caress, Min Hui expressed her profound gratitude to her Yuan. The intimate atmosphere was abruptly broken by a phone call. A voice on the other end reported that Fei Bing, seemingly humbled, wished to invite Shen Yuan to dinner. Shen Yuan, with a dismissive air, rejected the dinner invitation, making it clear he had no intention of negotiating with Fei Bing. He sternly declared that there was nothing to discuss with such an idiotic person, instructing that any further calls be handled by an employee, a directive Min Hui quietly understood. Sensing his slight annoyance, Min Hui tenderly asked who dared to upset him, but Shen Yuan gently reassured her, wanting no external foolishness to mar their precious time together. In the quiet intimacy of the room, Min Hui's voice resonated with deep emotion as she called out his name. Meanwhile, at the Nanjing restaurant, Fei Bing's impatience simmered, his frustration mounting as the clock ticked past 8 and Shen Yuan still hadn't arrived. Jean Kangwen offered a plausible excuse of traffic for the delay, but the schemer in the blue checkered shirt privately savored his decision to keep his cousin in the dark, believing ignorance would only make the impending drama more authentic. The door to the private room swung open, and Fei Bing's voice immediately erupted in a furious demand, startled by the unexpected arrival. A wave of collective shock rippled through the room as Fei Bing, Jean Kangwen, and the schemer stared in stunned disbelief at the uninvited guest. The older man, utterly unfazed by the hostile reception, calmly offered to leave if his presence was unwelcomed. The schemer quickly interjected, attempting to smooth over the tension by inviting the older man to sit, despite Fei Bing's visible annoyance. With a deliberate movement, the older man set his briefcase onto the table, a silent declaration of his intent. Fei Bing, his anger barely contained, directly accused the older man and Shen Yuan of orchestrating the video and chat log leaks, only to be met with a feigned bewilderment that stung with its brazenness. Fei Bing's fury intensified, his voice rising in disbelief as he challenged the older man's blatant pretense of ignorance. The older man, his voice unnervingly calm, issued a veiled warning about the accidental release of sensitive details and videos if Fei Bing didn't curb his aggressive tone, leaving Fei Bing seething and questioning the man's persistent denial. The schemer, ever the diplomat, attempted to diffuse the volatile atmosphere by suggesting they all sit and discuss matters properly, without further unnecessary animosity. When Fei Bing directly questioned the older man about the planned acquisition of his family's 4 yoga studios, the older man responded with a cold ultimatum: complete the acquisition and transfer them to Jingfu free of charge before midnight, or face consequences he would not be able to control. Fei Bing's furious rejection of the audacious demand was met with the older man's unyielding resolve, who calmly declared he would not repeat himself and prepared to leave, briefcase in hand, signaling the transfer agreement was already a done deal. Jean Kangwen and the schemer both reeled at the financial scale of Shen Yuan's attack, recognizing the several million-dollar value of the yoga studios and prompting the schemer to concede that Shen Yuan now deserved the title of president. As the older man walked away, Fei Bing's frustration boiled over, realizing with bitter clarity that Shen Yuan's ambitions far surpassed the mere hundreds of thousands he had initially expected. Fei Bing's thoughts spiraled into the terrifying possibility of Shen Yuan releasing all the incriminating videos and chat records, amplified by internet trolls, a desperate concern the schemer shrewdly recognized as a search for an escape. Jean Kangwen cleared his throat, offering a grave warning that in the age of the internet, escalating the conflict would risk not only Fei Bing's family reputation but also the goodwill built over years, advising him to concede and avoid utter ruin. After 10 agonizing minutes of deliberation, a visibly stressed Fei Bing made the call to Aunt Zhong, informing her of his decision to buy her 4 yoga studios and to sign the contract that very day. Zhong Lan, Luo Bingying's mother, gently inquired about any romantic progress between her daughter and Fei Bing, a question that met with Luo Bingying's genuine confusion. Zhong Lan then relayed the peculiar news of Fei Bing's desire to purchase all 4 yoga studios as a package deal, prompting Luo Bingying to speculate about his plan to immediately transfer them to an unknown subsidiary. Zhong Lan pressed for the company's name, which Luo Bingying recalled as Jingfu. Luo Bingying's mind raced, connecting the name Jingfu to Shen Yuan's company, a startling realization that baffled her given the unpleasant confrontation she knew had occurred between Shen Yuan and Fei Bing just yesterday. Zhong Lan's concerned query about her daughter's sudden quiet was met with a dismissive nothing, as Luo Bingying tried to process the dizzying implications in silence. Zhong Lan, her heart heavy with regret, confessed to the difficult choices she had made, explaining that her terrible idea stemmed from the overwhelming desire to protect her children during their recent hardships. Zhong Lan emphasized that the sale of the 4 studios for 4 million was, despite everything, the best possible outcome, ensuring Luo Bingying's safety above all else. Luo Bingying mused on the sheer anomaly of Fei Bing's $4 million offer, a sum twice as high as any previous bid, for studios he immediately intended to transfer to Shen Yuan. Realizing her mother's burden was lifted and her own entanglement with Fei Bing resolved, Luo Bingying recognized the debt of gratitude she owed Shen Yuan, her thoughts turning blushingly to how she might properly thank him. As Manhwa softly called out his name, a voice from the phone, unmistakably Fei Bing's, reported that the situation was settled and his mission accomplished, acknowledging Shen Yuan as President Shen. Shen Yuan lay contentedly in bed, still holding his phone, wrapped in the comforting embrace of Manhwa. Manhwa, noticing a subtle smile playing on his lips, playfully questioned its origin, but Shen Yuan simply brushed it aside, encouraging her to continue their intimate moment. The profound intimacy between them deepened, the world outside fading away. In the throes of their passion, Manhwa's face reflected a complete and tender surrender. As he shared a passionate kiss with Manhwa, Shen Yuan's thoughts simultaneously drifted to the strategic victory he had just secured, reflecting on the acquisition of 4 yoga studios and the minor yet significant expansion it represented for his business. A quiet morning offered a rare moment of simple domesticity, a stark contrast to the complexities of Shen Yuan's life. Manhwa gently announced her departure for the week, and Shen Yuan, ever the reassuring partner, simply told her to enjoy the trip. She held back the words she truly wanted to say, knowing it was pointless to ask for a faithfulness Shen Yuan would never give. Her request for daily messages was a fragile attempt to bridge the distance, a plea for connection he met with casual agreement. He decided to send her spending money, a gesture born not just of affection, but of a calculated need to reinvest in a profitable asset. Manhwa gave her thanks, but the transfer of 100,000 yuan left her feeling surprisingly empty. With her bags packed, Shen Yuan offered a final, tender gesture, ready to drive the woman he called Hui to the station. Walking beside him, she was struck by the dizzying transformation of her life. The luxuries were now normal, and Shen Yuan had become as essential as family. Miles away, his secretary confirmed that the specialty goods had arrived, and that Long Jinghan and Xiao Lei were waiting as he'd instructed. Recalling his promise, Shen Yuan decided on their roles in the company, telling his secretary to begin their onboarding immediately. At Jingfu Company, the arrival of two beautiful college students immediately sparked speculation among the male staff that they were the boss's latest women. The men's conversation faded as Long Jinghan and Xiao Lei walked past, oblivious to the gossip that already defined their presence. During the lunch break, Long Jinghan complained about their new boss's absence, questioning his commitment to such a large company. Xiao Lei quickly hushed her, reminding her that Shen Yuan was still their boss before wondering where their guide, Senior Fu, had disappeared to. Long Jinghan explained that as Shen Yuan's personal secretary, Senior Fu was the closest person to him professionally, prompting Xiao Lei to wonder about the nature of their relationship. Long Jinghan quickly covered her friend's mouth, cutting off the dangerous speculation before anyone could overhear. Xiao Lei's frustration mounted, a stunning realization dawning on her that the closer she got to Shen Yuan, the more rivals she seemed to discover. Long Jinghan advised her to stop inventing imaginary enemies and to simply focus on herself. But upon entering Shen Yuan's office, they were both stunned to find another woman already there, a question hanging unspoken between them: who is she? Long Jingyan's intuition screamed that this woman was also connected to Shen Yuan, though Xiao Lei clung to the hope that it was just business. In her mind, Long Jinghan was ready for a confrontation, but Xiao Lei tried to pull her back, insisting it was none of their affair. Long Jinghan pulled her friend along, determined to find out where they ranked in Shen Yuan's heart, but Xiao Lei argued that in a world without an elimination system, their rank was meaningless. Fed up, Long Jinghan declared she would go alone, leaving a worried Xiao Lei calling after her. A sharp, determined knock echoed against the office door. As the calm invitation to come in was given, Long Jinghan pushed the door open, bracing herself for what she would find. Her eyes widened at the sight of yet another rival, but Lu Menlu simply met her gaze with an air of practiced indifference and demanded to know who she was. Long Jinghan found her voice, turning the question back on her and demanding to know why she was sitting in Shen Yuan's personal chair. Lu Menlu introduced herself as a special consultant with full authorization, daring them to call Shen Yuan, just as Xiao Lei boldly declared she too would one day have such freedom. With a dismissive wave, Lu Menlu coolly accepted the challenge, confident in her ability to handle girls like this without lifting a finger. Long Jingyan's anger dissolved into blushing frustration, her confrontation had made no impact at all. The final blow came as a simple, cutting question: anything else? Long Jinghan turned and stormed out with a huff, trying to convince herself that she didn't care about a place in his office anyway. But as she walked away, she couldn't escape the exhausting truth: being with Shen Yuan wasn't a prize to be won, but a constant, draining competition. From that moment on, a new resolve took hold, pushing her through grueling hours at the gym. Basic fitness was no longer enough, she meticulously sculpted her body, chasing an ever-receding image of perfection. She devoted herself to mastering his preferences, from skincare and massage techniques to the fluid grace of dance, all to improve her own allure. Her efforts extended to her career, diligently working her way from store inspections to the coveted position of special consultant. Yet in a moment of quiet despair, she realized every step forward had only kept her from falling behind, while others received millions for their place in his life. In the dreamscape of her ambition, she accepted that since she couldn't beat the endless tide of rivals, she could only strive to be the one he chose for the night. Back in the office, she confirmed to Xiao Lei that Lu Menlu was indeed another one of his women, sparking her friend's curiosity about her personality. Long Jinghan confessed she knew little, but what struck her most was the woman's unshakable confidence, the source of which remained a mystery. Suddenly, looking at her new ID, a bitter, self-deprecating thought struck her: now, there was a Jinghan in the mix, too. Her official company ID card served as a stark reminder of her place, just another intern in the finance department. At that moment, Shen Yuan was driving through the city as Lu Menlu video called, playfully teasing him about the top she was wearing at work. She then presented him with a choice, a subtle test of her power: if he came to the office, she would wait for him; if not, she was going home. A smile touched his lips as he confirmed he was already on his way, giving her the answer she wanted to hear. In his office, Lu Menlu waited, the picture of relaxed, unshakable confidence. Tugging at her collar, she steeled her resolve. She had been with Shen Yuan long enough to secure her status and would not let some newcomer challenge her without teaching her a lesson. As Shen Yuan strode through the office, the respectful greetings of his employees affirmed the authority he now carried so effortlessly. Lost in daydreams, Lei Lei and Xiao Lei could only admire him from afar, with Xiao Lei's heart claiming the man radiating such power as her own. But a sting of resentment pierced her fantasy. She was right there, his woman, and he had walked past without a single glance. In the conference room, Shen Yuan's voice was calm but commanding as he opened the floor for a progress report on the company handover. An executive confirmed the studio's accounts were clean and operations were stable, presenting a picture of financial health despite limited cash flow. Another manager followed, assuring him that employee morale was steady, their primary concern over salaries having already been put to rest. But Tong Wen, the manager of Jingfu Yoga, delivered a more sobering reality. Fierce competition and stagnant morale were crippling their growth. A proposal was presented with a cautious strategy, prioritizing stability by adjusting only the most critical financial positions for now. Shen Yuan felt a quiet satisfaction reviewing the plan. His team was finally learning to think ahead, their proposals no longer riddled with careless oversights. The manager concluded the preliminary proposal, suggesting a temporary leadership structure until more permanent solutions could be found. With a decisive nod, Shen Yuan approved the direction, making it clear he cared only for results before bringing the meeting to a close. His team breathed a collective sigh of relief. Though their president was strict, his demanding nature had undeniably made them all more effective. Back in his private office, Shen Yuan turned to his assistant, asking if there was anything else happening in the company that required his attention. She confirmed there were 2 matters he needed to hear, her tone signaling that the topics were less than professional. She began by relaying office gossip about him being a womanizer, with some even speculating he suffered from kidney problems, prompting his pointed, testing question: had she refuted it? Flustered, she asked how she could possibly refute such a thing, only for him to lean in with a teasing whisper, reminding her that she, of all people, should know the truth about his health. An embarrassed flush crept up her neck as she recalled the sounds from his office on more than one occasion, her mind admitting the boss had the stamina of a professional. Moving on, she reported the second issue. An unpleasant encounter had occurred between consultant Lu and Xiao Lei in his office during the lunch break. He couldn't imagine what 2 women who barely knew each other could argue about, but his assistant explained it was rooted in Xiao Lei's jealousy over the other woman's free access to his office. A wave of irritation washed over Shen Yuan. He dismissed his assistant, weary of the trivial conflicts that constantly threatened his peace of mind. Just then, Xiao Lei appeared, her formal greeting of President Shen feeling out of place, causing him to ask what she really wanted. Her professional facade melted away as she wrapped her arms around his, her voice softening as she confessed that she had simply missed him. Calling him husband, she noted the weariness in his eyes from the meeting and offered him a head massage. He watched her draw the curtains with suspicion, but her sly smile and suggestive reply made it clear which head she intended to massage. As the curtains slid shut, the act sent a clear and provocative message to the rest of the women watching from the main office. To maintain a thin veil of professional decorum, she playfully suggested they could wash her hair tonight instead of here at the office. But for Lei Lei, watching from her cubicle, the closed curtains were not a matter of decorum, they were an outright challenge she refused to tolerate. Ignoring her friend's attempt to calm her down, Lei Lei was already on her feet, determined to see what was happening for herself. Inside the office, Xiao Lei pressed against Shen Yuan, blaming the cold air for her need to be close, but he teasingly saw right through her excuse. Her seductive praise was met with a faint smile, but their intimate moment was shattered by a sharp knock at the door. At Shen Yuan's call to enter, the door swung open to reveal Lei Lei, whose eyes widened in surprise at the scene before her. Annoyed by the interruption, Xiao Lei coolly challenged Lei Lei's presence, her posture never leaving Shen Yuan's side. When Lei Lei claimed she was just looking, Xiao Lei's smirk was cutting as she informed her rival that she would have to wait her turn. Shen Yuan held his head in his hands, utterly exasperated by their elementary school-level squabbling. Xiao Lei then deliberately escalated, casually mentioning the sports car he'd bought her and calling him husband, a blow that struck Lei Lei with the force of a physical slap. Scrambling for a response, Lei Lei desperately tried to reclaim his attention by asking a clumsy question about getting her driver's license. Xiao Lei shot her down with a condescending correction, and in that moment, Lei Lei realized the jab wasn't about knowledge, it was about her age. The rivalry continued in a childish fantasy, with Xiao Lei flaunting the house he'd bought her, a revelation that left Lei Lei utterly speechless. Lei Lei's mouth opened, but only a choked syllable of his name came out, her mind reeling from the shock. An explosive crack echoed through the room as Shen Yuan's hand slammed down on the table. His voice was low and furious as he delivered a humiliating order, both of them were to bend over immediately. Lei Lei stared in blushing disbelief, while Xiao Lei's defiance took a strange turn, declaring she would only accept such a thing alongside Senior Jinghan. Lei Lei's mind raced, trying to decipher the bizarre condition. Xiao Lei's words planted a seed of suspicion that her relationship with Shen Yuan was far more complicated than she'd ever imagined. As he unbuckled his belt, Shen Yuan dismissed Xiao Lei's nonsense, his patience exhausted as he bluntly stated their punishment, 3 smacks each. Lei Lei cried out in protest, arguing it was unfair she was being punished when Xiao Lei had been the one to provoke and flaunt her way through the entire confrontation. Meanwhile, in the main office, the gossip had taken a new turn, as 2 male employees concluded that any man handling 2 women behind closed curtains couldn't possibly be suffering from kidney problems. At her desk, the assistant who had reported the initial rumor felt a wave of mortification, realizing she had just been proven spectacularly wrong. Back in the tense silence of the office, Xiao Lei could only lower her head, her cheeks burning with a silent, complicated shame. Shen Yuan's exasperation was palpable as he confronted Xiao Lei's endless comparisons and her dragging Long Jinghan into their rivalry, while she merely insisted that both she and Jinghan enjoyed it. Shen Yuan's voice hardened, reminding Xiao Lei that Jinghan merely tolerated her presence and questioning the value of such childish competition for an adult. Lu Menglu, startled by the turn of events, offered a contrite apology, a blush creeping across her face as she admitted her error. Then, Shen Yuan turned his stern gaze to Lu Menglu, admonishing her for shamelessly flaunting her gifts and picking fights with someone still in college. Tears welled in Lu Menglu's eyes as she whispered her regret, the intimate address of hubby, a plea for understanding. Knowing is not enough, Shen Yuan declared, his voice firm as his belt lightly snapped, now, both of you, bend over, for my patience is limited. Lu Menglu desperately clutched his arm, her voice a soft, pleading whisper as she begged him to reconsider, promising she would truly never do it again. His anger flared, questioning her implication of a next time, and warning her that any future offense would result in far more than 3 swats, his demand to hurry unwavering. With a flush on her cheeks, Lu Menglu bent over the desk, her hesitant gaze seeking his confirmation as she submitted to his command. Shen Yuan approved her position, then turned his attention to Xiao Lei, his voice an unspoken order for her to comply as well. Xiao Lei closed her eyes, recognizing the genuine anger in his tone, and resigned herself to the coming punishment, believing her, but patting, would soften the blow. Both women waited, bent low over the desk, a silent, tense anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Shen Yuan delivered his stern warning, promising no mercy for future transgressions, yet his heart wrestled with the thought of striking them, briefly wondering if Long Jing'an's treatment team could be an alternative. A light swipe of the belt preceded Shen Yuan's instruction. Lu Menglu was to articulate her mistakes before the punishment could begin. With her head bowed, Lu Menglu softly admitted her failings, her jealousy and the inappropriate desire to show off. Is that your attitude? Shen Yuan challenged, a light smack echoing the weight of his words, pushing Lu Menglu to confess more deeply, admitting her provocation of Xiao Lei, her jealousy, and her flaunting of his gifts. With 2 taps of approval, Shen Yuan acknowledged Lu Menglu's improved attitude, then turned to Xiao Lei, indicating it was her turn to confess. Blushing with distress, Xiao Lei admitted her faults, intruding into the office, interrupting them, and flaunting her age, expressing a newfound desire for peaceful coexistence. Good, Shen Yuan affirmed, a final light smack marking the end of the immediate punishment, and instructed both women that they could now stand. Lu Menglu's surprise was clear in her voice, questioning the unexpected lightness of the punishment, while Xiao Lei silently wondered why his belt had remained unused. He confessed his inability to strike them, but declared that punishment was still necessary, neither would share dinner or the night with him. Shock and betrayal rippled through them both as Lu Menglu reminded him of his promise for the night, and Xiao Lei recalled his commitment to spend time with her and Jinghan. Shen Yuan calmly dismissed their protests, placing the blame squarely on their mistakes, and clarified that his plans with Long Jinghan were separate, leaving Xiao Lei speechless. With a simple dismissal, Shen Yuan sent them away, Xiao Lei realizing that this lesson, without physical pain, would be far more memorable than any swat. The women's disappointment weighed heavily as they walked away, realizing their squabble had inadvertently turned their evening into an exclusive one for Shen Yuan and Long Jinghan, Lu Menglu sighing that she had only benefited someone else. Shen Yuan's phone lit up with an unexpected message. Lin Yuchang, newly divorced, invited him to celebrate her new life with dinner at her place, an invitation he readily accepted. 30 minutes later, at Fangguali residential complex, Fei Bing fumed internally, lamenting his ex-wife Lin Yuchang's ruthless divorce settlement that left him with mere scraps after selling his used car. His disbelief only deepened as he recalled Lin Yuchang's cruel ultimatum, move out within a day or lose everything, a harshness he couldn't reconcile with their shared history. Then, a sudden sight made Fei Bing halt, his hand instinctively reaching out in surprise. Shen Yuan. Fei Bing thought, a wave of suspicion washing over him as he questioned why someone capable of buying a G-Class in cash would be in this building, unless there was another reason entirely. Feigning ignorance, Fei Bing asked Shen Yuan which floor he was headed to, only to receive the curt and unimpressed reply that it was the same as you. With a subtle probing, Fei Bing pressed further, inquiring about Shen Yuan's unit, feigning a lack of prior acquaintance. Shen Yuan calmly dismissed him with a vague answer about visiting a friend, prompting Fei Bing to internally wonder why he was acting like a stranger. A sickening realization dawned on Fei Bing, no way, he thought, is he here for Lin Yuchang? His mind raced, connecting past events, the St. Regis, her sudden domesticity, the locked bedroom door, to a terrifying possibility of infidelity even before their divorce. His annoyance peaked as the elevator continued to ascend, confirming his suspicion. Shen Yuan was, indeed, following him to the same floor. Two distinct knocks echoed down the hall as Shen Yuan arrived at a door, while Fei Bing, preoccupied, bent to gather his scattered files. Fei Bing, shocked and angry, began to stutter a confrontation, but Shen Yuan merely smiled, calmly encouraging him to speak his mind. Just then, Lin Yuchang, warm and welcoming in her apron, opened the door, beckoning Shen Yuan inside with a bright smile. Fei Bing exploded, unleashing a furious tirade, accusing Lin Yuchang of moving on too quickly after their divorce and then, with a growing rage, denouncing them as cheating lovers who must have been together all along. Shen Yuan calmly dismissed Fei Bing's outburst, claiming their relationship was merely an ordinary friendship, a statement that only fueled Fei Bing's enraged disbelief and accusations of betrayal. Shen Yuan reflected on the ruthless nature of some women, imagining manipulative figures, and mused on the potential dangers if he misstepped, fearing literal and figurative repercussions. "Tell me," Fei Bing shrieked, clutching the doorframe, "how long have you two been seeing each other behind my back?" Lin Yuchang, ladle still in hand, met his rage with defiance, telling Fei Bing their relationship was no longer his concern, and that his lack of proof rendered his accusations meaningless. "You." Fei Bing stammered, unable to articulate his rage before punching the wall with a resounding impact and yelling a parting insult as he stormed away. Shedding his coat, Shen Yuan confronted Lin Yuchang, asking if she had deliberately orchestrated Fei Bing's outburst, to which she offered a soft apology. Shen Yuan probed, asking if her invitation was solely for show, and with a shy blush, Lin Yuchang confessed that she had truly missed him too. Drawing her closer, Shen Yuan playfully pressed her on the depth of her longing, and she leaned into him, simply stating that she had missed him a lot. With his hand tracing her waist, Shen Yuan teased, asking her to be specific about where she had missed him, and with a soft blush, she subtly indicated her heart. Lin Yuchang's eyes fluttered closed, a deep blush coloring her cheeks as she reacted to his tender touch. Shen Yuan's teasing question hung in the air, and Lin Yuchang, blushing deeply, apologized, admitting it had been a long time since she had experienced such intimacy. Shen Yuan mused internally, finding it surprising that losing the married woman status had endowed Lin Yuchang with a newfound, sensitive vulnerability. With playful anticipation, Shen Yuan asked Ms. Lin if their passion had ever led them to intimacy in the kitchen, already helping to shed her clothes. A soft flush colored her cheeks as she stepped gracefully from her discarded garments, her whispered reply barely a breath. Their lips met, a passionate embrace blooming amidst the soft kitchen glow, as Lin Yuchang surrendered to the intensity of the moment. A suggestive smile played on Shen Yuan's lips as he quietly proposed they find a more comfortable retreat. The city lights twinkled over the distant apartment buildings, a silent testament to the hour. From a window high above, a woman called out Shen Yuan's name, her voice laced with surprise at something she had just witnessed below. On the balcony, their kiss deepened, and Lin Yuchang confessed to being utterly swept away by the overwhelming emotion. Lin Yuchang offered a bowl with a sweet smile and a blush, her affection for Shen Yuan steadily growing to 77. Shen Yuan accepted, his mind already strategizing. Ms. Lin's affection was nearing 80, promising substantial rewards and safer spending opportunities once it reached 90. When Shen Yuan gently inquired if she needed anything, Ms. Lin replied that she was already self-sufficient, possessing a house, a car, and savings. Undeterred, Shen Yuan insisted she deserved a better car, setting an astonishing budget of 2 million, and dismissed her protests about the cost, eager to transfer the funds. Lin Yuchang found herself overwhelmed with emotion, realizing that in just 1 month with Shen Yuan, she had experienced more happiness than in all her years married to Zheng Xianrong. As Lin Yuchang embraced Shen Yuan from behind, her affection for him surged by another 3 points, reaching 80, a tangible sign of her deepening feelings. She nuzzled intimately into his neck, a soft murmur escaping her lips in a moment of tender contentment. An hour later, Shen Yuan, feeling content, inquired after her well-being and mentally celebrated Ms. Lin's affection rising to 81, a testament to his undeniable charisma. Lin Yuchang, her face still flushed from their intimacy, reassured him she would soon be fine after a little rest. With genuine concern, she offered to help with his business, explaining her desire to share his burdens, prompting Shen Yuan to ask about her professional background. As Lin Yuchang revealed her business administration background and administrative experience, Shen Yuan thoughtfully considered her for managing one of his yoga studios. Extending an offer for an administrative role in his yoga studios, Shen Yuan watched as Lin Yuchang enthusiastically accepted, eager to prove her dedication. The next day, Shen Yuan arrived at the Xiangzhang Golf Club, invited by Principal Yang to an elite alumni networking event. Approaching the entrance, Shen Yuan mused on the unusually lively atmosphere of the event as a secretary greeted him and explained the entry process. Inside the grand lobby, a distinguished older man gestured, while a diligent secretary reviewed her tablet. 5 minutes later, the older man questioned the delay, and the secretary explained his electronic invitation had not registered in the system. With a courteous smile, Shen Yuan offered for the older man to go in ahead of him, an offer he gratefully accepted. Shen Yuan then presented his own invitation, which the secretary promptly verified, welcoming him inside with a polite gesture. Turning back, Shen Yuan asked the older man his name, promising to inquire about his entry once inside, and the man introduced himself as Hua Zhongkui. Shen Yuan approached a table on the elegant patio, apologizing to Principal Yang for his slight delay. Principal Yang calmly assured him of his punctuality, then advised Shen Yuan on the complex social dynamics of the networking event, which Shen Yuan acknowledged with understanding. Shen Yuan subtly informed Principal Yang about Hua Zhongkui's predicament at the entrance, prompting a surprised realization from the principal that he had missed a call. Principal Yang immediately instructed Vice Principal Su to personally escort Hua Zhongkui into the event. When Shen Yuan inquired about Hua Zhongkui, Principal Yang revealed he was the influential 36-year-old district chief of Yuelu, urging Shen Yuan to introduce himself. Principal Yang apologized to Hua Zhongkui for the mix-up, then proudly introduced Shen Yuan as a promising student and owner of Jingta Health Management. Shen Yuan formally greeted District Chief Hua, who warmly thanked him for his earlier intervention and requested to be called senior instead. Agreeing readily, Shen Yuan listened as Senior Hua praised the burgeoning health industry, acknowledging its immense potential. Shen Yuan wholeheartedly concurred with Senior Hua's assessment, expressing his commitment and extending an open invitation for him to visit his company. As they toasted, Shen Yuan boldly suggested that Yuelu District Support could elevate his company to Xinjiang's top health management firm, to which Senior Hua hinted at an upcoming industry survey. Shen Yuan mentally affirmed the undeniable power of connections, resolving to maximize this invaluable link with Senior Hua. An older man observing the interaction privately concluded that Shen Yuan was remarkably skilled at flattery. Elsewhere, two women gossiped about a new, young man at the event, admiring his physique, while another woman commented that Bao Ping seemed interested. The woman in red challenged her friend to approach him, but the friend playfully declined, claiming she was too fragile for such a strong man. Xu Baoping playfully pressed her friend about a recent visit to a private club, eagerly awaiting details about the male models there. An older man, catching Shen Yuan's eye, offered a brief, cordial wave. The older man approached Shen Yuan, explaining his reluctant role as an intermediary in the Fei Bing situation, but Shen Yuan assured him he harbored no resentment. Amidst the chatter, a woman urged Pei Wei to find someone of interest, but another dismissed the notion, suggesting Pei Wei's youth meant she prioritized looks over the men present. Zhou Pei Wei, an elegant figure in a green cheongsam, stood poised, a picture of refined grace. Xu Baoping offered to demonstrate how to confidently pursue a man, but Long Jinghan, her cousin, politely declined the lesson. Xu Baoping, a knowing smirk on her face, teasingly remarked on Long Jinghan's apparent inexperience with dating, finding it almost painful to witness. An older man pointed out Xu Baoping, hinting at her interest in Shen Yuan, but he politely declined, stating she was not his type. A woman privately critiqued Long Jinghan's figure, speculating about chest binders and questioning any potential self-consciousness despite an impressive bust. Xu Baoping, direct and confident, asked Jin Jifa to introduce them, and he proudly recounted Shen Yuan's impressive business ventures and unique status as an ungraduated attendee. Xu Baoping gracefully introduced herself to Shen Yuan, who returned the polite greeting with a warm smile. During their handshake, Xu Baoping's fingers subtly caressed Shen Yuan's hand, a quiet, lingering touch. With a suggestive smile, Xu Baoping playfully wondered if asking Shen Yuan to call her senior sister was too much, while internally acknowledging her growing excitement over his youth and good looks. Shen Yuan, radiating a confident smile, playfully returned her challenge. The woman in red, undeterred by his boldness, considered his rapid escalation while she coyly suggested appearances could be deceiving. With an unwavering grin, Shen Yuan pressed his advantage, inviting her to take the lead. Xu Baoping gasped, taken aback by the sudden, overt flirtation unfolding before her. The man with glasses cleared his throat, privately acknowledging Shen Yuan's surprisingly flirtatious side. The woman in red, with a subtle tap of her glass, wondered aloud if his bold words would translate into action. Shen Yuan's worldview shifted as he realized the rich girl before him was anything but reserved, prompting him to pivot the conversation to the banquet start. The man with glasses gestured, informing Shen Yuan the banquet would begin in just 20 minutes. Shen Yuan suggested they explore their surroundings, and his companion readily agreed. While the woman in red internally reveled in her push-and-pull expertise, Xu Baoping innocently inquired about the meaning of taking the lead. A whispered secret from the woman in red brought a deep blush to Xu Baoping's cheeks, eliciting a soft, surprised exclamation. Two other women seized the moment to tease Xu Baoping, questioning her ability to impress and suggesting she lacked the rumored impressiveness. The woman in red confidently declared her measurements, daring anyone present, save for her cousin, to claim greater proportions. The woman in the floral dress questioned the claim, suggesting Pei Wei's figure was similar or even smaller, leaving Xu Baoping in mortified silence. The woman in red thought triumphantly, knowing her cousin's true figure, if revealed, would eclipse all others. Amidst the festive atmosphere, Shen Yuan stood discreetly by the wine display while guests continued to mingle. Shen Yuan noticed a recurring gaze from Xu Baoping, a subtle pull of attention that had repeated itself several times throughout the day, stirring a quiet curiosity within him. The woman in red, holding her glass critically, dismissed the Sicilian wine for its bitterness, proclaiming her preference for a more refined vintage. The man with glasses, blushingly impressed, lauded her exquisite taste and demonstrated his own knowledge of the wine's meticulous origins. The woman in red turned to Shen Yuan for his opinion, only to be met with his blunt dismissal of the wine and a preference for craft beer. The man with glasses, visibly surprised by Shen Yuan's casual comparison, retorted that he clearly lacked the proper understanding of fine wines. The woman in red, however, asserted her belief that all alcohol served the same purpose, prioritizing enjoyment over pedigree, leaving the man with glasses stunned into silence. Aligning herself with Shen Yuan's pragmatic view, the woman in red then shifted to inquire about his interest in golf, to which he simply replied he did not play. With a confident, flirtatious smile, the woman in red offered to teach him herself, playfully hinting at a charge for her expertise, and a surge of favorability registered with Shen Yuan. Though the system could grant him any skill, Shen Yuan mused on the idea of Zhou Pei Wei as a teacher before ultimately declining the golf lesson due to a lack of interest. The man with glasses pondered Shen Yuan's baffling rejection, considering Xu Baoping's powerful family and undeniable allure, despite her rumored private life. Undeterred, the woman in red offered her business card and insisted he connect on WeChat, a request Shen Yuan calmly acknowledged. The woman in white internally observed Xu Baoping's uncharacteristic rejection, finding it both surprising and a testament to the junior's elusive charm. The woman in red, however, remained confident, believing the challenge of a difficult pursuit only heightened the eventual satisfaction. The woman in the dark blue floral dress, observing Shen Yuan more closely, found herself increasingly intrigued by his unusual combination of looks, physique, and rebellious charm. Shen Yuan stood with a faint, knowing smile, seemingly unfazed by the events. Later that night, Xu Baoping texted her friend Bingying about seeing Shen Yuan at an alumni event, prompting Bingying to question his unexpected presence there. Xu Baoping continued, noting her cousin's noticeable interest in Shen Yuan, while Bingying listened intently, a pensive expression on her face. Bingying, hugging her knees, reflected on Pei Wei's relationship expertise and the complex history she herself shared with Shen Yuan, her former classmate. Bingying confessed she felt Shen Yuan might still like her, only for Xu Baoping to logically point out that one must be looking to notice such a gaze, causing Bingying to reconsider. Bingying's initial thought of Shen Yuan's aloofness quickly fractured as memories of his past intimate interactions with other women flooded her mind, suggesting a far more complicated history. Xu Baoping, still in her car, privately concluded that Shen Yuan was a pervert, noticing his gaze linger on hers and her cousin's chests, though he seemed less interested in the latter. Bingying, blushing, remembered Shen Yuan's past fascination with breasts, wondering how she had ever allowed such intimacy, and then questioned if Pei Wei had deliberately provoked his attention. Bingying abruptly dismissed her swirling thoughts, declaring Shen Yuan's character no longer her concern, but Xu Baoping pointed out that many women, including her cousin's friends, seemed drawn to him, leading Bingying to directly ask about Xu Baoping's own feelings, which she quickly denied. Xu Baoping, gazing out her car window, internally denied any quick feelings for Shen Yuan, especially knowing he was her friend Yingying's first love. A sudden movement outside her car window caused Xu Baoping to exclaim in surprise, catching sight of a familiar figure. Her mind raced, questioning if she had truly just seen Shen Yuan, a wave of confusion washing over her. A pensive blush crept onto Xu Baoping's face as she wondered if Yingying's earlier assumption about her feelings for Shen Yuan might, in fact, be correct. Her eyes widened slightly, a fragile, intimate question forming within her: could she truly be falling for him? Despite his disheveled state, Shen Yuan confirmed his imminent arrival to Counselor Li Xiao, whose calm acceptance hinted at a familiarity that belied the tension of the late hour. The moment Counselor Li Xiao opened her door, her concern for Shen Yuan was palpable, her query about his drinking met with his hazy admission of memory loss. Her gentle invitation inside and the immediate offer of hangover tea provided a quiet solace that Shen Yuan wearily accepted, following her deeper into her home. The warmth of the steaming mug was matched by Counselor Li Xiao's meticulous explanation of the soothing ingredients she had chosen, a tender gesture of her care. Shen Yuan's simple question about her routine unearthed a glimpse into her past, revealing a history of quiet care for her father when her mother was preoccupied. As Shen Yuan probed further into her background, Counselor Li Xiao candidly disclosed her parents' professions, unaware of the sudden unease that now settled within him. The words, criminal investigator, had barely left her lips before a jolt of apprehension seized Shen Yuan, the image of a gun-wielding authority figure bringing a fresh wave of anxiety. Despite her father's formidable profession, Counselor Li Xiao's voice softened, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she extended an invitation to join her family for a meal, a momentous step in their budding relationship. The thought of meeting her family immediately brought a surge of panic, as Shen Yuan wrestled with the terrifying implications of her father's profession and the potential wrath if his involvement with both daughters were discovered, yet he knew deep down this confrontation was inevitable. Counselor Li Xiao offered a gentle reassurance that she would smooth things over if needed, but her words did little to quell Shen Yuan's inner turmoil, as he grappled with the premature nature of meeting her parents so early in their relationship. Though his nerves still frayed, Shen Yuan conceded to the inevitable, agreeing to the meeting as Counselor Li Xiao offered profound reassurance, promising they would face any challenge together and even hinting at her parents' potential acceptance despite their past teacher-student dynamic. With a simple agreement, the conversation settled, and Counselor Li Xiao's casual mention of her shower hinted at the quiet, intimate progression of their evening. Even in the midst of romantic tension, Shen Yuan's mind remained sharp, orchestrating his plans for the next day with a quick text to Li Meng, who readily acknowledged his directive. A tantalizing text from Li about a shared toast was met with an ironic internal dismissal from Shen Yuan, his thoughts already drifting mischievously to her cousin. Just as Shen Yuan mused about the evening's unfolding pace, the sudden, unexpected weight of Li Meng landing provocatively on top of him shattered his calm. Her hushed confession of identity and the silencing press of her hand across his mouth heightened the intimacy and urgency of Li Meng's sudden, startling appearance. Li Meng's eager whisper of desire was met with Shen Yuan's internal alarm, as he questioned the reckless boldness of her presence in her sister's home, fearing discovery. Her flushed face betrayed a simmering frustration as Li Meng sharply reminded him of her earlier, ignored attempts to reach him, underscoring his oversight. Shen Yuan, acutely aware of the imminent danger of discovery, placated Li Meng with a promise to meet her later, his mind racing with the urgent need to avoid her sister's watchful eyes. Li Meng's eager impatience for a timeline was met with Shen Yuan's evasive answer, entirely dependent on the unknown moment her sister would finally succumb to sleep. Li Meng's brazen question about his and her sister's intentions was met with Shen Yuan's dismissive directive, his grip on her chin conveying a clear, suggestive message of control. As Li Meng departed, Shen Yuan found himself caught in a swirl of nostalgic irony, recognizing the familiar thrill of clandestine encounters, yet utterly perplexed by her sudden, passionate enthusiasm after her earlier disinterest. With a quiet, determined stride, Shen Yuan made his way deeper into the apartment, his discarded shirt signaling his true intentions for the night. A mischievous grin played on Shen Yuan's lips as he caught a glimpse of Counselor Li Xiao, already planning how he would playfully tease her. Her sharp, startled gasp was met with Shen Yuan's playful dismissiveness, as he insisted his unexpected appearance was merely an injection of excitement into their shared life. As Counselor Li Xiao confessed her mounting unease, Shen Yuan's embrace tightened, his quiet assurance a promise of unwavering presence. A deep blush spread across Counselor Li Xiao's face as she voiced her escalating desire, yearning for the comfort and intimacy of the bed. Shen Yuan's bold suggestion to stay met immediate resistance from Counselor Li Xiao, whose flustered words revealed her profound anxiety over Li Meng's proximity and the risk of being overheard. With a calm assertion, Shen Yuan dismissed her fears, his quiet assurance that Li Meng was already asleep echoing through the steamy enclosure. Her soft, acquiescing sound was all that escaped her lips, a quiet surrender within the intimate, steamy haze. Just beyond the closed door, Li Meng sat, flushed and trembling, her internal thoughts consumed by a desperate, forbidden longing for her brother-in-law. Shen Yuan's gentle query about her well-being, followed by his offer to help her prepare for bed, spoke of a tender, post-intimacy care. Finally, Counselor Li Xiao drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, her earlier anxieties having completely dissipated. Li Meng's eager embrace was a confirmation of his arrival, but Shen Yuan's surprise at her unfamiliar uniform hinted at a planned, playful deception. With a suggestive smile, Li Meng revealed the deliberate thought behind her attire, explaining it was an old internship uniform, specially chosen for the night. Shen Yuan's playful inquiry about her choice of uniform was met with Li Meng's surprisingly practical, yet undeniably suggestive, explanation about preserving her work clothes. Accepting her logical reasoning, Shen Yuan's expression turned more probing, urging Li Meng to reveal the deeper, more primal reason for her intense eagerness. As Shen Yuan carried her effortlessly, his voice held a playful edge, pressing Li Meng to confess the true extent of her desire. Li Meng's raw confession of being, in the heat, was met with Shen Yuan's intensely provocative question, pushing her to reveal the depths of her forbidden desires. Her quiet, shy admission hung in the air, a testament to the powerful, forbidden urges that had consumed her. With a knowing glance, Shen Yuan hinted at a forgotten intimacy, a specific form of address he expected from her. Her fervent repetition of brother-in-law was a clear sign of her eagerness, prompting Shen Yuan to press for the precise nature of her desires. With a final, breathless plea, Li Meng articulated her deepest, most forbidden desires, openly asking for a profound act of intimacy and surrender. Shen Yuan's inner thoughts revealed the emotional toll of his dual relationships, leading him to playfully insist that Li Meng, with her fierce determination, take the lead. A soft moan escaped Shen Yuan's lips, a surrender to the exquisite sensations Li Meng so readily provided. With a seductive smile, Shen Yuan challenged Li Meng, promising to elevate their passion and truly teach her a lesson. The heavy breathing that followed spoke volumes of the intense pleasure and profound exhaustion that claimed Li Meng. Later, standing on the balcony, Shen Yuan wrestled with the profound weight of his double life, longing for a resolution that felt increasingly out of reach. Weariness settled deep in his bones, but Shen Yuan pushed his tumultuous thoughts aside, knowing the next day demanded his unwavering focus. Li Zhao's voice, laced with a barely concealed panic, deflected her father's paternal curiosity, desperately trying to keep him from discovering Shen Yuan sleeping just beyond her door. A jolt of pure dread shot through Shen Yuan as the voices penetrated his sleep, instantly shattering his calm. The realization that Li Zhao's parents had arrived 2 hours early sent a wave of frantic urgency through Shen Yuan. Li Meng's seemingly innocent invitation was a carefully orchestrated maneuver, a silent collaboration with her sister to protect their secret. A prickle of suspicion ran down Li Shenghua's spine, but his ingrained respect for his daughter's privacy prevented him from uncovering the startling truth. Li Shenghua's approving words were heavy with dramatic irony, completely unaware that the tidiness he praised was a direct consequence of the secret he almost stumbled upon. Hidden behind the door, Li Zhao's heart hammered. She knew her father's detective instincts were far sharper than her sister's nearsightedness, fearing a catastrophic revelation if he connected Shen Yuan to both of them. The hushed conversation in the doorway was a frantic, whispered strategy, as Li Zhao tried to buy them time before the inevitable confrontation with her parents. Shen Yuan's challenge cut through Li Zhao's anxiety, his voice steady as he refused to be treated as a shameful secret. The truth of their cohabitation spilled from Li Zhao, but Shen Yuan's confident touch and reassuring words promised to face her parents' scrutiny head-on. Embraced by Shen Yuan, Li Zhao found unexpected solace, her earlier apprehension about facing her traditional parents dissolving into profound relief at his unwavering support for their unconventional bond. A blush spread across Li Zhao's cheeks as a wave of gratitude washed over her, Shen Yuan's unexpected responsibility deepening her affection for him beyond measure. His words, simple yet profound, affirmed his commitment before he sealed it with a kiss, her heart swelling with an affection that neared its peak. With a shared glance, they finalized their strategy, a silent agreement to navigate the upcoming family storm together. Lu Zhen's innocent question carried the subtle undercurrent of a mother's concern, beginning her cautious assessment of her daughter's new partner. Li Meng's simple statement, "He's a student," landed with deceptive calm, unaware of the storm it was about to unleash. Lu Zhen's outrage erupted, her voice sharp with disbelief at the impropriety of a teacher dating her own student. Li Meng, her expression serious, refused to back down, cementing the controversial truth that fueled her mother's growing disapproval. Lu Zhen's practical anxieties about financial instability clashed with Li Shenghua's bewildered questioning of his conservative daughter's unconventional choice. A profound ache struck Li Shenghua's heart, fueling his grim determination to scrutinize the man who dared to woo his precious daughter. Li Shenghua's voice, laced with paternal authority, halted Li Zhao mid-descent, forcing her to face the accusations head-on. A blush crept up Li Zhao's neck as she admitted the truth, a mix of fluster and a weary acceptance that her secret was finally exposed. Lu Zhen's stern lecture was a torrent of maternal anxieties, painting a grim picture of financial struggle and late maturity, highlighting the stark realities of Li Zhao's unconventional choice. Li Shenghua's theatrical despair was palpable, his metaphorical cabbage snatched by a pig painting a vivid picture of his profound indignation. Stepping forward with quiet confidence, Li Meng chose to speak for her flustered sister, assuring her mother that her worries were utterly unfounded. Lu Zhen's skeptical challenge was met with Li Meng's sharp retort, her pointed question about Shen Yuan's wealth immediately shifting the narrative. Lu Zhen's initial shock quickly gave way to a deeper, more unsettling worry, the potential snobbery of a wealthy family, and the suffering her daughter might endure within it. Lu Zhen's voice grew firm with conviction, her warning against spoiled rich heirs emphasizing their family's disinterest in marrying for mere money. The bombshell of Shen Yuan's family bankruptcy deepened Lu Zhen's dismay, confirming her worst fears about his financial instability. Li Meng's assertive tone cut through the doubt, as she meticulously laid out Shen Yuan's self-made fortune, culminating in the undeniable proof of the car he bought for Li Xiao. Li Shenghua's skeptical inquiry was met not with words, but with the quiet, undeniable weight of car keys in Li Xiao's outstretched hand. The crisp document, clearly stating 1 yen and 3 sen million, paid in full, laid bare the irrefutable truth of Shen Yuan's financial prowess. The sheer value on the contract left Lu Zhen gasping and Li Shenghua reflecting with a touch of shame on their premature judgments. Lu Zhen's immediate shift to eager anticipation, fueled by the display of wealth, was met with Li Zhao's silent, cynical observation on the undeniable power of money. Li Zhao's hesitant confession, a blush dusting her cheeks, finally revealed Shen Yuan's immediate proximity. While Lu Zhen pragmatically ordered Shen Yuan to emerge, Li Shenghua's face twisted in a mixture of anger and betrayal, his earlier suspicions tragically confirmed. Lu Zhen's calming touch barely registered against Li Shenghua's raw fury, his hands balled into fists, his composure teetering on the edge. Descending the stairs with a respectful smile, Shen Yuan introduced himself, his composure a stark contrast to the swirling emotions in the room. Lu Zhen's admiring smile was tempered by Li Shenghua's grudging assessment, a silent acknowledgement that Shen Yuan was decent enough, but only barely worthy of his daughter. Shen Yuan's polite inquiry about their stay was more than mere courtesy, it was a strategic move to assess the situation and plan his next steps. With a warm smile, Shen Yuan seamlessly shifted from guest to host, confidently outlining a compelling itinerary for their stay, subtly positioning Li Xiao as their knowledgeable guide. The sharp ring of the doorbell cut through the polite conversation, stirring a ripple of mild curiosity among the family. Shen Yuan's calm certainty that the delivery was for him hinted at an importance beyond a mere package. The secretary's arrival, laden with shopping bags and a long, wrapped item, was a sudden, opulent display of Shen Yuan's resources. The quick, professional exchange revealed the efficient dynamics of Shen Yuan's new life, a stark contrast to the emotional family drama unfolding inside. The secretary's sudden gasp, her gaze fixed on something inside the apartment, signaled an unexpected recognition. The secretary's stunned exclamation of "Teacher Li" hung in the air, a final, unexpected blow that dramatically exposed the intertwined lives within the apartment. Li Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, a blush spreading across her cheeks as the shocking news that Teacher Li had also joined the boss's harem dawned on her. Shen Yuan's subtle smile and lingering touch on her hand left Li Meng flustered, her nervous denials of anything else to say barely masking her unease before she hurried away. As Li Meng walked away, her mind wrestled with the unsettling realization that Shen Yuan's affections weren't limited to his peers, even his teacher had fallen under his spell, making her wonder just how profoundly she had misjudged him. With a confident smile, Shen Yuan itemized the generous gifts he had meticulously chosen for the older couple, detailing everything from premium matai and a high-end fishing rod for her uncle to gold jewelry and rare tea for her aunt. The older man, clutching the fishing rod, looked at Shen Yuan with a newfound respect, surprised that he possessed such specific knowledge of high-end fishing gear. The older man praised Shen Yuan's thoughtful selection, while his wife, holding the glittering jewelry box, couldn't help but voice her concern over the immense cost. Shen Yuan, with an easy smile, brushed aside the mention of the 70,000 yuan cost, insisting that her aunt's happiness was the only price that truly mattered. A woman, lost in thought, mused on the undeniable influence of money, reflecting on how even a schoolteacher and a police detective seemed powerless against its overwhelming allure. She considered Shen Yuan's escalating extravagance, acknowledging his uncanny ability to always pick the perfect gift, yet a recent memory from the previous night lingered, hinting at something far more audacious. The woman recalled Shen Yuan's suggestive words from the night before, a blush creeping up her neck as she wondered if brother-in-law was truly insufficient and if he genuinely expected her to call him daddy. The older man, looking genuinely distressed, insisted the gifts were far too extravagant for them to accept, his mind reeling from the realization that their combined value surpassed his and his wife's entire annual income. Shen Yuan calmly reassured them that such generosity was simply a junior's duty, then revealed he had already arranged their hotel and driver, much to the older man's lingering apprehension. With a welcoming smile, Shen Yuan insisted on playing the host, urging everyone toward lunch with an air of unshakable confidence. Amidst the opulence of Star City's top modern Chinese restaurant, the older man, feigning mild surprise at the luxurious setting, secretly swelled with admiration, seeing Shen Yuan as the heaven-sent son-in-law their family's ancestors surely approved of. Pouring wine with a genuine smile, Shen Yuan declared them family, urging them to visit Star City more often and raising his glass in a heartfelt toast. Holding his wine glass, the older man offered a heartfelt toast, his only wish that Shen Yuan would always cherish Xiao Xiao and that they would build a life of mutual support and growth. Shen Yuan confidently assured the older man, his smile a picture of reassurance. From the moment they sat down, a disquieting observation gnawed at the older man, Li Meng's subtle, unconscious lean toward Shen Yuan, a gesture that, while natural for Xiao Xiao, was deeply troubling coming from his future sister-in-law. As Shen Yuan poured wine, Li Meng subtly leaned closer, her gaze fixed on his movements. He tried to dismiss his intrusive thoughts, convincing himself Li Meng merely liked Shen Yuan as a person, but his detective instinct stubbornly persisted, spoiling the otherwise happy occasion with an uneasy foreboding he knew he had to address. After dinner, Shen Yuan strategically booked an executive suite at a different hotel, aiming to prevent any potential suspicion from Coach Lu and ensure a safer, more discreet stay. A woman voiced her genuine concern about the hotel's exorbitant cost, suggesting a more modest option would be perfectly fine for them. With a winning smile, Shen Yuan justified the luxurious hotel by highlighting its breathtaking river view and the rare opportunity their visit presented, affirming its undeniable worth. The older man called out to Li Meng, signaling his intent to ask her something important. When her father directly asked if she was currently seeing anyone, Li Meng, caught off guard, quickly deflected the question, using her sister's unmarried status as a convenient excuse. Her father, visibly relieved by her answer, backed off, while Li Meng, despite acknowledging Shen Yuan's impressive qualities, outwardly dismissed him as merely average, hoping to quell her father's unspoken concerns. Though Li Meng's words brought a measure of relief, her father's analytical mind still resolved to preemptively sever any potential romantic ties between her and Shen Yuan. The older man warned Li Meng not to be swayed by Shen Yuan's superficial charm, suspecting it might all be an act for their benefit, but she cut him off, clearly annoyed by his persistent remarks. A pang of confusion and parental sadness struck her father as he observed Li Meng's immediate defensiveness when Shen Yuan was mentioned, making him question what unspoken feelings lay beneath her annoyance. 20 minutes later. As the woman thanked Shen Yuan for making her parents happy, he leaned in with a suggestive smile, reminding her that a proper thank you could wait until they were home. Speechless and blushing deeply, the woman averted her gaze, her mind reeling from Shen Yuan's provocative suggestion. From the back seat, Li Meng, her face crimson, erupted, calling Shen Yuan a shameless pervert. Shen Yuan casually offered to buy teacher Li a house, startling her into a fervent refusal, incredulous after he had only just bought her a car. Shen Yuan logically explained his reasons for the house, citing the inconvenience of renting and the need for more space, all while secretly strategizing to use the mention of future children to sway someone as traditional as teacher Li. A wave of bliss washed over the woman as she considered Shen Yuan's words, a future with children vividly painted, and despite the lack of marriage, she felt like the happiest woman alive, ready to entrust her life to him. Shen Yuan calmly observed the success of his carefully crafted strategy, noting the immediate surge in teacher Li's affection after mentioning children. In a chilling internal monologue, Shen Yuan revealed his deeper motives. The house wasn't just for affection or system rewards, but a strategic groundwork, a desperate safety net should his complex relationships unravel, fearing a violent confrontation if everything came to light. Li Meng seethed with anger, furious at the realization that Shen Yuan had cynically used the concept of children as a mere excuse to buy her sister a house, confirming her earlier label of him as a shameless pervert. As the car moved through the night, Li Meng gazed out the window, a wave of sadness washing over her as she contemplated her sister moving out and Shen Yuan's inevitable decrease in visits, a pang of neglect piercing her heart. With a confident smile, Shen Yuan declared the house purchase settled, promising to send a carefully curated shortlist of neighborhoods for review within the next few days. Reflected in the car mirror, the woman voiced her concern, wondering aloud about Li Meng's living arrangements should they buy a house, acknowledging that most couples desired their own private space. Shen Yuan, with a reassuring smile, laid out his detailed vision for a 4-bedroom house, meticulously allocating space for themselves, their future child, Li Meng, and even a dedicated room for her parents. A soft blush bloomed on her cheeks as the woman murmured her profound delight at his thoughtfully arranged plans. With a soft huff, Li Meng grudgingly conceded that Shen Yuan, despite everything, at least possessed some semblance of a conscience. A sudden shock jolted Li Meng as she glanced at her phone, her face flushing crimson at Shen Yuan's bold text, provocatively instructing her to call him Daddy. In a soft, ethereal memory, the woman's lips parted, a blush rising as she whispered the word Daddy, lost in a moment of dreamlike intimacy. Her cheeks burning with furious indignation, Li Meng silently fumed, once again condemning Shen Yuan as an utterly shameless pervert for his audacious text. Jiya's breath caught in her throat as Shen Yuan's text messages relentlessly peeled back her carefully constructed denial, reminding her of the intimate night she desperately wished to forget. In the rearview mirror, Shen Yuan observed her flustered reflection, a knowing amusement coloring his private thoughts about his little partner, who, despite her protestations, secretly delighted in their games. The quiet ding of the traffic light turning red brought a momentary pause to the urban night. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchang texted Shen Yuan, casually detailing her choice of a BMW M5, a car she believed fit her modest budget. Shen Yuan internally deliberated over Lin Yuchang's surprisingly inexpensive choice, already planning how he would spend more on her next time, before swiftly requesting the dealership's account for immediate transfer. The next day dawned bright and busy, ushering in the commercial hum of a modern car dealership showroom. Wan Fong, Lin Yuchang's best friend, gasped in disbelief at the car's price, finding it difficult to reconcile with Lin Yuchang's typical spending. With a casual ease, Lin Yuchang walked away, stating that her boyfriend, not her, possessed the funds for such a purchase. Wan Fong's surprise deepened as Lin Yuchang not only confirmed a new relationship but also revealed her recent divorce from Zheng Xianrong, though she hesitated to fully label her new partner as a boyfriend. Wan Fong launched into a concerned warning about older men and their schemes, only to be cut short by Lin Yuchang's confident assertion that her 21-year-old boyfriend had already transferred the money. A wave of disbelief washed over Wan Fong as she considered the existence of such a straightforward, innocent, and ridiculously rich young man. A flicker of opportunistic hope sparked within Wan Fong, pondering if she, too, could attract such a wealthy young man if Lin Yuchang, despite her divorce, had succeeded. Wan Fong, ever persistent, suggested a celebratory bar outing and asked Lin Yuchang to invite her new boyfriend, prompting Lin Yuchang to pointedly remind her of her dinner plans with her husband. Unfazed, Wan Fong insisted on celebrating, while Lin Yuchang quietly dismissed her husband's meager income as entirely incomparable to the new car's value. Wan Fang's thoughts spiraled into a fantasy of Lin Yuchang's perfect partner, a young, rich, handsome man whose prowess in bed would tempt any woman. Lin Yuchang leaned in conspiratorially, whispering that her new boyfriend did, in fact, possess one huge flaw. When pressed for details, Lin Yuchang dramatically exaggerated the flaw, claiming it caused her so much pain she had visited the hospital twice to recover. Wan Fang offered sincere sympathy for Lin Yuchang's supposed suffering, while Lin Yuchang secretly thought that such an outstanding man was too much for her friend to handle. Wan Fang then appealed to their bond, asking if they were truly best friends, a question Lin Yuchang met with a knowing inquiry. Leaning closer, Wan Fang whispered her own secret, her face flushing with the confession. Lin Yuchang reacted with shock and mild disgust, realizing her attempt to deter Wan Fang had backfired spectacularly, revealing an even more outrageous fantasy. As Wan Fang hinted at a threesome, Lin Yuchang's internal scream echoed her horrified rejection. Such an idea was simply unthinkable between best friends. A shared, blushing silence fell between them as Lin Yuchang whispered something in return. Wan Fang erupted in an indignant scolding, condemning Lin Yuchang's supposed tolerance for her boyfriend's perverse flaw, declaring she could never endure such a thing herself. Expressing concerned sympathy, Wan Fang worried about bruises, but Lin Yuchang reassuringly claimed things were much better now. Lin Yuchang privately believed her deception had worked and resolved to keep Shen Yuan a secret, understanding that such a windfall would only invite jealousy. The quiet chime of the system confirmed the cashback from Lin Yuchang's car purchase had arrived, a silent testament to Shen Yuan's ongoing success. Shen Yuan then instructed his secretary to find residential communities in Liyue district, pointedly excluding 3 specific, already familiar neighborhoods. His secretary, taken aback by the exclusions, dared to ask why. Shen Yuan calmly explained that he already owned houses in those communities, acknowledging the necessity of separating his various interests, a revelation that stunned his secretary into a silent awe at his extensive network of women. Noticing his secretary's dazed state, Shen Yuan promptly redirected her, asking her to summon Zhongyu. Startled back to reality, the secretary, slightly embarrassed, quickly agreed. Once Zhongyu arrived, Shen Yuan confirmed that Jianfan was indeed the largest of their acquired yoga studios. Shen Yuan then gave precise instructions to assign an administrative manager to Jianfan and ensure Tong Wen's full cooperation. As he walked away, Zhongyu mentally tallied Shen Yuan's growing list of women, from Fu Yingzi to Lu Menglu, Qiao Lei, Long Jinghan, and now Lin Yuchang. Holding a document with Lin Yuchang's profile, Zhongyu marveled at Shen Yuan's unique approach, managing all these women by integrating them into the same company, a feat most would hide. Jia confirmed her resignation and flight booking, to which Shen Yuan responded that she would join him tomorrow to inspect the villa. Jiya's timely arrival felt like a final piece falling into place, with Shen Yuan's team solidifying, management becoming reliable, and everyone settling into their roles, signaling a trajectory of success. Shen Yuan smiled, anticipating the system's profit mission results within 2 months, his true excitement reserved for the mysterious, even more valuable industry reward he expected. A soft knock on the door broke his thoughts, and Shen Yuan invited the person to enter. Qiao Lei stepped inside, a faint blush on her cheeks as she softly spoke Shen Yuan's name. With a hopeful gaze, Qiao Lei asked Shen Yuan if the other Qiao Lei's information was true, that she could spend the night with him. Shen Yuan, with a playful glint in his eye, deliberately teased her, feigning ignorance of any such promise. Qiao Lei's shoulders slumped in disappointment, assuming the other Qiao Lei had been mistaken or had misled her. Just as Qiao Lei turned to leave, Shen Yuan gently pulled her back, teasing her for being so easily fooled. Pulling her onto his lap, Shen Yuan invited her to dinner, then playfully suggested they invite the other Qiao Lei as well. Shen Yuan then asked if she knew about the punishment the other Qiao Lei and Coach Lu received, before tenderly asking if she was upset about their recent lack of time together. Qiao Lei's face flushed with warmth as she quickly assured him she was not upset at all. He then gently probed, asking if she truly didn't mind the idea of the 3 of them being together, and she readily affirmed her acceptance. A playful smile touched Shen Yuan's lips as he questioned what, if anything, she did mind, highlighting her complete and unwavering devotion. Long Jingyan's words, filled with affection, made it clear that her heart's only desire was simply to spend time with him whenever he was free. Shen Yuan sighed internally, realizing that for all the perfect qualities she possessed, her deepest wish was the one thing he found hardest to genuinely offer, even as he resolved to fully satisfy her in the moment. With a bright smile, Long Jinghan rose, ready to join Shen Yuan, her joy palpable as she reached for her bag. A professional voice broke the quiet, informing Shen Yuan that 2 ladies were waiting for him, piquing his curiosity. The secretary pointed, directing Shen Yuan's gaze toward the unexpected visitors. Shen Yuan's surprise was clear as he recognized Luo Bingying and Zhou Peiwei, wondering aloud if they even knew each other. As they waited, the woman with the cap idly asked if the girl with Shen Yuan was someone her companion had seen before, only to be told she was not. A slight shock passed between them as the woman in the cap realized this was now the 3rd different woman they had seen with Shen Yuan. The woman in the cap wondered if Shen Yuan had truly become such a playboy, while the other observed that he clearly favored beauty over her cousin. Luo Bingying pulled her friend, expressing annoyance that Zhou Peiwei wasn't criticizing Shen Yuan, only for Zhou Peiwei to shrug off his romantic entanglements as none of her concern. Shen Yuan approached them, his gaze direct as he questioned the purpose of their visit. Zhou Peiwei earnestly thanked Shen Yuan for his past help, revealing she had come hoping to meet him after her messages went unanswered, but he politely declined her invitation for today. Luo Bingying pressed on, attempting to secure a meeting for the following day, only for Shen Yuan to offer a non-committal response about letting her know if he had time. Luo Bingying's heart sank as she realized his words were a polite rejection, while Zhou Peiwei, undeterred, tried to rekindle his memory of her. Shen Yuan recognized her as Little Peiwei, Xu Baoping's cousin, prompting her playful protest that she was actually a month older than him. With a smug smile, Shen Yuan cleverly argued that their familial connection should make him her older brother, leaving Zhou Peiwei momentarily confused by his logic. Their playful banter was cut short as both women, suddenly in chibi form, remembered their original, more serious purpose for being there. Zhou Peiwei pleaded with Shen Yuan, emphasizing how far they had traveled and how Luo Bingying simply wished to thank him properly over a meal. Shen Yuan's smile held a hint of mischief as he questioned if Zhou Peiwei intended to join them for the meal. Zhou Peiwei was taken aback, pointing to herself as she clarified that the invitation was solely from Luo Bingying, not from her. A strange disappointment settled over Luo Bingying, as she felt slighted that Shen Yuan's first thought was about Zhou Peiwei, not her. Shen Yuan dismissed his previous question as a joke, promising to arrange a meeting for the following week, a promise Luo Bingying resignedly accepted. Though still lacking a definite time, Luo Bingying felt a renewed sense of hope, perceiving a sincerity in Shen Yuan's tone that had been absent before. Luo Bingying's gaze hardened as she directly questioned Zhou Peiwei, wanting to know if her feelings for Shen Yuan still lingered. Luo Bingying, blushing, found herself unexpectedly wrestling with her own heart, surprised that after years apart, Shen Yuan had re-entered her thoughts without reason. As they entered the bustling eatery, Shen Yuan and Long Jinghan were warmly greeted by the older owner, who immediately commented on Long Jinghan, acknowledging her as Shen Yuan's girlfriend. The owner enthusiastically confirmed their order, as Shen Yuan, ever attentive, pulled out a chair for a blushing Long Jinghan. Long Jinghan's heart swelled with joy, realizing he hadn't just brought her to one of his favorite places, but had openly introduced her as his girlfriend. Amidst a spread of fresh seafood, Shen Yuan and Long Jinghan shared a pleasant and intimate meal. Long Jinghan diligently peeled a succulent shrimp, preparing it for Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, observing her thoughtful gesture, gently instructed Long Jinghan to peel some for herself too, before playfully asking her to prepare the snail meat next. A soft smile touched Long Jinghan's lips as she continued her thoughtful task, peeling another shrimp. Shen Yuan, lost in thought, marveled at Long Jinghan's perfect qualities, her beauty, her figure, and above all, her unwavering thoughtfulness. Under the envious gazes of other diners, Shen Yuan and Long Jinghan savored the last moments of their meal. A practical concern surfaced as Shen Yuan asked Long Jinghan about their current living arrangements and whether they could still stay in the school dorms. Long Jinghan revealed their impending move, prompting Shen Yuan to immediately offer to arrange an apartment for them near the company for the next semester. Long Jinghan, valuing her independence, politely declined Shen Yuan's generous offer, insisting they could afford their own place. Shen Yuan, with a gentle yet firm insistence, declared that his woman would not need to rent her own place, reassuring her that he would take care of everything, to which she blushingly agreed. A shared moment of surprise passed between Shen Yuan and Long Jinghan as they entered an apartment. From inside, Luo Bingying, already settled and eating, expressed her surprise at their arrival in a voice that seemed to echo with theirs. Luo Bingying, casually dressed with a towel still on her head, explained that the noise from her neighbors moving had driven her to seek refuge there. A realization dawned on Shen Yuan: this long-term suite, originally rented for Coach Lu, now served an unexpected purpose, and he hadn't anticipated finding Luo Bingying there. Luo Bingying, recognizing the late hour, graciously offered to leave, assuming the movers would have finished by then. With a commanding air, Shen Yuan declared that they would all stay, suggesting that 3 people could manage the suite's bed and sofa, brooking no objections. Long Jinghan silently acknowledged Shen Yuan's decisive nature, knowing that any objection would be futile. Luo Bingying, concerned for her own comfort, wondered who would be relegated to the sofa, surely not her, considering the room was rented for her. Shen Yuan, leaning back on the sofa with a confident smile, dismissed the sleeping arrangements as a future problem, then provocatively asked which of them would assist him with his shower. Both Long Jinghan and Luo Bingying were utterly flustered, their chibi expressions conveying their simultaneous shock and embarrassment. A mutual, knowing blush spread across their faces as Long Jinghan thought about their similar spirits, and Luo Bingying realized they had both been too held back to bathe yet. Just as she was about to speak, a wave of awkwardness washed over Long Jinghan at the thought of such a private act being witnessed, yet she impulsively offered to bathe Shen Yuan, drawing a concerned glance from Lu Menlu. Long Jinghan felt a pang of self-doubt, realizing she was slower than the younger woman and questioning if her own age of 26 was already making her less decisive in matters of the heart. As Shen Yuan confidently shed his shirt, his toned physique was revealed, and Long Jinghan, holding his discarded clothing, felt a blush creep across her face. A familiar rush of admiration swept over Long Jinghan. Despite how many times she had seen and touched him, Shen Yuan's incredible physique never failed to captivate her. From the comfort of the luxurious bath, Shen Yuan playfully questioned Long Jinghan about the source of her contented smile, to which she simply replied that she was happy. Shen Yuan turned, a sly smile playing on his lips, probing why the simple act of bathing someone could bring her such profound happiness. Long Jingyan's hands moved with tender care, the warm water swirling as she scrubbed Shen Yuan's back, a simple act filled with unspoken devotion. A soft blush spread across Long Jingyan's face as she sweetly confessed that being able to perform such tasks for him brought her immense joy and contentment. "You silly girl," Shen Yuan murmured, pulling Long Jinghan into a tender kiss that sealed their intimate moment in the steamy bathtub. Long Jingyan's hand, immersed in a soothing bathwater, conveyed a silent contentment as the intimate moment lingered. In the living room, Lu Menlu sat frustrated, regretting her earlier hesitation and lamenting that a half-second delay had consigned her to what promised to be a long, lonely night. 40 minutes later, Lu Menlu, now clad in a kimono, found Shen Yuan already dressed and asked with a mix of curiosity and tension just how the three of them were supposed to manage the night's sleeping arrangements. With a smug smile, Shen Yuan playfully suggested that making either of them sleep on the sofa would be unfair, insisting on treating everyone equally, hinting at a more intimate arrangement. Long Jinghan, perhaps hoping to ease the tension, offered to take the sofa herself, but Lu Menlu, with a swift and firm rejection, immediately shut down the idea. A mischievous glint in his eye, Shen Yuan smiled, suggesting that the night would be long, unless, he added, we find something a little more exciting. Lu Menlu, her guard up, eyed Shen Yuan suspiciously, warning him that if his proposed activity was anything improper, she would absolutely refuse to participate. Shen Yuan, with a reassuring smile, clarified his intentions, lightheartedly suggesting a game of mahjong and offering to have the hotel manager bring up a table, even though three could play. Shen Yuan casually inquired about Long Jingyan's mahjong skills, to which she demurely admitted to knowing a little. With a decisive air, Lu Menlu declared she would call the hotel manager herself to arrange for the mahjong table. Lu Menlu efficiently requested an automatic mahjong table from the hotel staff over the phone, assuring them it would arrive shortly for their three-person game. Standing by the window, Lu Menlu gazed out at the city lights, a thoughtful expression on her face as she processed the unfolding evening. Shen Yuan's arm wrapped around Long Jinghan, but his voice was laced with surprise as he questioned if she had invited Xiao Lei, causing Long Jinghan to blush nervously and express worry about another argument with Lu Menlu. With an air of confidence, Lu Menlu boldly suggested inviting Xiao Lei, believing that 4 players would undeniably make the mahjong game much more enjoyable. Shen Yuan looked down, his expression pensive as he weighed Lu Menlu's bold suggestion and the potential complications it implied. Lu Menlu, with determined resolve, promised she would not argue with Xiao Lei again, no matter what was said, prompting a resigned sigh and eventual agreement from Shen Yuan. Long Jinghan, witnessing the exchange, couldn't help but feel a pang of exasperation, recognizing Shen Yuan's impressive acting skills at play. As hotel staff busily set up the mahjong table in the elegant suite, the expectant group watched, a quiet anticipation settling over the room. With the mahjong table now ready, Lu Menlu turned to Shen Yuan, her curiosity piqued as she asked about the stakes of their upcoming game. Shen Yuan, leaning thoughtfully on his hand, dismissed playing for money, stating it would all be his anyway, and playfully suggested that the loser should drink instead. When Lu Menlu objected to drinking, Shen Yuan, with a shocking twist, proposed a new penalty: the loser would remove a piece of clothing. Lu Menlu reacted with immediate shock and embarrassment, crossing her arms protectively as she firmly rejected Shen Yuan's suggestive proposition. Shen Yuan merely smirked, his eyes holding a confident glint as he implied that Lu Menlu would soon discover her own capacity to accept his challenge. Half an hour later, Xiao Lei burst into the suite, her lively greeting echoing with an enthusiastic declaration for her champion of heart. Lu Menlu, observing Xiao Lei's perfectly coordinated attire, simmered with irritation and a touch of jealousy, internally labeling her a scheming little flirt for her late-night display. Shen Yuan clapped his hands together, announcing that everyone was present and it was time to begin the mahjong game, reiterating the drinking penalty with a mischievous smile. The 4 settled around the automatic mahjong table, the game beginning in earnest as drinks stood ready on a nearby side table. Lu Menlu, her eyes closed in a grimace, took a large, reluctant gulp of wine, accepting the consequence of a lost round. A triumphant smirk played on Shen Yuan's lips, a silent acknowledgement of his strategic success in the mahjong game. Long Jinghan and Xiao Lei, too, two were seen drinking from their glasses, sharing in the collective consequence of losing to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan playfully taunted the women, questioning their self-proclaimed mahjong champion status and remarking on their surprisingly low alcohol tolerance. Long Jinghan, a faint blush on her cheeks, gently pointed out Lu Menlu's costly error in discarding the winning tile, sealing her fate for another drink. Lu Menlu clutched her head, her face flushed with distress as she desperately exclaimed that she couldn't possibly drink another sip without being sick. Xiao Lei, unwavering and with a firm glint in her eyes, held up her wine glass, reminding Lu Menlu that while she could pause, skipping her turn was not an option. Desperation etched onto her face, Lu Menlu pleaded with Shen Yuan, begging him not to force her to drink further and risk throwing up. Shen Yuan, thoughtful and resolute, calmly reiterated the alternative penalty: if she couldn't drink, then she would simply have to remove a piece of clothing instead. Xiao Lei gasped in surprise, while Long Jingyan's eyes widened with a dawning realization that Shen Yuan might have orchestrated this entire game, a clever setup for strip mahjong, from the very beginning. Shen Yuan, smirking, held up two fingers as he gave Lu Menlu a 2-minute ultimatum, plunging her into a panicked internal debate about her scant attire beneath her pajamas. Long Jinghan, her cheeks flushed, stepped in to intercede, gently suggesting that Lu Menlu be allowed to defer the penalty and simply owe Shen Yuan a favor instead. Long Jinghan sat at the mahjong table, a nervous and introspective worry creeping into her thoughts about the possibility of the close-off rule extending to her own turn later. Lu Menlu, the new rule turning boredom into thrill, reveled in the thought of more rounds, anticipating the chance to tease the other woman. Xiao Lei silently dismissed the other's excitement, noting her terrible skills, while Lu Menlu, equally determined, vowed to make her opponent lose every last piece of clothing. A wine glass was gently set down, signaling a brief pause in the game. Xiao Lei, conceding to the penalty, seized the moment to propose a radical shift, abandoning the alcohol penalty entirely for the stripping rule, lest Shen Yuan gain an unfair advantage. Lu Menlu swiftly agreed, sealing the new, more tantalizing deal with a mischievous smile. Lei Lei, catching Shen Yuan's undeniable approval, felt a blush rise to her cheeks, the unspoken command to comply weighing on her. Shen Yuan leaned back, a picture of relaxed contentment, soaking in the atmosphere he had so carefully orchestrated. Xiao Lei removed her top, the first palpable consequence of the game's escalating stakes. Lu Menlu's thoughts cut sharp, a silent judgment against the unfolding scene. Xiao Lei, maintaining a determined stance, declared the game would continue. The game resumed with swift, decisive movements, each tile played adding to the simmering tension. Xiao Lei's voice cut through the air, signaling another loss and the inevitable penalty. Little sister Xiao Lei, you dealt the winning tile, time to take one off. Lu Menlu, a flush creeping up her neck, grudgingly conceded to the penalty, beginning to shed her jacket. Lei Lei's blush deepened as Xiao Lei announced her dealing another winning tile, signaling yet another penalty. Xiao Lei, impatient, urged Lei Lei to fulfill the penalty, who could only respond with a hesitant sound. Lu Menlu's cheeks burned as she removed her top, adding to her mounting sense of vulnerability. Lu Menlu couldn't help but notice Xiao Lei's striking fairness and amazing figure, silently acknowledging why Shen Yuan would be drawn to her. Still flushing, Lu Menlu reluctantly acquiesced, bracing herself for the next round. The weight of the game settled heavily on Lei Lei, who desperately hoped to avoid dealing another winning tile while Shen Yuan watched on. Shen Yuan's voice rang out, a triumphant self-draw. 3 bamboo, sealing his victory in the round. With a smug grin, Shen Yuan delivered his command, a collective penalty for all of them, all of you, take one off. Lei Lei was gripped by a mortifying dilemma, torn between sacrificing her top or bottom layer, each choice bringing her closer to complete exposure as she stammered a soft, Xiao Lei's plea to stop the game was quickly seconded by Lu Menlu, who claimed a rising dizziness made further play impossible. Shen Yuan dismissed their protests with a smirk, reminding them of their wager and playfully feigning his own desire to participate in the stripping. Lu Menlu inwardly recoiled, realizing their reckless competition had entangled them all in a situation far beyond their initial intent. Xiao Lei, a deep blush spreading across her skin, reluctantly shed her shorts. Lu Menlu followed suit, removing her shorts with a palpable sense of reluctance. Lei Lei let out a soft, embarrassed gasp, now clad only in her undergarments. Shen Yuan commanded them to continue, his internal thoughts revealing his perverse delight in their mounting shyness and awkwardness. A growing dread settled over Xiao Lei as she realized she had walked directly into Shen Yuan's cunning trap, a terrible suspicion forming in her mind. With a mischievous grin, Shen Yuan declared another penalty, his command ringing out as tiles clicked and clacked around them. Lu Menlu, shocked and accusatory, demanded to know about the double and whether Shen Yuan was cheating, prompting Xiao Lei to declare she was done playing. Lu Menlu angrily grabbed Shen Yuan's hand, accusing him of deliberately cheating to strip and embarrass them. Shen Yuan calmly deflected the accusation, pointing out the impartial origin of the mahjong table and reminding her that the rules were mutually agreed upon. Xiao Lei attempted to negotiate, offering to keep score or make it up to him privately, but Shen Yuan swiftly dismissed the idea, stating it wasn't a game for money. Xiao Lei's internal alarm bells rang at the prospect of full nudity, prompting Shen Yuan to counter with an alternative penalty, a 10-minute kiss from each of them. Lu Menlu, her cheeks flushing, eagerly accepted the deal, relieved at the prospect of a kiss over complete exposure. Shen Yuan then turned his attention to the remaining two, awaiting their decision on his proposed penalty. Xiao Lei's desperate query about other options was met with Shen Yuan's stark ultimatum, a kiss, or continue stripping. Both Xiao Lei and Lei Lei, flushed with a mix of panic and relief, quickly agreed to the kiss to avoid further humiliation. Lei Lei, her face burning, impulsively wrapped her arms around Shen Yuan, eager for the new terms to begin. Shen Yuan held her close, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, "Not so fast." Shen Yuan swept Lei Lei into his arms, carrying her away from the table and towards the waiting bed, as the other women watched. Shen Yuan's lips met hers with passionate intensity, drawing soft, breathless pants from Lei Lei. Lei Lei, flushed and utterly consumed by the moment, whispered Shen Yuan's name, her fragmented words hinting at a burgeoning desire. As Shen Yuan's impassioned kiss continued, the scene unfolded, a private moment observed by the two silent witnesses. Xiao Lei's mind reeled with shock, the escalating intensity between Shen Yuan and Lei Lei sparking a dangerous, unspoken question in her thoughts. 10 minutes later, the soft, intimate glow of the bedroom reflected the spent passion as one woman lay flushed and breathless. Shen Yuan, kneeling thoughtfully beside her, broke the quiet with a single, provocative word, "Next." The woman with blue hair, her cheeks aflame with a rush of heat, stammered a desperate plea to be excused from her turn. She averted her gaze, her blush deepening as a wave of nervous anticipation washed over her. Shen Yuan's grip on her wrist was firm, his voice a soft, probing challenge as he questioned the source of her palpable nervousness. In his embrace, she confessed her unease, explaining that the other girl's watchful gazes heightened her nervousness, which Shen Yuan met with a playful tease about her being shyer than her juniors. He silenced her protests with a deep, passionate kiss, as her blush deepened to match the warmth rising within her. A soft, intimate sound escaped her, a subtle cue to the deepening romance. A surprised gasp broke the spell, as her flustered expression morphed into an urgent attempt to correct Shen Yuan, a dawning realization catching her off guard. Shen Yuan, undeterred and determined, pressed on, declaring it her turn to set an example, eliciting a distressed, fragmented plea and a sharp cry from her. The last intimate barrier of her modesty was delicately, yet firmly, undone, marking a point of no return. Both women were overwhelmed, their shared, silent gasps echoing the sudden rush of intense sensation that consumed them. Her distress mounted, her voice a desperate plea to Shen Yuan as her thoughts reeled, wondering why her experience had escalated so drastically compared to Xiao Lei's. A profound internal conflict warred within her, a primal urge to flee clashing with a subconscious reluctance, even as her thoughts, strangely, drifted to a provocative outfit she imagined Shen Yuan might appreciate. A new, unsettling realization dawned, not only was her body betraying strange sensations, but her very thoughts were becoming uncharacteristically strange. Her mind wryly tracked the game's evolution from mahjong to poker, now a four-player affair, wondering with a playful curse if Shen Yuan intended it to expand even further. A devious smile played on Shen Yuan's lips as he challenged her, his gaze probing for the true meaning behind her quiet plea to be let off. Overwhelmed by his proximity and intensity, her attempts to speak dissolved into a stammer, her words lost to the surging emotions of the moment. Amidst a dreamlike vision of the other women, a painful, insecure thought surfaced: what if her refusal meant Shen Yuan would simply turn his attention to them instead? A profound sense of shared fate settled over her, and she resigned herself to the night, deciding to simply let Shen Yuan lead, knowing they were, after all in the same boat. From an overhead view, the luxurious bedroom suite revealed the intimate scene unfolding on the expansive bed, while the mahjong table stood forgotten, a silent testament to their abandoned game. The woman with pink hair watched from the table, a blush rising to her cheeks, her expression a mix of wide-eyed surprise and dawning realization. Similarly, the woman with red hair, already caught in the spell, reacted with wide-eyed astonishment, her face flushed with a surge of unexpected emotion. Shen Yuan playfully admonished her, teasing that she was enjoying herself too much to be teaching, to which she murmured a soft, breathless promise to indeed teach them. With a confident, inviting smile, Shen Yuan extended his call, a seductive invitation to the others to learn from their senior. Both women on the bed sat up, their expressions a blend of surprise and dawning realization as Shen Yuan's gaze fell upon them. The woman with blue hair, now a seasoned instructor, gave explicit advice, urging the others not to hold back their voices or movements but to follow Shen Yuan's rhythm, her words punctuated by the rhythmic sounds of their shared, unfolding experience. She offered even more candid advice, explaining a specific physical cue as a signal for changing positions, her blush not quite masking the frankness of lessons learned directly from her own experience. The night had stretched, hours now slipping past midnight. In the soft, dim light, 3 women lay peacefully asleep, their post-romantic affection levels now measurably higher, according to the system. Shen Yuan, shirtless and contemplative, pondered a puzzling drop in Xiao Lei's affection score, despite his certainty she had, by all accounts, enjoyed herself. A soft, choked sob unexpectedly emanated from the bed, cutting through the quiet of the room. Concern etched on his face, Shen Yuan leaned over her, his voice gentle as he asked what troubled her so deeply. He held her hand, a gesture of comfort in the dimness, as he sought to understand the hidden source of her profound upset. As Shen Yuan, bewildered, tried to ascertain if he'd caused her discomfort, she burst out, accusing him of bullying them, of making her compete first after already having the other two, branding him awful. Shen Yuan, with a playful smile, argued that he was the one at a disadvantage against 3 women, only to be met with furious accusations of being a pervert and a jerk, her sobs intensifying as she swore not to speak to him. He gently offered comfort, his voice soft as he promised her he wouldn't bully her next time if she would just stop crying. She held him to his promise, but her deeper frustration erupted, revealing the true cause of her distress. It wasn't fair that he had given attention to the others twice, and her only once. The pieces clicked into place for Shen Yuan, a dawning realization that this perceived unfairness was indeed the reason her affection score had mysteriously dropped. With a conspiratorial whisper, Shen Yuan extended an intimate invitation, igniting a surprised and hopeful "really" from her. She voiced a tender concern for his stamina, asking if he could still keep going, but Shen Yuan dismissed it with a confident smile, reminding her he was a man with cheats enabled. She then whispered a suggestive question, offering to change into a specific, provocative outfit, a bold romantic move that momentarily surprised Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, with a knowing smile, explained he'd noticed her lingering gaze on the thigh-high socks during their mahjong game, validating her unspoken desire as he told her, "All right, go change." As dawn broke, the new day arrived. 3 women slept soundly in the bright room as the system reiterated its core principle: a perfect life was defined by the quality of companionship with multiple partners, their affection levels the key metric. A system notification congratulated Shen Yuan for earning the "Surrounded by Emerald Bamboo" badge, having achieved 10 NPCs with an affection level of 70 or higher, a surprising number that left him questioning its accuracy. A celebratory, almost ethereal, vision appeared, showcasing a radiant group of women, each representing Shen Yuan's blossoming romantic successes. He mentally tallied his companions, confirming the names: Hui Hui, Nana, Xinyu, Liulu, the counselor sisters, Sister Lu, Jinghan, and, notably, Xiao Lei, whose affection had recovered to 70 after their tender night together. He sat up, scratching his head in thoughtful confusion, a persistent puzzle remaining: if he had counted only 9, who then was the mysterious 10th? Shen Yuan's thoughts drifted to Su Xuewei, anticipating their villa inspection together the following day. A gentle curiosity bloomed in Long Jing'an's mind, wondering about the purpose behind the badges Shen Yuan had accumulated. As Shen Yuan stirred, the system illuminated the dim room, detailing how each badge granted a corresponding reward and unlocked a special description for cultivating employee loyalty. The system congratulated Shen Yuan on retaining Employee Loyalty Level 1, granting him the power to view every employee's loyalty, a tool he realized could prevent problems or delegate greater responsibility. Noticing Long Jinghan and Lu Menglu's already high loyalty, Shen Yuan realized their affection for him was rapidly strengthening their dedication to his company, even after just a few days. The system rewarded him for cultivating 2 female employees, yet Shen Yuan found himself questioning the unsettling philosophy of desire as the source of human suffering and the inherently shady nature of its XP system. Despite his reservations, Shen Yuan found himself intrigued by the system's potential, musing on the unexplored desires of his lady knights and contemplating a playful exploration. A system message declared Long Jing'an's XP being dominated, prompting Shen Yuan to darkly consider that perhaps kindness was no longer the path with her, hinting at a shift in their dynamic. Stunned, Shen Yuan absorbed the system's revelation about Xiao Lei's intensely specific suck fetish and related preferences, finding himself genuinely shocked by the increasingly bizarre nature of these personal revelations. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper from behind the door called Shen Yuan's name, drawing him from his thoughts. He roused himself, his voice a soft inquiry into the quiet summons. Lu Menglu's flushed face and playful gesture hinted at a secret invitation, beckoning him closer. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Yuan's face as he noticed Lu Menglu in Xiao Lei's distinctive attire. With an air of innocent curiosity, Lu Menglu explained her desire to see if Xiao Lei's clothes would fit her. Shen Yuan pressed, but Lu Menglu, a blush rising on her cheeks, confessed her true motivation, his unspoken appreciation for the outfit the day before. As Lu Menglu's blush deepened, the system laid bare her deepest desires, a possessive arousal that thrilled her through acquiring the belongings, and even the men, of her friends, alongside her absolute loyalty to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan was aghast at another bizarre XP revelation, suddenly re-evaluating Lu Menglu's initial advances and wondering if she hadn't just desired his wealth, but also wanted to claim Nana's man. In Shen Yuan's mind, a vivid image of Lu Menlu and Xiao Lei standing confidently side by side underscored the complex dynamics at play. Leaning in, Shen Yuan provocatively questioned if wearing Xiao Lei's clothes ignited a thrill within her, his smile hinting at his newfound understanding. A blush intensified on Lu Menlu's cheeks as she wondered, with a jolt, if Shen Yuan had somehow uncovered her most intimate secret. Shen Yuan gently pulled her into his embrace, offering a quiet assurance that her secret was safe with him. Her attire hinted at the playful intimacy that was about to unfold between them. Lu Menlu, flushed and breathless, began a confession, the words catching in her throat as passion consumed her. Her voice, a soft plea, spoke his name as their embrace deepened, lost in the heat of the moment. The room dissolved into a soft glow as they surrendered to a shared moment of profound intimacy. Half an hour later, a soft flush still colored Lu Menlu's skin as she sat, gently disheveled, in the quiet aftermath. Shen Yuan, ever practical, urged Lu Menlu to change, mindful of the awkwardness that would ensue if Long Jinghan awoke to find her like this. A mischievous glint in her eye, Lu Menlu provocatively asked if she could keep one of Xiao Lei's socks, testing the boundaries of her desire. Shen Yuan's patience wore thin, and he sharply dismissed her playful, yet provocative, suggestion. He sternly outlined the immediate consequences if a sock went missing, then, with a knowing look, suggested she simply ask Xiao Lei, given their newfound, master and disciple bonding, from the previous night. Lu Menlu, however, only smiled, asserting that the very act of asking would strip away the thrill of her desire. Resigning himself, Shen Yuan instructed her to change and then wake the others so they could all eat. Clad in pajamas, Lu Menlu moved quietly towards the door, ready to rouse the others. Entering the room, Lu Menlu inquired how long Long Jinghan had already been awake. A delicate flush colored Long Jinghan's cheeks as she quietly affirmed she had just woken. Long Jinghan reflected on the prior night, finding Lu Menlu's shared lessons incredibly valuable for inexperienced women like themselves, despite the slight embarrassment. Lu Menlu gently stirred Long Jinghan, conveying Shen Yuan's call for them to rise and eat. Long Jinghan responded with a soft murmur, slowly easing herself from sleep. The four gathered around the breakfast table, ready to start the day together. A small sound of confusion escaped Long Jinghan, her attention drawn to something unexpected at the table. A faint, unfamiliar scent caused Long Jinghan to instinctively sniff her clothes, a worried frown creasing her brow. Her concern lingered as she continued to investigate the peculiar smell clinging to her clothing. Long Jinghan articulated her confusion, questioning why her clothes carried an unfamiliar scent. Lu Menlu, feigning nonchalance, playfully dismissed Long Jinghan's heightened sense of smell. Shen Yuan, with a knowing glance at Lu Menlu, pointed out that the unfamiliar scent was a direct consequence of wearing Xiao Lei's clothes, a lesson for future discretion. A new theory formed in Long Jinghan's mind, perhaps the proximity of their garments last night had caused the scents to mingle, as she noted a similar change in her own clothes. Lu Menlu's eyes widened in surprise at the simple explanation, while Shen Yuan continued to eat with a calm, unaffected demeanor. Long Jinghan's eyes went wide with dawning realization, a sudden understanding of the true implications behind the mixed scents.